Yeah.
Yeah.
That porcupine opened your door.
My porcupine opened my door.
Okay, so now you come back from Mnet. Let's continue with this story.
So we finished with Mnet, and I continued to work. And now I have a workshop. I'm in Gong Road, and so I have this made to measure clients and that sort of thing. So that became the sort of business that I did. And then after that, I went into the corporate wear. And how I even went into the corporate wear, it's after I got married. I went to stay in one of the hotels in Mombasa. And the GM recognized me from the papers.
What?
Yeah. And he told me, "Are you the Salima Sharia that wants man off?" I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "I'd like for you to come and work with us." And I said, "Okay, I guess after my honeymoon, I'll come."
That's crazy.
So I went, and they gave me my first job. And from then on,
And what was that job?
To do hostesses for a hotel. And from henceforth until now, I still work for them.
What?
Yes.
That's going to 30 years almost.
Yes.
That is crazy.
It's crazy.
Over 25 years for sure.
So we got into a good relationship with them. Though sometimes there was ups and downs. But one thing I appreciate them for is the way they have supported me, the way they believed in me. Because I also used to come with design concepts for their hotels or lodges. And they just took me with them.
Yeah.
And they just believed in the things that I gave them, I produced. And I also worked hard. Yeah, because there were very many big fish, bigger than myself. I mean, I was like the smallest person in the whole organization. But I was determined. I keep on telling you, I'm determined to make it in the industry. So with the money that I got from that, it became my bread and butter money.
Yeah, and that one was larger consignments, I'm sure that you're going to do.
It was larger. Yeah. It started small, then they would give me another department, and then one day I saw myself doing the whole hotel.
Whoa.
So I was like, wow.
Okay.
And then in 1994, was it 94, 96, my machines got stolen. It was in 2000. Now I remember it was 2000 because my son had not been born, my second born son. Yeah.
Your machines
all got stolen when I had the biggest consignment with my clients.
You can't make these things up.
I was shocked. I walked in, they had broken the door, they had taken all, they tried to take some machines, but they couldn't because of the way they had been created. But most of my machines had gone. Now, I sat and I was pregnant with my second born son.
So and now you've got this huge client or
I have this huge client.
Yeah.
Now,
can you say who the client was?
It was a Serena group, I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thank Jan Mohammed. And it was hard. It was difficult. Because I was like, I'm pregnant. My machines have been stolen. Things are not looking, there's no light anywhere that is lighting for me. And at that time, even my own husband was also challenging his business. So it was a mess.
So what did you do?
I tell you, we serve a living God. So I got insurance. I fixed the door. They gave me a little bit of money, though I had borrowed some machines from some people who had extra. They gave me their machines, and I started to continue to do the work. But now I had delayed work for so long, and trying to explain to people, it became a bit difficult. So I said, what they'll give me, I'll take. Yeah, and I'll try and finish it to my very best because I do not want to lose my client. And from there, after the insurance gave me now money to buy new machines, that's why it's good to insure your business. I continued doing my work, kawaida. And then all of a sudden, the business of designing just dropped Wow. And it was during the days of our former president, not Kibaki, but Moi. There's a time all these international, what they call, I forget the name. What are they called? I forget their name.
International media, no, not media.
No media.
International corporates.
Corporates. It was international corporates, and there was also the what are they called? The people who come stay in Kenya for a short time.
Ambassadors and embassies.
Ambassadors, and there's also somebody.
Honorable consulates and all those things.
But they have one name.
Dignitaries.
Not dignitaries.
But those ones, I understand.
How can I forget their names? They're foreign dignitaries. They're okay. In the international market,
yes,
was large in Kenya at one time, and then something happened, and they all left, and it had to do with either we are a corrupt country and that kind of thing, and they all left. So even us as designers who were affected, because they were the majority clients that we had. Yeah, the expatriates.
Expatriates.
That's the one I was looking at. Yeah. Yeah, they were the biggest part of our clients. And I was like, wow, because they used to bring us
best paying.
Yeah, best paying. They used to bring us their kids for proms. I mean, like they own themselves. And it seems like these expatriates were always doing something with clothing, you know? So when they left, I tell you, we struggled as designers. Oh, I was like, wow, what do I do?
And what year is this now? Just
I'm talking about now we're in the 2000s.
Just no. So if you're telling me Kibaki came in 2000, it's now probably 2000 and from 2000 to 2002 before Kibaki.
Before Kibaki,
Okay.
It was before Kibaki.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, what do I do next? Then an idea came to me, and the idea came with a Kikoi fabric. And I started making clothes from Kikoi, blouses. And I did meet a person who owns a shop at the airport. So I made pieces of like sleeveless, hot summer fabric made out of Kikoi. And I believe that idea, it was just dropped in my mind. Because I always ask, what should I do next? Then I used to sell them. I used to sell them like trinkets. But unfortunately, the client didn't want me to continue being in her shop. I know it's because the blouses were going more than her own products. But I just said, it is okay, I'll sell them from my office. So I sold a couple, and then I was like, I need to do more. This is just not the only thing I'm called to do. And that's how the school came about. You see, by now, I had read a book by Myers Monroe, The Power of a Vision. If there's anything that changed my thinking, was that book. I read that book, and I reread it, and I reread it. And if there's anybody who had ears to hear me, I told them, please buy The Power of a Vision. So I wrote down my vision. 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And this time, how old am I? I'm about 35.
Are we still in the early 2000s before Kibaki?
It's still before Kibaki.
What?
Yeah. I'm writing. And I'm writing until I'm 75 years old. So I wrote it all down. And Richard, to the word, most of the things happened. I even wrote down where my sons were going to school. My eldest son went to London to school when he was only 14.
What?
Yeah. And they were kids when I'm writing this. I wrote everything down, even my home where I live today. I even said where the gate is will be moved to the other side. I used to write down everything my husband says, because he's an architect. So I'll write them down and I'll put it as a vision. By this year to this year, then the gate should be on the other side. The road will be coming out from the other side. We'll have done this. We'll have done this. So I would write them down. But I kept on reading the book, The Power of Vision. Then, in the power of the vision, I even said I will start a school when I'm this age, between this age and this age. So I'm in church, quiet, shy, as usual. My husband is very bubbling, very outgoing, very different from me. So one of the pastors came and told me, Sally, I think you have a lot to share with the youth. I'm looking at him like, me? What exactly would I tell the youth? And you say, I think you have a lot to share, Sally. So I said, okay, then fine. What day do you think we should do this? He says, it's a youth day, so why don't you come on a Saturday? I tell you, I didn't sleep. I was wondering, what exactly am I going to tell them? And then I realized that I had a story. Just like Joseph in the Bible, I was a dreamer. And I just needed to tell them about my dream. You know, by that time I'd already read The Power of the Vision. So I shared with them about that. And at that time, what I remember is that I had written about this school, Mackenzie School of Fashion Design. I went and registered Nairobi Fashion School, Kenya Fashion School. I don't know which one the other one was. They were all rejected. So then I put in Mackenzie School of Fashion Design. That was what was registered. So I went back into my file.
And there was no Nairobi Fashion School?
There was none.
Or Kenya Fashion School?
No, there was
they just
none.
Rejected it because...
They just rejected. And Mackenzie was registered. And at this time I was just like, okay, it's good. And many people came to tell me a lot of things. Maybe we should do a big launch for opening your school, let people know and all that. Then I had a pastor friend, Pastor Gardner, who is late. He told me, Sally, how do you bring people to your school and you have nothing but just desks? What kind of launch is that? And then you're going to spend so much money to launch it. I said, actually, it is true. And he just told me, it is your belief and your faith in God that will build this school. And every student who comes to this school is determined on your faith in God. I was like, okay, fine. So we continued. Things were hard.
So you always, what year now did you open up the school?
It was 2009.
But you've jumped. So between 2001 and 2009, what's happening with your designs? Because I'm sure there must be some millions.
I'm still doing the made to measure.
Have you done any collections yet?
Yes, I did. I did Kenya Fashion Week. And that was done in 2002, if I'm not wrong. And in this show, I did a show called Made in Kenya, made by a Kenyan, and made by Kenyan fabrics.
Nice. That was nice.
Yeah. And I did a collection. I used the Maasai blankets. At that time, nobody had ever touched it as a garment. I did the kikoi, and I need another woven fabric that we use out there in the marketplace. Those three fabrics I used, and I was actually dared by an American citizen who had come to Kenya. She's Kenyan, but she's always lived in America. She said, why don't you use something Kenyan, Sally? So I said, because you've dared me, I will do it. So my life was in River Road, looking for something different, but Kenyan made. So I did a collection. I did a 30-piece collection.
30-piece collection?
Yeah. I even went to Naivasha, on the road, where they sell those
hats.
Yes. Yeah? My whole collection was with those hats. And I made this blanket. I changed it all. I mean, people couldn't believe it. And I was the one who was closing the collection. Let me tell you, after that, The Americans wrote about me. Even the German media was in my office interviewing me about that collection. I got such air, and people wrote so much in their languages, in their wherever they came from, that kind of thing. So I was like, there's something, but yet there's no breakthrough. You understand it? Yeah.
It's the periphery, but it's not. It's not arriving.
It's not arriving yet. So then after that.
So now but before before the
as
school,
we are working like this.
Any exciting people you've worked with in that era?
I'll say Lucy, the first. She was just our second lady or first lady, Lucy Kibaki.
Yes, actually that's where we were.
Yes.
We're at Phoenix. Okay.
Yes.
So what happens after Phoenix? Do you transition out of Phoenix, or does anything new come at Phoenix? Because there's Phoenix, UBS, Church.
I got married to somebody who was not very happy with me having too much social interaction. And so...
Where did you guys meet?
At a friend's house.
Okay.
He was... A friend of mine invited me to his girlfriend's birthday party because he wanted me to meet her, because he was serious about her. He wanted to get married. So he wanted me to get to know her so that now the friendship can grow with the three of us. And then my ex was a friend of hers, and she had also invited him. So that's where we met.
And did you date for long?
About a year.
Before now, you got married?
And that time, during the dating, it was fine. But when we got married, now things changed. And I realized he was uncomfortable with me doing stuff outside the house, like literally outside the house, even hanging out with my friends.
Whoa.
He didn't like that.
So church is not a good story.
Church, we would go.
Okay.
But anything outside of that was... So I dropped out of Phoenix. I regret that, because that was one of the things that I was really passionate about. But I was trying to do everything I could to make this marriage work. So if it meant, stop hanging out with your friends, I'd stop going to Phoenix. And he didn't tell me don't go.
Yep.
But he just made it clear that I don't like this. So I wanted to be a good wife, so I stopped.
Yo, that's
The
crazy.
things we do for men.
That's crazy. And the power that men have as well over their wives.
Yeah.
So
but remember, there was still that timidity of,
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to live at peace with all men. And sometimes it means putting me aside and doing what I believe they want so that they are happy. If they're happy, then life is good.
So how long were you married?
I was okay. I'm trying to figure out how to answer that, because I was not really married in that sense. I mean, we had a wedding and everything, but from day one, everything just...
From day one?
Yeah, everything fell apart.
It was that fast?
It was that fast.
So, and by the way, feel free if there's anything that you don't want to talk about.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I'm trying to be...
Yes, but I'm asking for the sake of somebody who's watching this who may be in the same situation. That's the whole core of why I do CTA, to inspire, educate, and positively entertain somebody. So you're with this person who's in a certain way before you get married, to the point where, hey, I want to get married. Are you trying to say were there signs before that?
There always are.
Okay.
They always are. I mean, everybody that I've spoken with that is going through a situation like this, they always say there were signs. But for whatever reason, you ignore them.
Why did you ignore them?
I ignored them because I thought he would change. He'd be so happy that he's married me that he would want to. The same thing. I would do anything for this marriage to work. So I felt he would also want to do everything to make the marriage work. But
that wasn't the case. So literally from the I do, next day It's a different.
I mean, from I do, he didn't talk to me for a while. It was that bad.
From I do.
Yeah. That evening, I mean, we went for our evening thingy.
Yeah.
Already, he had switched off.
What?
Yeah.
So how do you stay, or you're trying to fix in your head?
I bend over backwards. Me dies. So my life became, I'm getting emotional. My life became of trying to read him when he walks in, and then forming myself to fit into that.
Mm-hmm.
So if he walks in and he's happy, we're happy. If he walks in and he's in a bad mood, I stay away.
If you were to, you're wiser now, you're much wiser, and experience has made you wiser. What would you say to yourself then?
Listen to your gut. Listen to your gut, and just don't do things just for the heck of it. Because I even the day of the wedding, I felt like I had a chance to not go through with it. But I just kept thinking about what will people say. They're at the venue right now waiting for me. And then one person shows up and says, sorry, the wedding is over. You know, it's just, how do you live with that? You know? And that's when I convinced myself, no, it'll be fine.
What about your family?
My family,
Your direct family?
They had misgivings, but they didn't speak about it.
Because of course they're like, listen, we don't want to lose our...
Yeah, they actually felt, I mean, we spoke about it later, and I was like, you know, you guys should have said something. And they said, we didn't think you would listen. But I'm always like, I mean, even now, if I have a friend who's getting married and I feel like, I'm not sure, I'll ask them. Some of them get upset with me, you know, but I'm like, I don't want someone to ever say, I wish somebody had asked me. Because you don't know. Maybe they'll have that second thought or whatever. So,
like if somebody came to speak to you at your wedding and told you don't have to go through this, I'm there with you, you probably, and if it's someone like your mom or dad, you probably would have had second thoughts.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
But I also had what Christians call fear of man. So you don't want to, you care too much what people will think or say about what you're doing, to the extent that sometimes you will do what you don't really believe because it keeps you, or it keeps the talk or whatever. And it wasn't like even people were saying anything about me. But somehow I was like, I don't know if I can live with that.
Okay, so how long were you in this period?
So
And how old are you at this time?
30s.
Your 30s. Okay.
So we lived in the same house until for 5 years, and then he moved out.
5 years. Man, I don't even understand how you had the strength to do this if you're saying that this started at day one.
Even me, I don't know. But I lost myself. All these things that God had been building in me,
Crushed.
I became so, like I didn't think I was worth anything. I didn't think I was. Self-esteem crushed completely. Because I couldn't understand why doesn't he seem to love me? I mean, I thought I'm a good person, but from the way things are going, I must be not interesting, not attractive, not lovable, and I carried that with me.
You believed the lies.
I believed it.
So now you must have been timid, and even now just on another level. So when you would go and meet family members, friends, did you change persona?
Oh, everybody had to believe the marriage was well.
Oh, man.
Now speaking about it, that was crazy. So on one side, I'm dealing with all this whatever, and on the other side, I'm trying to keep everybody,
So they didn't know?
They didn't know. Well, my family got to find out, I think, when I was expecting my son.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me not go into those details, but
No
they got to find out through events that things were not good at all.
Okay.
And so that's when they started kind of, just trying to give me some support here and there. Then actually my youngest sister was now getting married, and we decided, because we are a very close-knit family, and we're like, she's getting married and my other sister's getting married, we don't want to separate and break the bond. And by this time my mom had passed on, and she was like, she really kept us together. And so we decided, or she decided, my sister, like, they'll start a Bible study, a family Bible study. So whoever had a spouse at that time would come. So my sister and her siblings, so my other sister and I were invited. The third born lives in the States, so she wasn't here much. And then my sister's husband invited his siblings, and those who were married would come with their spouses.
Yep.
So we'd meet every week, and just spend time in prayer, studying, whatever. And they now became like my pillar. Yeah. So even by the time I was getting sick, it was these guys who stood with me.
Okay. There's something that you've mentioned. So it's within your marriage is when your mom also passes on?
No, it was just before.
Or just before your marriage?
Just before.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel maybe if she'd been around, I might have. Because we'd listen to her. Yeah.
And she'd see?
She would see. By the way, she had that sense. She had that sense. She even told me many years ago, I have seen your husband. I'm like, so what does he look like? So she tried, but she wasn't good at describing, And so I tried to, so when I met this guy, I tried to fit him into, yeah.
Oh, Mayani, sorry does not even begin to explain anything. Again, you don't have to answer. Did it get physically abusive?
No, mostly emotional.
But still, that's still huge.
That was what now killed me.
The reason why I ask this is I always think about somebody who's watching this, and this is, again, I said with you, in fact now I've really understood why we're to have this conversation. With you in this story, as you give your story, I believe that people are going to get inspired, entertained, as crazy as it sounds, encouraged, educated, and through your story you're going to help other people. Emotional abuse is as bad as physical abuse, if not even worse. And the reason to,
we were brought up to believe divorce is wrong. Anything that is going on, I mean, there's even a time I called him to one of the Christian radio stations, and I said, I'm going through this. At that time we were separated. What do I do? And they said, no, you have to go back. You have to go back. So it's not seen as it's a thing that is destroying you, So there's just no space for a bad marriage. At least at that time, there was no space for a bad marriage. I even tried to call the church, guys in church, like, guys. In fact, 2 weeks after, I went and told them, I'm going home. I can't deal. And they said, no, you have to stay.
No way.
You've just started. It's only whatever. So I started, like, when we finished, I was
2 weeks after you said I do,
yes,
you went to
Yes. So I started advocating for post-marital counseling. Like, yes, you get told a lot of things before you get married. And then you get married and you're like, what's going on? It doesn't, whatever. So you need someone to walk with you. At least those this is happening. Is it normal? Is it, so somebody can just reassure you as you go through the beginning stages of adjusting to each other.
And in this whole marriage time, you didn't have even that one person who you let it all out to. Yo, that must have been a hard season.
Not until later.
So, does your son come at this time?
Yes.
When you're married?
Yes. Miracle.
Mm-hmm. Why do you say miracle?
Yeah, he was a miracle child. Let me just say that.
Okay, no problem. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'll just let you continue the story. So you get separated.
Yeah.
And this is okay.
Wait, before that,
Uh-huh.
you know I have 2 children.
Yes, you. Okay, go on.
I have 2 children.
Yeah, but I know 2 boys.
I gave birth to 1 and I adopted 1. And there are also challenges around that, but I really felt that my son is the one who opened the door for me to get this one, the one I conceived.
You adopted first.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the challenges.
What happened? See, marriage had already started. So I used to go to New Life to just like, I don't want to go home alone and be alone. I'm married. I shouldn't be in that house alone. So let me look for something to do. So I started going to volunteer there. And I met him and we fell in love with each other. He was, he'd been there for a few months and I don't know, we got drawn to each other. And I would go there every day and play with him and give him his last feed and tuck him in bed. And then I'd go home. And we got so attached to each other that at some point they told me, you need to decide, because this boy is getting really attached to you. If somebody else comes to take him, because even the days you don't come, he's like, he gives us trouble, because he won't settle down, because he's used to you being the one. And we'd never spoken about adoption, and I knew my marriage was not good. So, but I was like, this child, why is he there and I have a home? I can love him, he can love me back. At least I can give him something that he needs. And I guess for me, there was also the thing of like, I would also be able to have somebody for myself. And so I just took him home one day.
Did you tell the other party?
I took him home one day. And he's like, who is this? I said, this is my son. Well, I didn't say it's my son. I said, it's him. And he's like, why have you brought him home? I said, I want to adopt him. And he kept quiet at that time. But after that, his mother tried to dissuade me. And when she saw us determined, she tried to introduce other, more acceptable children. But I was determined. This was the child I had grown to love, and I wanted him in my life. And so we went through the process, and
for somebody timid, you have done some very crazy things. And how is it now? Because that's now love entering your home, which you felt like was missing.
Oh, he's my son. Yeah, they're my children. They're the same to me.
Yep.
And the interesting thing was that the day he moved home officially, I conceived my second son.
No way.
Because all before I'd had miscarriages or whatever. But that's why I said he opened the door for me to get his brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doris, you've got such deep stories, because miscarriages alone it's a whole other world, that people are going through. So I can imagine the blessing of getting 2 children at once, because that's what literally.
Yeah, they're 18 months apart.
That's what literally God did for you. Because the day you get home is the day now. Okay, so now when what was the trigger?
So
what is the turning point? Yeah.
For
him to leave. Yeah.
I changed. Because I was. Can we pause?
Yep.
Something else also began happening. I've always been very, very keen on developing myself. And I started following a gentleman that he's now the late. He's called Jim Rohns. Jim Rohns. Those days there was not much of the social media stuff. There was no YouTube. The only way to communicate was via email. So he used to send an email every day. And I would read it every day in the morning, and it had action points. So I started personal development. That was now where I began with personal development.
That was his forte.
That is forte. He was a motivational speaker, very centered on God. That was one thing that I liked about him. But he had this thing of influencing my life, even though I never met him in person, and making me a better person. So I started doing all this personal development. I'm reading all these books on personal development. I started implementing something that I used to call small changes, big results. And what it meant is, if you do something every day for 15 minutes, for 360 days, you will hardly find someone who can compete with you after 360 days. You know, and I would read like 5 books at the same time, you know, and each book is 15 minutes. And each book was like giving me something different. It was like a nutrition, you know. So I had this thing, and I started waking up. I'm waking up at 6. Time was no longer enough. I wake up at 5 is no longer enough. I wake up at 4. And now it's like 3, I started getting sick. So my body was just getting sick. There was just something wrong about me waking up at 3. But I had so much to do before I get to the office. And it set me on a very serious personal growth trajectory. I was so confident. In fact, it's like I just discovered the power of the potential in me was even scary. You know, it was scary. So he helped me now to even start setting goals and how to implement them personally. You know, not my personal, not those things you do in the office.
Yes, I get.
Character. So character became a big thing for me. So I stayed in AR until 2003.
At this time, are you still living at home?
I'm still living
First
at home.
job, now you're the breadwinner.
I'm the breadwinner.
Whoa.
I'm the breadwinner.
But that, on the other hand, you're a step closer to getting your family out of this thing. You've started.
Absolutely. Yes.
You started. Remember in the beginning when you're telling us part of the goals was, how do I fix this problem?
Yes. So it was clear. I'm the breadwinner.
How did it feel to finally make that, to go back to make money?
It was extremely liberating, not for myself, but for my entire family. I saw how my mom worked so hard, my dad, how he struggled, and it was like this dark cloud was suddenly lifting. You know, it was suddenly lifting. There was something happening that was for once positive after a long time. After a long time. When I got admitted into university, there are people who said I will never join it because my parents can't afford. But God did it. In university too also I got bursary.
What? Because of your performance and your application for it.
I mean, it was just. I was a needy case from the entry point.
Help! You got help.
Help!
You get help.
Help was, the way it was. They used to disburse. It was according to your needs. So I got the highest allocation,
which meant full scholarship.
At least for most of it.
Yes.
For most of it.
Oh, that's powerful. Let's take a few minutes to talk about help.
Yeah.
I've been fortunate, and I realized that later on that not to need that because of my parents' financial situation. But explain to me help, and the impact that it has in society.
I'm telling you, if there was no help, you will not be seeing some of the amazing lawyers you were seeing during the Supreme Court petition. Many of the great minds have come through because of that support from help. And it's a very noble idea, and that's why it's so important for us to honor our debt.
I'm going to bring that up. Pay it, basically pay back because you're holding something for someone else.
And for me, I started paying it from my first salary.
No way.
Yeah, from my first salary, we're paying help. So it helped to avoid this thing of trying to talk to who is who and who is who to help you, and burden someone. Now you're getting help from an institution, and you also have a responsibility to pay it back. So you also need to make good of it, So that was for me. It was critical.
Yes.
For me to be able to go to university.
It is.
It was necessary. It was a survival kit. Yeah.
And it moved a weight off your shoulders.
Yes, but let me say this also. What people don't know is that there are also very many people who use help to help their families.
What?
Yes.
Because the stipend that you get.
Yeah, that stipend, it becomes critical for it can be critical for your family. So it has probably served more than what even it was supposed to serve.
That's powerful to hear. Okay, so you say you're at AR. I can see your character being formed in AR. I can see.
So now, for me, AR was a character formation phase.
Okay.
Conscious character formation. Then something also happened when I was at AR.
Just before that, this email conversation that you were having, these emails that you were getting,
Jim Ron,
were you replying and then he?
It was like
a newsletter.
It was like a newsletter
okay.
with work to do. With two people.
Actionable points.
Actionable points. So it started transforming my mind. It started opening possibilities in my mind. It started making me to ask myself questions like, if I want to be a CEO, what do I need to do?
Okay.
I remember it pushed me. I ended up reading the book, Act Like a CEO.
Ooh.
And this idea of CEO now was like in my mind when I was in my 20s.
Yeah. Pius, you know what's so powerful? Every stage of your life, in fact, I was just about to ask you, now that you've gotten a job, because remember, every stage you tell me there's a next stage.
Yeah.
So in university, you said that your next stage was getting the degree.
Yes.
So that you could get the job.
Yes.
So now in this stage of getting the job as an employee,
yes,
now your goal becomes, I want to be CEO.
And more than that, it was a character development.
Okay.
It was a character. CEO was a good goal, but I was more amazed by the ability of me influencing my character development. You get it?
I get it.
A better person, a good person, this kind of stature, So I finished university in 2001, 2002. I got born again.
2002?
Yes.
Conscious decision?
Conscious decision.
So before all this time,
I was the good guy who even the ladies in ICU would want to come with me to join the ICU.
In CU.
In CU. I had a lot of guys in CU telling me, Barapas, just come and join. As in, you know.
No way.
But I was this guy I'm a staunch Catholic guy, you know. And
yes.
I had a girlfriend in university. And she used to come to my Catholic church. So when I left high school, university, she invited me to their church. And it was a Pentecostal. And I didn't have any defense because she accompanied me to Catholic church. So now I didn't have any defense. So I went to the church and I'm like, wow, that word, it was mine. Then the following Sunday I said, I want to come to that church again, Nairobi Lighthouse Church. I'm like, wow. I started going to Nairobi Lighthouse Church. That was another turning point in my life.
Oh man. Rebecca Don's dad, is that the one? Mathini.
Pastor Don.
Yes, Pastor Don.
Mathini.
Yes.
Pastor Don Mathini.
Yeah.
So I started going to Nairobi Lighthouse Church. I'm not born again yet, but I'm going to Nairobi Lighthouse Church. And now I'm coming from a family where generations have been going to, are staunch Catholics. So back at home, mom is like, what is going on? And I'm like, Mom, I'm just finding this is where I'm growing. And she kept reminding me, you know, our family, this is our background. This is where, we are Catholics.
This is who we are.
This is who we are. So we had
another conflict.
A conflict. But April 2002, I went to Sitam Karen. And they were showing this, they had this event which they do every year. Is it
Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flames?
Yes.
Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flames.
So I sat, I listened. They called the altar call, I ran. I did not want, my girlfriend was sitting there. I said, I can't even ask her.
I'm out.
I'm going. I went. I got born again. That was huge turning point in my life. I call it the first best decision of my life.
The first best decision of your life.
The first best decision of my life. Because I used to go to church. I used to be a good person. But this time I chose God for myself. And I started pursuing him myself. And my mom was like, oh, you know, this, that. And then she started seeing me waking up every day in the morning. I'm reading the Bible. Something she'd never seen before. And she's like, wow, this guy is changing.
The fruits are the fruits.
This guy is changing. So she stopped fighting me. She started liking what I was doing and who I was becoming.
Yes.
And who I was becoming. And
let me see this pass. The whole time you've given your story, like to somebody who doesn't understand the concept of being born again versus not being born again, you sounded like somebody who was born again all throughout.
Yes.
You get?
Yes.
Because of you're good, you are obedient, you are saying no to the club, you are doing this, you are studying.
Yes.
So even when you said now in 2002 is when you got born again, I'm like, hold up. I thought that happened when you were, you know.
No. And I had seen so many people who were born again, in quotes. But mine, I told God, I don't want to be called born again for the sake of being called born again. It's not for show off. I want to have a real testimony that I'm a born again Christian. So it was a very weighty decision for me. And changes started immediately.
Let me also add and say, when you watch Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flames,
yes,
it's a terrifying play. In that it shows you where your life will go if you've not made this Christ decision. So sometimes a lot of people make that decision out of the fear and then revert to default settings of where they were in terms of no lifestyle change. What I love about what I'm hearing from your story, you even like it was very conscious what you were doing.
And it was going to bring real changes into my life. And those changes had costs, including the girlfriend who took me to be born again.
Bring on the juice. What?
So that was my journey. So can you imagine, actually, you know, when I'm just thinking about it now. Now I'm crossing town on foot.
From Sabiton.
From Sabiton. I'm crossing town on foot. Actually, you know, what was that now? 5 o'clock. So I'm opening Pasara at 6. I have to be there by 6, open it up, working. It was really good. And then around that time, I think is when I met my ex.
So, okay, you meet your ex. It's around 90 something. Of course, it's 90 something.
You try to make me. It's 90 something because, 90 something.
So, you're working at this place, but it's just to get the money.
Pasara?
Yeah, but actually, let me be honest. I've not heard you say you've not enjoyed working at any place.
No, I've enjoyed it, and so what I wanted to do was hospitality.
Yeah.
So all these are different expressions of hospitality. I work in housekeeping at Mount Kenya. I worked in the UK. In the UK, I was a room steward. So I used to clean rooms over summer. The summers I was not allowed to go back home. I've worked in central London as a room steward. I've worked in, I think it was Brighton, in a hotel there. So I've really, and I love working in the hospitality space and being around people. Different elements of it was really good. And I'd liked some front facing, some kitchen. So I'm working and I'm happy. So now I'm managing a restaurant, a sandwich market, and it's really good. And I'm really having a great time. And it's also, we just used to not work on Sundays and we don't work late nights. So I think we used to open at 6 and close around 6 or 7. And it was fun. Met some interesting people, learned how to run a business. It was good.
Did Chris Kirubi ever come there? Or that time he didn't? Oh, no, he didn't own Laundry House at that time.
I didn't own Laundry House at that time.
Or Capital FM, I remember, was there. So he didn't own
it. Yes, Capital FM was there, I think, on the 20th floor. Was it something? I can't remember, but it was there.
So you meet your ex. You're not saved, you're not in church or anything at this time. You're just a partisan. Okay, so what happens there for you now? How soon after do you get your child?
Oh, Richie, can I remember? I know Althea was born in December, and then we got married the next April. So maybe that 1 year.
Okay.
Or actually, it was my cousin's wedding the December before, which I can't remember which year, but the December before. And that's where I met him. And then we it's not even courting. It's just dating and partying. It's partying. And then I found out I'm pregnant. And then we actually had a conversation about we can't just get married because I'm pregnant. But I don't know how it happened. We ended up getting married now the next year in April.
And did you want to get married?
I don't know.
You're cruising.
People. So we're just cruising. You're not understanding happenstance? Which part of happenstance aren't you understanding?
No, I am.
Situation has arrived. You see, we even talked about not getting married just because we have a child.
Yes.
But somehow we end up getting married. So I don't know how that is, and I don't know how to answer that question.
No, by the way, I completely understand it. Again, if with you, I have to switch off this person that I know, and I have to let the story tell itself.
Because now you're referring to me now. That was not me.
You're literally being taken as the wind. And now what the wind has taken you to is a child.
It's a child. Now
now that child is now taking you into a marriage.
Yes.
Wow.
Of which I have no idea. And we've both been able to say this to Althea. We said it to her when she was around 25. We told her we had no business getting married because we didn't know what marriage was. So you see, we have come to that conclusion. Did we know what marriage was? No. So why are you getting married? But so we tried to give her these lessons. We told her, listen, you must understand what marriage is before you get into that.
Wow.
That marriage thing, that covenant. You need to understand. And you can't just, because it was again happenstance.
And now what happens when you find out you're pregnant?
See, I have to give birth to this child called out there.
And because there's no excitement about this. or it's again part of your, it's just taking you.
It's part of life. Something has happened. Now I'm pregnant. It's exciting. It's okay. But when I think about it now, I should have been more scared than excited. I can hardly take care of myself. How am I bringing another human being into this world? That should have been my reality. But I think life had happened and we had winged it, so we'll wing it. Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah.
Like this story, you've been winging it for a while. Like,
Yeah. And imagine in that pregnant state, I'm still crossing town at 5 a.m. and at 6 p.m. You know, this is crazy when I think about it. Still taking matatus. Actually, the matatu guys, number 12, they used to start screaming, Mama Namai, Mama, because I'm heavy, I'm 8-9 months. And they even have to pry me onto the matatu. Yeah. So life is continuing.
and you're catching mats.
Yes, I'm catching mats. There are no more cars. I'm catching mats and I'm working up to the last minute.
So now you get your daughter. And does that slap you? Does that be like, okay, something has to shift now?
Yeah. So life now has slowed down. Not actually, the beginning of the end of partying. It is the beginning of the end of partying and opening up your eyes and yeah, there's another life here that's not about party, because I told you the problem was that was my lifestyle. That's all I knew. I didn't know anything else.
You had a degree and a master's and a PhD in partying.
Yeah, that's all I knew. Let's party. Imagine, that's what we did. That's my socialization.
I completely understand.
And my culturalization. There was no other. That was it.
Everything revolves around this thing.
Around this thing.
You work to get the finances to party. Your free time is an opportunity to party.
Party.
You sleep after partying to rest to party.
Yes.
Your friends that you have partying. The relationship that you're getting into.
From the party. So actually having Althea, first of all, how I even found out I'm pregnant is I drank a beer and I threw up. So end of drinking, end of partying. Because you're carrying another human being, you have to bring her into this world. Even smoking, I stopped smoking, which was one of the hardest things because I still went back to it, but it was very hard.
At that time?
I couldn't imagine my life without smoking. I can imagine life without everything else, but not smoking.
Because even in church, you were smoking at the time.
Yes.
But we'll come to that. Okay, so now you get this child. I just want, like, honesty, if the child doesn't, did you get a reality check and be like, hiya, my life needs to change?
Yes. It's not my life changed. So you see part in that flow, life changed. I have to be home, I have to take care of her. There's another responsibility I have, which is quite a big responsibility. It's a child. So it's not even like you had a meeting with yourself, you just change happens. You have to be home. It was so hard to leave her, even after, I think we get 3 months of maternity. It was so hard to leave her. And to father, and I don't know if we had phones even. You left the child in the morning, you came back in the evening and pray there's a child and everything is okay.
Yeah.
It was quite a shift and a turning. Yeah.
And do you do an introspection in this whole mix, or your focus now has just shifted to the child?
The focus is shifted to the child and to the marriage, and then of course to the husband who is still partying. So that's a problem.
So you've changed.
Yes.
But but then now you're trying to communicate.
Yeah, I'm like shocked.
But
traumatized. What do you mean you're still partying? Yeah, he's still partying. So very many problems because of that.
Or you're becoming somebody new.
Yeah.
Not by communication, just by the default of the child coming in.
I've become a mother. So there's a level of responsibility now that I need to engage in.
And because this child needs you in terms of,
yes,
like, there's, you know what I mean? They need you more than the father. Not to say they don't need the father.
But the child needs me more.
Yes.
And I've got to get organized. I need to get people who are helping. I need to get her food right. I need to make sure she's had her bath, she's eaten. Yeah.
Wow. So actually, this let me ask this question. What happens, what advice would you have, or what would, not even advice, what would you say to people who change is happening to one partner and drastic change? So for example, me, I've become Christian. You're still non-Christian, but we got together when we were both non-Christians. Stop trying to bring me into your world. What advice do you have when drastic change, or one person is changing and the other is not?
You have to be able to communicate, and you have to give the other person time, because that happens a lot. It happens a lot. You find couples who are, one person gets born again and then the other person is not born again, and then you're frustrated by their behavior, but it's you who got born again. You're the one who changed. And it could be anything, any kind of change. You became a mother, you're finding yourself, you have introspection, you're changing your life. You can't force the other person on it, but I think you should have conversations about it, and have open conversations, and give people the space to change, because it brings a lot of pressure.
Wow, I can imagine you. Because your personality hasn't changed.
My personality has not changed.
So you must have been on his case.
I was on his case like way.
You're not the best person to be in their bad books.
I'm not the best person. So you know me. The drama was excessive.
Let's not enter your bad books.
The drama was for drama. Yeah. But you see, we're not understanding it. Again, I don't know. I guess nobody taught us. I don't know. I don't know who told us about marriage and what marriage is, and this is come. It was just an expectation. You were supposed to get married at some point. So you do, but you really haven't thought it through.
Wow. So, okay. Are you still working at this same place?
I'm working at Pasara, and at some point I moved to Air Kenya. So I'm trying to figure out when that happened. At some point I moved to Air Kenya. I stopped working at Pasara and I moved to Air Kenya. Air Kenya was setting up a coffee shop, and they just had this space, and it was very exciting because it was just an empty space. So I planned the workflow for the kitchen.
And are you being poached? Are they now coming and taking
There was an advertisement again in the newspaper. I applied, went and got the job.
Okay. I'm trying to understand this dynamic of you've become a mother. So the thing that has taken your time when you're not partying is motherhood.
Yes. No more partying now has begun to fizzle out.
Even the want for it.
I think so. The taste, there's a turn. I'd still go. I'd still go out, but with a plan. Like I'd come home, make sure the child is eaten.
Have you said the P word?
The word plan. There is the P word, Richie. There it is. I'm telling you. So come home, check, make sure she's okay, eat it, then maybe go out. But even the frequency of going out was not as much.
Yeah, because you can't be coming home at 4 a.m.
And then I've got to go to work, and I've got a responsibility here. But I still partied. And even as she got older, there's a place now, even when the marriage ended, where I really went all in. Back in.
So, well, this sounds like a very difficult time of your life, because there is change. You've got this work job that you're doing, but there's a lot of turmoil at home, and then there's motherhood. So, how long did you remain married?
6.5 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah. 6.5 years.
Wow. Do you think it could have worked?
I think so. I'm always telling people. Sometimes I think I confuse people. I wonder, but those are my thoughts. Even today, I was like, it's okay. My life is an oxymoron. I think it could have worked. I always tell people, ride out whatever storm is there, or the wave, ride it out, or the season. You have to understand the season and ride it out. I think it could have worked. I think marriage can work once you have the right perspective, and if both of you want it, then you can make it work. But I believe that everything is workable. But then again, when I look at the foundation, was the foundation right? Maybe not. But I think God can work anything and work any miracle. I think He can. I think it could have worked. It just needed some communication, a plan, and some communication. We did talk about it.
Yeah.
But at that time, we didn't really talk about what we were feeling and all that. And when I look at him, he was trying to build himself, and I didn't understand that. He was trying to build himself, and he did. He built himself, but me, I was like...
What did you want?
I wasn't understanding.
I'm trying to figure out...
I wanted time.
Oh, you know
those love languages? Yeah.
Yes.
Me, I wanted time. Time is very important for me. I wanted time, I wanted gifts and acts of service. Those are the things that ministered to my spirit and my heart, even at that time. So he's trying to build himself and build something and be able to pay all the bills and everything. You know me, I've just been, apart from the small stint of where I figured out myself, things were paid for me. I mean, it's a very short time where I need to pick up the rent, buy food and all that. Everything else was done.
And isn't that, what you've said there so powerful? Isn't that, you come into a marriage with your father?
With your whole family and your whole background and your whole culture. Because even with him, I can say one of the things he used to think my father favors me, spoils me, all these things, but now he's doing it with Althea. So we're like, same WhatsApp group. What's happening here? So now he can see it, and I like even that she points it out to him as well, because there's a place where he felt I'm just a spoiled rich brat, which I was.
He was, yes.
I was, but there's always a but. You don't have to push it in my face, but I was.
Yeah.
Daddy did everything, and I was daddy's girl. So don't mess with daddy's girl. You mess with daddy's girl, and my dad is very quiet, but he's got a deal. He gonna deal with this thing. You're not gonna give him stress here. Leave my child. If you don't need her, just leave her here. What's the problem? So that defense. But now sometimes I'll hear Althea having conversation with him like, you're also trying to make it. You've made it, and you're also spoiling me. Althea is spoiled brat number 1 times 100. Yeah. So why can't you see that with? So she helps, because why can't you see that with her dad, mom, and her dad and her mom, and her dad? That's the way she was.
And let me ask this one: where is the? And this is a double-edged sword. Where, when it comes to marriage, what would you say about the parents getting involved? So, for example, the son too much with mommy, or the daughter too much with daddy.
It's a very dangerous thing, and you really must look at it, because even your parents can interfere, because there are things they want for you. They want to protect you. They want everything to work for you. But there's a place you have to let the children now figure it out, and you have to step away. Like my mom had this rule: when her sons got married, she wouldn't go anywhere near their home for about 3 or 4 years. Now it makes sense. So that she doesn't go, a fight erupts, that's what she should say. So she won't go. So you guys form yourself, get into rhythm. Then I can come, because it's going to cause problems. So, and then I think also you also have to understand the perspective that you can't wipe that out. You can't wipe out the relationship the son has had with his mother or the daughter and her father. There's actually been time and relationship and investment. So how are you just going to wipe it out? But you find ways to have conversations around it and how to handle it. And one of the things I always advise people is everyone should handle difficult business with their own family. There's a way, I love Matu, but there's a way now, my investment and love in Althea is something else. Because, so when they do something, I'll deal with Althea and it will be okay. Like we'll deal and get back quickly, isn't it? Bounce back quickly. Whereas with my son-in-law, I might be like, I don't know, you know? So Althea should deal with me and her dad. And Matu, if his parents were here, but he still has people who oppose, let him deal with them. Don't get involved. Don't get into the process, because it's a relationship. Or try to understand the foundation of this relationship is deep. It's deep, and it's been very many years.
And that's such a beautiful thing that you're saying. And just to dig deeper into this, where does letting go come for you? Because I can imagine this girl. You're telling me how she started changing your life. I mean, she's the first time you've mentioned the P word, plan.
It's a good thing. She brought a plan.
Yes,
but let me tell you, Althea getting married almost killed me, Richie. Dead. You know, I exaggerate things. I almost died. My heart almost stopped. The day of the wedding, I don't even know what happened in that wedding. It needs to be repeated, because I don't know. And I don't do this. People have videos for weddings. I don't know. Yani, I felt like when she got proposed to, I was okay. Yay! Woo! We got engaged. Oh, wait. Hey? Event started. Kwanzaa, it's the first time, he might not like, but I saw her father cry. First time. I mean, even that's what, you know what, like, hey, okay. What do we do now? Her dad was emotional. The first event, he wept. So he's weeping. Also, Althea has never seen her father cry.
So she's
the
weeping.
drama, the drama is excess. As we went on, me, Kwaza, like the wedding day, I didn't even speak. I felt like, you see, the thing is, this child, that's what I'm telling you, you're just saying what happens, but these are deep things. I looked after Althea for 28 years. There's a bond. And still there's drama and we fight a lot, but there's a bond. I couldn't imagine handing her over.
To this guy, she met a couple of...
And thank God I liked the guy.
Yeah.
You can imagine if I can't even fathom if you don't like the guy. That one I cannot even. I love Matu.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing gentleman. Even though I met him, he's an incredible guy.
Yeah.
Now imagine if the person is not incredible. I cannot say incredible guy. But the thing is, the shock was, and it was going through my system, it's normal. I have nurtured this human being for 28 years. What do you mean she's going? Where is she going? And she's not even going far. Do you know the day I cried so much? The day after the wedding, I cried so much. Matu brought her. He brought. He said, "Mom, here she is. Where are we going?" Let me tell you.
Wow.
Your heart is palpitating. I'm telling you, you feel like your heart is going to stop. You're sweating. It's not normal because it's not a normal function. You've been responsible for this person. It's like a tearing away. And yet really she's not going far. My mom was telling me to stop the drama because when they were getting married and Kira, my grandparents were getting married, you never saw that person again.
Guy.
Yes. If they got married to another village, you never saw that person again. So my mom is like, please, the child lives down the road. What is the problem? I'm like, leave me alone, mom. Leave me alone with my feelings. So it was heart palpitations and people think it's a joke. It was heart palpitations. It was crazy.
Okay.
It was really crazy. But the thing is, time is going to tell. So Matu, they've had a great marriage. They have some of the ups and downs, but they are okay. They are good. And then I go. You know, now I'm accepted. Thank God Matu likes me as well. So it also goes both ways.
Yeah.
So I'm accepted. So I spend a lot of time with them, you know, or as much time as I can. And then they gave me the greatest gift, which is my granddaughter. That is the gift. That's
that
my
gift
next
wouldn't have
handbag.
come if you didn't
if
let
I
her
didn't let go. So you have to let go. And then you have to, Althea kept telling me, which is true, and I hear people saying that, you have to trust what you deposited in me all these years. Wow. You have to trust it. Mom, with all your drama, with all your cunningness, you have to trust it. You have to trust that I made the right decision. Yeah, you have to trust. Yeah. But it's a hard one. Richie.
My daughter
You have two girls. Richie.
Hey, wait.
Richie, prepare thyself. Prepare thyself. It is hard. And to hand them over. Now I can imagine me, I'm just a mother. I'm a father. To hand over that responsibility to somebody else? Well, it was not easy.
Okay. So back to you. The plan now, at least I'm hearing it, is revolving around this daughter that you're getting. This child that you've gotten. But the marriage is not working.
The marriage is not working.
And you're not even equipped to make the marriage work.
We are both of us. And we're growing apart. So that's how you have to be very careful. You must nip growing apart in the bud very quickly. Because it just happens. It's a divide that happens and you begin to do different things. You have different interests. People go out and do different things. So it's just a divide that happens. But the advice I'd give someone now is make sure any divide that you see, any way that you're growing apart, make sure you cause it to come back together very quickly.
But I want to dwell here a bit. I don't, I hear guys when I'm like, okay, so you guys are divorced. So how are you living in separate beds? Yeah, we've been living in separate beds for like about 6 years. I'm like, I don't understand that. I can't fathom coming into a house and seeing the person. So what? I don't even know how that's happened. So, but what are the signs for somebody to begin to know that they are drifting apart?
You start having different interests. You start doing different things. You're not spending as much time together as you did.
Are you talking though?
Yeah, us guys are talking, but people are doing different things. And you see, so some of them would come about, You see, I was also we're also all party animals, so we're all partying. Then it's not his fault that I can't party, but I don't want him to party. But he keeps partying. But then, like Sunday, that's another thing. The same people who are not going to church now, you have a child. So you have to take the child to church. That was my thought. I was given the option. I was taken to church. So I cannot surely raise another human being here. I'm not taking them to church. So I'm going to church on Sunday.
So that's now when
But
you start going back to church.
Yes, and I'm going for her. It is her I'm taking back to church to give her the option.
When she's how old? This 3, 4?
Even 2, 3.
2, 3 at this time.
She has good church.
So where do you start taking her church?
To St. Paul's, to Catholics.
Yeah.
Then from there to Nairobi Chapel. Nairobi Chapel was at Mamlaka, where Mamlaka is. So you start going
this child
there.
became your reason for existence.
Actually, how you see the grace of God, when I go with her to St. Paul's, she wouldn't go to Sunday school. And she'd cross the child. Now there's many safety. She'd cross from Sunday school to the church and find me. I don't understand now, like, what's wrong with this child? So she wouldn't go. When I went to Nairobi Chapel, I couldn't get her out of Sunday school to remove her. No. So now the thing was cemented. This is what I don't know. This is now my journey with God. It has started. I told you the turning point, number 1, party after party, child, stop. Next was now church, because now she loved going to church. So every Sunday, I have to take her to church.
And then
so she's part of my journey. And you know her name means healing. Alta means healing. From a book, In a Drunken Stupor. Just know Jesus loves me. Jesus! Richie, if Jesus loves her, my picture should be there, standing there. I am the poster child for Jesus loves somebody. It was a book. It had 10,000 baby names. We came up with 3 names. Both and my dad. So it was Althea, Jasmine, or Kezia. And we chose Althea. And Althea has, when I look at my journey, God used her for my healing journey and to bring me back, to bring me to God. Because now the child starts going to Sunday school. And I have to bring her to Sunday school. It even starts more soberness. So I told you I'm there party. Some more partying is there. Party is coming and going. But now I start not drinking on Saturdays. Because she's part of my journey. So on Sunday, we watch kusumbua watu kwa church. Smelling like madness, smelling of smoke. Have you ever smelled stale smoke and alcohol? And that time I'm giving people eyes in church like, were you buying the alcohol? Did you come for your Jesus? Look there. I'm a mess. I wish I had photos. I'm a hot mess, Richie. I came in at 4 a.m. I'm smelling of alcohol. I probably had some cigarettes in the morning. It's just disaster. But I brought my child to church. And I have to come and take her to church.
So this
because she loves the Sunday school.
Is on Mamlaka?
Is on Mamlaka.
Near the university?
Yes.
So you are literally coming just for her?
Yeah. Because my head is true, good socialization and upbringing. You were given an opportunity to go to church. You have to give your child the same opportunity.
Wow.
We cannot all sleep on Sunday. That is... What is that? No. Church. So some people are not going to church. So church now, we go to church. Then we don't end up doing something together, like probably we go for lunch.
Yeah.
So by the time I'm coming up, other people wameamka, hangovers wameenda. So you just start drifting. So you will notice that you're drifting, that you're not spending time together, that you don't have the same interest that you had. Yeah.
May I say it's 1? Are you having sex?
I guess so. That's a good one.
It's like you've gone,
because it's the connection.
What do you mean?
But I think you as a man would say that. You know, women, sex is so much more than just that sex. It's a connection. It's coming from a place of connection, which is the whole day.
Exactly.
It's not just that moment. But for guys also, I think guys just when you have sex, you think everything is okay. You can be having sex, but everything is not okay.
No, but then
you can be having intimacy
and
things are not okay.
Yeah,
There's a way that men are wired to think this is okay, but women are like, no. But then again, I saw even another day, we did just Althea and her friends, and there was an element of compartmentalize that thing. Yeah, so it doesn't affect everything. But for women, it's everything.
But I'll say, and maybe I'm selling out the dudes here, dudes don't not have sex.
Dudes don't?
Not have sex.
Yeah.
So if they're not having sex with you...
They're having it somewhere else.
And that's what I'm saying. Sex is a telltale sign.
Yeah. But you could be having it everywhere. Me, I've seen it all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You could be having it everywhere. You're not moved. But you grow apart in other things. So activities. Like I told you, look at your love language.
You're coming
time.
Home.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're coming home, but I haven't been with you all day. I don't know where you are. Everybody has done their own thing. So what we're talking about is the apart gap.
Do we talk when
yes, but there's a gap now.
Oh, I get it. That's how it starts.
We have different interests. You immediately you start forming different. Identify whatever the gap is. Different interests. Maybe you're not having such deep conversations anymore. Things that used to be fun, that used to do together. Those are things that you need to look at and figure out whether what is happening here. Because the more you let that rift grow, the harder it is to come back. I mean, I've seen thousands of couples who are divorced and all that. If you ask them what the reasons are, the reasons sound so flimsy. But it's because they allowed a divide.
So
they allowed separation. So the more you allow that divide, so everybody's living their own life, it's even easier. Yeah, okay, everyone go their own way, fine, good. But then again, there are people who stay together forever until the kids, I don't know, grow up. There's some logic like that. Me, I couldn't do that. Me, I'm like, it's done, let's go. But then again, maybe you shouldn't have done it so quickly. You should have seen how far, how is this thing going to go?
Are you the one who asked for it now?
At the end, after 8 years, we separated. And for the 8 years, because now I'd become a Christian. So now it's like, now this man is going to cost me eternity and cost me having a husband here on earth. This can't work, Lord. What do you want? So I did 8 years of prayer and fasting to know whether I should get a divorce. Because the Bible says God hates divorce. Can you imagine how confused I was now?
Hey, we are coming to that one. What are the ways, once you know the telltale signs that you're going apart, the gap is beginning to come, the ridge. What do you need to do to bring it together? And I don't mean sometimes even actions, but what state do you need to maybe get over? For example, maybe sit down and talk.
You see, now that's the problem.
Let go of pride.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
These are conversations I think that people who are not married need to have before, as you're courting, very important. And some need to happen now because maybe the first 5 years of marriage is when these divides, or even the first 3 years is when they happen. If you have no one who can sit you down, both of you, and you listen, that's the danger point.
Wow.
That's a very big point. I always say a man who is not submitted to any authority, doesn't have to be a Christian, can be from any religion, just a man, or even no religion, has nobody who will tell him this, lay down the rule and say, this is the way we're going to go. That's a very dangerous man or woman. Very. You need to be able to submit. So before you decide who that counsel is, I met once a man of God from Nigeria, and he told me him and his wife, there are 3 mentor couples, and he fears those mentor couples. If his wife, because you see now Nigerians have a culture of honor. So if those 3 men summon him, kimeumana, and he has to listen. So here we have an element of self-made men who listen to no one. We have an element of children who have become wealthier than their parents. They're the financiers at home. Or you're the kingpin, you're the one who's providing for everyone.
Yeah.
You have no authority over your life. Very serious. Because you need to be able, somebody needs to sit you down. First, he told me that his wife has permission to go and see this boy at any time. Then they summon him. Then he sits. Then they discuss what's going to happen. Then they move. Because problems will come up in marriage. But you can't be your own authority. You can't be the be-all and end-all. You can't. You can't be the alpha and the omega. Stop. Where is your authority? Who do you submit? Who do you listen to? Because you see, there's a way. There are people who are older than you and wiser. Are you saying there's nobody older and wiser? You know everything? No. There has to be a voice that speaks to you. And sometimes understand who that voice is before you get married, or very early. Because once it imenda, hiyo ni ngumu. So hakuna mtu wa akalisha chini. It's not to sit down and say, okay, I'm laying down the law. This is what must happen. Yeah.
Wow. You got me thinking. Who can I call?
Yeah.
Who
would speak to you?
Kanji.
And you listen. Eh?
Kanji for
Kanji. Sure. Yeah. Everyone needs that. You need somebody who is not taking the BS. And they go, let me tell you, no. No. Give perspective. Listen to both sides and say, look, no. But if you have no one who will tell you, and there are so many people, especially in this country, who cannot be told anything.
But you know,
you are the CEO, you are the boss, you are boss at work, you are
Wow.
boss at home, you are the boss everywhere. Hey!
Hey, Pastor Angie,
See, lazima. It's okay. You called me here. You not invited me here. That's the thing with leadership. You see, every leader must be submitted to somebody who can tell them.
including presidents.
Everybody. I said everyone. You see, now you're saying you're trying to exclude some people. Why are you trying to exclude some people? You need an authority. You need a place of reason. You need somebody that you can trust. You need a mentor. You need somebody who will say, and then you do. Because you see, it's different. Even when you're telling me, was I willing to listen? You must do action what they want. And then I think we have to also say what we want. I've seen many times women, because those are the people I interact with a lot, trying to love their spouse in their love language. You see, you're trying to get his attention. By using your love language on him. No, we need to understand each other's love languages and use the love language on that person. And then I think
and it's not what is yours majority of the time.
Yeah, no, it's completely opposite. And then I think the other thing we need to do is also share what's going on. You see, like even this time when Arthur's dad was trying to build himself, he didn't share that much. I think he was expecting me to see, like, don't be silly. We're trying to build something here. But me, I can't see. Me, I'm the spoiled brat from Q now. What are we saying? Come on, let's do this. Yeah. So try to understand each other and try to understand what's going on in this person's life. Really going on.
Did you have people to talk to at that time?
No. Like who? No. That's another thing. I don't know why do people have best maids and best man? So every time I saw, where's the couple that stood? I'm like, we don't even talk. Yeah. So why did you choose them as your best couple? Now look at people. So many Richie, you cannot imagine how many people have cancelled. And their best man and best man, they don't even talk. They still don't talk to them. So how is that helping the situation? Choose the people who are going to stand as a witness to you very wisely.
Wow.
Can they speak into your life? So we didn't have anybody who could talk to us. Strong-willed character. Who's going to talk to me? But even him, he has no one to speak to. No one can tell him.
And then there's that other level where you have no one you can go to speak to him who you both of you have agreed to listen to.
No.
That's another level. I really like that example you've given on Nigeria.
I have nobody that I can go and say. Or even him, he has nobody to go and say. Problem. It's another way that we expect people to figure it out. And this is not the space for figuring it out. Marriage is not for the faint-hearted, neither is it for the figuring out. Figuring out what? No.
Okay. Thank you for those nuggets. But we are still here. So now you've started going to chapel because this girl needs to go to Sunday school.
This girl
and she's fallen in love with Nairobi Chapel.
She won't even come out of the Sunday school.
Are you enjoying it?
I'm beginning to turn. But first I have an attitude.
So when the person is speaking,
I'm here because I have to be here. Because of my child. Children will make you do many things.
Yeah.
But then the conversation started. And then I told you, even without my understanding, I started now saying, okay, I will not go out on Saturday so that I can bring her to church on Sunday. And I'm fully present, fully engaged, like that. So it started turning things around for me. And then I started listening. It took me a long time, but I listened. And then I finally gave my life to Christ.
Wait, by the time, why are you saying it took you a long time? Because you see, I'm thinking of somebody who's entered the church environment, but in the first time it's hit them.
Me no. Sisi ni kangumu. Now what a kangumu? Do you know how many demons are after me and after my life? Please.
Or are in you?
Are in me even. What do you mean? No way. It took forever for conviction to take place.
Okay, can you remember when conviction came? Or is there someone that you had, you're like,
2004. It was Pastor M. Pastor M is my discipler.
Share to your level, what made you quit?
Share to my level. You know, there's always that voice in the back of your mind that's telling you, you are losing it now. You are losing focus. You are kind of going down the wrong path. This is not going to end well. It's there. You just need to be calm enough to hear it. And there'd be moments like, you know, you've had a pint, you're hanging there. You know those ones of you wake up and you say, I swear, I swear, if I see booze, I'll pour it. That's like 8 o'clock in the morning. Then you sober up, the hangover goes. Then 4, you just see an SMS. What's up? Plan? You're like, damn. Then you're like, just today. You know, then it becomes a cycle. But then every morning when you wake up, there's like a guilt that hits you. It's a guilt for wasting money. It's a guilt for hurting your body. And you're just like, something's got to change. And like I told you, with the mind, it can end you or it can make you. And the same way that it happened for me with Nation, and I was like, oh, I wish I could sit on this balcony every morning. Oh, I sat, all right. I sat for a very long time on that balcony. Paka, the tea was not enjoyable anymore. So it's the same thing with the booze. There was a prayer, there was a hidden prayer in my head and in my body and in my mind every day. I need to stop, I need to stop, I need to stop. And it eventually just happened. Everything, you know, they say, there's something they call scientific prayer. Scientific prayer, your mind, your body, and your feelings or your spirit have to be aligned for something to happen. It can't be, my brain really wants it, but my body, yani, my brain really wants me to stop because logically, this is not helping me. Yeah. But the body just wants booze or the body just wants whatever it is that you do, that you indulge in. But when the mind and the body tell each other, can we be on the same line here? It will happen. That's what scientific prayer is, aligning all those things, your thoughts and your feelings. When you align them, then whatever it is you want to happen will happen. One way or the other, your situation or your circumstances around you will change. And that's what happened.
And so, but you see, changing, is that what led to you quitting? Because you're just like, I can't be in this environment anymore. It's one thing, or did you feel like you could still continue doing...
Quitting what? Karaoke?
Yeah.
Karaoke, I quit for 2 reasons. And again, I've said this before, and I've read like in the dailies where the story is completely misconstrued. It's so unbelievable. Karaoke, one, the brand was being diluted. My brand was being diluted by being easily accessible and people just basically knowing where you are and being able to access you for free. You get what I mean?
I get.
So that there was no desirability for this celebrity anymore. You know, so here you are, you're working on songs.
Yeah.
Yet you're making yourself so easily accessible and available that these songs will never make you any money. Because hey, she was looking so sexy in that video. Turned to come check. You know, it was a clash.
I get
basically.
it.
And so I needed to pick one. And so I picked that, other than the fact that, okay, now, come on, your age. I started when I was like 22. You're 35, 36, almost hitting 40.
Yo, you did this for years, Sana.
Yes, I did.
This is a full career.
22 plus what? Plus 13 years. 35, 2020. March.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was just like, I'm also aging. This is not the kind of environment I would want somebody of my age to be in doing this. It's okay to be in the club out of choice, but not at now you're forcefully there because you have a job in the bar, considering that you have this brand.
And then, let's be real, you're making a lot of money at this time.
I was.
What
in fact, the lady who used to pay me at 40, she's like, guys, Sana, yani utaacha tu hizi do hivi. I have to pick what is most important to me at this time. And right now it is rebuilding and re-strengthening that brand and also just accepting that my age doesn't allow me to do this anymore. There's younger girls now who this can be an opportunity for them to grow. And so she's like, Gaya utaacha tu hizo do hivyo. Nikamwambia imagine nitaenda na nikaenda na kuamini. Number 3 was now, since I had stopped drinking, this was a trigger environment. You know, things can't change if you don't change your situation. So for me to be able to get to a point where I'm strong enough to say a tequila pass like this and just say like, are you sure? You really want it? Yeah. I even ask people now. I buy them, but then I ask them whether they are sure. But there was a time when maybe I wasn't strong enough to be in that environment and booze is passing, and I'm seeing everyone just getting, happy and, buzzed, and me, I'm just there with my stone face, But now I'm at that point where I've seen the positive side of what the lack of that thing can do for my life.
Powerful.
And you cannot pay me. You cannot pay me. You can't.
Okay. I know we fast forwarded this story, but then I just wanted to, I felt like this, where the conversation was worth hearing about the ups and downs of this karaoke journey.
Yes.
And
From
also
radio.
I wanted people to understand your quitting in this. You're here talking about shots and all these things and making fun of it, not knowing that Sana here, even when we offered her drinks, the first thing she was like, I don't drink. It's like, okay.
And do you know, I never thought it would be
it's
such a great thing to say.
Yeah.
It's great to, okay, maybe not a good thing to say. Because sometimes, like, there are people who say, no man, I shouldn't have a pint today. Then they're like, lakini lete tu moja. It's great to be able to sit down and say, get me tea. Unwavering decisions where no matter what, that's what I'm telling you, you cannot pay me.
Yeah.
There's no endorsement for booze that can make me drink. Like, if you want me for that, make sure I don't touch that pint. You get? But
I get it. It's because you've gone through the motions. You've gone to that time of when you wanted to quit and you didn't have the strength to quit. That alignment that you're talking about.
And please, let's get it right, because I see that there's a lot of people who want to read into it as alcoholism.
Yeah.
That was not alcoholism. Alcoholism is, my God, I cannot go a day without the booze. I would stay, like, even when I go, like, stay with my folks and stuff, 4-5 days I'm there, and I'm not thinking, lakini nilikuambia magurudumu ya gari ikikanyaga one Raptor road. You're just like, yo, plan. We're at Vineyard. Get nile. Lakini sifiki. But it was, I did it because it was fun to do.
Yep.
I didn't do it because I needed to.
Yep. It's not that one where you're at home and you've got 7 bottles at home.
No, Jesus, no.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
No. It was a bottle. But it was, I could do without it. It's just, I'm better this way.
Okay.
Yeah, and I love myself. I remember saying one time at an interview that I feel like I've been given a second chance and I'm living my best life. I'm so aware, like, there are friends of mine who see me these days and they're like, Guy, Yani, you're just happy. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And so they joke about, Yani, you're so happy, Paka, you've added weight.
In fact, I was going to ask you, did leaving alcohol have health differences?
Absolutely.
Difference is the wrong word.
I mean, it's not like I had gotten to that point where now everything was shutting down inside the body. Sometimes there used to be sounds. You used to hear some things and you've woken up and you're just feeling like the most useless person on earth. And then you just hear, you're like, Bas, this is it. We've got to stop. But when I stopped, one thing that happened was the appetite. The appetite came back. Like, there are things I never used to eat. Things like chapo, hata sitaki kuisikia. Things like cake, biscuits, chocolate. I used to want nothing but salty things. So it's the chicken,
Chips.
it's the nyam tom, it's the chips. Ay, unaekewa rice na cabbage, you're like, are you crazy? Like, how am I going to eat that? The body was only craving nyama and salty stuff and junk food. But then also they got to a point where the stomach wouldn't want anything. So there was very minimal eating. Hey, what did you call it? Giggle. What's giggle?
Garbage in, garbage out.
Okay, so now this was garbage out and proper stuff in. Like I can't tell you how much I love cake. Like I'll give you this example. I used to go, like, if I go for a wedding, and I'm there with that same cousin of mine, that one, my fellow criminal, Nyakabi. And so we have brothers who don't drink, both of us. So we're here, we're at the wedding. So us guys want to leave. We're like, this thing is done. See, we go, we're going to miss happy hour. The boys want to continue staying. Why? Because there's cake. They want that cake. They were guys for Fanta and cake. So us guys at that time are not understanding, what is this craving for cake? Let me tell you today.
Kwa wedding uko hapo.
Sitoki wedding kabla sijakula keki. On set sometimes, like at Kina, we have birthdays for people. I could have finished 2 scenes before, but I'll wait for that cake. It's unbelievable. Like it's so crazy that I can order a kg for my house.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's better than a boti.
True. Well, you know.
Okay, not really. Depends.
It's not.
It's got its own devices.
I really got my appetite back. Like I was eating healthy and I'd find time to cook proper things. And so the weight, it shot. But then I realized, hey, I kind of like this look more than because you guys I look back and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, that was a skeleton. I was really, like I'd really lost weight. So that was, I was weighing 66 at the time. And I know they say, oh, girls shouldn't say how much they weigh. I don't care. Me, I'm 89, okay? I've got heavy bones as well, but you can see from 66 to 89, that is a lot of kgs. But I know why it happened. So the rest of the people who are there just talking about, sijui nini, amenona sasa, me, I'm happy. Oh, I'm so happy. Like the other day, somebody on set was telling me, you've lost weight, eh? I almost cried. I swear, I almost cried. I was like, what do you mean? Where are my hips? Have I lost my hips? So we PMA'd 1 inch. I was like, oh my God, am I stressed? What's going on? So just know that I'm very happy.
Okay.
And I'm living my best life.
I love it. Okay.
Let's go back.
Hey. At least I can put finally a tick on karaoke. Just give a shout out to some of the places that you, by the way,
oh wow,
threw down at. Then we move on from this.
Oh wow, jeez, you've confused me there. Obviously Tamasha, where it all started.
And where did it end? 40-40?
No, it ended the Grove, Riverside.
Oh.
Yes, that was the Best Western.
Oh.
Fantastic. I loved that karaoke. Like if I was to keep a karaoke, I'd keep that one for sure. Because it was a very balanced crowd, a very mature crowd.
Yeah.
They still knew how to have a good time but keep their respects, you know? And that's where I was graduating too, by the way. Because where I started hosting more like bars and restaurants, and then now I was,
hotels,
hosting
almost, yes.
hotels, yeah. So that was good for me.
Sarova.
So big shout out obviously to Tamasha. Galileo really held me for a while. Galileo Westlands especially, that held me for a while. Budaba obviously one of my most like possibly the favorite one in terms of like how it used to kick. Geez, we've even done 2 rivers with Mato. Man.
Nice. Have you done anywhere out of Nairobi?
Yeah. I did Nanyuki. That didn't go well. I think we started hey, that trip was interesting.
Just a one-off?
Yeah, just a one-off.
Okay.
It was, so I was to do karaoke that day, and then the following day I performed because they were like now launching the club. Yeah.
Didn't go as planned.
Too much indulgence from the day we left. And in fact, this was the weekend for shooting Chagola Moyo. So did Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Yani, these were just pint days. And then we came back on the Saturday. Sunday I was shooting Chagola Moyo. I was a beat. But anyway.
We'll come, the acting is a whole other convo. We'll come there.
So shout out to all those places, even those places that didn't work. The Ignition, sometimes we'd host just us guys. There was another place called Sijui Sky What Ukoju. Your lift ilikuwa ikikwama. I used to take the stairs. Because I'm just like, I'm not getting stuck in that thing. No. 4 floors, 5 floors, 6 floors, 7 floors. I used to go up the stairs.
What?
Even 40-40. 40-40, sometimes that lift used to get stuck. There's a day I checked in, it fungered, and then zwa. Ngazi throughout. 40-40, I think, is on 8th floor. Yeah. That was me every Wednesday. Up and down. Up and down.
You stopped the lift?
I ain't getting stuck in that thing. Yeah, so yay! All those places.
Okay, so let's go back to some music. Okay, so I think the songs. What's the last song we left you out on?
We left Dan Aseda at Dan Aseda, yes.
Okay, let's go on. What's next after that?
Oh, gosh, can I remember?
Sana Solos. Or do you want me to name a few and then you tell me where? Simama Imara?
Much later.
Much later. Yako? Much
later. Aye. There's drama with that song, Kwanza. I'll tell you about it. I think So this is what? This is Dana Seda. Is there any other collaboration in between? There isn't. There isn't.
There isn't.
So by the time when I was at Nation, I had recorded Amina. I stayed with Amina for a good 2 years before I released
Yeah, because I'm like, I mean, what do you mean when you're at Nation?
But hey, those moments are painful, man. And at some point, you don't even, like me, it was those other stints, I was not visited. I didn't expect to be visited. We're not there now. This is not the time for, hey, Parents' Day, CTA Family Day. Family Day is not for you.
So what did this fourth time do for you now?
See, of course, now I keep telling the God part on my side is not there. The goodwill part is there. I'm like, okay, what happened this time? You tried being in a relationship before you were ready. You tried this. You didn't safeguard yourself this way. So this time, just try and do things a bit differently. Try something different. Yeah. But the goal is we must stay sober. I must finish this thing I've been endeavoring to finish.
Wow. This is real.
Yeah.
You know, even like I'm trying to put myself in your situation there. Me, I'm feeling hopeless. I'm like, but you've tried everything.
Yeah.
You are a good boy, you whatever. So it's like only finishing this thing is like your biggest driving. If you didn't have this purpose.
And also just knowing knowing that that's not your lease on life. You know, deep down you know. All other metrics tell you that this is not where you're supposed to be. You know deep down. The same way that you know you kind of know what you're meant to be in life.
Yeah.
You know this is not it. Like, this can't be it. Sometimes guys will commend me for, hey, you guys, at least you. But me, I didn't have a choice. There was no other way other than to fight till it works.
Yeah.
However many times. There's no time I put my hands up and just said, Iwa Chaikai. There are times I had less enthusiasm about it because it's tiring.
Yeah.
Do you know being untethered from your family? Like right now, I'm year 4, reintegrating back year 4. Because you become so untethered.
Yep.
You don't even know. You have to readjust to that whole family ecosystem. Because you've created your own independence in this own warped world of yours that no one understands. No one understands rehab lifestyle and all those things. No one gets it, except the people who are in there.
Yes. You know, even from a friendship perspective, you know, in your story, there's not that one friend that I keep hearing you coming back. It's your CTAs. It's crazy in that essence. So I don't have you even talking about friends. I'm just hearing the only time when you mention other guys is Tukondani, jail or rehab.
So can I tell you something about also the same addiction and you pick up people. I have many people who probably think we're so close. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Because over the years you pick people up in whatever circumstances. Me, one of my weaknesses, I'm a bit like, I don't know if it's a weakness or a strength, I'm a nice guy. So people will draw, I'll advise, I'll pour out, even in a rehab setting, I'll pour out to guys, advise them, give them hope. I'm this guy in here who's a pilot still. In as much as I'm here with you guys, I'm about to finish my multi-IR, which means there's something about me, so I would pour. So over the years, at some point, I'm sure there are like 15 guys who tell you I'm their best friend.
But what about outside the rehab?
No, even this is outside rehab. Even
this is outside rehab, eh?
Through my recovery, I have friends who are ahead of me in terms of, if you talk about the normal metrics of society, finances, career. But you're picking up such a wealth of experience. Guys seek counsel from you for life things.
Oh, I get what you mean.
Your outlook becomes so clear about, if someone gives you a problem, you can almost see it immediately. Like,
it's that training you're going through.
Yeah. It's that social.
It's it's called the dark side of greatness. So the dark side is this rehab side that you're talking about. But there's a coin has two heads and tails. The tails is this rehab thing.
Yes.
But the heads is all this wisdom, life wisdom that you're getting.
Yes.
That now becomes valuable to other people who want it from you.
Yes. I'm telling you, there are guys who, of course, till today now, because I kind of stand on my own 2 feet, it makes sense that some people would seek advice from me. But there's a time where it didn't make sense that this guy is asking me for advice. Yeah, there are times I'm inside on telephone day, talking to my boy outside, helping him maneuver a situation that either in his marriage, career, stress at work, job, or because of all this experience I've picked up. Yeah. Yeah.
But also, let's just be real and say, this addiction was just the thing. This was the thing that was bringing you down. But when I'm hearing it, if I was to remove this addiction, you're excelling. You're excelling in school, in your ability to social conversations or attraction that you're having with various people. Have it be the guys you're getting free drinks from in Langata. Have it be the guys in Cell. Have it even be this guy who you're helping in the halfway house and things like that.
It's just excelling, but slowly. A lot slower progress than...
No, this addiction is bringing you back.
Yes.
In fact, or tethering, or holding you back.
In fact, what addiction has mainly robbed me of is time. And time comes with so many other things. It's either career, time ruins relationships because you didn't spend it with people.
Yes.
I now look at my family, they're also ailing. A part of you is missing. You've been with them 19 years, then all of a sudden you're barely in the picture, you're always somewhere. They're having to make excuses to the wider family.
Wow.
At Christmas when I'm not there, guys are having to cover up. Although now it's evolved to a point where, because guys are not foolish. There's no way your uncle won't have an idea that this guy he's not here on Christmas. He must be somewhere. Either he's turning up or he's in those places.
Yes. What do you think because they're watching this now as we speak?
Yeah.
What do you hope that they're feeling? Because you've not had this conversation with all of them, with cousins. Families are big. There are some cousins who there's gaps to fill, and there's questions that probably they are getting answers here. But then, actually not even what do you think they're feeling? Yeah, what do you think they're feeling, and what would you say to them?
Because they're different people, I'd say they're different emotions. Yeah?
Okay.
Definitely a lot of hope. I think some of them are getting an insight. Some of them might think I'm none the wiser for doing this in the first place, for the reason that I had mentioned earlier. But what I'd like to say to them is, of course, sorry is sorry is a big one, yeah. And I just wish they would understand that it was not an intentional journey that I went on. It's a journey that I found myself in, that at some point I was just being taken by the tide. Like I was in the ocean trying to swim the best way I knew, with the tools given to me in an ecosystem that didn't even yet understand what is going on. So I'm grateful that I got out. Especially the biggest shout out is my parents and my siblings, man. That kind of grace they've extended to me over the years can only be given by God. Like that kind of grace to facilitate me in those places, to be on speaking terms at times when we shouldn't have been. Yeah, sometimes all you need is a phone call, man. Even in those places, just someone saying, hey, how you doing? Hey, but then this and this happened. Just keeping you in the loop somewhat of what's going on in the family. Because when you become untethered, you really become untethered, and some of these places become your family. Your family are the most guys like you who are also fighting. Those are your famo now.
I'm beginning to realize I'm an empath. Somebody wrote it in the CTA comments and some other videos. But right now, I'm feeling so much pain. And let me tell you why. Because as you've communicated this to the people watching, and you said about the wave, it is the first time I can say that I have understood that you are just a 19-year-old who got put onto a roller coaster, and the roller coaster decided where it's going. You just tried to hold on. Do you get what I mean?
That's a very good description, actually, yeah.
This thing is a disease. You have oh my God. I'm thinking about now my aunt. like, you know, it's hard. It's hard for us to understand because it's you talking. You get what I mean? It's you talking, and you get what I mean?
And you know, it's hard for me, it took me time to also accept that I'm not a bad guy. Like, this is not just me being immoral.
Yes.
Because society is telling you that you're a bad guy and that you're evil and you're selfish. Yes, those are some of the manifestations. But that compulsivity that comes with addiction, you can't explain, bro. It's like hunger. Can you tell hunger, stop, or thirst? Takia pombe when you're active is like thirst, literally. You can't tell it go away. You can't wish it away.
And you can't water it, drink it away with a different kind of thing.
Yes. And because only an addict understands that other people are not, sometimes, a lot of the times, are not even willing to give that. The moral thing becomes so to your listeners, I'd say, with a lot of wisdom, so that it's not manipulated by the addict, because it can be.
Yes.
And we're masters of that. Extend grace with wisdom. Yeah, don't allow yourself to be manipulated, but understand that the person who you're thinking is evil or selfish is fighting a fight you can't even begin to understand.
The core reason as to why I called you here is because for me it started on a journey with this guy who I led, who was in my team. I was head of, anyway, I don't even want to disclose who he is, but he was in my team. This human being that I spoke to, who was in my team, and then 2 weeks ago, this other guy, let me tell you, it is night and day. Totally different human beings. Even in the speech, in the words, it is. So you see, I've only met you now. This is the Eric that I've met.
Yeah.
This is the version that I know. This is the version that majority of us are watching know. But there are 1 or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people who've also encountered the other guy.
My family have, yeah.
Your family have, maybe some guys who you were in school with have, guys in rehab. There are different people who've encountered them. When I tell you right now, I have actually understood that it is a disease. I've said it very many times, so I've had people say it, and I've seen it on social media. Alcoholism is a disease, substance abuse is a disease, you know. But I have been one of those people who look at it from the morality perspective.
Where would someone, because turn up is fun initially.
Yes.
When it stops being fun, why would someone continue? Like, why would someone just kutoa lockdown in a back street is not fun. It's not the same as West tunapiga sherehe. But I also understand the quagmire of trying to understand that it's not moral, because everything is, this guy conned me chums.
Yes.
This guy, ati amekula fees. So those are the manifestations of addiction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So what happened? How explain? Let's continue then from this halfway house. What year is this?
This is end of 2017.
What? Yeah. So what happens next?
I remember I had that small portion of malt to like 4 hours. So I come out eventually, and because it's so little, irrespective of having chomad, I mean, at least just finish, and then from there, jipange. So I finished.
You finished?
I finished.
Okay.
And now I'm now a licensed commercial pilot with everything that it takes to get any job, or rather, not any job, but entry-level job, because you need accessibility for jobs is based on experience.
Yes.
So it's not like I can walk into Emirates, but I can now work as a commercial pilot. And for the most part, now I remember by the time I got my first job, I was on a sober streak. I think I'd even crossed a year. I go to South Sudan. I'm working for a company that does humanitarian flying.
This is 2017?
This is 2018.
2018.
Everything is dandy. I'm living my dream, like literally living my dream.
And now you're getting paid?
I'm getting paid. I moved myself I got an apartment in Syokimau. I've gathered a few things.
Is the money that you're making good at this time?
Not great. Good enough to like pay rent, buy 1-2 things. So entry-level jobs for flying, like that job I had, I didn't have a salary. I had a per diem, but my per diem by normal standards, like normal society, was like the equivalent of like a salary. It was like close to 200 Gs.
Okay.
So you can do one or two things, and especially because you're outstation.
No, 200 Gs, you can do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Considering you've been huko on...
From rags to literally,
Yeah.
Yeah. So...
I mean, 200 Gs, you don't even need to be living in Syokimau.
Yeah. But see, I was outstation. So Syokimau was literally, when I would come, 2-3 days. Then we go back to Juba. You get outstation.
Yes, I get, I get it, yeah. And in Juba, what happens when you're not flying? Or are you flying regularly?
We're doing ad hoc. So ad hoc, ad hoc is like, it's not scheduled flights. It's not Monday at 7.
Yep.
It's when we get a contract today, peleka this thing almost like squad. But this time I'm Jim, I'm focused, man. I've started realizing that there's God in this picture. I've started opening up myself to actually tafting God. Like now I'm watching videos, I'm listening to gospel. Still part of that pink cloud. So I get like quite a good amount of time. Most of my time before I got my current job, actually, I was flying, was there. And then one day we come home for, was it Christmas?
So you have a whole house in Juba. You live in Juba.
Hotel. We were staying hotel, like hotel life, 5-star. 5-star in a Juba context, which is like a 4-star in normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're in the hotel. You're not flying. Sometimes you might even be there for 3 days doing nothing.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Gym.
Drinks?
No. I was sober.
Willpower now.
Gym, willpower.
Slight God.
I'm living my dream. Now I'm living my dream.
Are you there with other Kenyans?
Yeah.
Hold on. I don't know what this is.
Kenyan company.
Let me see.
One day I get a phone call from Lucas, and Lucas is like, hey, I want you to lay vocals for a certain song. It's one of the artists and everything, and like, you know him. I'm like, oh, okay, Nameless. And I'm like, So I go to the studio and I'm like, so, what are we doing again? Like, I want you to lay vocals for him. I'm like, okay. I knew Nameless was a celeb. So he's like, yeah, you beat him, here's his number. So I went, I met
Nameless had Mega Rider then.
He had already done Mega Rider.
With Ted and Majitu.
With Ted, and he had done Majitu. So I went and I met him at Mamlaka. I had friends who lived at YWCA, so it was so simple. I just walked up to Mamlaka and I met him. And I met Wahoo. She was doing Nameless's homework. Where Nameless were? Wahoo was there with a ruler drawing. Nameless alikuwa anaandika wimbo. You owe that girl a lot. So he sang the song and I listened to it and I was like, this sounds really good. And I tried to be composed as much as I could. But ile excitement nilikuwa nayo. Wacha tu. So I finished and I literally ran back to the YWCA. Like, I was like, what just happened? And I thought, this could be my big break. This could be it. And
did he sing for you the chorus?
Yes, he sang the chorus.
Also, he had the whole song.
Yes.
He just wanted
that chorus vocal thing. So I just laid the vocals for that. And
okay, no. Yeah, don't fast forward. You go back to YWCA.
So I went back to YWCA and I didn't want to say anything. I'm like, do I tell them? Oh, nah, I can't tell them. I'm like, it's okay. We'll wait. So I went home after that. I was just hanging out in YWCA with my friends.
Okay.
And I went home and I'm like, what just happened? This could be big. Then again, I was like, but is it a hit song? Because I was still trying to identify is sound Lucas and Asema watu skiza. Which one is it? So I didn't really know like how big it would be, but I was just excited that I was working with a big artist.
Those days phones were not for recording or something. So you get an idea. I remember there are times I would get an idea in a mat because me, a sound gives me inspiration. So I'm in a mat and there are 2 songs that I remember, 3 that I remember very clearly writing in a mat and having to come out of the mat because I've gotten a melody, I've got an idea, and then the song has been mixed to another song. So it's good, it's a ribui. And I have to come up because I'm like, this is a nice song. I can tell. So I remember Mannerless came through there and Deadly. And Nina Noki. Nina Noki, just some part of it came when I was in a mat.
Which part of it? Can you remember?
It was Nina Noki nikisikia mziki. think it was, no, it wasn't Ayayai. It was, which part of it? It was Ninoki Nikisikia Mziki. Just that part, eh?
Yeah.
So I kept that. So I came out of the mat. And I was going to show him a different idea. Then I got that idea, yeah, and some part of just that. And the that part. So I come out of the mat. I was going to the mat to meet him. I come out because the guy is playing other music and I can't record. So I came out from Choices and walked back to South B, just singing that melody.
I'm not forgetting
I'm not forgetting this one. This one, hii inaweza sumbua Julie.
Julie is the man now.
Julie imesumbua. Yeah. So anyway, so I show him. And he has a customer of, okay, this is weird, interesting. So we get the basics, and then I tell him, there's this chick who has sung. That time she had sung a certain song. I'm having problem remembering the name, but she's just chucked. Amani had chucked a song, her first song. So I told Lucas, hey, I like her voice.
And Amani is at this time, is she under Ogopa?
Yeah. She's just chucked, recorded with him. So he's like, this chick on Amani, yeah, she sang this song, yeah. Tahidi.
Yeah, the gospel one.
Yeah, it was Tahidi, I think, yeah. So I just liked her voice, and so he says, yeah, I can connect you. In fact, so we met her, like in campus. I just called her, we met, because you're in USIU, we met in Kampu. So she came to Nairobi University, we met, because now that time, mimi mkubwa sasa. Napata nimetwa Manales, nimetwa Mega Rider, nimetwa so
na majitu.
Na majitu hapo, si majitu hapo. So niko na kajina. So she's back, Nameless is looking for you. She's like, hey, okay,
I'm finding you.
So I meet her, cool. I told her, she says she likes it. I show the melody. I just want to sing in the chorus. And that's the thing about Luke. He used to be like, just keep it simple. Don't try. That's the chorus. Don't even look for words. That's it. So now she was to sing it now. Of course, her voice.
Yes.
Yeah, she tweaked a few things here and there so that it works with her voice. And then we went to present to Lucas. He said, "Ndio hiyo."
Then he called me and asked me, "Do you think you can do it?" And I said, "Yeah, I think I can do it." And I went to the studio and I laid the vocals. And he was like, "It's good." So what happens with Lucas is this. If you have a hit song, he calls you. If you have to call Lucas to get your song, it's not a hit. Simple and easy.
It's not a hit.
It's not a hit, or there's something he hasn't figured out about the song. Either the kick, the bass, or something he needs to add to just give it that je ne sais quoi, and bam, it's now a hit. Yeah.
Recorded it, then we left him. Now Lucas, when we record something, and disappear.
He's gone for months.
Yes, you try calling. He's not picking your calls. You're frustrated because we watched something good there. Imefika happy. Now he starts ignoring you now, kabisa. You can go months. Guys, Julie is just there picking, then you was now checked another one. You're under his mercy, man. Because that one was good.
Have some good patience you're being taught, eh?
Oh yeah, because you're frustrated because you're seeing things happen around. You know this guy has the key, but he's not giving you the key to open.
Ooh, okay, sip there. We're coming back to talk about the big hits.
One day as I'm there, Mr. Googs and Vinnie Banton step in.
Tell us the story. Tumalize.
Jamaa wakaingia. So when they came in, I think I'd met Vinnie before. Vinnie had come to Scratch Studios before. I think I'd met him, but briefly. So now, when we met at EWD, nikakumbuka, Vinnie. Then they had just dropped Githurai Original. So Githurai Original was already,
rotating. Yeah.
And it was really banging, you know.
Done by Lucas.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the original. where it was just the rap, the hardcore rap and nini. And I think that's about the same time pia Mama Mia ilikuwa imetoka. Yes. So Lucas had a couple of tracks that were really banging, you know, like he had started really getting the recognition that, you know, he deserved. So as I was doing my thing there, because most artists would come into the studio, and you know the way artists are, they get into the studio and watu wanaanza tu freestyle nini, wanapiga mamistari nini. Jimmy tries his thing there, he tries to, you know, like make tracks for them. So Vinny was like, hey bro, manze napenda voice yako. Vinny was like, I think Vinny was one of the first guys to really like acknowledge my voice. And he said, manze.
And Vinny is amazing.
Vinny has a talent.
He has a talent.
Yes.
And a 3/4.
Kabisa.
I produced for him 1 or 2 songs. So,
yes.
And I was very impressed by his songwriting ability.
Yes.
And even his hooks.
Yes.
I
he has very nice hooks.
Yeah. He's very good.
Akopoa. He's very good. And then he's unique. He has a unique voice.
Yeah.
And he can sing like me.
Yes.
Sort of. And then do that raga thing.
Yes.
Chanting thing.
That's what shocked me. He could sing.
Yes.
In fact, you've really explained it well.
Yes.
He could sing like you.
He could sing like me. And also switch to that ragamuffin kind of a thingy. And that's what is very unique about him. So Vinny was like, hey bro, manze, I like your voice. Napenda song. Hey, una sound fiti bro. Sasa.
Hapa ndio muna freestyle tuko kwa studio.
Tuko kwa studio hata hakuna kitu ya maana tuna, but you know. So akisikia, especially akisikia nikimba MCs nini and these other songs, he's like, wow. So umesikia ile ngoma yetu ya Githurai. Sasa guess what? Tunafanya remix. Na tumekuwa tukitafuta msee mwenye tuta remix. Tutaweka kwa hiyo remix. Akaniuliza, are you interested? I'm like, yeah, hey, why not?
Hiyo song ni kubwa.
Hiyo song ni big.
Kubwa.
Manzina inagonga. In fact, I started going, now we became pals, like we, you know, very good friends. So I started visiting him in Zima. So whenever they'd go to promote their song in clubs, I would go with him. You know, and also and of course with Goods. So tunaenda kwa club naona vile wanai, you know, inachezwa inaekwa wanapiga show nini. I get so jazzed maze. So Vinny is like, now tunaenda siku fulani kurecord remix. Uko game? Mimi nakwambia. That's when I was like, of course, like this is the moment I've been waiting for.
You knew this was an opportunity.
It was an opportunity.
And did you know anaifanya na Lucas?
Yes.
Yeah. Mlango.
Yes. And I'm like, in fact, I asked him, so Lucas anaifanya? Akasema yes. Na mko na track? Akasema tutatumia ile same track. But Lucas will know how to like change it to whatever. I'm like, sawa, haina shida. So, sasa, like maybe I think a week or 2, Vinny calls me and he's like, hey, tunaenda studio siku fulani. So now, he's like, andika mistari. Remember, I'm still trying to learn how to write songs. I'm not good at it. I'm still trying my thingy.
What?
Yes. So now, I'm going to Ogopa Studios officially. And I don't even know what Lucas wants. And I've met Lucas and I know this guy just doesn't... Ujamaa joke manzi. Sasa now this is the thing. That day ikafika and then we went to Hills Media. Still Lucas doesn't have a studio. So he still does all the vocals at Hills Media Studio. Apo Vumira at the shopping center. So we get there, me, Vinny and Googs. And we get into the studio, but Lucas has not arrived yet. So we wait. Tukakaka. Then this guy came in. There's this guy who used to work with the Sky Blue.
Mike Sakata.
Mike akaingia. So Mike is like, Lucas ako busy kidogo. So we're going to start the recording. I'll take charge for now, then he'll come back later. So tukaanza recording. Boss, first of all, Hills Media sound was just different. You know, I ingied that booth, nikasikia, nikanini kwa headphones. You know the way you unasikia, no, and the way that the cable unasikia kifanya.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm putting headphones and I'm hearing, what the hell is that? You know, then sasa akawasha microphone. Then kana ongea hivi najisikia. Alafu nafanya najisikia kana breathe. I'm like, wow, what the hell? Hey.
Hapa ni wapi?
Hapa ni wapi, bro? Hey, yeah. I'm excited. I can hear myself, bana. You guy. So I think the first person to record was Vini Amagu. One of them. One of them started the recording. And as they were recording, of course, they started their rap, Nini. Then in the middle of that session, Lucas steps in.
Guy.
You guy. And Lucas is this serious guy, eh? Anakuanga na sura ingine wagwan, like he's so serious. Yeah. Lucas
hajakam kujoke.
Acheki ni job. Alafu kwanza Lucas alikwambia ikiwa ni tuna record 10 ni 10. Because you know you're paying for that session. Yes, per hour. And per hour was like 1,500. Hiyo 1,500, like I said, hiyo haikuwa pesa kidogo those days. So ni tumalize chap. And so if you're going to record with Lucas, you had to have done your rehearsals. You go, uende unini mistari zako, uzishike vizuri, hakuna mambo ya repeat ama cut. Ni kuingia ka umeflow ka umemaliza.
What?
Yes. Now this is the problem.
Well, now
Mimi, I'd only done 4 bars. 4 bars. Come together, we can do this together. Take your time, we're staying here forever. Ona Mr. Lenny.
Mr. Googs.
Happy na mabese kula chini gedhorai. That was it. That was the only bars nilikuwa nimepewa. And then also, of course, I didn't know how to write a lot. So that's the only thing I could do. So the first thing Lucas gets there, akasema, kila kitu isimame. Akasema, I want to listen to what Lenny has written.
Wow.
And I'm like, guy, sasa kunaendaje hapa? And I know him. Kama haipendi. Lakini akipenda,
it's over.
It's good. We are done. Hey, so I'm tense. Wow. So Lucas tells me, haya, ingia kwa booth. Akaweka track, you guy. Come together, we can do this together. Take your time, we're staying here forever. Akasema, wacha hapo.
We got one.
Yeah, iko sawa. Tuanze sasa recording. Kumbe he was just testing me. He wanted to hear what I had written. Because he had not.
Yes.
He had not listened to what I had.
Yeah, but at least, and he had had the other 2 boys.
Yes. He knows about Vinny and Googs, you know. And he knows they are good, yani wako sawa. And yeye anawatrust kabisa. But me, hakuwa amesikia ile kitu nimeandika. You guy. Unajua ile,
Bro, this story is so legendary.
Let me tell you, I had to like take a breath and like thank you God, like Asante for making Lucas accept my verse.
Wow. Na hiyo ni affirmation crazy.
Yes. So I went in, I did that verse. Bro. Then Lucas, after tukurekodi hivi anaweka chap, anakuachia usikie. My friend, unasikia hiyo track, unasikia vocals. And Lucas is so fast, like when he's doing his mixing and mastering. He can do a mixing and mastering there and there, and he's done. So he did just a rough mix. Tukarecord. Then I remember when, I had only 4 bars. So as I'm recording, as I'm doing my verse, nikijaribu kuget sijui harmonies, nini. I'm listening to what Googs and Vinny have recorded, and I'm humming. See, the way I used to do it with Kiama, like the way I would turn a rap into singing.
Yes.
So I'm listening and melodies just come into my mind. So I'm listening to now wase tumetoka Githurai, tumekam kukupa rhymes zingine dry. That's Googs.
Yeah, bro, unanimaliza. Nimekuget.
Hey, that's when Lucas anasikia nikiham vitu. So he had now the intro. See that the intro goes like when we. So Googs used to start when we on the microphone na 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 ni da 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 na 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 da na 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 like that.
Yes.
So me, I'm like, when na 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 na. So Lucas is listening to that. Me, I don't know.
Yes,
See, me, I'm in the booth.
You're the booth.
But on the other side, they're listening. They can hear what I'm doing. So Lucas is like, wait, stop. Rudia hiyo kitu umefanya. Hebu rudia. And then now, put in the words. You guy.
Guy.
Ati? I'm like, what? Hey, I said, you see what you are humming right now? Do exactly that, but now put in those words zenye Googs ana rap.
Oh my God.
So I had to write the words down. When we, on the microphone, nini. So when we, should we say, let me see your hands up, baby. Ini remix sawa, kwa mamanzi sawa. When we, should we say, let me see your hands up, baby. Ini remix sawa. And then, on top of that, akaweka, when we hold these mics too, na 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 na. Then he merged the two.
Yeah, bro, unatumaliza. What?
Boss. You know, Lucas, he after that, he did just a simple mix. Then he walked out of the room. Alafu akaambia Kevo, cheza. There's a guy called Kevo. I told Kevo, ebu wacheze. So he played for us. You guy. Yani, nilikuwa nasikia hiyo ngoma na cheesy. I was going literally crazy. Literally. I couldn't believe that's me. And then when I put on now the melodies, the harmonies, Sasa the way they blended, I'd never done such a thing.
And Lucas was your vocal director telling you to...
Yes.
Liona.
Yes.
Man, that guy's
Lucas has an ear for music. Lucas would hear something. Unaweza sema kitu, aisikia akuambie, wait, repeat that same thing you did. Then he even comes up with an idea for the track because of what you have done. Yani, this guy was just out of me. I never worked with such a producer before.
So, bro, there's something that you've said that is so powerful.
Yes.
Yo kitu ilikuwa nafanya na Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
Yo kitu ya ana rap.
Yes, alafu.
And then where you're trying to sing it. Because huwezi andika.
It says andika. So I'm trying to make it musical.
Yes, musical.
You understand?
It was giving you your own identity and style.
Yes. Without me knowing.
Without you knowing. So even that's why now I said tumetoka Githurai, tumekamekana vile dry.
Yes.
You're just singing what they had already written.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Those are not words I've written. My only lines were, come together, we can do this together. Take your time, you're staying here forever. Ona Mr. Lenny. Then now anarudia Mr. Googs and Willy Banton. Happy na mabeste kule chini Githurai.
And then unai repeat.
Yes.
So you only had that one, yes.
Those were 4 bars, but sajika kwa doubled.
Alafu unaweka, now you add it. You add like that, you go higher.
Yes. Come together, we can do this together. Take your time, we're staying here forever. Ona Mr. Lenny.
Mr. Googs, Willy Banton.
Happy na mabeste kule chini Githurai. Come together. Hey.
Yeah.
Mimi sikuwahi nimewaisikia.
So you knew.
Such a song.
Tuko na hit.
For sure. Not just me. Everybody in that room went crazy. And everyone knew this was a banger. By the time Lucas also knew. That's why he walked out. Then he came and said, Bro.
And to be clear, this is not the final track.
No.
This is just that original track.
Original track for Wasei tumetoka Githurai.
Yes, ndio umefanya hizi vocals on top.
Tumefanya on top.
So it's not even complete in Lucas's eyes.
Yes.
Bro.
By the way, we had no idea
anaenda kufanya hivi.
Anaenda kuunda track afresh. Bro. The day he was done with the mixing.
So how long did he now kumaliza mkaenda?
Tukatoka, tukaishia, but the excitement.
How are you feeling?
Guy, nasikia tu kuruka Juni fly. Yani, I cannot contain myself. But I have to be patient. I go home. Najua tu yani something has happened. There's something that has happened today.
You had never felt like that?
I've never felt like that. I wish those days we had cameras and like phones and nini to just capture that moment because it was magical.
But also I'm glad we didn't.
Yes.
So that sometimes you be in the moment. Acha kudocument kila kitu. Tunaidocument sahi.
No, but let me tell you, that was a transformation. Like that, it transformed everything in my life.
So you go home, you know you have a hit.
Yes.
So what does it do for you in terms of music sa inaingia complete? Are you there?
Now I'm beginning to get there. I haven't yet internalized it.
But you know kuna kitu.
But I know kuna kitu inakam na ni kitu heavy. Even my boys nini have no clue. But what is coming is heavy, man.
And the thing about Lucas, hakupatia ati kademo ati wende nayo.
Kwanza he would not do that. He believed on keeping that song until it's done. Because kuna vile watu leak vitu. Excitement unaanza kutoa ngoma unapeleka radio station because that used to happen.
Yep.
Akina Redson used to do that. Akina Chameleon and all. They would take the song hata ijaisha but due excitement unapeleka nini bana kwa station. You know, cause manze uko na banga. Yeah.
Googs anajua, Vini anajua.
Aki, we knew it. Everyone in that room knew it.
How long did you wait before Lucas kupiga?
Wiki hata ikuisha.
What?
Wiki hata ikuisha.
For real?
Haikuisha wiki.
Do you know this is the first time in my life hearing somebody seated on this seat akisema hivyo?
Wiki hata ikuisha.
Stories like, wanasema Nameless amesema Tatu alisema ulingoja 9 months ikawa alikuwa lea mtoto.
But Lucas was like that. But for this particular track,
he knew.
I think he already knew that this thing was going somewhere.
And let's remember, this is the early days.
Yes.
Nameless hajatoa kitu. Nameless hata yuko.
No, yuko.
Nameless
I think hata alikuwa amefanya sijui Mannerless.
Alikuwa amefanya Mannerless.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there was Mannerless and there was Ninanoki hajikuwa imetoka.
Yeah. Haikuwa imetoka.
Ilikuwa imetoka kweli? I don't think Ninanoki had come out.
Haikuwa imetoka.
And that was 2003.
Okay.
Yeah. So, wow. Lucas gave Kina Vini the track. They took that track to Kiss, sijui Nation, sijui wapi. Boss. First time I'm hearing myself on all stations.
Ebu ngoja, before even we get there.
Yes.
Now, on a Mr. Googs.
On a Mr. Lenny.
On a Mr. Lenny. Yes. So it's Mr. Lenny.
Yes.
Now there's... You now started calling... You moved from calling yourself Lenny?
Yes.
To Mr. Lenny.
To Mr. Lenny.
Why?
When I don't know. I just felt Lenny was not enough. So I added Mr. to complete it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And it worked. For me, it worked. Initially, it was just Lenny. But when we did Githurai, I decided to call myself Mr. Lenny.
That's the first time you're calling yourself Mr. Lenny?
Yeah. And for sure, it worked.
It worked. Yeah,
yes.
Okay, so now, wanapeleka
ngoma.
Wanakwambia inatoka.
Ngoma imeisha, bro. Vini tells me ngoma imeisha. Tunaipeleka Kiss. Tunaenda Capital, sijui tunaenda wapi, Nation.
had to take a moto break right there because this story has shaken like crazy. By the way, Amani, thank you so much. I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation. So
I'm enjoying remembering those things.
You are.
I'm like, very nice.
Guys, some artists say that CTA is like therapy.
Yes, it is.
But also, you never get to tell your story.
Yes.
Everybody else gets to tell it for you.
To tell your story. Yeah.
You get? So there's something that you said, and I want us to continue from that. You said that Lucas never calls you. I mean, if it's not a, sorry, come and say hit.
If it's a hit song, Lucas calls you.
So did he call you now?
Yeah. He called and said, come to the studio. If Lucas tells you that, kimbia, kona hit. Kimbia kwa studio. Na ujua umepata hit.
Can I nameless say the exact same thing about this song? He said he got a phone call from Lucas, akaambiwa kuja.
Najua umeiva na ni hit.
My friend,
that's
I used to say, we used to joke, unapata call ya Lucas hata kama uko juu ya Dave. Hata kama uko juu ya Dave.
Me audi.
This I have to tutaongea baadaye. Marenge, ebu kam. Unaacha kila kitu. Studio.
So you go.
So I listened to it and I remember thinking, is that me? Is that really me? Because I'd heard so many previous recordings and I'm like, this is good. And I had this warm feeling in my belly and I'm like, this is good.
So you knew.
I knew.
Let me ask you this question. And this is what's mind-blowing me. When you're recording, you see, when I was a musician and I would be recording, me, if I'm not hearing that piano, I record to an emotion. So I find, you see, I don't record to a metronome, ta, 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 ta.
I can't also record to a metronome.
So what
Lucas used to do is that he used to lay the bass track.
Or the bass track.
Like basics. There would be a metronome
a
a bit of a kick and maybe just
20% of the song.
20% of the song. And you just lay down whatever it is that you're laying down.
Wow, okay, I get what it
Yeah.
is. So
Then
it
he
sounds
builds it
nothing like, I mean, it sounds a whole other thing.
He'll go flip it and it will sound like something different.
Okay.
So when I finally heard this, and I'd not even had Nameless's part. So when I was hearing the song, I'm like, whoa, this guy is good, this guy is good, this guy is really, really good. And I'm like, and I want this song. So I was so excited. And by then I'd already started telling my friends that, you know, I'm doing music and I go to the studio once in a while. I remember telling my boyfriend, I'm like, I'm on a song with Nameless. And he's like, whoa, that's big, you know. And yeah, we looked forward to it being released.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ogopa, let's first take, before we talk about, because this song, when it was released, it completely changed Ogopa, completely changed the Kenyan music industry. Like, you cannot talk about urban Kenyan music without mentioning this song as a turning point. So I'm trying to figure out, at this time before that song, what kind of music are you guys hearing out there? Can you even remember?
I think it was a lot of Red Sun. There's a big song by, I think, Red Sun and Baby Cool. Yeah. There's a song before them.
Okay.
There was a big song by Red Sun and and Baby Cool. They had done a song together. They had a very big song together. And Chameleon also had a big song from
So guys know of Ogopa, but when you're telling your friends I'm in Ogopa, it doesn't really, are they like, oh my God, you're in Ogopa?
These are girls in USIU.
Sorry.
You're like, nice girl. But
Bobby's like, getting to stand up.
But yeah, I mean, but I like USIU for that, you know.
Yep.
Yes, you're in studio, but until you've blown, they will be like, okay, fine, you know.
But also, to be honest, this was the sort of place where people were falling in love. You guys were creating the sound that urban youth were going to fall in love with. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, let me stop delaying the question and ask. The song is released.
A song is released. I have no idea of how big the song is getting. I'm clueless. I think because of getting frustrated of not hearing my song on radio as often, I stopped actively listening to radio. And I just cocooned into this place where I was just trying to write and figure out what my sound is. So my only research on what people are responding to, as I was told to research, and playing was in the club when I go out. So now in the club, instead of dancing my heart away and chit-chatting every other person and being all rowdy.
Uko shule?
Yeah, I used to listen and I watch. I listen and I watch. When Baby Cool and Chameleon's song is played, I listen and I watch. When a certain song is played, I listen and I watch. So I became an active listener and watching. I realized people used to respond so much to dancehall, to reggae. I'm like, okay, fine. When reggae comes on, everybody gets up. When dancehall comes on, everybody gets up. When something that is African-like comes on, they get up. So I started realizing that the sound is somewhere between that. Yeah. And radio for me, I was like, well, it's okay. And I wasn't listening as much.
So Nina Noki, on the other hand,
is building up on radio, as in it's just nini. And then akukwanga na Facebook na YouTube, so you don't even quite know how the girl behind this looks like. But when I realized the song was really getting big, is I was in school and this is sound weird. Guys who could never talk to me. Like, as in, dudes who they're known as the cute, cool guys in school who could never even give you twice of a look. All of a sudden, hi, how are you? And I'm like, did you just say hello?
So how do people know it's you? Are you beginning to do TV? Because Nina Noki did not have a video.
It didn't have a
forget
video.
Nina Noki, very few songs at that time had a video.
Yeah, they didn't have videos. But I remember we're doing a few of newspaper interviews here and there. There was, I think, a show on KBC and Metro that used to feature artists. I'd gone for one. I'd also, done some stuff in the newspaper and everything. But I didn't think anybody was really paying attention, So that's the time I noticed, I was like, you would never say hello to me. Now you said hello? Oh, okay. I guess. Yeah.
So, and Nina Noki is so big, it's crossing over all ages, all races.
Yes.
Uptown, downtown, name it.
And Nimla said, he called me and said, we have a show. I'm like, wow, performance. Now, please note, I had not been performing. The only performance I last performed was when I did the Safaricom competition.
Whoa.
So,
what year is this, by the way?
I think it was around 2000. Yeah.
Okay.
So now I'm in my sophomore year, I'm in my second year, and I'm like, why? So I need to get back to performing. Okay, what am I going to wear? What am I going to sound like? I mean, as in, I was so worried about so many things. And throughout that period, as I was trying to find my identity in music, I had met Miss Karun's mom. Yes. And I told her about what I was doing, and she's a designer. And she said, when you have your con, let me know. I'll get something for you. And that first gig that I did, that was like a major gig for me and Nameless, was at Safari Park. It was, I think, the finals for Miss Tourism. And I wore something that was designed by Miss Karun's mom.
Yo, that's big.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah.
And I have a question. Was the Big Ted move pulled again? Were you paid?
I was paid.
So, okay, is this the first time you've been paid for a gig?
No, it wasn't the first time I've been paid for a gig. Prior to that, I was still looking for gigs, because I needed some cash for recordings and stuff like that. And before that, Licky Odera of Shilton, I knew Licky from before, and he had called me for a gig at Pan Africa. It's like, I have a gig for you. And I was like, I didn't want to tell him. Then I wasn't as bold as I am these days, I think. My introverted side had taken over everything. So I just went with faith. And I remember when it was on Valentine's Day. And I went for the gig and I just hoped he'd pay me. But Licky paid me.
Nice.
Yeah.
So now this, and I'll go, your name is starting. So Nina Noki, I still want to stick to this song because it's exploding.
Yes.
You get, I mean, you sang the chorus, but it's as much yours. Like, you get, it's
I didn't know it was a big song. So, like I said, I'd stopped listening to radio because I had gotten tired of waiting to hear my song on radio. So I get on stage. I think Nameless knew the song was big, and it was during Miss Tourism. And he said, "What we're gonna do, yeah?" Nameless.
That's how Nameless comes.
I'm gonna go in, and then I'm gonna do this, and then you come in here. And I'm like, okay, I got you. And it was the first performance after a while, and I remember getting onto stage and I started singing Aya, and the whole crowd started singing along. I had never heard anything like that. And I'm like, what is going on here? I got confused. Meanwhile, Nameless is taking 2 steps. He's figured one end of the stage. He takes another 2 steps. He's reached the other end of the stage. He does a semicircle. He's already gone around the stage. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? And why are they singing that? As in, I was confused. But I quickly caught up to it. And I remember before that gig, Francis asked me, you think you can manage? Like going on stage with Nameless and everything. And I'm like, yeah, I think I can. And they both looked at me like, enjoy yourself. You do not know this guy on stage. And whoa, Nameless on stage is something else. Like, he goes in, he grabs the crowd and he takes the crowd with him. Yeah.
So was that the day you said, okay, this song is big?
Yes. Because I wasn't really singing the chorus. They were singing it.
And the who came up with that?
He did.
This guy is good.
Yeah.
You literally sang the chorus.
I sang the chorus. He's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nameless, sikukupatia props hapo lakini today
Mpatie props.
receive that flower.
Mpatie props. Yeah.
Okay, so what does this begin to do to you? Because were you enjoying the fame?
Why are you, by then now,
are you
I
like,
think
what's happening?
It hits me like, whoa, this song is big. Finally, I think not even at this song is big. Finally, there's a song that I'm singing that people like. So, yeah, it really now started establishing the direction that my writing will go. As I continued to listen, and performance-wise was heavy. It was heavy.
Performance?
Yes, we performed. I mean, I was in campus, and once Thursday, my life changed after that in terms of me being a campus student and everything. I had to forgo some things. You know, before then it was, afternoon you go free, unenda studio, una chill, you know. Other days is twende tao, tuzurure, let's go to, I don't know where, and I don't know do what, you know. I was a typical campus student. But after that, all that changed. The song got so big, we're literally doing gigs Thursday, Friday, Saturday, resting Sunday. Like Wednesday, and at some point got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I always knew, like from Wednesday, my evenings are taken and everything, and I still had to keep up with school.
By the way, and now do your parents know?
No, they're in the know. As in, they have
Our daughter is on this Nina Noki
they
thing.
have left me. My mom has left me to God. My dad is like, okay, we tried. We really tried. But okay, fine.
But you also, are you getting paid?
Yeah.
So every gig, you're living with something.
Yes.
Yo, that is some good money for a second year campus student.
Thank you. I was in my sophomore year, so I came from literally saving my pocket money for lunch to having more than enough. I could pick something on the menu. Before menu ilikuwa strict, ne? Chipona sausage. Na hata sausage sometimes kuna vile ulikuwa naona hapa. Hiyo ni luxury. Saizi ni zile za, what are they serving today? Steak? Okay, I'll have that. Yeah.
But are you feeling, I mean, so this song goes and becomes a monster.
It becomes big.
But are you then feeling, oh my God, I need my jam?
No.
Ogopa 1 now comes out, by the way.
I'm being a pure artist. Yeah, Ogopa 1 has already come out.
Okay,
and
because this song was on Ogopa 1 as well.
Yes. And people are, you know, the performances are back to back. You know, the Ogopa wave now has started, and people are listening to the sound. They're asking for performances. It's campuses, day in, day out. You know, Nameless' song was so huge. I mean, he got into the corporate scene like very quickly. So corporate gigs, Wednesday, Thursday, club, campuses, I mean, it was like literally Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, you rest. Monday, by 9 a.m., I'm in class. I'm thinking, hey, nitaweza. But at that point in time, I'm like, I'm not going to quit this. Quitting school was never an option for me.
Did you finish school?
Yes, I have to. There is no option of not finishing school in the name of partying. Nah.
But at that time, okay, I'm going to ask this from a naive person who may be watching this, who may be in that situation where this thing that they want to pursue with their whole life
is beginning to pay.
Is beginning to make more sense than being in school.
It did.
Short term.
Yes, it did. I mean, I used to get paid.
You go to school to work to get money, but you're getting money now.
But I was getting paid. I was getting paid, but I didn't realize like what I was getting paid there was that good. You get. I was getting it 4 times a week. I mean, if my parents even knew how much cash I used to enter that house. Anyway, I love my parents. My parents they're good peeps. So, but I did participate in house stuff. As I'm a firstborn, so you can't run away from that. And of course, I did that to keep them.
So this music thing.
It's not too bad. So, it was paying well. Nameless was always very honest. He'll tell you this is what's happening, I'm going to give you this and everything. He was quite honest.
That's really cool.
Very, very honest. So of course kuna gigs tuligongwa. Kama kuna moja tulienda Kisii. Ni chome. Kuna mtu nataka kuchoma. But you're a good person. But nitachoma.
I love this.
Siko baya, you're a good person, but it's a trauma. So we go to Kisii. Show ilishika. Let me tell you, Kisii was something else. Like, there was a stage initially, but at the end of the show, we were like, he was here, I was here. It was packed, crowd was crazy. And going to Kisii was nice. Well, things were arranged. Kini kutoka Kisii. Kuna jamaa moja alikula fare yetu ya kurudi Nairobi.
What?
Yes. That is a good person.
You had to use your own money. Nani choma. Sema.
Nishakusamea lakini nitachoma Zahir Jandre. Alikula fare yetu kurudi Nairobi. So
at this time, okay, from a business perspective, you guys are beginning to learn a lot about the industry.
We're beginning to learn a lot. And like I said,
Nameless. Did you have a manager? Is Francis taking care? How are the shows coming? Are they coming to Nameless directly?
The shows are coming through Nameless. So I was oblivious of all that, but I was learning. Because he used to talk about it. He's like, these guys, you could tell you, he's like, these guys, you don't leave for a show until the deposit comes. So until this guy calls me and gives me a deposit, stay put. I'll confirm later. So you see, I'm learning.
Okay,
I'm learning. So sometimes I could go, like, he'd be like, oh, we need to do 1, 2, 3. And I could meet him and he has the contract and could be like, this guy has missed out this here. I think he should put this. So let me know this. So I was watching and learning. So I knew lazima ufanye contract. It has to have this. It has to have that. He has to send the deposit. He has to confirm transport. He has to confirm this. So I was learning.
And also we're talking about now you beginning to do gigs outside Nairobi.
Hey, gigs mingi zilikuwa outside Nairobi.
So you guys became national artists.
Yeah.
At any time during this Nanoki period, did you leave the country to go to TZ first or UG?
The first place we went to was Uganda.
As you and Nameless?
Yeah. So then there was Uganda. Uganda became heavy. TZ came
One song, Nanoki?
Yeah.
That's what good days, man. Goma moja.
1. Nimezunguka Kenya. 1. So that was Nanoki, and I didn't realize that I got to experience a lot covered. Nameless Dan was handling the promoters.
Nameless was a big brother.
Yeah, he was handling the promoters, big brothers and everything. Me, I was not getting exposed to the promoters. Me, I was shielded. I was that girl that was singing the chorus.
Are you signed under Ogopa this time?
At this point in time, I'm not signed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then what is it? Every time you're recording, you have to pay, or there's just
there's some
unspoken rule that we're together.
I mean, Lucas could tell you you know, you're paying for this one. So the one for Tahidi, I didn't pay because it was on Ogopa one. So after that, I think I paid for a few, and there's some which we understood that we're working towards a sound. You know, and of course I wanted to get to a point whereby, you know, we would work on an album. So I continued working. But and after Nina Noki...
And you were at home there?
No, I moved out.
What do you mean?
Oh, sorry, no, at home at the studio.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay.
But even at that time, when I was in my sophomore year, because I was gigging so much, and there was no way I could gig and go all the way to Thika, I moved out. And I could have afforded like a nice studio place to stay, but I stayed at YWCA because my friends were there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. And business-wise as well, it was even cheaper on the pocket.
It was cheaper. It was very close to town. So Kiniambia Kuja, I used to land.
Last question about this whole
Nina Noki phase.
Yes, Nina Noki, because it's big. Did it hit you that, oh my God, we have gotten to that, nime arrive, nimefika. This is it.
You know, it hit me like, wow, this is a big song. I'm finally getting to experience what I've always wanted to experience. Yeah. But Lucas was always there to remind you.
That what?
Where is your song?
So ep 2 tukajaribu, ep 3 tukajaribu. Nikaona hapana, tuna need kuongeza kitu. Nikasema now will be a very good time to get a good friend of mine. Kula pause hapo kidogo. Let's go back. 2001. Mimi niko malap zangu pale Citizen nini. 2011, sorry. Niko malap zangu Citizen, tunafanya tu makamera pale, naandika mascripts nini. But remember what I told you about the powerhouse. Sisi kama alumni tunarudingi shule when it's drama season. Tunaenda tuna encourage the guys who are there. Mpaka leo. Although me of late like 3 years sija nini, but the culture yetu hiyo. By the hizo miaka 3 mbona sijaenda.
January na come.
January. Hii lazima niende next. No, ni miaka 2 last year but one nilienda. So I go to so we are working pale mother-in-law. I have a new car. Ile gari
maroon.
Ile maroon. Nimeleta hapo kwa parking. I need this one. So jamaa anaitwa Rasa jaiona hii gari. So anakama anaicheki, he likes it. Nimempatia key aende angalie. Hiyo time tumeset up nini na Jeff. Hii story hata nimeipiga. Nimeset up nini na Jeff Ayoma, jamaa na act kama ninja. Huyu nilisema wakiwa na Dennis Mugo wakishikana walikuwa hatari. So tunafaa tuende na yake MC kuona watoi wanaendelea aje. So I promise him sawa tutaenda leo. That's on a Wednesday. Ras on set amekam, hatujaonana tangu Monday. So amekam anaona this car for the first time. Hey, nice, ameniomba key. Let me have a look. So nampatia key, anaenda anafungua anaangalia ndani inambamba.
Nice.
He loves it. Info inatoka production, Ras anaambiwa pole. We thought we'd do your last scene leo, lakini kumekuwa na kahitilafu, hatutaweza kushoot your scene leo. So you are done for the day. Unaweza enda. So Ras, okay, sawa, haina mambo. He changes and leaves. Mimi niko set. Namaliza kazi jioni. Kifunguo iko wapi? Maze kifunguo haiko. Sorry, this is on Thursday, it's not Wednesday. On Wednesdays, I don't know what happened. So Jeff had to go to KMC by himself. We were supposed to go back with him on Thursday. On Thursday, I couldn't make it. Sababu Ras ameenda na kifunguo home. So I have to leave the car here. On Thursday, ndio siku tunafunga mother-in-law. So that we rest on Friday. Saturday, we go and shoot Tahidi. So on Thursday, juu tunafunga kipindi, as the camera operator, na need kurudisha equipment. Citizen TV. Sasa gari sina, imebaki hapa. So I have to hop on the company transport. So I hop onto the bus, I go to Citizen. There's mad traffic kwa barabara nini. And buses are huge, you can't maneuver. So unakaa tu hapo. So we get to Citizen, I unpack, I offload kila kitu naenda narudisha. sana za kupiga hesabu ya going to South B usiku. I have no transport, lazima nicheze na matatu wa cab. I'm tired, it's end of week, nimechoka. I call Jeff namwambia maze bro, acha nikuangushe. Jana najua nilikuwa nikam sikuweza, leo pia imekataa. But since kesho we are free anyway, see I can come. We agree is okay. See you tomorrow.
Adios muchachos.
Adios muchachos. And I go home. So these 2 days I did not go. Something was happening. I did not go on Wednesday. I did not go on Thursday. I went on Friday. So let's go back to this Wednesday. Wednesday we were supposed to go with Jeff. I couldn't make it. Jeff, I think aliniwacha location. I think tulikuwa na night shoot or something. So Jeff had to go by himself. Akaenda KMC, watch play. Akasema hii play ni kali, but I feel there's a scene in a drag play. Hakuna kitu mbaya mazeka play imekuja fiti, alafu one scene ina deep, alafu ina peak tena. Inakaga very ka uko na OCD utaifeel. So hiyo scene iko inamsumbua. No, we need to do something about this scene. That is on Wednesday when he went without me. So Jeff decides this scene is too intense, is too plain. Badala ya kuwa very intense, juu tumekuwa intense throughout the play, wacha tucheke kidogo for this scene. So instead of adding drama, let's add comedy. So he asks, nani anaweza do a funny character? Akapointiwa a young man amekaa chini kwa floor. Hana part kwa play, so yu kuja tu for moral support, but anapenda drama deadly. Amekaa chini kwa floor, hana kazi. Akaambiwa huyu jamaa anakuwa very funny. Ukipata kitu ndogo unaweza mpatia, sababu hizi serious roles haizangi pata. Akaambiwa kama unaweza do nini? Akasema mimi naweza act role ya mtu mzee vipoa sana. You can? Sawa. Akaandikiwa 2 lines hapo haraka. Akaambiwa sasa we go rehearse these lines, wewe utakuja hapa kama an old guy, you do your thing, but ni lines zinasukuma play. Proper lines. But hazikuwa mob, zilikuwa ka 3 lines. So utakuja useme hii line hapa, do it in a very funny way, wase wacheke bas. So the guy goes with the script huko. Hiyo ni Wednesday. On Thursday I'm supposed to come back with Jeff. I can't, sababu Ras ameenda na key. So Jeff goes by himself. Wanaenda wanafanya nini? Wana rehearse. No. Sorry. On Wednesday Jeff alirealize kuna hiyo lines.
On Thursday ndio
alimpatia hiyo role. Ndio alimpatia hiyo role. Yes. So on Thursday akapatiwa script, Jeff akamwambia I'll be coming back again on Friday. So make sure by the time I come back make me happy. So the guy goes with his 3 lines halali, anairehearse usiku mzima.
3
lines. On Friday I meet up with Ras. Ras gives me my key. I go back to Kahawaskari. I pick the car and I go home and wait for 8 p.m.
Watch.
Niende sasa Powerhouse KMC nika watch play. Na meet up na Jeff, tunaenda Powerhouse. And I sit to watch the play. Now I'm seeing it for the first time. The play starts. Very intense, nimeconcentrate kabisa. On the 42nd minute, play imebakisha 4 minutes iishe. It was a play inafaa kwa 45 ili na 46. This guy comes in, amejipaka jivu huku, is old. And he does 3 lines. But the way he did those lines, any hata siwezi muimitate. You guy, I was under my seat. Nilikuwa nimeisha. The guy is funny as hell.
3 lines.
The guy was so good. Those 3 lines gave him adjudicator's award.
What?
Kwa play. Those 3 lines. He was on stage for less than 5 seconds. Yes, that's how good. I don't know how he did it. I don't know. From the facials, just walking to the stage. Because alitembea kwa stage before the lines. Ali take time. Alijua mumeninyima lines mutanijua. So the way he was walking to that stage, ndio ende ashike position, aseme hizo lines start. Hiyo tu walk ni funny. Then aseme apungue tu mdomo. That is funny. Maze and I knew huyu lazima apate award. Alipata adjudicator's award wakati waliperform.
That's the judges who wamemdis.
So the judges for drama festivals are called adjudicators. So there are times when you have your people kabisa, you have your best actors, you have your best actresses, but there's one guy somewhere who did something outstanding. So now they're given a special award called the Adjudicators Award. Hii role, it was very minor, designer tungemweka hapa kwa the main actors category.
Lakini yumse ni mnoma.
He was outstanding. So chukua Adjudicators Award. He scooped that award. This guy is Timothy Kimani Ndegwa, aka Njugush. So Esther, had I gone to KMC on Wednesday, singeona Timo. Had I gone to KMC on Thursday, ningeona Timo akipewa lines, lakini singerudi Friday. Juu tayari nishaenda Thursday. Bro. So singeona aki-execute. Unaona? That's how.
Bro, kama msee ana doubt God, lazima asikie tu hii story.
I swear.
That's how Timo, who now you are like best friends.
Yes. Jugush. Yes.
I didn't even know he was called Timo. Jugush.
Yes. His real name is Timothy Kimani Ndegwa.
Pasta wa pasta.
Bas.
Pasta wa spaghetti. I'm doing.
Yes.
That is crazy. Hizo 5 lines.
Hizo.
Okay, now I get it.
Now you get it.
I get it.
Adjudicators Award ikakam na akaiscoop. So I told him, bro, as of now niko citizen, sina kitu, but ile siku nitaanza production yangu
Njugush, kuna venye utapata call kutoka CTA
akuje akae hapa hata
tafadhali chukua simu
hata yako na stories for days. So fast forward to now 2013, episode 1 imeenda, review imekuja vile imekuja mbaya sana. Episode 2 tunapanda pole pole, episode 3 tunapanda pole pole, but hapana, we need something. I remember this guy I met in 2011, KMC, Drama House. I tell my guys.
What year are we?
We're now in 2013.
Bro, so you don't forget, eh?
No! Tuko 2013.
No, what I mean is you don't forget.
Yeah.
When you meet an actor who's outstanding.
Bro, wewe ukiona nimekuita nikakwambia you have something, I'll come for you. Hata kama itachukua miaka 5. I'll come for you. Hiyo ndakuchukua. There are people who've waited for 6 years.
What?
Yeah. 6 years. Naona wengine wanakam kwa inbox wanalia, "Maze bro, you promised me 2 weeks ago. You are going for 2 weeks, bro. You relax, man. You shut up." Wewe ngoja. Kuna mtu ako kwa waiting list hapa, nilimwambia hii kitu 2014, unaniambia nini? But uko hapa, sijasahau. I'll come for you. So
it just has to connect with what you also saw.
Kabisa. Kuna kitu tu ndaona hivi niseme, I saw something 5 years ago na this would fit nani perfectly. Na wakikuja, they fit like a puzzle.
And it propels them.
Kabisa. Heights. There are others who are lucky though. Kuna watu wanakujaga wananiambia leo, naona tu hivi potential. 2 days later ako kwa set. Kuna wase tu wako na luck. Wengine wait 6 years, wengine wingi after 2 days. Lazima two stars they align. Yeah. So I tell them I have a guy. Wacha tumweke kwa episode 4. I think ataleta kitu. I call the guy. Ni aje? Ni Abeli jo. Tuliongea na wewe 2 years ago. Abeli! Yeah. Unadu nini? What are you doing on Tuesday? Kuna nini? Tunarekodi show inaitwa Hapa Kule News na tunataka tukupige role. Hapa Kule News. Nice one. Nimesomea broadcast journalism, nakuja hiyo. Ile broadcast nilikuwa na. Kwa hiyo in fact that short form yake ni BJ. Watu wako wanapenda hiyo kitu. So was the boy wa BJ ndio na broadcast. So in his mind, the guy thinks we're shooting news. I know. Kuja na suti. So I tell him, relax, bro. Toa hiyo nonsense umevaa. So we do the first episode with him. Episode 4, Hapa Kule News. Bruh, internet shut. 1 app.
What was he doing in that first app?
He was a stupid guy hapo. So something had happened in Saudi Arabia. A guy was, wanasema the guy was too cute mpaka he was deported juu anasumbua wasichana wanamuona undergarments zina dissolve.
That's for real.
Yeah, it made headlines in 2013.
That's funny.
Imaze. So and then team at the time unajua pesa iko imemuosha. Alikuwa anakaa vile anataka. So hata yeye anakaa anatuambia hata mimi bana mimi am too hot bana, I've been deported. It was stupid. Maze, imagine hizo ni content we will never see because the drive that had those episodes iliangushwa hivi.
No.
So what had happened, Saramigwe had decided to resell the shows, but part of the requirements was you can't sell to us a show that's on YouTube. So she deleted everything on YouTube. Niko na backup kwa drive. Somebody drops the drive. We do not have the first, I think, 4 to 6 seasons za Pakule News. These are gone. Maze.
I'm a KTN archives.
Maybe.
KTN.
Itabidi waongelezwe. Yeah. So team anakaa mazee wasa wanacheka deadly.
So that's now the first time.
That's the first time Njugush was on TV.
What?
First time.
And now people loved that.
People were sikia mse ati anasema amedipotiwa juu ni msupu na anakaa vile anataka. So it was funny. So he was laughing at himself. Hiyo ndio character alikam nayo.
I get.
So I've been chongolewed since I was young. I've been bullied. So instead of catching, let me make fun of myself. That thing worked magic.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's
crazy.
Perfect.
Imenikumbusha Eminem 8 Mile.
Yes.
Vile alijidis
kwanza. Akadis mumse mwingine. Sasa I've already dissed myself. You have nothing else to say.
Hey, that is cool.
Awesome. Sasa hivyo ndio team alikam. And by the end of that season, tulikuwa tushatoka kwa unajua tulikuwa hapo wanangojea tu hizo 30 weeks ziishe watu twende home. End of the season, something else.
They're like, no, we want season 2.
We want season 2.
What?
2020. So we do season 1.
And now you're being paid as
a writer for the show, and I also play a reporter on the show.
So you've been paid for both?
For both. No.
Just one package?
Just it's the same show.
Okay.
Ilikuwa tu ni one package. I negotiated for one package. So the following season, that was it takes 3 months for one season to end. So if we started in May, I remember we started on May 10th. So that means by around August, mid,
yes,
that season is over. So this from August to December, that's another season. Now that period, the second season, between August to December, we decide let's make fun of reality shows. Because ilikuwa imeshika huku nje. Basketball wives, Real Housewives of Atlanta, it was a thing.
Welcome back to CTA. I hope you guys are enjoying this. If you've been watching this far, do me a favor, ingia kwa comments and andika tu still following. It encourages us, man, because we edited a lot of these episodes. Judy, this story, you left it off at such an incredible part. Now let me say this. The reason why nilinyamaza at the end is because of this. People only celebrate faith after they see the fruits. Before they see the fruits, you're the madman, you're the mad woman, you're the one who is insane, you're crazy, like who unafanya nini. And faith is literally that. You're stepping into the unknown.
That's true.
You get? So, endelea, let's let you take it from where you want to take it.
So I continue working on Shimba Shape Up until September 28th. So by the time we were going on the break, nilikuwa nimesema tumefika to September. In September. And to be exact, the exact date was actually September 28th, 2018. That was my final day in office at Media Company. But I want to take it back to like 2 weeks before the 28th of September. So 2 weeks before, I'm having what was it? I had gone to see Sele and team. I had gone for a visit. I don't even know why I had gone to their house, but it was a conversation. We were having a conversation. And the conversation was, at some point, we were having lunch, tunabonga tuma story. And then Sele says, by the way, there's something we want to talk to you about with team. So I'm like, okay. And like, sasa mahali brand ya team imefika, I feel like it is beyond me. That is what Sele said.
Wow.
Because at this particular point, Sele had a small baby. Tugi was very, like, was what? Tugi kalikuwa kadogo sana. Kalikuwa months old. So Sele was like, because before that, Sele was the manager for team, right? She would answer the calls and talk to clients and all those things. So now Tugi is here, and now there's motherhood involved. So it got to a point. Exactly, it's the first child. So by the time we were having this conversation, Sele was saying she was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Between now managing the motherhood, mtoto nini, and still managing team and his career.
And his brand is growing.
Exactly. At that point, by the way, ilikuwa imeanza sasa ku take off kabisa. So the conversation is, what they wanted to talk to me about was if you know somebody that you can recommend, someone who's good, to come and now handle team and his brand. Yes. So nikawambia, oh, like a production manager. They were like, yeah, kitu kama hiyo, mtu tu mwenye anaweza manage clients nini na vitu zote za timu, because at this point I feel I need to focus on Tugi. So me niko hapo nikisema, okay, sawa, let me go have a chat with Abel. And we brainstorm, we see, because we know a few people, let's see who's the best person to take over from you. And that was it. That was actually the conversation. So Mimi, I leave, I go back home. And I tell Abel, by the team na Sele, wamesema tuwasaidie kutafuta. Wamesema tuwasaidie kutafuta like a good talent manager or a good manager. Who can handle now team and his brand and all the clients that are coming in. Because Celia anasema right now she feels a bit overwhelmed. She would rather focus on the baby. So Abel anasema, okay. And then he turns and he's like, but babe, so you can do that job. I'm like, yeah. Because my first question to him was, do you understand that this is social media? And remember, me, I was the person always behind the scenes. Up until this particular moment that you're having this conversation, I'm the kind of people who post after 3 months, 5 months. I was not active on social media I wasn't. Actually, page ilikuwa private. At this time it was private because I was like, where are all these people? I was chini ya maji proper. Like I was proper. It's actually very few people who knew at that particular point that I was Abel's wife. They knew he had a wife.
Yes.
But wengi wako wanajua, they couldn't put a face to it. Walikuwa wanajua tu kuna msichana tu mahali. Yeah. But wako wanajua huyu msichana ni nani.
So even Abel, you are not managing, doing nothing for him?
No.
At this time?
No.
Okay.
No, nothing. I was not even in management. That was not even something ati nilikuwa naona. Ndio nimetoka tu shamba. As in, actually, I'm now doing my last 2 weeks before the day arrives for me to just to leave now officially media.
So you did at a moment think, maybe I can do this?
No.
Wow.
Hata haikuwa kwa akili yangu. So this is what we decided. Because you see, by the time I was, okay, these are things I didn't mention. By the time I was leaving media, see, I was a producer. But I had actually got to a point where I would go with our big boss to talk to clients.
Wow.
These sponsors. So we would go to meetings together. The sponsors meeting, the pitch to sponsors on all those things. So nilikuwa nimeanza sasa kukua... Sasa tunaenda mpaka naye meetings. Yeah, this one I forgot to mention.
Judy, you left while you were rising.
Yes.
On that level.
Yes.
So even your boss, you know, I know.
That's why I was telling you, he could not understand. Like, he could not understand. Like, he was, actually, I think, alicatch feelings kiasi. Kuna siku mbili hivi tatu hakuwa ananiongelesha kwa ofisi. Like, he was, like, he could not understand Richie. Nobody could in that office. Like, why are you living? Like, mdosi sahi anasema if he's going to a meeting, he wants to go with you.
Which means you're way for taking over.
Yes, like, where are you going? Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, so I had gained quite some skills in the area of talking to clients and having conversation with clients and pitching for things and, you know, like the business talk.
Yeah.
Nilikuwa nimegather a bit of skill there. So during this conversation with Abel, he says, babe, do you understand that what you do, as in you're just transferring those skills to the digital space? It's the same skills, it's just that now it's in the digital space. Because I was like, I don't even understand what Akina said. Let me tell you, at that particular point, I did not even understand influencing. And like, I knew the client would come, Safaricom would come, and they would pay Njugush to do some videos and whatnot. But I did not understand the skill behind what it is that they did,
but
and
let
the
me say,
business aspect of what it is that they did.
It's so important to note at this point, we have to give Wakina Njugush their props.
Yes.
They were pioneering that thing.
They were.
You get what I mean?
For sure.
Without a doubt, Njugush, the brand Njugush was at the forefront of pioneering this influencer world.
Kabisa.
So for you not to understand, I can sort of get it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I had so many questions for her. And I was like, babe, do you know I don't even understand what they do? Like, this influencing and whatnot, I don't really understand it. I can, babe, I honestly believe you can do it. Like, I honestly believe it's something that you can do very well. Because your people skills are very good. Like, your people skills are very good. So, maybe do this. We agreed by there, Kanyambia, do this, because they need somebody now. Maybe after endo washikilie, until we find somebody. Actually, that is what we agreed. I'll shikilia them until we find somebody who can take over. So, of course, I called Tim and Sele. We had a conversation. Kawambia, you know what? Because I am about to resign in 2 weeks. After that, because I have nothing to do, see, I told you, even by the time I was resigning, the truth of the matter is that I did not have a plan. I did not have a plan. I did not. Si ngekwambia ati na resign hapa, juu najua naenda pale kufanya kitu yenye nimepanga. I did not have a plan. Actually, what Abel kept telling me was, you do not need a plan now. What you need to do is you come home and sleep. By the way, we had agreed. Alikuwa ameniambia, babe, utalala October, November, December. Like, literally sleep. Hang out with your daughter, sleep. And then come January, we will figure it out. That is what he used to tell me. Nilikuwa imefika hapo nikasema, okay, I'm coming home to sleep.
You and him.
But it was like, come sleep. Come sleep, then come January, don't worry about things now. Come January, we'll figure it out.
Judy, this is countercultural. This is taking your son up a mountain to kill him. You get what I mean? Any madness, ya Abraham. And things that are countercultural are not celebrated. Me, I'm celebrating you for that decision. A lot of people don't celebrate faith decisions because, and I get it, they go against logic. They go against what you see with your eyes, hear with your ears, what you see. Like, unatoka hii job bila plan. Angala, at least, come on, unatoka, no problem. Stay for 6 months while you plan where you're going.
No, I had no plan.
The plan ilikuwa kulala for 3
months. Kulala for 3 months. Maybe that was the plan. So, this particular day, the day comes, 28th of September, I'll never forget that day. It was on a Friday. And I said my goodbyes in the office. Kaenda mpaka nikachukua kikombe yangu kitchen, nikapack. Nimebeba kikombe yangu kunywa
kache office. Box ya brown,
Nilikuwa na box ya brown movies. But I remember I had my kabag. Nilikuwa nimebeba kabag kakubwa kenye kanaweza toshea vitu zenye zangu ziko kwa ofisi. And I said my goodbyes and that was it. So remember the conversation was, once I'm done, I'll come ni washikilie and then we see from there. So did I say I resigned on the 28th on Friday? Richie come Monday, I think it was around 10 a.m. I was at Tim's and Sele's house. But sasa unajua mimi sasa nasikia unajua ile freedom, like it's the first time I actually feel like I have time to sit and do nothing. Yes. Like that was a very strange feeling. I remember at first it was a very strange feeling.
6 years.
Yes. But remember I started working in 2010. So for a good clean hapo kuna miaka kadhaa. Hizo ni miaka ngapi until yes, nipo tu nimefanya. Yes. Like I just been working
on the go.
Yes. So this is the first time I find myself sitting and actually lounging. Like I actually have nothing to do. Because you see, I went to Sele and Tim's house for orientation on kazi yao na how they do it. But you see, it's not a formal meeting. Yes, so kwanza tunafika huko, naenda nachukua kikombe cha chai, tunaekelea miguu juu kwa sofa, tunachapa story. You know, it's not a formal meeting. Yeah. It's just friends catching up. And that was my day one of orientation. And day one was for me to understand, how do you do? Like, what do you do? Tell me what it is that you do. And they explained. And for the next 1 week, 2 weeks, it was basically just that. When they're shooting,
you're seeing them shooting.
Yes, na observe, naona kile wanafanya. When they're going for meetings with clients, I'm there. I'm not talking much. Because you see, I need to learn. I really did not know how that world functions. So I'd go sit in meetings, they would introduce me, so I would go sit in meetings, understand how they talk, understand the rate cards, the structure of the business, invoicing, doing quotations for clients, doing reports, all those things. And by the end of the first month, I was actually now the one handling the phone. Like, if clients are calling, they are now talking to me.
What?
So by the end of the first month, I had taken over kabisa. Because you see, now I've had a couple of weeks to orientation nishaanza ku understand. And let me tell you, did I say nilikuwa hapo kushikilia? The plan was actually for me to shikilia for less than a month. Like do 2 weeks and then find somebody to come and take over. Anyway, Richie I shikiliad for 3 years.
Do you know, let me tell this guy something. When I got Njugush to come to CTA, I didn't call Njugush. It was all organized by our lady friend right here.
Yes, the manager.
Yes, he's the one who I talked to. Yes. She told me, he will be there. That's when Njugush walked in on Timo!
Yes.
3 years.
So I was with Tim and Sele for 3 years.
Wewe unadu fanya hivi, umesikia story yangu? Kimbia pale CTA cleaning the airways. Nataka kuosha, watu wameniongea vibaya kina Amber Mutua. Cleaning the airways ndio naosha. Kimbia pale CTA, subscribe pale YouTube, subscribe, ucheki story zangu na wengine wengi. Alafu I hope itakubamba. Sasa unadu nini hapa, si uende honest. Okay, basi enda. Okay, thank you. Go. Si uende. CTA, si ndio?
One week later, I'm that guy writing an email to everyone, telling them, hey guys, hizo check msibank. Juu mkibank zita bounce. Juu sina do. Because the guy of 4M amesema, sasa nianze kumprovia ROI.
Out.
The guy of 2M, the guy of 2M calls me and tells me, come with the contracts you need to sign. So me, I'm happy. I go meet him at a restaurant that has a parking lot. And I don't want to say the restaurant because if I say the restaurant, you can zero in and figure out who it is. So I go. I meet the guy. So we enter his car. Then he looks at the contracts. Then he says, forget these contracts. So I'm like, Then he opens his car. Is it called a glove compartment? This car compartment hapa katikati. He opens and he shows me. So see me, I'm waiting for 2M from him. He shows me 4 million in cash. For context, I am so broke believe it or not, I fueled 100 shillings to go for that meeting.
What?
Because I figured that 100 shillings, that 1 liter can take me about 8 to 10 kilometers rather than me trying to get an Uber. That money won't tosha.
Yeah.
Even if I was to get a boda, that money won't tosha.
What?
So I fueled 100 shillings to go for that meeting. But see, me, I knew I was coming back with like 2 meter.
Yeah.
So I'm okay.
So here, guy from
So the guy from Goas and shows me 4 meter.
Forget about your contract for 2 meter with these terms and conditions. Why do I feel like Shylock coming on?
Worse than a Shylock. He says, this money, double in 12 months or triple in 18 months. What do you do? You have people calling you, abusing you, threatening you. Guys showing you 4 meter there.
And he's telling you double these chums
in 12 months or triple in 18 months.
This has now become the movie. On one end, okay, let me understand this. Wow. This is hard. You have bills galore, people who you owe money, drama that you need to pay, people who you've written checks post-dated telling them not to bank. Not just people, these are your actors, your staff, your crew,
yeah,
everybody.
Some suppliers also.
Number 2, your bank account has 0 bob. You're so broke you can only fuel a sock. Your wife has been with you, so it's not that she's at Jobo. Okay. Shucks.
But you know that word you said initially, you felt Shylock vibes.
Yeah.
I felt that Shylock vibe.
But I felt Shylock, yeah.
So as much as,
because if you don't pay that thing, your kids may not have a father, and those ones I fear.
Imagine I didn't take the money.
I'm not surprised.
I didn't take the money. I went home. I explained to my wife slowly the story. I explained to her slowly. Then before I finished, she just told me, I hope you didn't take the money.
Yeah.
Then I told her I didn't take it. She said, Sawa, we'll find a way.
Guy.
Let me tell you, the months after that movie, actually wait. The months after that movie was so bad, and especially because at that time, this is 2019, my dad had been diagnosed with cancer in 2017 or 18. So he was going through treatment. But now you're at that point where you're comfortable, like you get by because the rest of the family is chipping in. Even that time from me when I had my salary at Coca-Cola, 2018 I had the money, so you know my mom was able to, NHIF is helping, nini. But you know at some point the chemo sessions overrun the how many sessions you're allowed by NHIF in a year. And it's those ones of, you use my dad's card, finishes, use my mom's card, finishes, now you have to start paying cash. So we are in 2019. That same 2019, my mom-in-law was a teacher. So she was retiring in June. So we finished the movie in February. So she's retiring in June, and she had built a school at their home in Taveta. And that was her retirement plan. So all these months now, it's day by day struggling. Maybe someone pays you something that they owe you from some deal before. Then you figure out, how do I balance between home and paying off someone, you know? So you start looking through your list of people who you owe. And now the reasoning was this, and it was a struggle between. So let's say,
and post-production needs to happen.
Post-production needs to happen. The beauty about post-production is, again, another angel sent to us, a guy called Edu G. You know Edu G?
I know Edu G very well.
So Edu G, when he
is the one who did the editing of...
Yeah. And listen to this. Edu G came to see me. He called me. We spoke. Then he said he wants to come to the set. He came to the set. At that time, we were still negotiating who would edit. So we were still looking at different quotations. So he came to the set, I think, on day 2 or 3. So he came to the set, he checked it out. I'd sent him the story. He looked at it. Then Eduji told me, I know how movies go. I'll edit for you. Give me 1% equity.
What?
That's it.
Guy. Hey, you guys, your story has extremes. Extreme good. Extreme bad. What?
Yeah, 1% equity. Like, he wasn't greedy. He was like, just give me 1% equity. 1%.
First of all, he saw the vision of the movie. Actually, he saw the brilliance. Edu G has been in this industry for years. Edu G was black star. He used to shoot fast music videos.
Do you know how I looked at that 1% that he asked for? It's like the way there are some transactions, business-wise, I can't give you something just like that. It has to look like you bought it, even if for 1 shilling. That was how I took it. And I was so grateful because now the quotations that we had been receiving for editing were crossing into almost a mic. So now here's a guy who's telling you, I'll do it for 1%. And you know 1% means uko mbele after mpate pesa.
Exactly.
Is when you give me, you know.
That's crazy.
So my this is my response to you about post-production has to go on.
Yes.
Luckily it was going on. However, unaona vile Samke alituletea drive mbili za 4TB na 2TB.
Don't tell me.
No, what were we doing before then? Tulikuwa na drive ya 500GB, 500GB, 250GB, 1TB, the biggest 2TB. So now we have, while the movie was 17TB in total, like now when we compressed everything together, of course, because of all the footage, it was much bigger than that. I think we're talking like 20-something GB.
Yeah.
So imagine the number of drives that we had. Now imagine connecting them to one computer to try to edit. And you don't have a big drive to be able to transfer because you don't have chums to afford a big drive to be able to transfer. But let me tell you, at that point, I had no urgency to finish this movie because like I was drained. I was drained, and let me tell you, I was not depressed, but in 2019, I understood depression. In 2019, I would wake up and on purpose, I don't switch on my phone. I make sure my son has gone to school. Then I switch on my phone. I have been abused. Messages, abused.
Because of guys' chums?
Yes. Paka, I switch off my phone. Paka, you're even scared of leaving the house. Go back to sleep.
This is the first time in your life you were in debt on this kind of a scale.
Yes, on this kind of a scale.
Yeah.
It was massive. Let me tell you how massive this was. At that same time, you're battling with now bills for my dad. For my dad are starting to, now we need to start figuring them out. I don't know if you'll understand if I tell you this. At that point, you can't really tell your folks what you've done and how you don't have choose. Because, are you stupid? You know? So you're hoping that something will happen where you don't have to go through this. So, around May, so we finished February. My mom-in-law is supposed to retire in June. Around May, she starts feeling unwell. So in the middle of that, my wife starts now also taking her to Hosi for tests here and there. Luckily, see, she's still under Teacher Service Commission. So a number of the costs are taken care of. Then, of course, she had her savings, but she did so many tests that she started, like, it started draining her. Like now money started running out. Then she was diagnosed with cancer. So now my dad has cancer, my mom-in-law has cancer. We have a movie somewhere in many drives. We are not even pressuring Eduji. Like, Eduji is updating us and telling us, nimefika hapa, we don't care. Like, because at that point you're like, actually, one of the threats that we had received was other people telling you, some part of the cast and the crew. Because one of the things that we thought we could do was, Eduji did a teaser trailer for us. So one of the things we thought we could do was release the teaser trailer and see if we can start raising interest from people somehow. So I went back to the cast and crew. So I had a mailing list of the cast and crew. And I wrote to them and I told them, as part of me trying to raise chums, there's this teaser trailer we want to release so that we start getting interest, we get chums so that we can pay you guys.
Don't you dare.
Hey, niliambiwa, don't you dare. Don't you dare release something with me and you haven't paid me. So that time, one of your fears, of course, is social media. So I was like, okay, sawa, I respect your feedback. It's your chums. And one of the things that Kevin Muley taught me, and I think it's a brilliant thing to do, even if you owe people money, do not refuse to pick up their calls and be honest with them. Like, Richie, even if I owe you money and I've owed you for how long, you'll call me, I'll pick up your phone. Even if you abuse me on that call, kama sina nitakwambia sina. And I'll tell you how this helped me a few months later. So the guys now say you can't release the trailer. So my plan B at that point becomes, let me do crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is something that's normal in even film industry. Like, I've seen it. So I started doing crowdfunding. So I did
Mtu wa Masaka who I interviewed on CTA. That's how they raised money to do that trip that they were doing. Africa Unscrambled. Crowdfunding.
So I put a poster on social media. I was abused. I was ridiculed. I was laughed at. Unajisikia umetoka music industry, unakuja film industry, unajaribu kutushow nini? Ona sasa umekwama. Other people, sasa pesa yetu tutalipwa na pesa ya crowdfunding.
All of this is what they're writing on the comments.
No. Now, this is the funny thing about human beings. You send me a screenshot of Dero talking badly about me. Then Dero sends me a screenshot of you talking badly about me. But, funny enough, I just kept on saying, it's wrong, it's not right for them to say those things they are saying, but I understand where they're coming from because it's their chums. So for me, it was important to show myself to them that I owe you your chums. I don't have your chums to pay you right now, but I am acknowledging publicly that I owe you chums. Now, let me tell you, and this one I'll never forget. As soon as I put that call out for crowdfunding like this, Fully Focus was the first person to send me money. Imagine people sent me money. People sent me money. Ruben Odanga, Pascal Tokodi, Nick Mutuma, Lucy Mwangi, Eve D'Souza. They sent Mudhoni Buika. They sent me money.
What? And that's the film?
Yes.
And beyond.
Do you know what I was telling them? When the film comes out, when we do the premiere, I'll give you a ticket. Guys were sending 5Gs, 10Gs, 15Gs. Let me tell you, I even got money from, and I can never forget these 3 people from the US. Cindy Kanaga, a chick in the US who we met in one of the shows that we went with Nyash. Peter Kabugi, a guy I was with in Dago, who's a DJ there, and Dan Ondari, a friend of Nyash, who I met also huko. Like, people were just sending tunes. And let me tell you, the tunes were coming in and I pay off people. Now, luckily at that point, as one of the businesses that I was doing,
entrepreneurship is finished. It's for finishing, guys.
One of the businesses I was doing ever since I left Coca-Cola was I got a contract as a Skiza aggregator for Safaricom. So I'd signed up a number of artists. So at least I was making some money. But the way I'd set up in my bank system, that money used to come and it used to be a standing order directly for rent. So it used to come in and go out. So now sometimes it used to come in and then maybe it's less than what I need. Then I have to top up for it to go as a standing order. Then sometimes when it's a bit more, then I'm able to chomoa from there. But I started paying off people slowly. Now, there are people there's someone who went and reported me to cops.
What?
Yeah. No, actually several people reported me to cops. But 2 of them called me, and I'll always remember this one cop. He called me. Unaitwa Faki? Yes. Wewe ndio ulifanya ile movie? Yes. Kuna ujamaa ulitumia kama actor wako nini? Yes. Pesa yake mbona hujamlipa? Unatoroka na pesa yake? Sijatoroka nayo, ni vile sina. Kwa hivyo uko na pesa yake? Niko nayo, ananidai ndio. Nafaa kumlipa lakini ni vile sina. Ngoja. Kwa hivyo unasema uko na pesa yake? Niko na pesa yake. Na the reason hujamlipa ni sababu hauna. Sina, nikipata nitamlipa. The cop was like, sasa unajua si tuna deal na kama umekataa kulipa. Lakini kama unasema, you know.
Oh man.
Yeah. So the cop was like, wacha nimwambie ngoje tu, hivyo ndio maisha ukuanga. I was so happy when he said that. Another one, his lawyer called me. So now when I started getting these small chums, what I would do is this, So I owe you guys, both of you, like say a sock. So I get kidogo chums, then I call both of you. I tell you, can I pay you 10 to 20 Gs slowly mpaka iishe. So you say no, you want all your money at once. Dero says, me sawa, you can pay me slowly. So see, you've said no, so me I start with Dero. So I start with Dero mpaka I finish. Then now you now getting angry because I haven't paid you. So you're trying to gang up. So you're now calling Dero. Umse nini. Then Dero says, mi amenilipa. Amekulipa? Alikuwa ananilipa pole 2020. So now you call me and tell me, sawa basi.
Nilipa 2020.
Which, by the way, and I'm laughing, not madharau to them.
Yeah.
It's the relief that I was getting. So no madharau to them at all. There's one who his lawyer called me and told me, this guy is telling me to take you to court. I'm trying to tell him to negotiate a slow payment with you, but he doesn't understand. Him is insisting on taking you to court. And he's not understanding that court can go badly. So he even told the guy, listen, we can take Faki to court. Faki will be called by the judge. He'll be asked, do you owe this guy? Yes.
Faki say yes.
How much? 100 Gs. You can't pay? No, I don't have chums. How much can you raise? If I say 100 shillings a week and the judge hits that thing like that, unless you appeal,
yeah, that's what
you'll
you'll
pay you 100 bob
a week
until iishe. So the lawyer just told me, listen, give me a settlement plan. So I gave him a plan. So what I would do is, so the settlement plan was 10 Gs per week. So I send the guy 10 Gs, I take the M-Pesa message, I send to the lawyer. When I finished, the lawyer now told me, now send me 10 Gs, we close this file. I sent him 10 Gs, we closed the file.
Yo, hold on, Faki. You know, I'm in shock. This is what was happening behind the scenes.
This was 2019. Bado.
No, but this at this time of 2019, this is what is happening. Hey, we don't know.
2019, and remember I told you why it was important to shoot in my house. Part of my conversation with guys was, you know where I live. Hakuna mali naenda. You know where I live. You have been to my house.
Okay. How are you coping mentally? Because there is you, there is your wife. Both of you have been in the strain of making this movie, number one. And sometimes strain brings people even closer together.
Kabisa. It did. It did. I think doing this project together was one of the best decisions ever. Because you know the way right now you see stories about men who are struggling to maintain a certain level of provision at home, because also they can't reveal to their wives that maybe they're struggling in business. You've heard those stories of someone is fired, but he doesn't tell the wife he's fired. He keeps on leaving the house every day while he's looking for another job, you know. But for me, because we were in it together, like we know, like we knew, you know.
And she's the person you'd go and lay on.
Yeah. There's a day. There's a day. Have you ever found money in that shimo of the jacket?
the jeans.
Of the jacket, it pitted. So when you're holding the jacket, you feel something huku chini. Then when you put your hand in,
it's a G.
Let me tell you, I think it was 7 sock that she found. We planned that money. You'd have thought we were Ministry of Finance planning budget for Kenya. We planned that money. Let me tell you, there was a day, and my mom really got annoyed when we told her this story later on. There's a day when we were down to 100 shillings, and it was, we can buy milk for the toi, then si tutakula kesho. We'll figure out tomorrow. And we're like, it's okay. We'll figure out tomorrow. Because at that point, you're so stressed that food is not a priority. 2019, I lost weight. 2019, I think I lost about 14 or 15 kgs.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm answering you now in terms of my mental headspace. It was bad. It was bad. And now we
did that affect you and your kids now?
No, luckily we were able to really separate and somehow cushion them from all this. Because so I had some friends, one of them being Moira. There's Philip Moniki and his wife Eve. There's Rita, there's Jason, and again back to Shodha. Those guys used to come to our house and just chill with us. And I don't know if I say this, it would be understood, but they helped us create a sense of normalcy in the house. So even what ended up being projected to the kids was that everything is normal, you know.
And it's good when you and your partner together. That's a good start.
Shodha one day showed up to my house with shopping. Let me tell you, I felt a tear. He showed up to my house with shopping, just brought shopping, and then just told me, my nephew and niece cannot suffer and I'm on this earth. Brought shopping, just bought basics in the house, nini. Yeah. Shodha's mom has a farm, so Shodha would bring things from their farm. Like you'd bring eggs, bring ndomas, nini, you know, like at least there was always something. But remember, all this time, we could never tell our folks really the real, you know, because
they're in their own drama.
Yeah, and also, it's not easy to believe. Like Richie, imagine in 2019, I called you and told you I have a sock in my pocket. Would you ever believe me? So you'd think I'm punking you. You know. So, 2019, we get to June. My mom-in-law is diagnosed with cancer. So now we go through the motions of trying treatment here and there. So for some reason, my dad also, because he's going through cancer treatment, but it's not working.
Okay, so I want to touch on things that we go back into the, because now this is the beginning of Papa Center.
Yeah.
We'll even talk about the name and all of this, but I want to understand, you said there's a job that you got.
Yes. So when I came, I did some interviews, and you know, the Kenyan market was different from what I was used to. I was coming with really good experience, but it was a bit far. It was ahead of its time in terms of where Kenya was with data. So I remember me pushing hard on saying I want to build my own credit bureau for data and for banks and for all that stuff. My father being a banker, I took that same line he was in, and but now I wanted to deal with data because that's what we were doing there. But there wasn't much available data. And so I went to work for this amazing guy called Steve Mills, and worked at a place called CRBS. God would have it. God just opened my doors. I didn't go for 10 interviews. I went for one interview. One. The guy said, come. Then he told me, I'll pay you 60K. So I said, I did the math of 60K versus what I was earning. That was almost what I was earning in a day. You know, and I'm here being told this is what you'll earn in a month. Like, no. No. You know, so then they call me back. So this guy in there called Ashton calls me back. He says, hey, I'm a senior consultant here in this company. And we became good friends with Ashton till today. And Ashton said to me, here's what you tell this Muse. Tell him you're going to work for him, but for this much. I said, yeah, tell him you want this much. And then you come and I'll help you. And I went and I told him, and somehow it just happened. The guy said, okay.
And this was huge amounts more than what he was offering.
I mean, put it this, probably almost 10 times more. You know, and the guy's like, just tell him and then leave the rest to me. Because your experience, you need it. And, you know, we came in, we did things, and that was a good entry into Kenya, good introduction into the business world. I got to understand a lot. I worked for this entity. I helped them scale up their numbers. They helped me get experience.
What experience would you say you were lacking in Kenya?
I needed to understand the culture, the working culture. I needed to... America is very fast. It can be arrogant. So I also needed to humble myself and learn the nature of work here. So within the Eastern African society, Kenya is considered very fast, but I found it very slow.
That's very interesting to hear.
Oh, we are so far behind. So I'm like, we need to build this credit bureau. So this man had invested 15, 20 years of work towards credit bureaus, you know, banks sharing data for there to be advancement of how these banks are then collateralized by funding partners and how that works. So I was the first East Africa Credit Bureau Association, you know, vice chairman. We formed that association. We started talking to banks in Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Rwanda. You need to form credit bureaus. You need to share data. People are misusing loans. That's how this thing started being lobbied, put into parliament. So that was my first entry to the market, you know. So and then after that, there was a misunderstanding with my boss because I wanted to start my own company, but when I met him, he didn't want me to start. He said, come and then we'll do some things together. Long story short, we had a misunderstanding and I left and started my own business. And the misunderstanding just grew from a place of, you know, he thought I wanted to do certain things with his company. I was not interested in that. And I just felt there was a conflict. By the way, we're still very good friends. We're still very good friends with him. So that misunderstanding ushered me to now venture
into the world of starting my own businesses. And so I started the church and my own business now at 30.
Oh man, what year is this?
This is 2000 and since 2006. So that's when I did this work for Steve and the company. Sorry, I started the church at 2007. I was 31.
Yes.
2007 January, church starts, my new company starts, and my wife is expecting a baby. Let me tell you.
What did you call the company?
Quest. I started my first business, Quest. I was working with banks. Again, that whole credit bureau thinking and all. Very interesting world. Very, very...
So you spent a year working for your previous boss, and understanding the landscape.
Yeah.
Okay, and then now you start Quest.
The landscape,
you start
else.
Papa Center.
Yeah.
Wife
I
pregnant.
for about a year and a half, because I'd come back in 2005 May, and by July I was working for him. Yeah. And so 1.5 years.
Okay.
We're done well. We're done well with that company. But now it's like it's time to build my own thing. And that's when I started. And that's when...
Are you alone when you
alone.
start?
I'm alone. I mean, I have partners, I have people who have come and are saying, okay, I want to join. Shareholders who are saying we'll put in some money. It was tough. This is a tough market. I want to say this now, if we are going into the business arena. Yeah. This is a tough market to start a business. It's a tough market anywhere in the world to start a business, but particularly in Kenya, because there's a way capital is supposed to behave. There's a way shareholders are supposed to behave around raising capital. But the capital in Kenya is not patient, and then it doesn't know equity. You know, in equity, if you lose, you lose. You took a risk. But in Kenya, equity is pay me back. It didn't go well, pay me back. And you're like, it's not, you know, so I learned very many lessons around capital in Kenya, the right money, the wrong money, the hard.
Please explain a bit more about what you mean when you say the right money, the wrong money.
I mean, there's the kind of capital that's going to grow your business is not impatient capital. It's not capital you put in today and by next week you're being asked, where's the return? It takes time to nurture a baby. It takes time. And again, remember, this is 2007. And so I started my business. We're now looking at growth. I built it. We open offices in Uganda, in Tanzania.
You started, and this is the speed at which you were growing?
Yeah. Within a year and a half, I was in Uganda
the region.
And Tanzania.
I want us just to dwell a bit about this on this capital story. So, you've been here less than 2 years. You've already formed enough relationships for you to get this kind of capital.
I didn't have the relationships. I just had mad faith. I didn't have the relationships. I just knew I had to start. I had to start. So as soon as I put the business plan together in my living room, I put a business plan together. It took me 2 weeks, and I went around and started shopping for money.
Yo.
I had over 70 meetings in a month. And guess what? 70, I was giving a talk the other day. It was 70 yeses wrapped. It was 70 no's wrapped as yeses. There's nothing as bad for a business person when people tell you yes, but they didn't mean it. As soon as you walk out the door, they're like, never pick that guy's call again. And it's better when people just say no. No.
And that's interested. What you're used to in the States.
That's what you're used to. Yeah. Straightforward answers. I love Nigerians for that also. Straightforward. No, I'm not interested. Not going to happen. So I'm like, you said yes, but you're not picking my calls. You said yes, I can't meet you again. You said yes, your secretary is blocking me from accessing you. So I read that's why people need to read some of this language very quickly. Don't waste too much time there. You know, I know people like...
And this is unique to Kenya.
Very unique to Kenya, because in most parts of the world, people have just learned to be very direct. I do my best to be direct to people and say, can't do it. I just can't. Because you do people a favor. They stop lingering around your reception. Once you've said it's not going to happen, that's it, you know.
So while people may think you're being harsh, what you're actually doing is saving them.
You're actually saving them from wasting, because people have two assets in life, time and energy. and don't waste either for them. Now, are there people who have told no and they've continued to come, and at some point I'm like, just give them. There is a point of persistence, but you've got to be smart about where do I think I can be persistent. So I said, so many no's. Eventually, I get a call from this former guy that had brought me to this place, and he says, there's a guy you should meet. I meet those guys, they hear my story, they're like, okay, this sounds interesting, we're willing to put in some money. And
but it's none of these 70?
None of those 70.
Yeah.
None of those 70. So I'd done the work, I'd hit this road and the streets, so get some money, start the business, it grows, it starts to make money, people start to see it, we start to get engaged, and I start getting people flying in to meet me because they're like, we like what you're building, we'd like to have more conversations. I share with my shareholders, they're like, very good. So a lot of learning around even how people look at businesses. So South Africans were coming in, they were very interested in this thing. I started getting a name in that credit bureau and data space, and people started including me in important conversations, and that's how somehow that happened. Then
let me ask now, from a team perspective, because now you're no longer one person, you're hiring for the first time. In your Kenyan life.
I had over 60 employees there.
How was that? And now they're reporting to you. What was that in terms of managing? You had this experience from the States. Is there a difference?
Dealing with people in an office for me was never really, I had a lot of experience there. The Kenyan flavor was different, but again, it's people. Bottom line, it's people, right? Kenyans are a lot more subtle. Americans are loud, and they will hit you where it hurts most as an employer if you're not taking care of them. Kenyans are subtle, they'll still hit you where it hurts most. You just won't see it coming. And either way, it's just our style. I learned to adapt and understand. So I've got these people reporting to me. Some of them left the previous company, they were also disgruntled. And the big lesson is do your best not to necessarily move with disgruntled employees. Do your best. If you can, just be wise about building. Those are things I teach elsewhere. Because when I left, I was upset, and so the people who are upset with me left with me. But sometimes the problem with that is you carry that attitude to your business, and so not everybody that's disgruntled at the previous place where you left needs to join you in your new gig, because that can cause problems, and that happens a lot. Oh, Charlie, that guy thinks he's the only one who knows this thing, we're gonna leave. So you leave with 30%. That church thinks it understands people leave. But if you go start a church with disgruntled people, chances are you will have a lot of problems in your hands. And so I found myself, people worked hard. I must be honest, they worked very hard because our lives depended on it. And so people put in hard work, hard time. They were able to deliver, grow. They also got their own experiences. People got to see a bit more of the world. We made our mistakes because I did a very big deal with a group in South Africa for a merger with now this company. And I was like, okay, we're starting to see success. But just 2 weeks before we signed, we went into our elections. And this was in 2007. And Kenya went into
the post-election violence.
Post-election violence that we've ever seen. So these guys chilled out. We had taken space in Chris Kirubi's building.
Yes,
in
International Lifehouse. Yes.
Taken 2 floors because they had instructed me, take the floors, get ready, we're coming. And guess what? Now my whole American experience was coming to play because what they wanted to do was bring the call centers here. We start handling the same type of data issues that we used to have, and they had American clients. So they told me we're going to put 2,000 seats in Kenya. Out of our 40,000 seats, 2,000 seats will come to Kenya. And that was a good start, but the plan was we'll even eventually make them 10,000 seats. So in my head, I'm like, I'm going to employ Kingdom people. We're done. Yes, God, thank you for telling me to come back to Kenya. We're going to war.
Oh my God.
And Kenya goes crazy, and those guys freak out and say, Julian, we'd like to hold off for 6 months to allow Kenya to cool down. We see where things are. That time, we've gone to post-election violence. I've taken 2 extra floors of space, costing me probably $20,000 to $25,000 every month. I've got employees, I've got shareholders who are like, you told us we have a merger. What's happening? I'm like, we're slaughtering each other with machetes. That's what's happening. Oh, wait a minute. The world goes into recession.
Oh, man.
So now I have a double whammy. Recession,
post-election violence.
Post-election violence. Punched from both sides. And everything that could go wrong went wrong. And so I remember sitting there in a very distressed position because now even the work we had was not sustaining the
business
expenses I had, because now I was preparing for a big merger. And these guys were going to pump in significant money. So what happens to the South African group? Their stock price tanks so badly that the last thing they have on their minds is any merger. They call me and say, Julian, this has to wait because things are bad. In South Africa, we're losing everything. We can't do this. They lost contracts from the States. They lost everything. They lost their centers. The chairman became even sick and almost suicidal. He was very depressed. So I said, these guys, the last thing they have on their minds is Julian. So now I had to deal with 2 things. My shareholders, 3 things. My shareholders, my employees,
and Chris Kirubi.
As you would call him. As one of my biggest creditors that I owed money. So I decide, okay, so my shareholders, moody, upset, how did we get into this position? I'm like, everybody was happy when I was going to sign. All of you saw the documents. Everybody was excited. Now, all hell has broken loose. Somebody has to hang for this. The person that has to hang
is me.
And then at this time, church is still going on.
I will get to church event.
Wife is over there. Baby
number 1 has already come.
Baby number 1 has come, and we're just like, Jesus, help. So I pray and I just go back to God and say, you need to guide me on what to do here, because no matter which way I look at what happened, I wouldn't have done anything any different. There's nothing we did. We didn't steal money. We didn't. Just events have just led to a very bad place. And everybody was stressed out. I had employees threatening to take me to court because now I'm not paying them. So I just went to my knees. I sought for wisdom. I said, God, help me. And so we found ourselves in this very interesting place where now I needed to deal with creditors. We owed people almost $1 million. Dollars? Yes, 100 million shillings worth of debt. And it was bad. Long story short, I decided, let me go start with Chris Kirubi. I owed him about 40 million. And I said, Chris, I couldn't have done this any different. I said, and I'm at your mercy. You can decide to auction me, because they'd already sent me letters for auction. You can decide to auction me, and you're justified in every way, but you've seen what has happened. Here's what took place. I took him through the history. Here are my merger documents. Here are my letters. Chris was very understanding. And actually, I must say, at that moment in time, I think he looked at me like a son. At that moment in time, there's a grace God gave him that he looked at me as I think he saw a younger him. Because I don't know what happened in that room, but everybody I've met with tells me, what? That's not Chris. But I believe God was there in that room with us, because after I displayed everything, I said, I'm not going to hide anything from you. Here is the reality of the matter. I owe you 40 million. I can't pay you. However, help me recover, and whatever else I build, I'll still be in this building. And I'll find a way to still get you back this kind of rent. He says, okay, so you did this. Okay, let's remove this. Let's remove this. There, he took 40 million down. By the time we were done, we were at about, initially we were at 40 million, then he first did 20. So I left him and I came back the next day. He's like, you again? Yeah, me again. What is it now? I can't afford this 20. 10 million. Go, come back. Third day. He said, young man.
No way.
I said, I can't pay you. Like, we have come down to 10. I can't pay you. By the time we were done, that bill came to 1.2 million.
No way.
Yeah. So that's how I cleared that. So I went back to the shareholders. I said, of our debt, I've narrowed it down to now 60 million. The business is making money. The next thing, I need to streamline employees.
Yeah.
So employees, I can't pay you guys. This is what I can do. I'll do my best here. Some feel, injustice. Some feel, but at this time, I'm like, I need to keep a sane mind. Because I can go crazy. And let me tell you, people don't understand what entrepreneurs and employers go through. And there's one thing my former employer had told me, Steve, now here in Kenya. He said, Julian, one day you'll understand the dilemma of an employer. And now I was sitting there saying, I understand what Stephen was telling me. Because it's easy to sit as an employee and point fingers. But the day you sit a little bit in the other shoes, because I understand people have families, but nothing around this was prescribed. So anyway, we narrow down, I come to an agreement with the employees, I do what I can, I finish with the employees. The next thing is, okay, Julian.
So they leave?
Yeah.
You're shutting down shop?
No, we're not shutting down shop. I'm restructuring.
Okay, completely. Okay, I get it.
And I come back to shareholders, I say, this is where we are. And at this point, the business has got this many clients. This is what it's doing. I don't know what else to do. They say, okay, Julian, a lot of things have happened. This is a very tough situation. I say, yes, it is. So here's what I'm willing to do. I'm going to trade in my shares, all my shares, to all of you, as because now we still have about 40 million left in all that stuff. But the business is making about 60 million a year or so, 70 million in its original business. I say, since there's business here, why don't you take my shares? I convert my shares, and I convinced the FD and everyone else to do the same. Let's hand them over to you as shareholders for $1. And I'll walk away from everything I've built. And that's how I solved my first company dilemma.
Oh, yeah. Your story is insane. I have so many questions about this sector because I have been an employee with entrepreneurs.
Yes.
So first and foremost, how did you stay sane?
I think what you have to do, and I can tell you now that I've got a bit more experience after that. Remember, I was just 30-something at that time, 32, 33. I've learned something. There's a mindset training that entrepreneurs have to have. There's like a gym of the mind and the spirit that you have to ensure you don't allow your body to get tainted with the acid that comes from that stress. Because I'll tell you, you can die early. It is such intense stress that is unexplainable to many people. It is so intense that, especially when other lives are dependent on you, that you've got to separate. You have to find the science that separates spirit, body, and mind to deal with each individual thing succinctly and with discipline. It's a discipline that very few people attain, to be able to sleep and wake up saying, it's a new day, I'll deal with the problems of today. And Jesus told us, don't worry about tomorrow. So the thing I train a lot of entrepreneurs to say is, train your mind to deal with today. Tomorrow has its own chaos. I mean, if the rapture happens tomorrow, why were you worrying about it? Tomorrow has its own chaos. So deal with today. In those situations, deal with today. He told us when he was teaching his disciples about how to pray, he said, there are 4 things you all worry about. All of us worry about these 4 things. Then he tells us, do not worry about what you will drink. Do not worry about what you will eat. Do not worry about what you will wear. And do not worry about tomorrow. The 4 things all of us worry about. Jesus categorized them, and he told us, don't worry about these 4 things. And this is where you have to be at that entrepreneur point, that employer point, that employee point. The company is going down. Don't over worry. How will my children who survived world wars, children who were there in world wars and didn't go to school for 3 years, eventually went to school and graduated. So relax. COVID is not
an end.
An end to the world. So you'll graduate when you're 2 years older. The world is fine. You'll be okay. And so you train your mind to never, it's not caring. It is just a state of dealing with today's hell today. If you think of 6 months ahead, you'll collapse. And that's what happens.
And how do you, okay, I love what you're saying. So part of the training of your mind is don't think, I'm not saying don't think about tomorrow, but don't worry about tomorrow. Deal with today.
It is scriptural. Do not be anxious for anything. Let me ask you, what was the one thing in 2005 that you were so worried about that you felt you were going to lose your mind? You can't remember.
I can't.
Thank you.
It's true.
But most times when we worry like that, we get sick. When we get anxious, we get sick. A very big percentage of sicknesses is as a result of our worry. And when Jesus is telling us, don't be anxious for anything, but through prayer and supplication, let your requests be made known unto God. It is saying, I can't handle this hell. So God, here it is. I'm not the one who told myself to come back to Kenya. I know that. So somewhere you knew this was going to happen. And it's only, let me put it this way, and what keeps me sane is that the Bible says all things work together for good, right? All things work together for good. Not all things are good, but all things work together for good. Faith is not a denial of our reality. It doesn't deny the fact. God never told you, Richard, to say those things that are as though they are not. That is never scriptural. You don't have cancer and you say, cancer, you're not here. It's there. He said, say those things that are not as though they are. So healing is what I can speak of. Peace is what I can speak of, but I need to be able to cross. So that training of my first company, I did not know that I'd have 10 times more employees, 10 times more financial responsibility in my next thing. 26 countries, not 28 countries, not 3. I didn't know. And that's why it says, count it all joy when you go through diverse trials and temptations, knowing this, that the trying of your faith produces patience. That word patience there is the word stamina. Everything you've gone through makes you stronger. The Esther I met, let me tell you, I don't think you remember. I met you, it was fashion. You were wearing these t-shirts that you used to design yourself with graffiti and, torn in a few places. And what was the one thing you were very stressed about that day? Rev, this week, I don't know if I have food and bus fare. You were very stressed. I don't have transport. Do you think about that now?
Nah.
But it is possible to get stuck there. And the dilemma of your life becomes 1 week's
stuck. That's the word.
You have to learn to get unstuck. Every level you get unplugged. And I keep saying, so my dilemma was, I'm in this thing. So I solved a 100 million shilling problem, not knowing that I'd soon be running a 20, 30 billion shilling organization.
Even before we get there, let me ask this question. The second thing, what made you have the belief that having a conversation with Chris Kirubi, I mean, you went there 3 times.
Yeah.
From 40 to 20, that was already a miracle on its own. This is Chris Kirubi.
Yeah.
What madness, that's the word,
yeah.
made you believe, nah, we can still go down?
I remember the story of Jesus when there was a woman that came and asked him for bread, and he said, bread is for the children of Israel. And she said, but even the crumbs the dogs can eat. And Jesus said, this is great faith. What I remembered was, keep going back. He gave another parable about a judge who kept hearing a woman's plea. And he said, just give her what she wants, lest she keeps coming back. That's exactly what I did. I applied scripture.
For you, the Bible is not this holy book that excites you and makes you feel like...
It has been my greatest business guide. Greatest. everything I've needed in business: capital raising, capital restructure, people restructure, future thinking, sustenance, provision. It's there. Every formula you need to have to understand how to stay in when you feel like giving up, it's there. It's been prescribed for us. Those are stories that were written. Everything, that's what the Bible says. Everything was written aforetime for our benefit. Then use it. Then use it. I went back and Chris succumbed. And we became great friends. And he'd come in my next company and we'd sit for hours just laughing and talking.
This is
the same
insane.
man who had sent auctioneers to my office. You can get anything you want if you follow the principles God has laid out.
Okay.
And there began my madness now. Now I was like, now let's take this thing to another level.
Okay, I want now people to understand the other side that was happening. Because you're building a church.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this thing. You're in Mombasa. We're going to come back. So we've put a timestamp here where you've left the business.
Right.
Given your share for $1. It's a lesson on its own. Let's talk about this church that you're building. Let me just say this, and I am your proof. I remember you saying when you started the church, I will never draw a salary from this church, or something like, I don't take a salary of this church.
Yeah.
I'm here to add into the church.
Yes.
So let's enter this Papa Center.
Yeah.
The name, even, where does it come from? Let's begin that journey. Camera rolling.
Roll it.
Okay, Eric, let's continue with this amazing album, your debut solo album.
That's right.
Sawa Sawa. Why Sawa? In fact, let's talk about the song Sawa Sawa.
So,
and why did you call the album Sawa Sawa?
Well, one of my favorite verses comes from Isaiah chapter 40. I think it's 28 and 29. Those who depend on the Lord shall soar with wings of eagles, right? They shall walk and not be weary. You know that verse. And so for me, the song kind of was like, at this point in my career, what was it like? Maybe 8-9 years in, you know? And so I'd been through a lot, you know, the whole thing with Five Alive, trying to find the record deal, etc., etc. And just telling myself that it was going to be okay, you know? That there's a line in there, one of my favorite lines is, I've stretched my rod as far as I can reach, right? And for me, that is it's an interesting thing that this is something my mom always used to say as well, that we are co-creators with God in everything that we do. You know, however you see God, the universe, right? That we are co-creators. We are, and one of the best examples is like Moses and the Red Sea, right? I mean, he didn't part the waters, right? He didn't,
but
right?
he played his part.
But he was told, stretch your rod, right? You know, and so for me, it's like, we've got to play our part, you know? It's not, you don't only depend on God to provide all the things. You've got to do your part, you know?
It's like God will never give you a chair, he'll give you wood.
There you go, you know? Yeah, and then you've got to nail it all together, you know? So that for me was like, yeah, this is my mantra. Everything's gonna be all right. I just keep on doing my thing. Itakuwa sawa sawa. You know, and so I guess some of the inspiration for that song, even sort of chord-wise, I was listening to CC Winans had just put out a record, and there was like a song, all right. I was like, okay, that's cool, you know, because you're learning. You're one of the best ways to learn stuff is to mimic something, you know, is to, hey, what are those chords, you know, how can I use that? And so that's where Sawa Sawa came from. And it's weird that then that I guess I was so influenced that Sawa Sawa and all right, you know, the song, you know.
Yes. Just play Sawa Sawa. Feel the,
I wake up early in the morning and hear the birds call out my name. I look heavenward and hear your voice say,
You're alright, you're okay. I'm alright, I'm okay. Sawa, 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 sawa. Another day and another hour. A bower, bower, my bower. I'm growing wings to fly like eagles. Higher, 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 higher. I'm reaching for the stars and further. Sawa, 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 sawa. Sawa, sawa. Every day in my dreams, I'm rising, it seems. There's nothing to hold me. I see the unseen. My faith is my anchor. My hope is my rudder. And nothing can harm me as I cross the seas. Etc.
Let me ask you, did you do voice lessons in Berkeley?
No, I didn't. I did a few sort of privately, right? I decided to be a piano principal at Berkeley because I felt it was going to improve my songwriting, right? And I don't know, I thought that I could pick up sort of voice things as I went along, right? But I needed that foundation piano-wise.
I get. So have you done voice lessons or you just teasing?
I did 2 or 3, you know. Yeah, but I mean, piano was my instrument at Berkeley.
Yo.
You know.
Okay, so you call this album Sawa Sawa, package it, release it. So what I'm hearing, you started releasing it in the States first with MailChimp and all of this.
It wasn't MailChimp.
I mean,
no. This is no.
My post office, P.O. Box.
P.O. Box. Exactly.
Yeah,
you know. And so there was also a gig that we used to play. We used to play a gig every 2 weeks or at a club in Boston. It was called Riles, right? Sort of 150, 200 people venue. Man, Riles had vituko. Remember one time, this promoter babe, who was like the person who used to, you know, make sure the gigs happen. She's there like, Eric, sorry, you can't play today because the roof, because it was a 2-level place. The roof of the upstairs venue that you're gonna play at has caved in. It rained really hard yesterday. It's caved in. And then I was like, her name was Ursula. I was like, Ursula, we can't cancel. I mean, Kenyans come all the way from Worcester, which is like a 90-minute drive. We can't cancel. She's like, Eric, I don't know what to tell you. The gig's not gonna happen. I was like, oh man, rain. I was like, yeah. Can I just go see, you know, see the damage? I go up to the venue. There's a whole other wedding taking place. And like, she had double booked. There was a kanaka. Hang! I was like, Ursula bwana. Are the guys coming from Shags of Boston, right?
You booked a wedding.
You just tell me the truth, right? And so we actually went up to the bride and groom. Because there was a small party of about 20-30 people. I was like, look, I'm really, really sorry, right? But there's been a double booking of this space. Cindio, you let us play our gig, and then you guys just join the kanini.
And enjoy.
They're like, yay! we played this kabash. Kenyans like this, and this Zoom's couple from Boston having a wonderful time for the wedding party. It was great.
So,
you know,
so a lot of Kenyans used to come for.
So they would come, but then we started playing the gig. We started playing an annual gig in addition to those at one of the biggest clubs in Boston called the Rack. Right now, the manager of the Rack, she used to ask me, "Who the hell are you to come and book this club?" Right? But we used to book it for there's a Monday, the 3rd Monday in April, which is Patriots Day, is when the Boston Marathon is run, right? And she was like, and we knew that the Kenyans were going to win.
Yep.
Right? It's scheduled. It's part of the plan, right? And so I show up and they're like, so April, it was that year happened to be the 16th. I was like, April 16th, I'm gonna have the launch of my record here, and we're gonna fill this place with Kenyans. She's like, really? On a Monday night? I was like, relax, relax, babe. Yeah. 500 guys showed up, you know, and we played that gig every single year, right? because the Kenyans they win, right? And so one time,
You
actually,
even that was clever.
Yeah.
You launch album same time.
Oh, exactly. And so one time the Kenyan didn't win, an Ethiopian guy won. Then she calls me up. She's like, "Are you still gonna play your gig?" I was like, "But the Kenyan babe won, so what's the?
It's all good.
It's all good. You know, we've got this thing
Sorted.
under wraps,
Yeah.
right?" So we launched the record there in April, and then we were coming to release it here.
What year is
in
this?
September of 2001.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah, you were still in 2001.
Yeah, we're still we've got 18 years to go. Stick around. yeah. So, it was great, and Sheba, at one point we're playing these gigs, and she's there like, you know what? Instead of charging $10, let's charge 12. You know that extra $2 when there's 500 guys is $1,000. You know, I was like, where Chile? Ukombele. No, it was wonderful times, happy times.
Okay, so you come here, and what's now the reception?
We come here. So Retwari Aku had been playing for a couple of years. Kenya only had been playing, and then I think a year prior, before the album was released, we had played at Beats of the Season in 2000,
Yeah.
right? And I was playing pretty much the stuff from the record, right? And it had gone down well, so I was like, okay, this is going to be interesting.
And you've always been a live musician.
That one was backing track,
Okay.
but I had dancers, right? It was just, you know, Richie, where we are right now in the industry, right, is not where we were 17 years ago as far as how many musicians there are. Even I'm talking about players, instrumentalists. 10 years ago, I could go watch a gig and know everyone on stage, right? But nowadays you go, maybe even the vocalist you don't know, right? Watch now, the percussionist or the drummer, you know, there's so many players, there's so many, right? And back in the day, like, to find a band who were going to nail the stuff in the 1 week that you were here, that was, you know,
I get what you mean.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I keep forgetting that you're coming from abroad.
Yeah.
To do your thing, then you're out back.
Exactly. I mean, like right now, the Totses of the world, Akina Benja, Akina Mavo, these guys nail stuff. Whichever musician you are.
Yeah.
Even Beyonce come.
Exactly.
You know, guys are ready, you know. But that was not where we were back then. And so I had the choreographer at the time, a guy called Brayo. Yani, he, by the way, is the one who even saved Incha Kitu Kidogo that day of the music festival, right? Because when those guys were saying to get off stage.
Okay, tell us about this.
So I get called to the music festival, right, to sing at the finalist concert. This is 2001. And as a past winner, they were like, Eric, you know, come and show the guys that this thing can go somewhere, right? And so they asked me, we had gone up to the sound booth, they're like, what songs are you going to play? I was like, I'm going to sing a song called Sawa Sawa and another song called Ncha Kitu Kidogo. They're like, Mambo ni Twende, right? Cheers. So we go down, we start, we sing Sawa Sawa, it goes down. Well, now it's me and Brayo and some dancers, right? So Ncha Kitu Kidogo starts to play another track. And it has been getting some airplay. So I told you sitting there, right? The organizers begin to panic, right? There's a guy on the side of the stage, he's calling me, right? And they're like, hang on, we've started singing the song.
I ain't coming.
I'm not coming at kuja, whatever, you know? Because also, I've seen guys at the music fest as well, when the guest of honor arrives, guys are performing on stage, guest of honor is late. These kids, they have to stop their performance so the guest of honor can come and take their seat, right? It's like someone has pressed pause, right? And then when the guest of honor sits down, unpause and you continue. I'm like, ain't no way I'm gonna stop singing a song at you because of what, right? So I already had that car.
Yes.
Of you don't stop a guy in the middle of a song.
I'm just in an album,
You know what I'm saying? And so it was also, it was that, and it's just unprofessional.
Yeah, it is.
You know, but it turned out he was calling me because they were panicking. They're like, you can't sing this song in Moi's Kenya with the vice president sitting there. right? And so they say the part of the myth is that they were trying to switch off my microphone. It's not actually true. The mic cable was faulty, so it was just, you know, I was having to whatever. But they did go into the sound booth, right, and ask, where's the music coming from, right? Those guys up there in the sound booth, they're like, we don't know. They came and literally stood against the machines. They're like, "Atiju inatoka wapi?"
What?
You know? So those guys had our back, right? So now on the side of the stage, the guy's getting more sort of
agitated.
Kuja funga, right? And then I hear Brayo behind me. He's there like, dance hard. He's saying to his dancers, dance hard. I was there like, I can't let these guys down, right? But because I was beginning to get quite intimidated, right?
You're like, hey, what am I doing?
And then the audience chikas the chorus, and then they start to sing. It just became a thing, right? I was like, yeah, man, this we're seeing this one through to the end, you know. And so then we walked off stage, and then some other to me big guys in suits, so they're like, right? My bro was like, ni mimi. So they took my bro off to a side somewhere, talked to him a bit, whatever, and then he came and told me, let's get in the car, and we just bounced.
What?
Right? It was that level of whatever. But then, like I'm saying, there's a journalist, Jamhuri Mwavyombo, who came and was like, tell me about this song. Now she's interviewing me in Swa. And it's like, first of all, here you are, you've written a song about corruption where you're calling it kitu kidogo. And she's there like, sasa uta mambo ya rushwa na what was the other word? Ufisadi na rushwa. They're like, I've never heard these words before in my life. And I'm having this interview with Chile from the coast, being like, basi tuambie, unaonaje rushwa? So,
kaya bumps from Kilimanjaro, you're going to connect.
Kabisa. Anyway, so like I was telling you, that song, that got picked up. By the next day I was on BBC, as like Network Africa called from London, and I was talking to my heroes, Alex Brody. They're like, I've been listening to you in America all this time, and you're interviewing me standing here in Westland. Like, yeah, man, rock on. But anyway, that's how that particular situation played out.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So that album explodes here, and this is now again, I'm stressing on this first album because it solidified you as a musician and even changed you from I'll keep using Ondio to this is a music activist who is fighting for us. You get what I mean? It's like what you were saying about Ridiculous. That's what we felt you were doing for us musically. That hadn't been done in. I mean, I'm not saying they were not, but it was. I'm talking about my era. Very relevant. Very okay. We get this thing, and very pop, and also great music. So that, of course, explodes the brand Eric Wainaina. What does that do for you? Or you know, every time I've been talking to you, it's like you're a bit aloof about what was happening to you guys stardom-wise. Do you get? Like when I was talking about Five Alive, I'm like, it was a big deal. It was. You guys were a big deal, and even this Sawa Sawa album, and Eric Wainaina, that was a big deal. Where does the story go from there?
Where does the story go from there? So we put out the record. Then I pretty much went back to school, you know, and I was insulated from a lot of the stuff that was happening because I wasn't here, right?
That's what I fully understood.
You know, and so like, I remember one time someone saying to me, in Togo, vumad like crazy, right? I was like, okay, thanks for telling me.
Let me say this as a musician. There's some songs that, when I was a musician, there's some songs that are released would only get known in Nairobi with a certain demographic of people. In Chiakitu Kidogo was known across the country to all different demographics. Kids were singing it, all people were singing it. You get? That's when I'm talking about, Nameless calls it a mega hit. Mega hit is just everybody's, Ninanoki for Nameless was a mega hit. But it's not just a mega hit because till today, the song is played. Till today. So it's like a timeless song. That's when I'm talking about what that song did. That's why I'm spending and dwelling so much on the explosion of that album.
Yeah. I mean,
Guys even who didn't know Swahili, I mean Kikuyu, sing Ritwa. See, I'm a Kikuyu and I can't even say it.
Ritwa Yaku. It's sawa. I mean, it's been life-changing for me as a record, you know. One of the songs on it, Daima, right, just continues to do interesting things like on Skiza and stuff, you know.
Yes. You tell us what has he done on Skiza? I know it was voted the most downloaded Skiza tune.
Thank you.
Not voted, by the way, this is not even about voting. This is just collection and saying the number one Skiza tune of the thingy was that.
Well, I mean, thankfully, you know, once again, you never know what's going to happen with a jam. You write a jam from a standpoint of honesty, and it takes on a life of its own, you know. But for example, 10 years ago, our complaint was distribution, right? But digital has come to really change that space, right? And I mean, for me, like, there's always complaints about, or there's a discussion about the sort of the percentage split, right, with ourselves and the aggregators and Safaricom, right? For me, it's a really big deal that I put out a song and there's 40 million potential subscribers, right? People who, and there's no gig that I can play that will have 40 million people there, right? So Safaricom has provided us with this platform, this entire market, right? We can argue, we can discuss, hey, maybe there could be some more, there could be percentage points more in our favor, yes, but there's other, it's not only Safaricom, there's the government, there's VAT and excise, right? So 16 and 10%, right? This is a conversation that we could also have with the government and be there like, hey, maybe that excise tax,
you need to,
right? How about you waive that and put that into some kind of music education program, right? Because there's a lot of money. That 10% is a lot
makes
of
18
tunes.
million shillings a day on Skiza tunes. We're
No,
talking about.
are you talking about Safaricom or Safaricom and
No.
partners? Because there's also Huawei and.
I'm talking about 18 million shillings a day. Let's say 18 million people have a Skiza tune.
That's fantastic.
That's 18 million shillings a day.
If you take 10% of that, that's 1.8 meter, right? In a month, that is 54
meter.
That's a lot of money. And just that alone, right, could be put into some music education programs. Do you know, Richie, I started doing my master's at KU, right? I was meeting students who were coming to do their undergrad who had never seen a piano before, who had never touched a piano. You're coming to do your undergraduate and you've never touched a piano before. That is like, Basi, then you're now entering, now that's grade 1.
You can't, how are you competing?
You can't compete. But so the thing is this, if the government is like, okay, look, 54 million shillings per month.
Let's put pianos in schools.
Let's put pianos everywhere. Let's put guitars everywhere. Let's also advance like all these Nyatiti or Root or whatever. Can they be improved?
Exactly.
Right? I know a guy, so you know Nyatiti has, it's tuned, it's pretty much, you tighten the string pretty much by the strength of your arm, right? You put a cloth there and you just, you know what I'm saying? I know a guy, I call Rapasa, who's put guitar pegs on a Nyatiti. See, that's already an innovation because how much more exact your tuning can be, right? It also means that Nyatitis, which are tuned kind of pentatonic, now with pegs you can get so many more notes.
Nice.
Right? And so that's an innovation for the Nyatiti, right? We're talking about 54 million shillings a year, a month. We're talking about even making stuff, turning that Nyatiti into even an electrical instrument.
We're talking about even creating a sound from within Kenya that can now go out.
If you look at the best sort of producers in the world, right? Out of the top 10 producers, I'm going to say 30% of them are Swedish. Akina Max Martin, all those guys who write for Beyonce, Rihanna, all that, right? Why? Because Sweden has that sort of free education program. It predates ABBA.
Yes.
You know? And so it's in like, come on, you want to talk about good allocation of chums? Yeah, me, I have no problem with that.
With the percentage you're getting,
I have no problem
first
at all.
and foremost, you've been given a market of 30 million people plus.
Yeah.
Secondly, there's a revenue potential that you'd have not gotten.
Yeah. You know, I mean, when you're talking about that kind of stuff, it's. So yeah, we've talked about the advancement that we can make as an industry, right? But it's also you're making money which you deserve, right? But from a catalog which is in some cases like with Sawa, it's 17, 18 years old.
That's insane.
You know, and that's how it should be. You know, and I mean, it makes the music business serious. It makes it serious. It's not a hobby. You know?
Yes, it's
a
business.
It means that you can buy a house, right? Which you are currently doing. You know, it means you can put your kids through school. It means you can participate in the extended family's needs. You know, it means that you can envision a university education for your children. You know, all these things that people fear that if you become a musician, you will not eat, right? This,
for the record, I want to ask you, music is what has fed you. Music is what takes...
Music has fed me, clothed me.
You've not randomly become an accountant on the side?
No, I haven't. Everything. So I have diversified sort of my music output.
Exactly. And we'll enter the theater inside like that.
Yeah. But it's all music.
Within music now you're able to grow. I mean, dude, you said music paid your fees.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? The CDs and your upkeep when you were abroad.
Man, I flogged those CDs like mad. Became pretty much like a member at the post office. They're like, "Oh, Eric,
how you doing?
Good to see you again." You know.
Okay, so let's continue with this story, because I mean your journey. We're on album number 1, guys. I mean, okay, let's say album number 2 if you include the 5 Alive album. Next thing is when I as well come back into the country, and one day I'm at Kijiji and the great Eric Wainaina walks in. And now this is the first time I'm meeting you face to face, and you were recording a song with Kanji called Mabawa at the time.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I'm in the presence of greatness, people. Just like seated there, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I haven't been allowed to be here. Just to show you what your first album had done for you. Now let's talk about 2020, because that was the second album.
That was the second album.
Yes, and within a very short time, I also started, drifted into activism, because activism is not a practice. It's not like saying I'll start a business tomorrow. It's a need that arises and you step up. And before you know it, you're in the thick of things. So KANU had this appetite, or the late President Moi.
You said KANU, I shivered.
You know, of affiliating every other organization in the name of killing dissent.
Oh.
They had affiliated the Workers' Body Kotu. It had become an affiliate of KANU. Very soon they affiliated Maendeleo. And Maendeleo got a prefix. KANU Maendeleo ya Wanawake.
Yes.
Kotu is lucky it did not get KANU Kotu.
Yeah.
But Maendeleo got KANU Maendeleo ya Wanawake.
So this was for control.
Yeah, and the president announced in a you know how they talk in functions. Moi announced that he is next going to affiliate the Law Society.
No
because
way.
The Law Society was talking too much. So he said he'll affiliate. So as young lawyers, we started fighting back. We didn't say anything that time. People objected, but very soon he appointed the leadership of the Law Society, the chairman, to corporation, to the Consolidated Bank. And we were like, this is not good, because if you are so close to the system, then we cannot be able to point out evils and shortcomings in administration of justice, human rights, and the rule of law. So we started activism to protect the Law Society. And my activism spilled over to the national level.
Yes. And what does activism mean at that time?
At that time, we are sanctioning our leadership, our chairman and his council.
Nice.
And we are also writing requisitions to force a general meeting to discuss
their conduct, his conduct and the conduct of the council. We want to throw them out.
Basically, you are making a statement, you must go.
Yeah, in fact, the requisitions are this team must go. Okay? And the law at that time, because Law Society is governed by the Law Society Act, is that 15 members of the society could requisition a meeting. So I would draw a requisition calling a general meeting with the agenda to discuss the conduct of the chairman, and I would append my signature as the file and my membership number. Then from there now circulated to colleagues to sign. You will find that it's young lawyers who are signing, not the well-established lawyers. So we'd sign the requisition. I take it to St. John's, where the Law Society was situated, and the council wouldn't respond. And if they don't respond in 21 days, the requisitionists have the right to hold the meeting. So we'd give notices. That time the lawyers were just about 2,000. We would draft and send 2,000 letters. That's just a few stamps. 2,000 letters to members, inviting them to a meeting at Intercontinental, where traditionally the Law Society holds its general meeting.
How many would show up?
We would, they haven't shown up. Okay. We have circulated. The day is coming near. What the government did on the first requisition day, the meeting day, they brought askaris to condone Intercontinental.
What?
As the chief requisitionist, I go through the police and then I enter Intercon and I find the manager waiting for me. I had booked with my check of 3,500. That was a lot of money. I had booked the venue with. And he has my check in an envelope. He's returning my check and saying the government has said the meeting cannot go on.
Wow.
So I take the check. I'm very disappointed. I didn't know then that it was a parastatal hub owned by the government. That's why they were able to control. So we go back. We do another requisition. We never got to hold a single meeting. But that activism, you know, we are putting pressure on them. We used now, where we feel we need to sanction the government, we would sanction the government, circulate the statement to be signed by as many lawyers as possible, mainly the young. Even the death of Muge, we sanctioned the government through a letter signed by, a condolence letter signed by as many lawyers. I remember that time 27 lawyers. We delivered it to the All Saints Cathedral. So we are doing things because the council has failed us, we are doing it ourselves. So at the end of that year, that now is around 89, I vied for leadership of the Law Society to be a council member, and I was elected. So I'm now doing politics from within.
From inside.
And Paul Muita has become our chair.
Nice.
So we are now, the council is issuing statements on matters of human rights. And the government recruits 4 lawyers to take us to court for that we are politicizing the Law Society, we are speaking politics, to get an injunction against free speech. Even the old constitution allowed free speech. You know, civil and political rights were allowed. Lo and behold, the court issues the irregular injunction.
No way.
And the law is, even an illegal order remains in place until overturned by a higher court.
No, hold on. Even an illegal order, that means you have to go and...
Even an unjustified.
Appeal for...
Now, they have issued ex parte without us. Yes. So we are now going for the inter parte hearing to set it aside.
Yes.
So that hearing drags on. In the meantime, we say the order is vague, it's unconstitutional, cannot be obeyed. So we continued issuing statements. And we are now sued for contempt of court. They forget now the original case and put in a case for contempt where they are seeking to jail 6 of us council members. We were a council of 9, but 3 were out of town. So the ones issuing the statements are the Nairobi ones, 6 of us. So we were tried for contempt. And could have been jailed. The Moi regime was serious and they were intent on jailing us, but the national outcry was a lot.
People used to come. Every day our case one was the Nairobi law courts would look like a meeting. People would come in droves, lawyers and members of the public.
Wow.
And the civil society organizations, including us as the Law Society, are disseminating the information countrywide that the repression has gone beyond. We are being jailed because of advocating for the rule of law.
Okay,
so
just hold on one second.
Yeah.
There's no social media at this time.
No.
So I'm trying to understand what means of communication. And
facts.
And the
we were faxing. So we are faxing statements to Amnesty International, to International Bar Association, Human Rights Watch in New York, Foundation Lawyers for Lawyers in Netherlands, to all organizations we could conjure up.
Wow.
And all organizations, African Bar Association, and I remember there was a Commonwealth Heads of Association, Heads of Country meeting in Zimbabwe, Harare. And President Moi was going to attend. And civil society mobilized, even without through fax. Amnesty International used to get thousands, not the Kenya chapter, that time there was only one chapter in London. Yes. They were sending thousands of fax to Moi's fax in State House. They were receiving faxes by the droves. No. They mobilized, and in Harare, Moi was greeted by this huge demonstration against Kenya.
What?
I think we suspect he must have called from Harare because the judge found us guilty of contempt of court, but refused to jail us, gave us a fine of 10,000 each, which was a lot of money.
Yes.
Refused to give us a jail term if we default, and said our things will be attached. Quite unusual, that if we don't pay, we will be attached. We were very lucky to be saved jail, because jail means that your health could be affected because they can do things to you. It is suspected that they could have done something to Kenneth Matiba when he was in detention.
They did.
So detention was almost a death sentence. So we were lucky that we were not jailed, and we appealed, and I don't think our appeal was ever fully heard.
So it's somewhere chilling.
And we don't know who paid the fine.
Huh?
The public that had attended the hearing, by the time we got out of the courtroom, the fine of 60,000, because we were 6 people, had been paid. Okay? Members of the public in solidarity. So the case became like a rallying call.
Yes.
Yeah. And I remember in court also, the judge asking me to move for the lawyer, for the people who are suing us, for the 4 lawyers. And I refused to move, and I told the judge I can't move because apart from being sued as a respondent, I'm also a lawyer acting for myself. I'm not going to move. So I was chucked out of court. Because why should I agree to an injustice to myself?
Yes.
Why should I move for Ebisha? I'm a lawyer as well. And I'm in the case. And why he thought I'm the easiest person to move for Ebisha? I'm the only woman in the case and on the bench. Why am I moving? Why not anybody else? I refused.
And
I was thrown out.
Held you in contempt of court?
No, I was thrown out for that session.
Police came and grabbed you and threw you out?
No, he has ordered me out. Yes. I left, yeah.
Martha, I didn't know. This is, first and foremost, I'll keep using the word active citizen. So you're using the gifts and talents that you have and the skill, which is within the law society, within being a lawyer, to fight for the injustice that is about to happen.
I am fighting every injustice I see, and I do it still today. Even that injustice of telling me to cede my position to somebody else, which was gender discrimination.
Yes.
I didn't verbalize it as such,
yes.
But you look back on it and wonder why. Why me? Why should I be the one to move for Ebisha? I refused.
At this time, are there many lawyers within the Law Society of Kenya?
Yeah, people were coming to listen. Oh, there was a lot of solidarity. Since their counsel taken to court, there were a lot of lawyers in solidarity. But you see, they are at the back. we are at the front as litigants, and we are also representing ourselves. Apart from having lawyers appear for us, we are also representing ourselves.
There's a theme that I'm seeing, especially with what's happening right now. What happens to the older generation that makes them laggards in terms of fighting for injustice?
I remember one lawyer who later became a judge and is now late, telling me, I met him on my way to the court, and I'm asking him, "Senior, please sign this petition for me." He said he can't. He's told me, "You know, you've got nothing to lose. I've got a lot to lose." When I prodded him further, he meant he has property that can be confiscated by the government. So he was meaning earthly things and his ranking.
Yes.
Me, I've just started a practice, so there's nothing to lose there. He has a lot to lose. But in terms of life, I have a life like him.
You're a mother with 2 kids.
There is no life that is less worthy because either of a position or whatever. Yeah, but you can see he verbalized the resistance of the older generation.
You've really nailed it. It is
the boldness of the youth, the energy, the daring. You can't compare it to anything. And that is why even in traditional society as today, who goes to war? The army doesn't recruit your parents, it recruits you. So the young are the engine of revolution, engine of development, engine of change, engine of everything in a home.
Wow.
In a home, and including the home called Kenya.
Okay.
They are the builders of the nation. We can call ourselves fathers and mothers of the nation, but the real builders are the youth. And I call them wenye nchi. Sisi ni wananchi. Like inu wenyewe, the youth.
Your fight was such a necessary fight. Imagine if the Law Society of Kenya lost its voice through affiliation to the only ruling party. Where we would be today is not where we are.
Because the Law Society was sort of like the unofficial opposition together with the few voices of the religious leaders. Because it's not the entire religious leaders that rose up. It's a few brave voices, such as the late Henry Okuru, Alexander Kipsang Muge,
wow,
Bishop David Gitari, the Reverend Timothy Joya, and a few others.
Wow. Okay, we're taking a 2-minute break. Let that simmer in. Share this video. Such a valuable conversation. Thank you so much, Martha. We're coming back in 2 minutes.
Ilikuwa tu around to your time.
Sasa
wewe ni OG. Sasa ilikuwa around to your time. Sasa nani pia akarecord Manzo Nairobi. Azikukaa sana, nilitoa ruka maybe after 6-7 months Manzo Nairobi katoka.
Even less.
Zile sasa unajua Kiswahili yetu kulikuwa na kitu distinct hata na Kiswahili yetu, so watu walikuwa wanasikia ruka, wanasikia Manzo Nairobi, wanasikia there's some similarities. Ngoma ni tamu but there's some similarities, unaona. So kulikuwa na bado walikuwa na confuse, walikuwa wanafikira Jua Kali ni group. Hawako wanajua ni mtu mmoja. Alafu wanasikia tena nini huku. So kulikuwa na some confusion. But what happened? Kuna wase fulani wali like tu hizo ngoma zetu. Kwa sababu vile tu umesema zilikuwa very different. Kiswahili ya mtaani, watu wametulia nini, hakuna pressure.
Hizo vitu zilicross. Hata hii side pale tu kwa ubabi zilicross, ziliingia huko. Hizo vitu
sasa au majamaa walikuwa gani wasewa kumake ma documentaries. Walikuwa na fly ma West Africa wapi, walikuwa wase busy. Lakini walisikia hizi song walikuwa likaa vichwa zina wase walitu approach wenyewe. Kulikuwa na sasa mmoja wao nani anaitwaje, lazima niseme jina yake jo. Ndoch. Wewe zimetafuta hiyo jina. Ndoch alikuwa anaishi Calif. Alikuwa anafanyaga nao job hizo documentary. Sasa ndani ndo aliendaga hizo masongs huko job kwao.
Wakaisikia
walikuwa hapo Longonot, Norfolk hapo. Walikuwa na ofisi hapo. So walisikia hizo mangoma noma. Hawa say imagine wali offer kutushutia video free.
What?
Free.
Kwa sababu wali feel tu.
Bure.
Then at that time
2001. 2001 because hizo tulitoa hizo mangoma 2001, the videos tulitoa 2002. So walinoki. So tukashoot manzo Nairobi kwanza. Tulienda huko Inda kwa warehouse fulani. Mepakwa tu white.
White na
na ma lights nini wase. Tukashoot manzo Nairobi.
Nzima kuna manzika Nairobi.
Alafu after a few weeks tukashoot Ruka. Sasa Ruka vile alikuwa anabonga stories za mtaani, walikuja Calif. Tulishoot Calif tu hapo. Hiyo time makamera big nini hizo za kushoot mafilm noma. So tukaenda kwa roof wapi tukashoot hizo vitu tulikuwa na mention tukashoot. So tukarelease hizi videos. So hapo ndo ile hiyo confusion nilikuwa nakwambia ndio ikaika Jokali kumbe ni msemo mmoja na nini ni jamaa si group. So iliweza kuput face to wa jamaa. Jamaa ndo. So mangoma zikaanza kupigwa. Sasa hapo ndo kina the beat
zikaanza kuzicheza.
And
now mtaani unajulikana sasa hii.
Sasa unajulikana.
Calif imeanza kushika jina.
Kwa sababu unajua nini tulikuwa tunapatia wase wa Calif mangoma zetu kwanza. Tunapatia na tu hapo.
I get.
So wase walikuwa wanajua so wanapatia na hapo mtaani wase wanasikiza. Kuna wale wanasema ziko fiti. Kuna wale wanasema ziko sawa. But wase Calif walikuwa wanatujua. Hata ngoma zikaanza kwa TV. Sasa tulikuwa tu hapo mtaani.
Kwa hapo tu mwende
ngazini hapo tumetulia nini.
So what came next after okay, so Ruka manzi wa Nairobi.
Yes.
Alafu
unajua at that time
2000
alafu unajua at that time sasa Ogopa alikuwa anatesa.
Ogopa wako everywhere.
Ogopa alikuwa anatesa at that time noma kina Googs. Noma manze. Alafu unajua sisi tulikuwa na hiyo competitive spirit. Unaona yani zen moja jo tunacheki kulikuwa na hizo mashow za Zima Benson and Hedges nini.
Ni hiyo time.
Boss. Hizo siku ndio tumetoa Maruka nini.
What?
Yani jo tunasema jo lazima jo tufanye mambo hapa. Lazima jo tufanye mambo. Sasa unajua mimi yani hii ni kitu siwezi ogopa kusema kwa sababu ni kweli. Mimi nilikuwa vitu tu ze work. Mungu upanga vitu zake. Mimi nilikuwa more inclined to kurap na beat zina sound hip hop. Hiyo time tulikuwa tumependa sana. Ni Kiswahili yes lakini bado ni beat snare. Sasa lakini Ogopa wamekam
dance nini kapuka
jo noma. Sasa mimi nilikuwa mrigid kiasi. Ile Clement jaribu kuni sasa Clement alivuta nini kando. Abuda jo tutapiga hizi ngoma hivi. Jua ataingia tu. Alafu hiyo time kwa sababu nimetoa Ruka, nimetoa Nipea Sali. Nilitoa pia ngoma moja jita Nikipotea Tena. Zilikuwa ngoma ni hip hop tu. Ngoma zina but ile buzz ilikuwa but si ile buzz ya kuitiwa show.
Serious?
buzz ilikuwa but si ile buzz ya buda kuja upige show.
But kuongea ukweli, you guys were the ones building the urban industry at that time.
Yes.
Ni Mr. Noise, Ogopa, na nyinyi.
Yes. Hiyo buzz ilikuwa noma.
Watu tulikuwa nasikia.
Zilikuwa ngoma iko zinachezwa sana.
Vile vidole.
But bado kulikuwa na cause pia kina Lucas Ogopa walikuwa wamekamna noma. Isa ndio time jam metokea jo noma mzee.
Exactly.
Noma. Sasa unajua kitu interesting ilikuwa ile song ilikuwa ni ile Jo ama ni leo. Unaona kulikuwa na song moja ya Isa. Bro wangu tenda kurudisha kwa bro. Alisikia akaanza kuniambia huyu jamaa kuna kitu fulani ya kali fiko nayo. Unaona sasa ndo takubring kwa ile story ya distinct. Kuna Kiswahili si ongea hiyo area. So bro alikuwa nasikia Isa akiniambia huyu jamaa kuna connection, kuna kitu. At that time hatukuwa tumeshikanisha. Ndio baadaye tulikuja kudiscover kumbe Isa alizaliwaga Calif.
What?
Wase wengi waje kutoka na hapo vile nilikwambia
Calif community.
Wase wengi kitu interesting walikuwa wakimove. Walikuwa wanatoka Calif wanaenda South Sea. Wanatoka Calif wanaenda South Sea. Sasa unasikia Kiswahili Isa vile ilikuwaga.
It was sanifu.
Kwa sababu ya hiyo the Muslim influence.
Yes.
Unaona? Tulikuja kujua baadaye. This
is the first time nimesikia hii story. Imagine. This is the first time nimesikia hiyo story ya Isa's connection na
Yes. Sasa yani bado Calif tuna reign supreme. Unaona so Isa amecome through noma. Unaso pia ilibidi jo pia Nameless ndio huyo noma. Sika pia sijo tu.
So hiyo era. Sasa nime understand hiyo era.
Unaona. So ilikuwa a healthy competition. Hakuna kutukanana but kila mtu iko rada. Unaona?
Mnasikia kila hakuna kulala wase. Unasikia vile wase wanafanya.
Unaona. Because hata nilikuwa napigiwa story Mustafa. Hata nimesikia story. Lucas alikuwa anambiaga kina Mustafa. Huyu jua kali huyu mwangalieni. Huyu jamaa watch. Unajua si bado si tunafanya tu vitu zetu, si hatuna pressure, but ile kulikuwa na hiyo healthy competition.
Hata Nameless vile when I interviewed him alisema the same thing. Competition between Tejosaya alafu Calif. It was the three of you guys.
Yes. Cause pia kina Tendo walikuwa
exactly.
Album ya mwisho walisha down. Ilibidi ma bless my room, ilibidi watu wa relax kwanza. Wakatesa ndio tukarudi. Album ilikuwa noma.
Kenyan boy, Kenyan girl.
Kenyan girl. Hiyo album ilikuwa moto. So kulikuwa na time tulikuwa tumeenda kula chipo hapo Calif. Msoro ilikuwa inaitwa Msoro. Sasa leo tumerelax na Clemo tunapiga chipo nini, ilikuwa around 7. Kulikuwa na issue fulani ya Kiss, ilikuwa 7 at 7. Kituka hiyo. Ngoma 7 noma za Nairobi ile zinatesa. Sasa Jo Maina Kageni Jo akaanza kuchota ngoma moja Nameless noma. Nashindwa ni gani ja. Jamaa si akachilia na Nuki. Ateo chipozi hata katulimaliza. Noma. Hapo tulijua Jo ni noma.
So hiyo ndio that's crazy. So Ruka ilitoka before hata nina Noki. What?
Hizo zilikamna Noki zilikuja matukiza ni 2 3.
Yes. Ni kweli
2 mali hapo. Sasa Jo Sadly nani alipass?
Isa.
Isa alipass hizo time. Alafu tukatoa Wekamu. Isa alipass 2003.
Do you know Isa vile Isa alipass yeah 2003.
Yes.
Nakumbuka again Khalif kuna ngoma mlitoa waliotuacha. Wino nini?
Lakini sasa hiyo ili release just before nadhani
ilikuwa Wekamu ilitoka before
ilikuwa Wekamu ilitoka before.
Okay. Wow.
Wekamu ilitoka before. Walituacha kama maybe 2004 maybe hapo.
So actually it come after kwa walituacha hata iliongea juu ya Poxy Pressure na K-Rapt even they had passed when waliotuacha came out.
Unaona?
So Wekamu, okay, turudi paka Wekamu because Wekamu came and it was
sasa the whole idea kabla sasa unajua bado as much as nilikuwa pia misa nilikuwa na rap at that time, lakini bado in terms of production bado nilikuwa bado unaona, kwa sababu sasa mtu kama nani tulikuwa tuna make sure vile anaandika ngoma nini, nilikuwa tuna mguide
serious.
Alikuwa na mguide on everything vile atafanya and everything.
So wewe ukikuwa artist, wewe ulikuwa ka Puff Daddy.
Yes.
Ulikuwa the business side, uko artist lakini you're more interested in fanya ngoma
ikakuwa sasa unajua nani ilikuwa a well calculated move Wekamu, kwa sababu tulikaa chini ikakuwa Wakenya wanapenda kudance na wanapenda makora sana but hawasikizi lyrics vizuri so ikabidi tutumie shock value
lyrics. Hapo ndio ulitumia shock value kwa lyrics.
Hapo Wekamu ilikuwa tunia shock ya kushock wase.
Ilikuwa dirty.
Ilikuwa ya kushock, ilikuwa tu just shock ya kushock watu. Ilikuwa just calculated, ilikuwa a very calculated move. Nilishtua wase, so ndio wase wakaanza sasa ile seriously kupay attention. Hizo ruka zilikuwa zimetoka nini, but ile wase kupay attention vizuri sasa.
Ni Wekamu.
Wase wanza sasa kupay attention sasa kabisa.
Na hiyo ilikuwa calculated, it wasn't a fluke.
Yes, haikuwa fluke. Kila kitu calculated. Kuna fluke. Calculated production nini. Na ngoma ikalipuka.
That's now when sahi mko na artists wengine. Artists wameanza.
Sasa hapo
wakina Pilipili
bado sasa hapo unakumbuka Mahatma. Sasa hapo Mahatma pia alikuwa tu immediate neighbor. Pia alikuwa meleki ngoma sana. So pia alianza at that time ndo tulianza sasa kuwa na yeye. Tulikuwa na yeye. Pia tulikuwa na artist mmoja alikuwa mpenda gospel sana anaitwa Jemo. Nilisoma naye chuo. Pia tulikuwa hiyo clique. Tulikuwa sasa tu tunajidiscover my experiments manini. So Wekamu ndio kalipuka. Sasa what happened ni
ililipuka.
Sasa kitu kilifanyika, tukaona sasa everything yani wase wanaanza kutujua, kuna mashows tunapiga hapa na pale nini, but kuna kitu moja ilikuwa inatubo. Tukipeleka ngoma kwa radio inaitwa Jokali has released another local song. He's another local hit. So jina local ni jina correct, si ni local artist. Ni it's very
ni correct.
In English ni very correct. Si ni local. Hata Snoop ni a local artist tuko. But hatuko na identity.
What can we do to make our music blow up? Now let me tell you now when Khalif now came into the scene. We are bubbling under. Watu wanasikia kuna mavijana fulani wana rap bubbling under. So one day tuka decide wata tupeleke mziki kwa radio. There was a show Nation FM. Hii show ilikuwa ya Bernard Otieno. It used to come, ilikuwa mid morning. Mid-morning your time was very popular because a lot of corporates used to listen to radio at that time. Palikuwa na morning shows, yes, za kina Caroline Mutoko, but mid-morning was dope. So this is what used to happen. Carol in the morning, mid-morning Bernard, afternoon there was Danolo, Metro FM, then usiku kina FD Souza, 98.4. So that was the standard. And actually, afternoon was competition between Danolo and Muthoni Bwika. Muthoni Bwika was on Nation, Danolo was on Metro. So it was always a competition to skize Muthoni, to skize Dan. But all these artists, all these presenters I mentioned played a fundamental role in just blowing up Kenyan music.
Exactly.
Because walikuwa wanacheza hii muziki sana. And forget even playing the music, this is what presenters nowadays don't do. Those presenters, veterans, used to understand, not even, they don't know us, but they understand the music and the way they introduce the artists. Venye na kuintroduce, uni msanii manze, unaitwa nini, anatoka Calif Records, ini mtaiko Islands, nini, sikiza hizi ma lyrics, wanachambua. It's like the presenter knows about the songs. When he introduces the song, it's like he knows you personally, and that's how he sells you to the audience. Nowadays, presenters just play music, like in Komanani. Like you have to sell the music to the audience. So maximum respect and hash to those presenters, yani noma. So one day we went to a radio station, that's Nation, me and Jua. Our first interview ever. Kumbuka tumetrek sana in Nairobi. Sasa CD zimeingia. CD zimeingia, Clemo amepata ile software ya kuosha mziki.
What year are we talking about?
This is now around 2000.
2000.
CD sasa imecheck in Kenya. Umeshika CD. Man. Siku moja nimeka ngoma hivi. Sasa zile ngoma mbaya tulirecord za kwanza tumezichoma kwa CD. But haziko clear. Clemo akapata hiyo software ko clean hizo mangoma sasa zina sound crystal, but the mic we used, if you clean a song and the quality kind of like goes down. So, reverb. So Clemo got some nice equipment, got a nice microphone, akabuy poa Studio One pale tu kwa ile living room yao, and then we started now recording vizuri, clear vocals. So Jua Kali had Ni Ukweli, Ruka, mimi nilikuwa na nini nani, and I don't think I had Manzi wa Nairobi. Manzi wa Nairobi bado. Manzi wa Nairobi now came after now this. Manzi wa Nairobi was our first danceable track as Calif Records. Remember all these tracks I'm talking about are hip-hopish. So still...
Hizo vidole. That was hard.
Ni hard. Lakini sika Smogies. Smogies Jopoa. Jopoa. Smogies manze big ups. Sijui aliendaga wapi by the. So, tukaingia Nation FM. First interview. Bernard alikuwa amesikiza hizi mamziki tu kwa streets nini akacheza. It's a risk. Ajui acha nicheze hizi mziki za Islando za maobs, maoboho, obs, eka. Ngoma ikacheza, mimi nasikia raha manze, tuko kwa radio station. Okay, Collins, pigeni simu. Give us your comments about this music. Collins, watu wanapiga simu. Caller number 1. Hizo ni mziki gani? What kind of music is that? To any that it doesn't deserve to be in the radio. Caller number 2. Hizo mziki ni mbaya. What do you mean? Caller number 3. Hao watu hiyo wana rap ni kama wanaongea manze. It's like they're talking. That's not music. Caller number 4. No. Bernard, hizo mziki haziwezi. Hata kama ni mziki, no. Caller number 4, 5, 6, caller number 7. Manze mimi niko nimesink kwa kiti, sawa? Nasikia na sink kwa kiti, sakalia Jua na sink shit. Hawapendi hizi mangoma. Caller number 7. Hi Bernard. My name is Bruce Odhiambo. I'm calling from Kisumu. Bruce Odhiambo, nilikuwa nishamsikia. Cause najua amerecord kina Masimaira. Masimaira ni kumbuka kina Masimaira ni old school wazee wetu kina Bambu.
Tuongea juu ya Masimaira, umefanya ngoma na Masimaira.
Sikia. So producer wao ni mnoma. Wao ni producer tuwezi mfikia. Bruce Odhiambo.
The late Bruce Odhiambo, the late great.
Yani rest in peace yani. Tunamwitaga brother B. And that's how we became friends. Like ever since that interview, nikasikia Bruce, the one thing he told Bernard, tell those guys not to lose hope. It's a new thing they're doing. Hata kama they're rapping ni kama nikawa naongea. It's something new. It's something Nairobi, Kenya has never experienced. Keep doing what you're doing. You never know what will happen.
Wow.
Nilikwambiaje, mimi kuna kitu kiplant kwa akili yangu.
Unakimbia.
That statement by Bruce made me have the hunger and the push to become who I am today.
What?
That's why Bruce yani rest in peace yani nampenda mpaka leo because of that. Remember Bruce was an elite producer. Nairobi had elite producers. Had kina Bruce, had kina Ted Josiah, had kina Pete Odera, had these people who are very elite. Wale walikuwa ni wanoma. hatuwezi afford kuingizwa ma studio. That's why we form Calif, because it's a bedroom studio. living room
studio.
Si hatuna doo ya kuingizwa ma studio, hatuwezi lipa hizo ma airtimes, jui TED, hatuwezi. So what do we do? Hatutaimba, tutaimba by force. Tutatengeza bedroom studios. And let me tell you, from Calif, that's how bedroom studios grew in Nairobi. Watu waliona kumbe Calif wanaweza fanya hiki tu kwa hao, pia sisi tutaifanya bedroom. Herbal Records kina Mike Black, pia sisi tutaifanyia watu wengi, tutaifanya. Sasa tumekata hii mambo ya maproducer noma, sijui studio noma. Kaeni na hizo studio zenyu noma. Sisi tutatengeza muziki zetu kwa hizi studio zetu mbaya, bora zipendwe. Content, what are we writing? Kwisha. That's how the whole revolution of music started. Ogopa also is not studio. Ogopa has his studio somewhere, but he DJ. He's out every night playing music, so he knows what the fans want. He's also
anacheza kengeles.
Kengeles. Homeboys used to play kengeles. I think Lucas was part of Homeboys. So they had a network. So mziki wanachezea mafans remember, mziki ilikuwa lazima introduce kwa ground. Si tuna introduce mziki kwa ma3 au wana introduce mziki kwa bash, my friend. So watu wanaenda out every weekend, Friday wanachezea hizo mziki. So mziki inakuwa popular. The same people are requesting the music on radio. So si tukasema damn, it's okay, ma3 mixtape, DJ Habo nini toa hizo mziki. So after that interview, that's when I got the drive. But still mastering yetu iko poa, but bado tunasikiza Lucas, tunasikiza Msioka ametengeza matrack za, but hatujui ni Msioka ametengeneza. Tunasikia tu hizi matrack za uko fulani. They have a certain punch, tim na Clemo, man, lazima tupate hiyo punch. Clemo sijui alifanya nini. Siku moja, one day, this is a story maybe atajua labda hajaisikia guy story, and now I'm moving into the phase of how I moved out of Calif Records. Kumbuka tumehustle for so long, Hii shit has happened at within 1 year. Tumekuwa together for like a period of 1, 2, 3 years trying to push this music and making sure people can hear it. And watu wameanza kuaccept, wanasema kuna ka vibe fulani maboys wa Islands wanaitwa Calif wanaleta kwa hii music industry. Bikev, the late Bikev was involved in a certain star search. I think ilikuwa star search ya EABL. I can't remember ilikuwa ya nini. It happened in Carnival. So before that star search, I'll come back to it. One day Clemo alikuja tu akaniambia, Habo, hizi muziki tumetoa ni fiti, tunaimba ma hip hop deadly. Clemo alitoka kwao ni Madi, akakam home B. For the first time Clemo alikam solo. He came peke yake, alikuja peke yake kwa hao. Usiku around 7 PM, I know I can remember. Kaambia, Habo, hizi muziki zetu ni fiti, but there's something. Ogopa wanatupiga, we can't make danceable music. Lazima tudansishe watu kwa club. Najua nyinyi ni hard. Najua mnataka kupointio, mnataka hip hop, mnataka kupass my message, but it's okay, fanya hivi. Nisikize tu. Nataka tengeze ngoma moja mimi na experiment. Jua siwezi mwambia hivi. Jua nisikizi. Nikiambia Jua tutengeze danceable ni noma. Jua anasema hatuwezi imba hizo bubble gum. Hatuwezi imba hizo bubble gum muziki. No. Jua anakataa. So Clemo came alone home. Kaniambia, Abo, nisikize. Najua wewe ni best ya Jua, but nisikize. Kaambia Clemo, sawa. Natakaje? Kaniambia nataka kwenda. Clemo alikuwa chuo, alikuwa Egerton. So he used to go to Egerton weekend, anakam mtaani. Akaniambia naenda chuo, natengeza track moja. Hiyo track nakuletea usikize. Kaambia sawa. Clemo went. Manzi wa Nairobi nilitoa ngoma inaitwa Manzi wa Nairobi part 1. There was part 1 which was one verse. Ilikuwa tu verse moja na chorus. Na hiyo part 1 ilisumbua hii Nairobi. That was my introduction. Then tukakaa baadaye tukasema tutoe part 2 which had now my 3 verses. Clemo came back a week later akaniambia come. Kansikizisha track. Kumbuka track zetu zilikuwa beat, snare, beat, snare, beat, snare. Tuko tunasikiza Ogopa cause ilikuwa kapuka, ilikuwa kapuka. Pia sisi tunajua mambo ya kapuka. Basi sasa hiyo snare, Clemo akiakaga hiyo snare tukamwambia hiyo snare katikati ya puka. Piga pu. Change, isikuwe pu, kapuka. Ikiwa kapuka haiwezi. But hatuko tunaita kapuka. But hiyo snare hapo katikati
hatutaki hiyo snare.
Hatutaki hiyo snare, hizi danceable z. Clemo alinchezea Manzi wa Nairobi. Kwanza ni bassline. Nikamwambia what? Akaambia bo, imba kwa hii track. Nikamwambia Clemo anataka tuimbe kwa hii track. Akaniambia bo, imba kwa hii track. Nikamwambia sawa. Patie 2 days. Nikaingia mtaani. Mimi kwa naandika muziki mtaani. Kaka, nasikia track nasema damn. Lakini track ina sound kama kina Lucas. Hata nasikia amepata hiyo beat. Ameipata fiti. Andika. Sasa mimi najua tuko napiga raundi sana. Tao tukienda kuba hizo ma CD. CD zilikuwa zinauzwa town. So inabidi tupande ma3 kwanza tunapanda vako. Kula vako. Na ukijaribu kunicharge ma3 ni noma. Kuna siku tulifight mbaya sana. Tuna pesa ya ma3. So tukulie vako. Ilikuwa ukishuka ma3 Makanga alikuwa anafinyaga machine nyingine like those counter.
Yes.
Like ukiingia anafinya counter so that mdosi ajue watu wangapi wameingia kwa ma3. Lakini wewe ukiingia asifinye. So kuna siku moja Makanga akaniletea ujinga. Nikakataa kulipa, akanipiga. Sawa. Ma3 sitaenda round. Si round. Si utarudi tu pale ile stage. Rende yote ya Calif tulikuwa hapo tunamngojea. Shuka na yeye. Piga mtu. Sasa hizo ndio zilikuwa za maraundi zetu, pole manze hizo ajo. Ala sasa si hatukuwa wabaya. Watu wa Ziwani kina Mongolo. Hao zado walikuwa wabaya. Mtu wa Ziwani akisema sare moja au si sababu hiyo ma3 itapita Ziwani, after Ziwani itakuja California. Sasa watu walikuwa B. Mtu akisema sare moja achana na yeye. Anyway. So one day tunapiga round tu tao. Manze jua tunaangalia madem wanakaa fiti, madem wampiga mamini. Yeye anambia cheki madem gaga. Yaani tu round tu cheki gaga. Random. Gaga watoto. Sasa nakumbuka hiyo story nilikuwa napigia jua ndika muziki. Dunia nzima hakuna manzika Nairobi. Because si upiga hizi maraundi tunawaona they are beautiful. Madem wanakaa fiti manze shit. Hatuna do. So tunaangalia man hatuwezi data madem bado. Sisi ni wachafu man, you know. Andika manzi wa Nairobi. Pelekea Clemo, sikia ngoma. Kanaambia sasa hii, abo, hii. It's over. Ndio hii. Ndio hii. Nikamwambia unatakaje? Sikizisha Jua kaisikia skeptical sababu beat. Si lyrics, he has no problem with the lyrics. Lile beat. Kaambia Jua tujaribu tu. Akaniambia sawa kama Clemo amesema it's okay. So we didn't take it to radio. So back to Bikev had that star search he was doing in Carnival. Tuko na hiyo ngoma kwa CD. Nikamwambia Jua twende. Ingia Carnival ni star search. Tuingie. Manze ma artist wa Nairobi. Nilikuwa nasikia tu list. Bikev washukiwa. Walanguzi. Wakimbizi. Manze ma artist karibu 10,000 wanaitwa wa. Kenyana, the artist called Kenyana walikuwa wameshona pia wote. Yes. So watu walikuwa na mademo. Unaingia una perform with your song. Come with your song. If you have a song on CD, come play it. Perform for us. Judges wana judge. Manze tulikaa hapo karibu the whole day. Yangu ikaitwa at around 6 p.m. Jua kaniambia ndo upige. Panda. Weka manzi wa Nairobi. Part 1, it had 1 verse and 1 chorus. Kuna manzi ndakupatia CD ya manzi wa Nairobi part 1. Imba Judges wakasema na hiyo muziki haiwezi. A panel of judges, Bikev and some others. Sema iko chini. Si Bikev alisema, Bikev was the one who was hosting the show. Yes. But they were judges. Wakasema haiwezi. Na tumengoja the whole day, remember. We were there from 10 a.m. Sasa ni 6 p.m. ndio nimepatiwa chance ya kupanda. Chukua CD yangu. Mimi na mtu wangu tujua tuna noma. Bad kwa ma3. Tunapanda ma3 tu. Karagi kangu sawa. Ma3. The next day kaambia Jua sikiza. Tuna duplicate CDs karibu 50. Tulikuwa na buy ma CD karibu CD zilikuwa tao moja. Ban. Tuna ban the whole night. Nilingia home. Ban nina computer, ban your CD, ban. Tunapeleka ngoma radio the next day. Peleka ngoma radio, Nation, Metro, wapi, ma3. Ile mix DJ Habob part 2 ikatoka. Na mangoma mpya zile tumerecord Calif, distribute huku. Manzi wa Nairobi ilichezwa kwa radio, part 1. Done. Kisha.
The beginning of the end.
That's how Nonini now got into the industry now.
So what happens when it's played?
Watu wajaisikia mziki kama hiyo. 1 beat ni top, beat ni zile danceable kama
part 1.
Part 1. part 1 one verse one chorus, so imekuacha wanting for more. So Clemo was a genius. Clemo aliguzishia watu tu part 1 chorus alafu acha kabit kaendelee. Watu wanasema no this song needs to continue man. Clemo anambia sikia reaction ya watu, request Capital, request Nation, request Metro, tunasikiza radio. Mabeste zetu mtaani pia tunawaambia ni aje buda pigeni, wanapiga simu. Pia I think South Sea walikuwa na watu wao wanapiga simu, so tunapigana kwa chats. Chat ya Metro, chat ya Nation, new entrance kutoka Calif Records manzi wa Nairobi. Inapigana sana hizo, nampenda maogopa zimetoka, inapanda mpaka number 1. Track ikikaa number 1 inaweza kaa karibu 4 weeks kabla I change. So people listen to that track every day again and again. So watu wakaanza kusema hii muziki lazima ishe. Clemo akaniambia tumalize hii ngoma. So he made the track again. Akai-revamp. The track was still the elements were the same, lakini akai-revamp sasa. Sister Clemo ndio alimba chorus. Sylvia mimi na yeye tulikuwa chuo moja, tulikuwa resi. Sikwambia Calif photo. So me and Sylvia tulikuwa resi. Actually tulikuwa the same class. She was a prefect by the alikuwa ananiandika mbaya jo. Ameniandika mara mob, nilikuwa namwekea wanted alafu tukakutana kwa studio. So
now you record the song.
Stories ni mob man.
Boss tuko na time. Stories ni mob lakini time lazima. Video bado of course. Okay, hold on. In fact,
video bado.
In fact, forget video. Una record part 2.
Part 2 unaweza record part 2.
Kuna verses na
verse ni moja. Dunia nzima hakuna manzika wa Nairobi. Amengara nguo safi nkidhani jana amestoa dobi. Kila siku na muona tawa kutembea na maringo. Anajua ukimpita lazima utapindwa hiyo shingo. Kwa akili nafikiri atafunguaje hizo vifungo. Hiyo jinsi imemkaza itanikazi ya kufika huko. Wajua nimeshindwa kusema jina yangu na nene. Sababu nimeona mwingine amengara limini na nini. Cheki mnatemea kan nimekunywa changa. Ja vile tu shit. Zile vitu nimeona jana usiku jo utashangaa. Jua kali na kwamba itabidi tumeanza kuchanga. Kaa una bima wewe jo atatanga. So ni zile story tulikuwa napiga garajua. Ndio niandika kwa ngoma. Same stories. Zile stories upiga tu mtaani. Manzi wa Nairobi drops. Where reaction goes crazy.
So you take it back now to studio. I mean you take it back una distribute tena kwa radio station.
We buda hiyo food umeileta na noma.
Manzi wa Nairobi part 1 umepeleka
kwa radio. Haina video.
Alafu unairecord tena.
Crazy kwa sababu sijai record because ati ni mbaya. Crowd imedemand mtamaliza hii ngoma. Ngoma haiwezi kwa part 1 ati verse moja na itabidi umalize hii ngoma. Mimi hata sijafikiria verse za pili because already niliandika verse 1 nikadedicate ya Manzi wa Nairobi. So I'm thinking okay, I need to finish it niendelee. But creative juices zilikuwa zinalipuka mbaya sana. But now what got me worried is, and that's where now my drift with Calif came. Clemo came to see me. Usually we were talking together. Because remember everything was tulikuwa pamoja, like any idea tunaongea, tuna deliberate. So for this one idea Clemo came to talk to me. Alex jua sababu alijua atakataa. Jua atakubali kufanya hizi mabit, hizi bubble gum, atakataa. But he came to talk to me. Na aliniambia discretion, by the way nimekuja kuongea naye direct. So hapo ndio I think kadrift nilianza kufeel okay. I thought tulikuwa pamoja man. Tunamwambia tu tunakaa chini, in back of my mind that's what I felt, but nikasema maybe he has his reasons why he did that. Tukaingia kupiga part 2. Clemo akatengeza beat tena. Poa. Mimi huyo. Mimi ukitengeza beat kali, kuisha. Mistari verse 2. Verse 2 nikadedicate ya nikaimagine okay Manzi wa Nairobi tumeongea ule watao ule tuko tunajua gaga. So verse 2 wacha ni explain the different tribes. Msapere size yake ameshasha kiplani. Ukimwangalia manzeni mwaterere anaweza kumalizia ganji. Ukimcheki kwa akili yako umeget shares 30 na kaka kaida kwa mfuko anaingiza profit 50. Na James Jaluo Mluya kumunduo manzi ameshona bana. Hizo mguu zake jo amestunya sana. Wacha ikae kani omi na ikapana. Wakijaluo sasa unaongea huyo ndio mambo yote. Nyuma ukimcheki manze ambeba zote. Nikisimama naye tunatoshana. Tukipoa down ni mrefu tena sana. That's why I wrote the second verse.
Dudes.
Kufikiria tu yani madem. Then verse ya 3. Toa part 2 ya Manzi wa Nairobi. kwanza I think Ogopa alichanganyikiwa, huku kunaendaje? Sasa hiyo music scene imeanza kuwa bubbly. Remember, back to the conversation, hatutaki kuita muziki yetu local. So muziki ina identity. Sisi tunakam, tukaanza kuulizwa what is this music of yours, inaitwaje? Tukaanza kusema genge. Everywhere we're talking, everywhere we're speaking about our music, from Eastlands, from Calif, genge. What is genge? Tunasema genge because inapendwa na watu wengi. Tulidrop manzi wa Nairobi, crowds went wild. Nikaanza kuperform, tunaitwa mashow ndogo ndogo tu, show za 1000 bob, show za 200, show zingine for free. Insider wakaanza kuturecognize. Insider wakianza kuwaita kwa mashow, there's something you're doing well. Insider magazine was like the teen magazine back then. Wote hii generation ya kizazi kipya,
the social media of
social media. So Insider wakitoka kwa mashow top, wanafanya chaguo la teenies, ndio sisi tukaanza kuwa recognize. Calif Records tukaanza kwa hizo makava. Wale mavijana wa Islands, wale tu wachafu. Kuna hata kuna picha fulani hata utaiweka ndakupatia, nimevaa t-shirt ya Insider. Hata kwa manzi wa Nairobi nilivaa t-shirt ya Insider. So they started recognizing us from there. Then Jua akaanza kusikiza hizi mamziki. Clemo still is trying to convince him. That's why Jua's first breakout songs. No, Jua had very dope music, but it was hip hop. And then haijaenda mainstream. I think the first mainstream song Jua had was Kamatadem.
With thingy.
With Pilipili.
But what about
Hizo vidole? It was hip hop. Ilikuwa
it was hip hop.
Na ilitoka after manzi wa Nairobi, and I'll explain why it came within that time. But haikuwa mainstream.
I hear what you're saying.
You understand?
Nakuelewa.
Haikuwa ina compete na Maogopa, because Ogopa ukitaka compete nao, hata kina Kalamashaka hawezi compete na Ogopa. Ogopa wanadansisha club, watoto wana dance, mashow nini. So I think Jua's first, and maybe I'm wrong, I'm not quite sure, is Kamatadem. Alikubali kuingia kwa hizi track za
I get what you mean.
Kuingia kwa hizi track,
kuchange kutoka hizo normal,
kutoka hizi mahipo tuingie sasa hizi track za kudansisha. And after hapo man, Jua alidansisha my friend. Wow. So when we'd finished Manzi wa Nairobi part 2, again me I was kidogo, I'm a rebel. Me nakuwaga rebel, not by kwa kutaka. Sometimes my mind operates, if I see something I will go with it. If I get an idea I will run with it until it either fails or it works. At that time there were very many artists from Calif. Hata artists wengi walikuwa nakam Jimwat. Your time to record, everything is happening concurrently.
I was doing gigs everywhere, so something happened that we didn't anticipate.
Which was?
Rafton and I were nominated for American Gospel Music Awards.
What?
Yeah. From nowhere. We're like, Allah, we don't have fare. Yeah. So we went to the embassy with nothing. So we tried sitting down, trying to think about it. Now this is 2004. Yeah. Trying to think about it, we came up with an idea. Let's get all the newspaper cuttings that have our faces, and let's go with them and carry our tapes. We carried copy, embassy. No, nothing. We don't have bank statements, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. So we go into, and Rafton wore his shiny clothes.
Yeah.
We go in, so they ask, what are you guys? We're entertainers. We're ambassadors from Kenya. We're going to represent the industry. Yeah.
We're the
industry. So these guys told us, if you're the industry, then sing. Hey. Muikulu. At the embassy, the guys are quiet. Hey, we performed. And guys were responding. Muikulu, and they respond. Muikulu, then we did cha-cha. Yeah, guys were responding. Those guys stamped our passports.
You are joking.
Hey, man. So now the task was now to look for fare to go. By the time we got fare, Rafton's flight was that evening. So he went to States in the t-shirt he had. That's all he had. Nothing else, and a paper bag of tapes. Tapes tunauza. Majuzi na wasi try kujua tuende na tapes. So he left. So
Once you arrived, you're being picked up and everything.
So we thought. So so I get to the States, man. So Raf was on a different flight. So I'm in a different flight. So he's chilling there. So I come out. Hey, I see Raf. Hey, ushafika. Hey, tapes. Nishaziwai. Yeah. So we were lucky that the gig was actually on top of the building. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So not too far high. Yeah. So we just walked there.
From the airport?
Yeah, we just walked to the venue. We asked around, where is this place? It's not too far, Who's picking you? Oh, yeah. We walked to Komaju, man. To tumefurahi.
Wow. These stories need to be heard. I can't stop this. This is crazy.
So we get to this gig. So and that's the day. So we thought we would actually get accommodation, things like that. So there was accommodation for one night. Then the next night you leave.
Ujisot.
Ujisot. So Raf Trumbana, he's saying, wow, come on. I'm telling you, bana. To Komaju, man. Hey, we are walking, we are checking out the lights. We are like, this is the life, man. So the guys gave us a room for a night because the event was the following day. So we get that room. Raf is telling me, wow, kuna bathtub mse. Kuna bathtub mse. Ukuni majuu. So Raf soaked for like the whole night.
You can't even understand. Coming from a one room house to a bathtub.
One room house, split mattress. To a bathtub banner. So the following day, as guys were doing the event. So we just told the event guys, we're from Africa. All we need is you give us an opportunity to perform. Yeah. Because we knew if they give us the mic, it's over.
Yeah,
that's the only currency we have. So I'm telling you. So we were given an opportunity. So Rak started. He did Mwikulu. He brought it down completely. So I went to next.
Chacha now.
I did Chacha and Prophecy and and that time I had carried the costume for the Prophecy video.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole attire and the African bag like this and a stick.
And it's not that you're performing to Kenyans abroad.
This
is a whole...
This is a crowd. We don't even know whether they get it.
Yeah.
But we didn't care. We just knew. You have your 5-minute slot, kill it.
You've got access and an opportunity.
We have access, man. We'll never meet these people. Kill it. We killed, man. We killed. Then I had those flags. I had some flags written souls.
Yeah.
So it was just a stick and a kitamba. Souls. We killed it. So then we won for International Artist of the Year. That wasn't even the big deal. The big deal was immediately after our performance, we were called to a table. Raf was called to one table, I was called to another table. So these guys invited and they said, we are a label. We want to sign you now. Same, Raf, a whole different label. Said, we want to sign you now. We don't even know what it means. They were like, They said, tomorrow. For me, they said, tomorrow we fly to Atlanta. Yeah, we'll extend your visa. We fly to Atlanta. We do you an orientation training. We sign you. You are an artist. Raf, same. We're meeting. He's saying, hey, I've been offered a deal. I'm like, I've been offered a deal as well. And next day, Raf disappeared. Yeah, vanished into this car. The next time I saw him was in Kenya.
What?
Hey, myself, I vanished like this on the other end. But like, God mele, man.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So what do we do? And we've been offered to be signed by 2 different companies. So the company that was to sign him was in ATL. The company that was to sign me was in Florida.
You are serious?
Yeah, we're like morale, man.
You guys, this is insane.
Yeah. So he vanished on that end, I vanished on the other end. So I'm in Florida now.
They paid the ticket, of course, kila kitu.
Everything. I'm in Florida and I'm living in the house of the president of the label.
What?
Yeah.
What label was this? Can you remember it?
Yeah, I do.
Say it.
The story will change.
Okay,
so.
Okay, you'll need to say it though. What?
Yeah. So, yeah. So I was in the house of the president of the label for not 1 month, 2, 7 months.
What?
7 months. Yeah.
This is insane.
Yeah. 7 months. So 7 months I was given a deal. And the idea was first orientation, first meet the other people from the label, then you sign a $3 million deal.
You okay?
Then it's 205, man. I was like in my 20s.
You were?
I was a toy. They're saying $30 million. I don't get it.
3 million shillings.
Not 300 million shillings.
300? Yes.
Yeah.
$3 million.
Yes,
3 million. Yeah, 300 million.
$3 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, 300 million Kenyan. I'm like, I don't get it. So they said, we'll give you a car, we'll give you a house, $3 million deal, but you have to make a choice. You can't be a gospel artist. That's not where the money is. Hey. You can't be a gospel artist. We change your name, you change your identity. You're a new guy. And I promise you, you will kill like crazy. Eh?
What?
Yeah. I'm telling you, man. You ever seen highs that are too high and lows that are too low, all at the same time? And now you've lived in their house, so you're at a point where you almost owe them. You get? Yeah. To a point where now they refer you as their son. So now you're in midway this thing. They're saying, okay, so orientation, you don't know that anything will change.
Yeah.
So you're going, you're meeting the rest of the artists, we're going to their gigs. Okay, this is how it works. This is our crew, this is our tour crew. Nini. Houses, I was taken to different houses. These are the houses, cars. Pick a car. So we'll pay and we'll give you a $3 million deal. I'm like 20s what? Hey, let me call home. I call home, guys are telling me, usirudi. Utarudiaje bila hiyo deal? Sign it. But wanasema niache kukuwa msee wa gospel. Sign it, man.
Like Buddha, hiyo ni 300 million.
Unarudi humo. I'm telling you, it was the hardest decision. The hardest. Because now I'm talking to the rest of the guys in the label. What deal did you get? Same. So, what did you do with the money? They say they give you part of it, but part of it is not cash. It's like line of credit. So line of credit now you get to...
You sell albums, they take it back.
Yeah, they take it back. Your car is actually paid by the line of credit. Your house, your nini line of credit. So it's a loan. What's the interest rate of this thing? Bana, I was just feeling choked. So I'm asking these guys, so you guys, when do you go home? We never go home. Because our contract, we have not broken even. Ati what? So I'm asking these guys, so can I go back to Kenya, then come back? They're like, we'll extend your thing for 10 years. After 10 years, you can go back to Africa. Ati what? So this chick is telling me I was signed here. And in my contract, they told me not to change my waist size. If I change, I breach my contract. Allah. All those things were new, like new. You're like, Allah, for a lack of a better word, this thing sounds like a slavery, an expensive one. Yeah, because you sign this thing, you're in debt and nini. They say, yeah, it is, but you live large. Yeah, it's just that you don't have a social life. Hey, when I told these guys, minim say a gospel. I told these guys I have a studio back at home. So me, I want something that will allow us to
blow up digs.
You know, hey, push this advantage home. Because there's a growing industry. Then they're saying there's no industry you're thinking of at home. You are what we want. So forget about home. This is it. Sign it, your life changes. Hey, I'm telling you, you've ever had that thing of choose this day whom you will serve? That thing was ringing in my head the whole time. I'm telling you, the taste of life left me. Kabisa. Because I'm there and I'm thinking, what? And now, when these guys saw I'm dragging my feet, now they were asking for my passport banner. So I told them, you guys, me, I'm African. So before we sign such big deals, we have to go look for other Africans and do some chanting banner. Hey, you know anyone in Kenya? I know someone in Atlanta, Ralph. And my sister was living in ATL as well. Yeah. So yeah, I need to go because it needs to be blessed, but now this is a big deal. I needed to look for an exit. Hey, so I left my everything, because they said, you guys, if you don't sign, we sue you. You've been in our house for 7 months. You owe us signing this thing. 7 months, you're our son. Hey, I'm telling you, I was trying to tell them, Bana, I'm gospel. And that's what it is. They say, you would have told us 7 months ago. You didn't tell me that I'm changing. You get? It was hard.
You saw the other side.
Yeah, I saw the other side, literally. And that's the day my eyes opened. I looked at Kenya. I'm telling you, I looked at Kenya differently from that day. I saw, wow, Yani, there's so much we have not explored. And that time, that's when you're thinking, I'll never despise home. Yeah, because at home, when you make a coin, it's your coin. But here you make the coins in advance, then you become a slave for not less than 10 years. At the 10th year, if you've not paid up, they renew it for a new 10 years. I'm looking at these guys, Yani, you know, you see the face, the glamour and everything, but 7 months is a long time. You hang out with these guys. So you hang out and you talk and they tell you, man, I had a kid when I left home, man. I can't even tell you how old they are right now, or how they look, or how, Jess, you go home. I can't go home, I'm on contract. You don't want to see how much debt I have with these guys. And when we go to, when you go to a gig and they bring a bouncer, they bring a limo, they top it up on your bill. So your bill will never really end. It's an unending deal.
And you can't go with a normal moti.
You can't go with a normal moti.
Who are you? A normal guy.
Yeah, what do you mean? You want to...
It's in the contract.
Yeah, it's in the contract. There's a standard. So, eventually, I left everything. Everything.
The passport, peke.
Passport alone. I told them, you know, I can't cross to ATL like this. I need my passport. All I had was my passport. Everything, my clothes, everything. I left them there. ATL. So I write them back. I tell them, hey, my lawyer needs to talk to you. What lawyer? I'm the lawyer. So I emailed. Ndio kila kitu. I told them, hii haitaweza. Hey, they were furious. Hey, they were furious. But what to do? I had no option. But you can imagine, now I'm there, I can't stay there. My days are over. My extension. Home. So I go home with nothing. I come home with a jacket I had worn It's the jacket I dropped with. No one even came for me at the airport. There's nothing to come for. And Nikashikamat. The only guy who was there was Mike. He was chilling for me 7 months later. Hey, so 7 months later, I'm telling him, upgrade me, Bana. What's happening in the industry? So you tell him, hey, the industry has expanded now. Hey, exactly. Things are like this, like this. Exactly.
Whatever have become zaidi ya mziki.
Zaidi ya mziki, yeah.
Then you know, now I understand it. I remember you disappearing.
Vanished.
I remember it because
Yeah.
I just checked into the industry.
Exactly.
Personally.
Then I vanished.
Yeah, you were you were never there when the whole time we did the Keko gigs.
Exactly.
That time.
Yeah.
You are not there at all.
I was there. So I'm coming home. I'm finding Raf. Allah, you're in Kenya. Hey, I'm in Kenya. What happened? The guys told me to be secular. Same thing. Hey, they gave me this deal that was raw. Leave alone even the secular element, just the rawness of the deal. Yeah. So he's back. So what to do? We start all over again. I'm telling you. Time number three. Nothing. This time, Kev. We're coming back and Kev is in the States. He goes and fails completely. And he's back. And all of us converge, having failed. And we all have to start all over again.
That is insane.
That's crazy, man. It was like...
That is crazy.
Yeah. Zero. But we knew they can take your fruitfulness. They can take your fruit, but they can't take your fruitfulness. So guys, tukunje shati, we started all over again. And now from there, we went heavy. TV now. So we created shows. We had 1,000 hours of content on air per month. Yeah, 1,000.
You know, that is a lot.
That's a lot.
In a week, if you have 7 hours, that is already a lot.
Yeah.
Because that's every day having 1 hour.
Exactly.
You had 1,000 hours worth of content on all the different stations.
Per month. We had
What are some of the example of shows that you had?
So we had Password.
Password, by the way, was like about 2 hours, or more, if not long.
Yes.
I remember it was long. It was so long. I used to wonder, this thing is long.
Yeah, it was long.
It was longer than the beat because my reference was the beat there.
Exactly. So we were twice the time because it became a hit.
And
it
you
was
were
1
being
hour.
paid.
Yeah. Then it became 2 hours, and we were being paid.
And on top of that, you had your SMS code.
Now I came back and there was a guy who was now double alive, SK the businessman. Because I learned. I saw 7 months is a long time, man, to just see. And you're thinking everything is a business, man. Everything, 100%. Oh, we make a t-shirt, it's a business. There's everything. So I learned. I was schooled for free.
Anyway, let's talk about this States thing.
Yes.
Abi is a whole other story that I'm sure we're going to
Because
continue.
no, the Abi story comes after I come back. Yeah. So the tour happens in June. We'll head out to the States in June. That was my first time
out of the country.
Out of the country. I'd never been out of the country before.
Even UG?
Never been.
So that was a nice start.
Yeah, start in America. With all the clothes which I went and threw them immediately. All my luggage. I went there like, so we can get all this. Like,
and you're being
out.
paid.
Yeah, we're being paid. Well, for me and JJ, which later we ended up causing because they were giving us like it was way less than what the other 3 girls were. But you know, that's why I also learned the power of negotiating. If you want something, no one is gonna think for you.
Yep.
You have to state it, because sometimes we don't state it because you're afraid they'll reject you. But just risk it. They may just give it to you. But you see, at that time I didn't know. Me, I was just excited to go to the States. And so the United States ended up coming like you know that arc in your career. That's when I said music this is for life. And that's when I now said I am a pianist. I'm officially a piano player. If someone ever says, what are you? I'm like a musician and I play the piano.
Okay, tell us about the experience that you had
Oh
in the
man!
States.
First of all,
what were you doing? Where were you going?
Okay, the US, the tour was based in the West Coast, and so it was crazy because that's when even I learned about live performance and what goes through it. Because the way they had set it up is that we as the artists were the ones who were given a van, travel into all these places in the Midwest and the West, starting from Colorado, going all the way up, start coming down. So we're the ones who had to get the address there by ourselves. So those are the days of MapQuest, where you have to print those directions, and then go to the church, set up, because we had the gear at the back of the van.
With you?
So we were 6 of us, 7, because now FJ Mwangi.
Okay.
Which is another interesting story because he was in Nairobi school.
Yes, in fact, you mentioned
I mentioned him. Yeah, and he's a mad organ player, and so he joined the tour because he was in Berklee College of Music. Who was his roommate? Eric Onaina.
No way.
So that's when I started getting to understand about Eric, and it was exciting. And then of course I knew him from Patch.
Yeah.
So now he ended up taking the role of the bass player. So he ended up being, and then he had already done a YFC tour before. So he knew the workings. I think even he had done 2 before. So he knew the workings of the Youth for Christ tour. So we did how many states? We did most of the West Coast and the East Coast.
Okay, so you arrive into a place, you set up
either school. So we'd do school and it was mostly, especially when not even especially, all the time. Set up in the get to arrival at school, set up. We're the ones who do the assembly, like at 8 a.m. Play do 30 minutes, interact with the kids, sit down, travel to the next destination, which is like 4 hours away.
But the aim was to raise funds.
Yeah, it was to raise funds for the project.
Yeah, so you talk about what you're doing.
Yeah, what we're doing, and then there was a video. Sometimes we play for kids, not necessarily, especially the schools. But now in the evenings there was like special services and meetings that were set up for us. So like Wednesday evening, like most churches in the States have got Wednesday, Friday services. So we'd do that, and we did that for an entire year, where we set up, sat down, travel like for 4 hours, and then you're in this small space.
An entire year.
Yeah, 10 months, 10.5 years, 10 or 11 months, yeah, almost a year.
And like doing 3-4 gigs a week. 3?
Are you crazy? We'd do, let's say Tuesday 2, because Monday we're not working. So, and Tuesday was sometimes Tuesday wouldn't. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So when I was hearing Mudondi talk about her story, I like, us guys didn't even a crazier schedule. We were doing Monday, we do in the morning 2 shows.
No, Monday you don't do. Monday.
No, sorry. Wednesday we do 2 shows. Probably even there may be a 3rd show at lunchtime. And then travel 3 hours to the next Nini in the evening. Set up, do the exact same thing. So sometimes we'll be hosted by families, other times we'll be put up in a motel. Get up in the morning like at 4. So sometimes you don't sleep. Do the same thing. So an average, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Saturday is madness.
Those are just a church days.
So probably in a week we're doing like even 10 shows.
That's insane. For 10 months.
10 months. If someone asked me would I ever do it, I'd be absolutely never, ever do that thing again. Because it's so taxing. And then we were new to it. Because we were thrown into like pro type of tours.
Yep.
Because we're talking about like guys who have been in the business who do that type of touring.
Yep.
So even mentally not prepared. So you can even start free the relationships that you are. Because you go in as friends, you're in this same space, you start fighting with each other, domains happen, So
you start dating.
But they had made it exclusive, like you can't.
Yeah.
There's no room for
dating.
Yeah, because that just complicates the entire chemistry.
Yeah, you can say that in theory, but in practical.
No, it's true. If you're feelings, if
you start spending this much time with somebody.
Yeah, no, it happens because we are human beings. But you just have to also teach yourself that you don't have to go with how you feel.
Yeah.
if it happens later, see when in a workspace, you can feel a chick and you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. But then you're like, and then in a tour, it just becomes completely complicated, especially, and I've heard stories where when artists start dating, it spoils the entire tour to the point where some guys have to leave, get other personnel, because the dynamics changes, you know.
I think it's Jagged Edge and SWV. They just cause drama.
It just cause it's cause now 2 or 3 people are not. It changes the entire dynamics of the tour. So they had made it very clear that no. And it is true. Even before you go in a tour, before you go, you're not attracted, but that close proximity, you become close. But anyway, so
actually, it's Jagged Edge and one of the chick from Destiny's Child, the ones who were kicked out.
You see, like, exactly my point.
That's part of what led to
exactly
that.
my point. Because it just complicates the entire tour. So even the people who are booking you, now it just becomes a nini. And then what if someone gets pregnant? What do you do? Because now how that jeopardizes
the whole mission that you need to do.
So now and that let's say that chick is a major singer in like one of the main cogs of the group. So that's why nah.
Yeah. Let me ask, did you guys bump into Milele at this time?
I'm coming to that.
Okay, cool. Still on
so
the
we
tour.
have done the entire tour, and then because not the entire tour, we've done half. We're halfway. This is around December. Now we are starting to do an extensive run in California. You know, and so California, that's where the Milele guys are based. So they got wind that we are around. So me and Kanji, that's where me and Kanji now became friends. Because now they became like our KY. But then like I have this thing with Christian, where Kingangi.
Yeah.
Well, up till now we greet each other that way. Like, when are you going? Because you know the problem where I'm saying I used to ask them, when are you going? Is they would come and just derail us. We're supposed to be practicing. These guys are looking for they're talking to these chiles. You're doing exactly what so it was upsetting me because I'm like, we're not concentrating.
So this is where Kanji found Mwendi, where Kanji found his wife.
Absolutely. 100%.
This was the moment. So the outsiders were.
The outsiders, because I think they knew, like, us guys, now the outsiders are like, oh, these are some very fly chiles here. Let's go in there.
That's crazy.
So that's when I met Milele, and then they started really hanging out, and of course now Kanji they started serious friending, some good friending with Wendy, and then and of course now the rest is history. And so the entire run in California, we always every so often would be together.
That's so cool.
And that's when I started hanging out with Kanji, and he started telling me what he wanted to do, what he's interested in, and that's when I learned about the Musicians Institute, where Kanji was. And I told him that I'm interested in joining a college. So I told him that Berklee College of Music is a bit too expensive. So like, no, like actually some students and former teachers of Berklee actually teach at the MI, Musicians Institute. Apply. When you go back home after the tour, apply. These are the whatever. And then he put me in touch via email to one of the deans or something. So she sent me a package when I came back, and I sent the papers, and I was accepted. At the Musicians Institute, It was a degree in music performance. So that's after the tour. So, but inside the tour, I also found, now from a personal point of view, that's where a lot of the stuff from the fire accident, 7 years later, started coming out. Because now I started doing this solo during the shows. I do these solo performances, and even my playing became really good because now I started really playing like now I'm inside the thing. And of course the music, we're in the land
you're the heart of jazz.
I'm in the heart of jazz. Go to a store. Those are the days when you buy CDs. at a Best Buy, you know, you go and pack all the. I think when I came back from the States, I think like 500 CDs or 600 because there was so much music.
Yeah.
And then now I started playing. But then also as I was playing, the playing now helped me even understand many questions that I'd had over the years. You know, why did it happen to me? Why? How come God? I'm like, you've been, you know, all these questions that I'd been having. So there's one service that I broke. I think that's the day that I actually broke down for that event. You know, it was one service that was, and I think when all the guys who were there would remember, you know, it just broke, you know, and I was like, wow, you know, and I was like, it's okay, you know, there's nothing wrong. That's when I was like, acceptance, you know. Because before, I think as a pastor, I used to get upset. I'd catch a lot of feelings before I'd this raging thing. I wouldn't be like shout, but I'd take things personally, and I'd be so upset at things, you know. But that's when I was like, okay, I think now I'm starting to accept that, you know, it happened to me. There's nothing wrong, and a lot of the things that I'd been feeling, that had been percolating outside, like self-worth, all started coming out. And I'd played a piece, but at the end of the service, I just sat down. I couldn't go. I was just bawling out.
It came out.
Yeah, and I think that was now, I'd say it was...
letting it go.
Yeah, and as much as I'd healed generally, not even generally, I'd healed physically, but that's when the journey of the
inside.
Yeah, the PTSD and the depression and all those, the pain. That's when I looked at it, you know.
Yeah.
And that tour was.
I want to ask a question to do with this whole space that you're talking.
Yeah.
A lot of times when you play, I remember now Generation 2 of Kijiji would always say, hey, let Aroro come and play some Jesus keys. The reason why I've said that is what's music and spirituality, or music, and for you, did you feel that music had this other power in a sense?
Actually, that's a very good question you ask, because even that's what informs me now, because it started at Youth for Christ. Because for me, music became a channel for me, because I was like, if this music that I play, God can use it to heal me. Then in the same way, someone who hears when I play, let also God reach them at their point of need.
That's
so
crazy.
I'm not for me, it's like it has become so natural to me that it's not like it's even a mission. It's who I am now. So anytime I play, even when I'm testing a keyboard, you know, just recently because now I work at the guitar center as an instructor. I was testing out a keyboard. There's a new keyboard that came out last year. So I was just sitting down and playing. So this lady just shows up, and she's listening to me play, and then I turn out just to acknowledge and say thank you, and I'm seeing her wiping her eyes. She's like, "You're playing." I was like, so sometimes when I don't realize it, because I think for me, you're right. It's I just become a channel. It's like let God do what He has to do. So for me, it's an opportunity for people to meet God. You know, so it's. Yes, there's the times when you're like, we can't be wilding out, but even the wilding out, I'm like,
it's still away. It's still away for you to express.
So it's just I'm like a pipe, you know?
Yeah.
So and that's what music has become for me. And it happened at youth. That tour is when I was like, this is I think my mission. Not even I said I think, because now it didn't crystallize until at the end of the tour. I was like, aha. So one of the things God has called me to is to bring healing, to bring a sense of peace. Even when life throws things at you, let my music, anytime I play, give you a sense of hope. And if God decides to fix your life situations right there, so be it. Now on the tandem side is that for me to get to that point, I've had to encounter a lot of pain. Because I'm also playing from a point of pain. You know? Personal, physical, and even years later,
emotional.
Yeah, I've had to deal with such crises, you know, personal things. You know, it doesn't stop. But But I've remembered that, you know, I always remind myself that even for me, I play music to myself. You know, sometimes when I have nothing to say, when I encounter some crazy, ridiculous situations, when you know those situations when you know you're at a corner, like I don't have any option, I just sit. I sit and I go and have a good night's sleep. I'm like, no, what? I'll let tomorrow deal with its own stuff. So music for me, it's that. I'm just but a vessel, nothing else.
That's powerful to hear this story, because I have experienced your keys. That's why I've even asked you that question. The Jesus keys. I remember you guys, and don't let Arro jump on that piano. You guys was that Makamasi session.
You guys are like Makamasi session. You guys are so silly. Why do you say calling it Makamasi session? I don't know. They started calling it Makamasi session.
Yeah, we would leave. Can you remember? Oh, and we'll get to Mavuno, that Go song.
Oh yeah.
That song used to. Yeah.
And for me, and you're right. I think that tour is when I was like God showed me, like, yes, you've been through a difficult patch of your life, discovering yourself, unanswered questions, but God likes using wounded soldiers and wounded people because you understand. So when someone comes and I empathize, when someone comes and tells me, because like I feel what you're feeling, you know. I know what it is to be hooked up to tubes. I know how it feels to, I shouldn't be alive. I should have died. Yeah. As I speak to you here, my mom always tells me that you even when I go, sometimes I tell them, hey, life is showing me things. They're like, don't remember. She's like, always anytime you feel like, look at your hands. So sometimes I always tell myself, I look at my hands, I'm like, you know what? Yeah.
I've just finished Doris Maioli's CTA.
Yeah.
And I summarized it in one thing: God doesn't waste pain.
No, He doesn't. And it's true when you're inside the mix, when you're in the whirlwind, it is life when you're in the midst of it, you're like, this is it. Sometimes you're like, this is it, or how am I going to move from here? But I think I've also taught myself, and I think for me, I've that blessing. This have ended up becoming a blessing when I find myself in a very tough situation that I don't understand. Let's look at myself. I look at my hands.
That is so powerful.
And I say, hey,
you guy.
This was once upon a time. This was a piece of my thigh, and it's on my hand. And now I feel like, okay, I can move on. Move on. Yeah. So,
bro, that's a heavy one, but I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like the nails.
It's like
the nails.
Yeah. And not to say that I am like some champion, no.
Yeah.
And not to say that there are no situations that this is the worst. I've been even in deep personal crises, and that's when I sit down and play. And that YFC tour, oh man, it changed my life. It changed my life.
I love it.
And for me, I've got this thing. I noticed that for me, like some major milestones in my life happens in sevens in some strange way.
We've got numbers.
Yeah, the fire happened when I was 14. This thing for IFC 21, 28. I'll come when something else happened. 35. Oh. The idea of moving to the States happened when I was 35. So I'm like, hey. So I was like, so the other day I was like, 42 next year. What's going down? 42?
Okay, so let's go back to 21.
Yeah, 21.
Now you come back.
I come back.
Okay, first of all, is there any other moment? No, actually, I think that's momentous.
When I come back is now getting accepted at my musicians institute.
Yes.
But then it ended up becoming so expensive. So my parents are like, and then they were not offering scholarships at that time.
Yeah.
So I was like, man.
Here we go again.
But this one did hurt. This was not like a moment of despair. Okay. No, so there's just disappointment. But I was excited to come back. You know, I'd grown a little taller. I'd changed my look. I had an earring. You know, I had specs. I started my head. So I was looking like this fresh guy. I had another leather jacket that looked so high. So all those chilets that I used to have problems with, I'm like, here's a guy who's about 6'2", walking around. I'm not that bad. So a bit of self-confidence grew. And I think that's where a lot of the confidence, the issues that I had that I never had, that period of high school where I didn't have that self-confidence and worth, a lot of it came after, you know. So, and then I go back to Johari Clef.
Oh, you went back, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bruce, because like, okay, now what do I do? So I go back to Johari Clef and I find Mr. Mandugu Digital is now the guy. And of course, in 2001, because we came back in 2002, guess who else is who is ruling the airways? One, Robert Kamanzi.
Ooh, arcade. Yeah, I'm loving the conversation as well. If you're joining us here, please definitely do your life a favor and go and start this from the very beginning. As Caroline shares her life, the nuggets are amazing. We're going to keep the conversation going. Okay, Caroline, let's hear. Now you're in banking.
Yes.
How do you go from banking to... Where'd you go?
Well, I go from banking to radio purely by accident. Purely. Okay? I knew I couldn't do that job anymore. There's nothing wrong with it, but it wasn't for me.
What was it about it that wasn't for you?
There was a routineness about it. And I think that's the one thing I feared. If somebody told me, would you go back to banking? When I used to say, hell no, the routineness. But you must remember, the structure and the systems of banking is what keeps your money safe also. So also don't be silly, okay? But I couldn't do it. So in this, let me find my next. I got...
After how long? After how long were you in this place that you figured out, no, this is not for me?
2 years. You can't just quit a job in Mrs. Mutoko's house.
But you're young.
Hey. I don't think anybody has been able to Zuba in her house. My kid sister tried. Kudaribika. And actually she protested because I remember because my mom had been able to get her a job at DT Dobie. Yes, DT Dobie, Lucia Mutoko worked for you temporarily, and then it was like, and because she used to go to school in the evening, so she'd wake up and literally just, you know, like a lizard, lounge. That thing just used to drive my mother nuts, and she was like, all you people think about is money. No, actually, it's not money. It's like you literally your brain is decaying as you wake up,
as you chill.
Yes, you know, the housekeeper makes you breakfast, and then you do this, yeah, like a rich housewife. Get a job. So actually, I got a call from Bruce Odhiambo, and I need to remember how did I know Bruce? Because Bruce is the one who asked me to go up to Creative Audio and Visual and voice something for him. He must have known me from the church in South B. Yeah, and he used to have this studio just above Green Corner, Creative Audio Visual, and my job was to read a recipe for Unga. Hi Unga, how you doing? So Unga used to have a show on English Service on a Saturday. Lance, Claudius Mwambanga, and Bruce are the ones who used to be behind it. So I would read the ingredients and then repeat the ingredients. This is radio. And then I would read the directions and say, add 2 eggs to the da-da. So that's what I used to do. And I'd pre-record that and then they would edit.
It was a show on, so you were, it was
yes,
a show
so I have
on radio
worked for,
how to make something, and an omelette.
Yes, it was the radio version of Muke Nyumbani. There you go. Yeah, so you can't see me.
Yes.
And I once listened back to myself, because you know, you record it like on a Wednesday, but it airs on KBC English Service on a Saturday. And then when I heard Capital, because Capital had just emerged. Now remember I was in a matatu, I was on Uhuru Highway. It was a Saturday afternoon, I will never forget this. And they had turned on to hear this new thing, because obviously Capital was new.
So Capital was the first FM, okay, maybe not Metro. It was the first FM station outside KBC and Metro.
Actually, East FM was.
What?
Yes. And I didn't know that until East FM was acquired by Radio Africa. I did not know that. But East FM was. And then Capital.
Ooh,
yeah.
okay.
And I heard Phil. And Phil was doing a traffic update. I think they were just running test transmissions or just literally they were having fun. And he was like, if you're on Uhuru Highway, just turn back. It's terrible. But it's so funny because you don't hear people talk like that. And you know, he gave his hotline number, 244464. Yes.
Yeah.
And that Monday I called
And I said, are you looking for people? And said, you'll get a call back. So, okay, I hung up.
Okay, I'm just, stop right there. Caroline, you're in banking.
Yeah.
What makes you call and try this new thing?
Well, first, I'd done a little something with Bruce, and I kind of liked how I did it.
Did you think that there was something special in your voice? You know,
Nope.
if you've had your voice your
Nope.
whole life.
Nope.
You didn't?
I've never, this is my voice. Even when I talk to myself, you know, I will be coming through an airport in Zimbabwe, and somebody turn around and say, I know you. I'm like, how? Your voice. This is my voice.
I get that now with CTA, so I understand.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, so even when I'm brushing, this is my voice. So when somebody says, it's your voice, yeah, I've had it all my life.
Okay, so you call.
So I called. I was looking for something to do. Because how long are you going to sit in Mrs. Mutoko's house doing nothing? And it sounded like they were having fun. I wanted to be in a fun space.
Okay.
And then I kind of hung up. Because when people say somebody will call you back. And I went into my room. And the phone rings. Remember those days of extensions? So my mother picked up the extension in her bedroom.
No mobile phones, eh?
Yes. And then she comes and she tells me, did you call somebody? I'm like, yes. And it was Phil himself on the phone. He said, hey, how you doing? I said, I'm fine. I just wanted to know, are you looking for people? He said, what are you doing tomorrow? Nothing. I've told this story before. Nothing. Could you come by? Where do I need to come? So I went. And then I met John Wilkins and he gave me 3 scripts to read. You read them.
Yeah.
The way you read the first reading at church. He said, so what are you doing tomorrow? Nothing. Could you come in? See, they give you things to do. And one of them was to do traffic updates. Yes. So I used to do traffic for John Wilkins.
So that's how you started?
That's how I started. And I used to input music. So, you know, you must remember back in the day when music needed to go onto the system. I mean, I've never worked for a non-automated radio station. Because Capital's Automated works on a system called RCS. I don't know whether they're still on RCS. They could be on something else. And so does Radio Africa. But the music must be recorded onto the hard drive.
Yep.
That means, and in the case of Lance, he did it in real time.
As the song is playing, it's recording that
yes.
speed.
You know, you guys actually, you download.
No.
Actually, before download, I'm sure you remember there was a time you
Real-
ripped. Yes.
yeah,
Yes. Before there was ripping, you recorded it in real time. If a CD skips,
you start again.
Hotel California by the Eagles is 7 minutes. 21 seconds.
You know.
I know. Okay. And also the reason I know this is because after Lance had done his part, then I inputted the data because the system must call up a song based on where it has been classified. So
you name by data. You're talking about naming the song.
Yes. So
right,
I have to do Rod Stewart. Sailing. Length 334. Because when you tell the system to call up all songs under 4 minutes, it needs to call it up. That's just data entry by any other name.
Yep.
And then beats per minute, you need to know that. Because remember, when we programmed the station to play slower music during an evening show, the beats per minute recognize that.
How are you figuring out the beats per minute?
But I was taught how to do it, so I know the tempo of the song.
So can you hear a song now and know what tempo it
Oh
is?
God, I can tell you exactly where the vocals start.
Carol, you're a DJ.
I'm not just, you know, I've always said, thanks to both my employers, Capital and Radio Africa, I understand the science of the business. I can tell you where to buy your masts and transmitters. I know what you need, do not need. I know what the Communications Authority allows. I know when you're extending, you know, your bandwidth kidogo.
Yeah.
I mean, but so you know the beats per minute. You must also input whether that song ends or fades, because when a presenter looks at that song and they see an E, they know they can't speak until the song
ends.
But if a song fades,
they can begin speaking.
Thank you.
There's something also that you've said that is huge. You know when the vocal starts.
You know when
so
the vocals start.
Talking,
so we
talking.
so we also put start time to vocals. So you can tell this is 10 seconds. So as a presenter, you know how to say 22 minutes coming up to the vocals.
So what is happening as you're inputting this? This is preparing you to be a
to be on air.
software has been.
But also remember, today I hire everybody, and all they want to do is I want to be famous now. I'm like, oh God. Relax.
Okay, tell me a little bit about Capital that time. Just the radical shift that Capital was doing. All this time that we've been having this conversation, I'm not hearing you saying, yeah, I was watching KBC and I really, really enjoyed it, or this, that, the other. Like,
I needed a job. And I think,
no,
to
but
be
I'm not
honest,
hearing you saying that media.
no, it was a job. And I think I need to reiterate this, and this is important. When I look at all my people, when I look at Joe Tunis, Zain Verji, when I think about Shiro Githongo, what we had were jobs. Bob Kyoko, we had jobs. We had jobs and we had pay. Those fame was a byproduct that came like 4 years later. We just had really good jobs and we didn't have to wear suits to go to work. and you know, and we drank too much coffee and we laughed a lot, and it was just a really nice vibe. Eric and Dalvi, all those people, we just had jobs.
All those are the kind of
It
people.
was just work. And I don't know whether people get it. It was work. It was just work.
I'm getting it.
Okay, great. I'm glad you get it.
My explain to me was, you see, if a new station comes up right now, we may not even know about it. Actually, there's
so many new ones.
New stations that have come that I don't even know exist.
Actually, I've just looked at the numbers because I do need to have a conversation with some of our presenters who have been a bit uselebni mengi. Last count, and the Communications Authority can actually check me on this one. We have 300 and probably 80 frequencies in the market.
That's insane.
Most of you, third caller for $100 on a radio station right now, could not name me 15.
Yep. And
even 10.
And so now imagine a station coming up when there's only been 2 stations. I
Yes.
didn't even know East FM was there.
Yeah.
No internet.
None.
No internet as an option of taking away attention. Capital coming in, the kind of presenters that they had, that was radical. In terms of,
I guess.
Did you know that? Did you
No.
know
Because you know you're peddling. You're in. You get in every day. You get in at 6. Phil needs coffee. Have you finished importing this music? Because you know Golden Sunday is coming up, and this is what he wants to play. And how many CDs still to go? Lance used to have a toothbrush in his pigeonhole. For heaven's sake, there are times he was there overnight. And then you know by the time you've done that, I get So I've got that I do, and then at 3 o'clock John Wilkins, 2 o'clock he actually goes on air, and then I have to do traffic twice an hour. So first I have to go onto the walkie-talkie and find out where our riders, our Bora guys those times, we call it their call sign was Charlie Mobile. So there was Charlie Mobile 1 and Charlie Mobile 2 because they were on two-way. Yeah, they were on two-way. Yeah. And all I had to ask them is, where are you? And what is the situation? Because they were doing deliveries, different things.
Yeah.
So their job was also to tell us what it was. So it would be literally Charlie Mobile 1, go for Charlie Mike. I'm Carola Mutoko, I'm Charlie Mike. Once I've done that, I write it neatly and I go and I sit down and I wait for John to pull up the fader and I do the traffic update. When I finish that, I go back and do other stuff. There's stuff to be done. It's a new station. There's so much to be done.
And it's analog or slightly entering digital.
Slightly, but it's still analog.
And even the word digital is very different from what digital is now.
Exactly, because when I think about it, I finally got like a little segment. So there used to be a travel show. And there used to be there was a travel show and a motoring show, and they were on Tuesday and Thursday. And I used to do the show with Nicola Miwa. Nicola, I have to remember her last name. She made me cry. She never used to raise my mic. She was not nice to me.
Were there a lot of Africans in the station?
Look, plenty, plenty.
Were there any of them on air?
Air sounded very white.
I have a job.
No, don't say boy, you have a job. What does the guy say?
Okay, so the guy is like, okay, so loved what we saw. We have music interludes on KTN, but we feel that they need a presenter. We just want to do something different. We don't know what, so we think you can do it.
Jimmy, you didn't enter KTN because of the toy show?
No, the toy show is mine, yeah. So at first of all, they're like, okay, so probation. I did probation 3 months, okay? In the probation, I did a show on KTN, the first entertainment show on KTN on Sunday, local, called Showtime.
Okay, wait. So
the my creation.
What they're calling you for,
yeah,
is this interlude.
Yeah. Yeah, but to try me, they put me on a probation period of 3 months. While on probation, they asked me to come up with a show to match which one? Compete with which one? Jiburu Disheni. I was like, but I've never been on television. I am not a trained journalist. I'm not a trained broadcaster. And by this time, the only experience I have is theater. So come on, let me do what? Yeah. And so I came up with a show on Sunday called Showtime.
Before Showtime, what is happening in this interlude show? Give me an example.
Nothing. It's just music. So Mondays they play hip hop. Tuesday African, whatever. Yeah. Wednesday they didn't know what to do. Thursday, Friday they play R&B. All those mix.
Oh, okay? I get. Yeah. This is bathing.
Yeah, exactly. So they're like, we're just doing it, but we think we can do something with it. We don't know what. So this is now after my probation. They're like, yeah, we've confirmed you. Well done. So we have this idea. We have this. Have you watched our station? I'm like, yeah. Have you seen the music? I'm like, yeah. So we want something. Right now, there's no presenter, but we're thinking it can be something. Please remember, 6 to 6:30 was not prime time at all. So as in, if I mess up, no one will notice. That's why they gave me 6 to 6:30.
6 to 6:30?
It was not prime time. Prime time was 6:30 to 7 because 6:30 to 7 was Neighbors. The show Neighbors.
Yes, Neighbors.
Yeah. So they gave me 6 to 6:30 ndio yani hata akichoma hakuna unajua. You want to try? That's what he told me. You want to try? I said, yeah. I can, yeah. So, but this time I'm very excited, So, but at this time, I know this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. When I joined KTN after my probation, and they told me you've passed your probation, we're going to increase your salary to so much, I knew this is what I'm going to grow old doing at age 20.
Oh my God.
I knew this is it.
Let me take you back to the probation. I'm just trying to clarify something here. First of all, this is a lot, but beautiful. The probation, they told you to create something.
Yeah.
What was that thing that you created?
They wanted me to do a show to compete with Jibru Disheni on KBC.
And you used to come at what time?
Same time, after news, so 7. News was 7 to...
On Sunday?
On Sunday, yeah, so 8 to 8:30.
So the first thing you ever created...
was a show called Showtime.
And did you present on it?
Yeah.
God.
And so later on they told me, it was the selection of my music and how it flowed. They were like, whoa.
So you were doing everything. You were doing song selection.
I was not presenting, but I was selecting. Yeah, so I'm like, yeah. So I was given a producer, and I was and a crew.
And you're not hosting. You
I was hosting. I was sitting on a chair and hosting.
Okay.
But I was like, can I select the music?
Oh, nice.
They were like, okay. And I was like, no, don't start with this one. Start with this one. I've never done this before. I just love music.
Yes.
And so I went and they said, okay, this is a music library. This is a librarian. Just ask this, whatever, ask what you want. And I sat. Before I prepared for that show for I think a week. So every day I'd go to KTN, meeting these celebrities, and then I sit and I watch his videos. And so I planned the music. I said, don't start with this. And the guy was like, kwa nini? I'm like, lazima iflow. Yeye ni kusema nini? I'm like, please, usin hivyo. And this guy noticed when the show went on air. And I remember, I told my mom, I got a job. And she asked me, kazi gani? I said, nataka uone. Kwa TV. Mother thought kwa TV ni KBC. So I was like, man. All right, whatever.
She missed it.
Yeah. So
she went Burda.
Yeah. So at that time, was it my bro who bought the TV? Was it my mom? I can't remember. We now had a color television. My mom. Yeah, what am I saying? Mom bought a color TV. And so I tell guys, I'm going to be on TV today. Please remember this, except my brothers. My mom is still reading
KBC.
Yeah. And so at 8 o'clock, KTN, and they used to have what they call continuity announcers. And the continuity announcer was Lydia Manyasi. And he says, okay, now ladies and now viewers, our brand new star with a brand new show,
Showtime.
It's called Showtime, hosted by our very own, our newest signing, Jimmy Gatho. My mom was like, looks at me. So my mother's like, this is not KBC, it's that new station.
Yeah.
Did they mention your name? I'm like, yeah. And now everyone is sitting there, my brothers. And I come on. Oh my God. No one said anything. Everyone just kept looking at me. They watched the whole 30 minutes. When it ended, from the elders, that's all I had. That's why I said from that day, I knew this is what I'm going to do.
For the rest of your life.
My brothers, my older brothers, my mom was like, Jimmy, you know Ivo.
Yes.
He no kasumene mabata. But Ivo, my mom. Whoa, Ivo.
Now it's even beyond affirmation. They're in awe of you.
Neighbors have come. Kariako. Jimmy Kwapi. Let Ivo.
Wow, wow.
Brand JG was bam.
Let me ask a question. This Showtime.
Yeah.
Did they give you freedom to pick any music you want?
Yeah, any. So that guy is watching.
That's the program.
He's called Tom. What country was Tom?
The guy who's taking a chance on you.
Yes, the guy who called me. My
Yes.
name is Tom. So
Yes.
I'm the head of programs.
Yes.
KTN.
Able somebody get the comments and tell us who that guy is.
Yeah. Especially guys from KTN. Lydia Manyase. Anyone from KTN? Remember Tom. Not Tom Brown. He's something.
They'll
else.
tell us.
Yeah,
Don't
they'll
worry.
tell us. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the one who called me. And then he calls me and says,
This is December.
Yeah.
December of
1990.
Yeah.
Then my probation ends in March of 91. He calls me and says, okay, so I have this new idea. Okay? You've been watching the station? I'm like, yes. You notice our music interlude? It's called music interlude. Yeah. I want to turn that into shows. We don't know. I don't know what to do. So I think you can do it.
How old are you, bro?
21. And I'm like, yeah, I can try. Yeah. Also try something, yeah. Initially, we're going to call them KTN music shows. Can you come up with names?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. And so he says, please keep the theme. The ones that we're struggling with is Wednesday and Thursday. But Monday and Tuesday, keep the themes as they are. But Monday, Thursday, we're not very sure.
Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, we're not very sure. So do whatever you want. Okay, yeah. But Monday, Thursday, because apparently people used to call and request and call the, hey, you know, yeah, hip hop, yeah. And so I nearly wrote names. And then I said, okay, these are the names I've come up with. Here's a funny thing, eh? So, I used to wear glasses, so smoking, so. In those days, you know, there were no rules in smoking. You could smoke in the building, inside, yeah. So you wore the lights. He says, oh, brilliant. That's how it starts. Brilliant. This is African, isn't it? Cuss? Yeah. It's African, I know it's Africa, yeah. Brilliant. Russ. Reggae? Yeah, brilliant. That's how, imagine. I said, wait, reggae. So, you're going to do reggae on Wednesday? Is that what you think? It's good? You're good? Yeah, I'm there. Okay. Okay, what's this? I says, that's Jamadelic. Interesting name. What is it about? I said, R&B. Why Jamadelic? So here's why I call it Jamadelic.
Oh my God, this is too
much. I love the group Funkadelic. I used to love Bootsy Collins in it. And then, was it my brother? Was it my brother? I can't remember, but it was somebody in the family who used to call me Jimmy Jam. Jimmy Jam. And so I call it Jamadelic. Because I love Funkadelic. So I said, Jam. He said, so Jam, that's you. I said, yeah. Brilliant. Then it goes, rhythmics. Yeah, you're going to mix. Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. You know what to do? You want get to imaging done. Imaging. Starts.
What does it mean to do imaging?
So imaging as into the montage.
Oh.
Montage of the shows. Montage. Yeah. Montage. Yes. So I go and I sit with these guys, and here's a funny thing about the people I met.
Hold on, you are even sitting and you're the one who's
running
this whole show.
So I've gone, he walks me around people, introduces me to the former I think, head of broadcast for Nation Media Group called Alex Kobia and says, Alex, this is Jimmy Gatho. He's come up with this concept. So remember we're talking about our music shows? Yeah, hi bro, Kofiti. Yeah. So can you create this for him? Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Alex Kobia, who's right now, he's like, you know, at that time he was the head of graphics. And then there was an editor, there were many, Petrina Shichana. There's one of the fantastic editors, even does work for Discovery Channel now, called Francesca Shiruka. And these guys, it was like I was a toy. So let's help. Because if he was succeed, it was amazing. No one was like, everyone's like, what's happening? Hey, bro, what do you need? Evo. And so together, these guys helped me to form Rapem Monday, Kas on Tuesday, Rastrat on Wednesday, Gemadelic on Thursday, and then Rhythmics on Friday. And so I go to do the show. And so my producer was a Mzungu called Chris Haber from Canada. So he says, now, here's how we're going to do it. We'll record all your links. You know what links are? I'm like, no. Okay, links are introductions. I'm like, what are those? Okay. So introducing the show. So he creates a format.
Yes.
And he says, but here I can't help you. It has to be your words. I'm like, don't worry.
I got it.
I got you. And so we record. I don't know. So of course I was nervous. So we do Rapem, introduction to the intros for Rapem. By the time we're doing Rasta, I'm excited. And guys are clapping. Well done. Yeah. So Zemadelic, I go crazy. I haven't scripted this. I go crazy. And I said, okay, now Jimmy, we're doing Gemadelic, and then we finish with me. Okay, so yeah. And he says, okay, Jimmy, we're counting at 5, 4, and I go, jam, Jimmy, jam, Jimmy, jam, Jimmy. I'm excited. Guys are like, oh my God, that's evil. Evil. So jam, Jimmy, jam. It came because I was like, I can do this. Day one. I'm like, I can do this. So I was so excited. I just kept jam, Jimmy, jam, Jimmy, jam, Gemadelic. And it became the signature tune. But here's the funny thing. Do you know which was the most popular show? It will shock you. Kaskas. Rastrat.
Rapem.
Yeah, Rapem. Then Gemadelic.
What? Dude, first of all, hold on. Can I do this? Thank you, bro. Thank you. You guys, you shaped my life.
Wow.
Those shows, and not just mine, many guys. In fact, look at your clap emojis for what this guy did.
For me, I was like, okay, as a consumer of the then KBC content, I was like, man, our music industry is boring. So I don't know why you're forcing this thing down our throat, because the music industry, because you're not showing a lot of musically speaking, you're just showing them once, and then you're bringing these boring bands. They're boring. And then there are no videos. I want to watch videos. Yeah, remember Michael Jackson Thriller?
Yes.
That's what I was looking for. Why are the guys not showing us those videos? You know? And then, even by that time, Michael Jackson had released Bad. I'm like, he's showing? It's not, come on. So I wanted a show where I could exhaust all those things. I was like, you know what? Here's my idea. I'm not going to show any local, because there are none, and there are no local videos. Because I want to see whether guys can feel me, like I did with Impulse, and begin to start a new music genre based on standards. Like, okay, let's listen. Introduce the world, creativity to something brand new.
Oh, I get it. So you are not going to take these local bands that were being aired and dare put them onto this thing. Because I don't listen to them.
And there were some who got very angry at me. Because I'm gonna videos. Videos ziko gani? Zile mchiza kwa pale kwa nataka music video kama Michael Jackson. First I say kama ile Michael Jackson. We kwenda wewe kama wigi sijui nini. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I have a plan. And I had a plan.
Okay, let me ask a question. Where are you getting the music
from? Nice one. So, remember, Sony Music Corporation, Polydor Records, Polygram Records, were already in the country. It was so funny.
Listen to what you've just said.
Yeah, so it's so funny. Here's the thing, and guys didn't know this. You see how artists are assigned in record labels.
Yes.
It used to happen in Kenya. When you sign for a record label as an artist, you are paid money. And you get
points and royalties.
Yes! In Kenya.
Safari, Wakina Safari.
Yes! That's how they used to have chop. And they used to make color. Me, the first guy, apart from my uncle who was so driving a Benz, was a musician. We used to be a band, those guys used to live in Kariko called Les Yo-Yos. And they were all Maasais.
What?
They were tall guys. Chicks used to go crazy. They rocked in a benzo. And all they used to do was sing. Les Yo-Yos.
Yo.
I'm like, dude. So, okay. So when KTN came, they were the same suppliers. So I was told, oh, but they, so I asked, so where does this music come from? But then now that you're going to be handling the music or whatever for KTN, we'll give you all the contacts. We'll move the contacts to you. And so I was given the contacts for Sony, which was my biggest supplier, Polygram Records, who mostly dealt with VHSs. Sony, it was reels.
Dude, you were getting them from source.
From source! But then let me tell you, let me give you an example. If you love me, who's that?
Sing it if you want to.
When
is it Jani?
Not Jani.
No, it's these three chicks.
Yeah, one died. They discovered Michael Jackson. Anyway, so
no, it's going to hit me cut close. It's not cut close.
I can't believe I'm.
Even me. And it's not total. It's not cut close.
I don't wanna wait on.
Anyway,
so those guys.
Brownstone.
Brownstone. When Brownstone released what they call a promotional video, the day it was released, we got it here as well. So what I was playing on my music shows were the first time it was played globally. It was crazy. So I brought you new music, man.
So now...
No, and then don't forget there was Power Hits USA, which was licensed by Sony. So I could play music videos from Power Hits USA because it was a show licensed by Sony. I could play BET music because BET was amalgamation of all those guys, Sony music. So BET shows, I could take the music videos and play them on my show.
Just explain that to somebody who may not understand.
Okay.
Because what you're saying, it is illegal
as
a TV station to play content that hasn't said.
Unless, so let me tell you. So I would get Power Hits USA, which was a music show on its own. I have to go to Sony and say, Sony, there's Bobby Brown, there's this all TLC here. Are these under your labels? If he says no, I go to Polygram. Are these under your labels? If they say no, I can't play that song.
No way.
I'll be sued. What are you saying? I'll be shut down. I'll be fired from KTN.
No way.
Yes. You don't just go there and have a unangama nande.
Hey, Jimmy.
I have to call. Isn't his venue?
You know VDJs.
In fact, I remember which artist was it? There's an artist called Carla Les Love. Okay. There's a group of artists. I remember I went to Sony and I said, Maze, it was from a movie. It was a song featuring Tim Dog. Sony told me, that is our artist, but that song, we haven't given permission to Africa market to release it. So don't play it until I tell you. It was hard. So I chilled. Then they're like, hata usicheze ya Power Hits, you say, kuja nikupati original. So I went and I got the real.
Guy.
Yeah.
Jimmy, are these guys still in the country? Does this still operate like this?
So
on my internet,
so when video piracy and all these things folded, I don't even know if Sony still exists. Maybe they do, but not the way I knew it then. And now you can
get it.
Practically do it.
Yeah. So at that time, you had to write down the songs you're playing and get approval.
Yes,
so now your boss taught you this.
Yeah.
You
don't play music without. So it's like, okay, so these are original. These we have permission to play
from our library.
Anything from these shows. Remember when I came, Power Hits USA was a year old. Anything from these shows, bro, you ask permission from these guys. If they say no, you don't play. You hear? I'm like, yeah.
But what about for the cascas and things?
Kaskas, because I think because Kaskas was Kaskas soon, yes, Kaskas was soon,
Utna,
and Utna, so anything we didn't have a problem with Kaskas.
Okay.
Yeah, and Utna was my competition. But I think the sensitive ones were those kina MJ.
Yes.
Anything UK, US, SA, not a problem.
So for them, playing your music wasn't marketing. You
No.
playing somebody's music wasn't marketing.
No!
It was a royalty. It was true.
Yes. Do you have permission to play this thing?
So,
Well, don't play. Igbo, yeah.
No, that's so powerful.
Yeah, that's why
so
when
no
you-
wonder
when you-
musicians were making millions.
Yes. And please remember, Brownstone have released If You Love Me.
Yes.
It is sent to all the markets globally. When the markets confirm they have the video, it is then released globally. So when you see that song on Jamadelic for the first time at a US release of your time, that's how forward we were. Amazing.
You are sharing history like insane. Who is at KTN at this time?
So
when you're joining.
In terms of
actually no. Even before I come to that question and the previous question,
No.
is Capital FM in the mix?
No. Capital FM is 6 years from then. Capital came in 1996.
What?
Yeah. FM radio didn't exist until 1996.
Also very important to also
Was it
very
95 or
important,
96?
very important
Yeah.
to say KTN is only in Nairobi.
Yes. Oh, yes. So here's the thing. And KTN was massive in Nairobi. Massive.
Crazy.
You can walk in Nairobi and go to Shags. No one knows who you are. Unless you're in KBC. Come on, KBC is Kujui. Evo. So it was so easy for me to HEPA.
Talking about HIPAA, let's then go back to this thing. What does that do now?
Oh,
You start
my
playing-
God.
You're on TV Monday to Friday.
I'm on TV 7 days. Oh, good. So
7 days?
yeah, 7 days. Yeah, I'll
What
tell you
was-
what.
okay, huh?
No, 6 days. Monday to Saturday.
What was Sato?
So I'm coming to that.
Okay.
This guy is happy. I knew this guy could do it. This guy is creative. I knew he could do it. You know what? That thing we do on Saturday. So he calls the creator of KTN Kids Club.
Oh man.
Josephine Bell. Says, Josephine, come. Josephine is like my big sister already. She's like, oh my goodness. So Josephine's like, Josephine, that idea. He's like, yes. Can I talk to him? Yes. So Josephine calls me and says, Josephine still calls me little bro. Like, listen, I'm going to hand this show over to you. I'm like, which show? So I came up with a concept for kids called KTN Kids Club. We watched it. I said, no, watch it this Saturday because you're going to be doing that show. Because me, I'm going to be focusing on marketing and sales. I'm like, what? So I was saying, explain to me, it's a kids show. Now, one of the things I also wanted to change was children's shows. I'm like, okay, yeah, there's Kinimacho. Yeah, but I wanted to feature guys in school. I wanted to see what's happening in schools and also,
Hey, ulinishika, Jimmy. Ulinishika.
So I watch it and I'm like, so like you watch it, I'm like, yeah. You like it? I'm like, yeah. It's like, what was that? I said, can I not shoot in the studio? She's like, yeah. You want to shoot outside the studio? Where do you want to shoot? I said, Animal Orphanage, Bombers of. She's like, wow.
Jimmy, how are you thinking like that?
So my childhood. My childhood. I'm like, the Animal Orphanage was the ish. How can you not show that on television? I mean, I used to go crazy when I'm like, and then Bombers of Kenya.
Wow,
how can you not show that on television? How? And then was it my aunt or my grandfather? I can't remember. My uncle was a storyteller. My mom was, let me tell you, so remember I told you Mzee died?
Yes.
And how my mom used to keep us going to forget that we were hungry is stories. That's how she said about my mom days. My mom's a storyteller. I'm like, how can you not have storytelling on me? Let's make it better. Okay, so it's on Joy Bringers, but let's make it better. And then I asked her, do I still call it KTN Kids Club? And that's what Joseph used to do. Like, what are you thinking? Those days, ukwaje? Niko Kiboko.
Kiboko. Yeah.
Can I call it Club Kiboko?
She's like, yeah.
Why club? Because I'm gonna make it a club. For? I said, I don't know, for kids. And she did, yeah. So, Kiboko, go do it. In fact, a lot of guys in KTN used to call me Kiboko. To this day, they still call me Kiboko. Because Club Kiboko was a total transformation. Remember, KTN Kids Club and what Club Kiboko was.
Two different shows.
Yeah, kabisa. And Jackie Tom used to do features. So Jackie Tom was like, what? So, because Jackie Tom used to do features about kids, street kids. So she became a huge part of the content on Club Kiboko. Because she was like, you're not going to be in studio? I'm like, why are you sitting in studio, man? This is exciting. Go out, sleep, Ibo. So I was on TV for 6 days a week for years.
Okay.
I had to be.
No. 2-minute break. This one is. We need to come back and dissect. We need to come back and dissect a few of these. But let's just take a 2-minute break. That one is too hot.
I don't think anyone in Kenya gets it. So what did I do? I took my best designs, I redrew them now clear, put them in an envelope. I wrote a letter to Nike. I think I sent an envelope to Nike. I think I sent to Reebok, to High Tech. I think I just sent to the big brands at the time. Adidas, let's see, because I mean, could find the addresses online. So me, I just ombered money for stamp and I sent. And that was it. And it kind of faded off. So I think now music started kind of taking a bit more of my time. And I think after my convos with Bart, I started realizing maybe it's not going to happen. Then one day I get a letter. My dad brings me an envelope. It's from the US and has the Nike logo. So I'm like, snap. Oh, snap. I open it. So there's a letter from their head designer. And I don't know where that letter. In fact, now that's the things cold I should frame. So the letter, he responds. In fact, there's a time I was doubting if that event happened. You know, sometimes maybe you would have wished something so much. It's with our age. So my sister told me, no, I remember the letter. I remember. So I said, so it actually came. So at least I verified that recently. I have proved there was another witness. So the letter came, and then the guy told me, this is amazing work. You're starting out, but because of your age, you're still young, you're still a minor. But what you need to do first, you need to go to college, study this stuff. Here's a list of colleges you can explore in the US. What you want to study is industrial design, and then it's special. So I don't know who that guy is, but he just took his time to explain to me, and then he said, yeah, so if you ever come, basically ukimaliza shule hit me up. I tried the America route, UK, it never happened. So, but I don't know why I stopped, but that thing just faded. But that was something. But I think some of these moments in life were turning points in terms of probably what has made me. In fact, it's funny you said that. I've remembered about the piece in terms of the business side. I remember I enjoyed, and now I've come to embrace it over the years, that you don't have to choose one career or be defined by one industry or craft. Because I also am fascinated by business. I'm fascinated by stocks. I'm fascinated by finance, art. So I realized, no, I don't have to choose one. You can still...
When I interviewed Modoni, it's what she calls a polymath. Somebody who you can do you don't have to be one thing, you can be multiple things.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, first of all, that Nike story is insane.
Yeah, I need to tell you a story, another story that was a momentous for me. I think a lot happened when I was 16. So when I was 16 years old, Kenya Airwaves were doing an IPO. I'm trying to remember because I've realized I'm going to tell you that I had money and I didn't tell you how I made the money.
I know.
So in high school, there was, if you're in boarding, the Britannia biscuits, the biscuits called Britannia. I think they're called Barring, the fancy one.
Yeah.
But yeah, so a box had like 320 pieces. each cookie was sold for $1 in high school. So it was like what cigarettes are in prison, the hot commodities. So my dad used to give me very little.
It was noodles.
Oh, noodles, nice. So my dad used to give me pocket money at the beginning of the term, and that was it, like 200. He used to say that's for an emergency, so you can come home. See, I paid fees, you're given food, so there's not much. Of course, it was not enough to do the stuff that I wanted. But I used to see there's a guy in school who used to sell biscuits. He would buy a box. If I remember, a box was 170 bob. But remember, in a box, there are like 300 pieces. So if you sell at $1,
you're good.
That's some
You've
serious,
doubled.
almost double.
Yeah.
And then the boxes varied. Some boxes would be 320.
Yeah.
That was not, production standards were not consistent. So I used to see, but he just used to keep the box. He used to eat some, then sometimes he sells. So I used to say, man, this thing is quite a business. So one time, I was given my normal 200. I said, let me try. So I bought a box. I sold that box by the next morning. By the next morning, I was done.
You are double.
So I have like 350.
Yeah.
I'm going, this is abnormal. Now the problem in boarding, how do I buy?
How do I restock?
So what you do is, I joined CU, because CU used to do, on Sundays, you'd go teach Sunday school. So every Sunday I got a gate pass. So every Sunday I would go buy a carton, sell it. Buy a carton, sell it. And so I used to save well. So over time I started building a capital base. So now I could buy 2 boxes. So there's a time I was buying 5 or 6 boxes. Then I had agents in every dorm. So what I would do in every dorm, yes, I would tell them, fine, this box has 320, 330 pieces. You sell 300, keep the rest. 20, 30 bob. And this is a no-brainer. You open that box, 5, because in the evenings when people are taking hot cocoa, hot power, you 5 bob, you want cookies. So 2 nights you're done. Because our dorm, I mean, Dago was huge, big population. So then they would keep, most of them would eat actually. It was really weird. I mean, they would literally keep the cookies. They were happy to keep the cookies. They would give the money to me. So I had a good run. So, I mean, I used to, in fact, I'll never forget one incident. My family came to visit me for visiting day. And you know, they usually, you guys want sodas? Yeah. I went and bought sodas and brought for them. Then later, he said, my dad asked, wait, how did you pay for this? I said, don't worry, I got it. He told me, so do you want some pocket money? I said, sure. He gave me like, I think 500. Now I'm being given a bit more. But I'm telling you, there's a time, there are days I would close school with up to 7,000.
What?
Yeah. Up to about 7,000 bob. Then there's an advert. No, the advert story is different. That's another story. But there's so I had cash, had a lot of cash on me. Now, at this same time, I'd been reading about stocks on my own. Just understanding how financial markets work. So Kenya Airways posts an IPO. And I think a share, if I remember, was probably 12 bob or something like that. But I know I had 12,000 shillings because I wanted to buy 1,000 shares. So I got the forms.
You're in high school?
I'm in high school. I'm 16. So I get the forms and then I submit. I go pay and I apply and I do everything. And I drop them at where Nairobi Cinema is currently. I think it's called Uchumi House actually. There's some broker companies there. So I go and I apply and I leave them there. And that's it. And I say, let me buy now. Let's see. I mean, I'm in no rush because I know stocks. Then I get a call back. I think they called my dad or they called my sister. I think my older sister had a phone because mobile phones had started coming out. So they call me back. They say, hi, how are you? What's your name? The person talking to me now, like how you talk to a kid. So I'm saying, yes. They tell me, actually, this is so sweet. How do you know about this? Do you know what shares are? I say, yes. Do you know what this? So they asked and asked and asked. And they tell me now, unfortunately, in Kenya, you must have an ID. So sorry, you have to come back for your money. And everything. I say, okay, sawa too. And that was that. At the time, I didn't even know. I should have pushed my dad and told him, buy, find a way. Yeah, but that was but just to show you, for me those days
almost 10x, in fact more.
I mean so much. But at the time, it just shows you for me
where
there were no limits. Me, there was level we try, we see. And there's a time in my life I'd lost that, but it has come back. So nowadays I'm always like, let's see. Worst is they'll say no. I mean, it's not a life or death. It's meetings, it's a call, it's an email. It doesn't work out, hey, it happens. And I think that kind of led me, and that's probably the kind of confidence that gave me to go to a studio and say, hi, I want to learn. Oh, what will it take? Or what does someone need to know to learn?
From your story, that's the most mind-blowing thing. You're, I don't even want to call it a go-getter. A go-getter is almost like a person who's over-hustling to get something.
Yeah.
You're a trier.
Yeah, I would say probably. I don't even know if I'm a go-getter. I think I've just been curious. I'm curious. So if I get an itch, I just start seeing how far can how far can this go? So Born Twice now, we've started doing the performances and everything. The rap community is emerging on this other side.
Holidays, you're still going to Samawati?
Yes, still going to Samawati as often as I can. Then now after Form 4, now we are like, it's happening
because you've got that gap here now.
That's gap. We've done, those days we used to read magazines called Sound on Sound Mix, because we'd get them in the studios lying around, and that's how I started learning. So I learned production, I learned sound from reading magazines, articles, someone saying, oh, how they recorded this song for Michael Jackson, or how they did this song
the
for
YouTube of them days.
The YouTube of those days. And then it was very technical. So they'll say, we use this microphone, we use this mixer, in the studio we did this keyboard, we did that. So starting to understand. Yeah, so you have to read those magazines. So there was Sound on Sound Mix. So around this time, I think Timo started working at Samawati. I think he probably started working before me. I can't remember. But I remember immediately after Form 4, my first paying job was, I used to work still at Lavington United Church. They had a bookshop. So I was the bookshop attendant and everything. That's when I learned what invoices are. I learned what receipts are. I started understanding there's a thing called tax, because now I had to do paperwork. Someone pays, you have to fill in a receipt. And I remember another lady, a very senior church member. She was like the patron, because she was in charge of that department. She would tell me, so raise a pro forma. I say, what? And remember now, I'm 3 weeks out of high school. I started working. So I finished KCSE like in November. December, I'm already working.
And what happened? Did you just go and say, I want to work?
Yeah, I told them, you guys be on board. But the reason I wanted to work, the keyboard was in charge.
It was all
so
the
I needed
goal.
to be, yes. So every day, it's a bookshop in a church. There's no activity during the week. So what would I do? I would chop my skills on that. Then in the afternoon, I go to Samawati and tell them, now I've learned how to do this, now I can do this. And then Lavington Church, because the community really supported the youth, we always had cutting edge. So a keyboard comes up, we get it. PSR 500 is out, give it 3 months. We'll convince them why this other one has a problem, and they would buy. And so we really had good gear in a sense and stuff. So
that church was very supportive.
It was amazing. That's something, still today, they still do amazing work on that end. Now, because I'm reading all these magazines, at the back, there are classified sections with equipment. So I had a budget for a studio. I think I needed something like 350,000 to set up a full studio. So now I have to look for money. So that's the plan. So now I have to look for jobs. Then, at some point, I meet Pete Odera. I meet Pete Odera at one of these events for our community. Pete Odera is starting out. They had a group, the one they had with Ted Josiah, what was it called? Heart. So they're performing. And I listened to Ted Josiah, I'm saying, I know. That sound is not normal.
Uko backless.
Yeah. Hey, it sounds like Teddy Riley. The beats, the groove, I'm there like, that's the guy we need to know. So Ted knew he was hot. So Ted had enough time for people, everyone. He was good looking, the ladies, what. So we could only talk to Pete, because Pete was the guy who was, he was in ministry, he was outreach, he was always a big-hearted guy. So I think Pete Odera introduced me to a guy called Maurice Oyando. Because Pete Odera was next door neighbors with Maurice Oyando, and Maurice Oyando had a studio called Next Level Productions in Woodley. So they shared a fence. And so Pete Odera and his nephew Liki Odera, events extraordinaire, live there. So it's Pete Odera, Gowi Odera, Liki Odera, next door Maurice Oyando. So Maurice Oyando is Talia Oyando's dad.
Yeah, for those who
may not know. So he has a studio there. So I go there the first time. It's in a container, but he's making music with a computer. I'm saying, what is this madness? All this time, with a keyboard. Samawati is just keyboards, and they do a lot of live music.
Yeah, and reel to reels.
I understand the keyboard, you do the beats. But here now, oh my God, I can see the music. I can move it. I can And I said, I'm not boarding, I'm not leaving. And I said, I don't care. Me, I'm gonna work. I don't want a job. I will do anything. So Morris tells me, Sawa, come. Morris is a really cool guy. So it's not even like Samawati hired to camp outside. He tells me, come. Oh, yeah, and then because I'd been at Samawati, see, I knew a thing or two. So
yes,
I'd say, yeah, I know how to connect a mic. Yeah, I know what these things are. I said, okay, you seem a bit handy. You can come. There's a guy called Alfie Minjire. So Alfie until, actually not even until recently. So currently Alfie is a chief engineer for MultiChoice Kenya and DSTV. And before that, he was at Standard Group. But before that, he was a sound engineer. He taught me everything I know about sound. I've never met someone with a perfect set of ears in this country. Actually, even out of this country. It's the best ears I don't, when Alfie touches anything to do with sound, it is abnormal what he does with it. And it doesn't matter the gear. Because I've seen him fix things with the cheapest equipment, and I've seen him use the most sophisticated. In fact, it's just that I think at the time music didn't pay. But let me tell you, Alfie, I don't know.
And he's fixing this problem that you are having. How come our music is not sounding like...
So it's the first time I go, and then I hear this. So Peter Dera records there. Then there's another chick who comes by who used to be in our primary school. Her name is Wahu Kagwe. So me, I remember her from Primo. So I'm saying, Wahu, you've become a musician. So Wahu used to record with Peter Dera. In fact, on his first project, I think she was there. So she was older than me. But me, I know from HHS, Nini. But she's starting out trying to learn her singing thing. But I'm not even understanding what's cutting. Then another guy comes he's called Eric. He needs to do a project who is now Eric Wainaina, but it's just a guy called Eric. He comes, Kanji used to pop in once in a while. So me, I didn't know who these guys were.
So what year is this?
This is the year 1999.
Okay.
This is 1999,
okay.
Yeah. So I'm there hanging out, and then, so Eric Wainaina he's in Berkeley. So we begin to talk. He's a really cool guy. We hit it off. Now I can actually run a session. I can run the studio. So what Alfie would do, he would let me track vocals. Then he would come and now do the mixing. So he'd always tell me, I need to go to town because he was much older. Then he'd let me do this. So I would say he'd give me the donkey work parts and just edit, do what you can. So editing has just started out. So I'm beginning to learn. So Eric Wainaina comes. So we record Sawa Sawa. So the Kenyan sections. So Masimaira is on it. So a couple of people. And it was an amazing experience. And it was the first time I met someone who is studying music professionally. Like it's a thing at here, studying songwriting, production. But I think at the point, I guess I still had a heart to go do it. But those days going to the US was insane. Even now it's hard, but it was harder then. Because everyone, it was the only ticket out. And then the only place had music was KU, and it was Mozart, Beethoven. I was saying, man, that's not going to help me make beats and create Bad Boy. So the reason I'm doing all these things, my plan is to raise money. See, now I've learned the game, set up my studio,
become Bad Boy.
Yeah. So I think at this time, I'm not sure if Timo had started working at some, I think he had, because now me had joined here. And you see, those days there were very few studios. So you'd find even some projects, Eric would come do some sections here, others he'll go do at Samawati, others he'll go do with Bruce, like that.
Then there's a story that I feel is missed out.
Yeah.
Virgin.
That came later.
Oh, it comes later.
That comes likely after that.
Okay. So,
no, you're right. Actually, we did that song at Next Level. You're right.
Oh, so that means it's in this era.
It's in this era. Actually, that's when we did that
at
song.
At Lavington Church, what I'm hearing is that there was beats that could be made, but there was no vocal recording.
Yes.
And Virgin has vocals.
Yes. So Virgin, that song, what we did, we created the beat in church, but recorded the vocals at Next Level, I think at night. So I think I called Timo, his sister Karemi, and me. And I think that's how we did that song. At night, usiku wa manane, because we had to do it after hours.
In this day, we're living in a time of lightness and looseness. You can see it in many realms of life. There's such lightness and looseness in the world as we've entered into this age of sexual liberation, or some people call it. Sin is now considered acceptable by some. As long as you're an adult and your sin doesn't hurt anyone else.
Safe sex is a lie straight from hell to try and get you teenagers inside your head. Cookie freak, killer socks, no DVD or make shit. Cookie freak, now socks, but no or make shit, haha.
Try and make pretense. Virginity is impractical nonsense. Then you brag about your experience. How you fool and run from the consequence. Boy, you just come and try and shake with confidence. Try and play a sick game on my conscience. Tell you what, and I run out of patience. God's word, there lies my evidence. Quit sitting on the fence. Go find your honor in obedience. What is man or except for common sense? And what do you think I call him omniscient?
Sick of my polyphone, the beats trying to move through the world of music. You can't stop me from saying this, cause I be talking just like the cranberries. Turn up the radio to these. Having sex as a word in the music biz, and the radio biz, and the book biz, on the TV, in the movie scenes. How could you say that on this release? Cause I'm not afraid of the Pharisees, you Sadducees. Help me please, break down the devil and his wicked schemes. I get down on my knees like Jackie Bees. Read the word, take the bird, and then I get keys. Ways to stay behind the jeans, keep my garments very clean.
Nothing for the television, cause they're mission from the highest. This time we're coming around, talking about the issue of sex. And very many of us are saying, and nothing wrong with jumping the bed. It's okay, it's alright, we don't have to wait. Cause if you wait until right then, you might be dead. Can't you see? The devil got you wrong instead. He lied to you, telling you to help with my sex. You went ahead to find yourself and now you're so depressed.
Non, y'a les d'argent, père, je rimbouille. Et ma sœur ne permet pas un courant de jupon. Décasse ta virginité, d'enregistrer ta personnalité.
So we recorded the song, and then I think we just started plugging it. And to see, we wanted to be stars. I mean, it was Miss and P. Diddy, yeah? So we were performing it, and it got some traction. I think Family FM had just started, first Christian station at the time, so we had a place to get it played. I think I got it played on Capital, because remember, Michael Loye, if I'm not wrong at this time, is at Capital FM.
What?
He doesn't use it. Remember, he's in our church. So I think we gave Michael Loye the song, I suspect. And I think he got it plugged for us. On hits or something, but the bigger
and you're
story.
The one who rapped on it.
Yeah. Imagine. I don't even have a copy of that song.
I've looked for one.
I know.
What a million
now,
suppose.
That's even later.
Okay,
now then, we were doing music. Now
okay,
we were producers. So I remember, but the bigger story with Virgin. So Virgin is the first payment I ever got for a project I'd done. Because at Maurice Oyando's was more as an apprentice and learning and stuff. So I think we did Virgin then. But I'll remember there's a story, so Jack Odongo is one who connected me to Bruce Odhiambo, by the way. So what happened, Jack and another guy who passed on, I'm forgetting his name. Actually, his name was John. So there was John and Jack Odongo, both of them had a connection to Bruce. But when we did Virgin, you know Shiro Gidongo, the activist, at the time was working for, I think it's called Good News Pictures, some old yes. NGO type, somewhere, very fancy property at the time, which I thought was Shags. It is now currently Gigiri. They are still there. Good News Productions, a video house and stuff. They are doing some project on GNPI.
Prince Makaya, that's even the guy who shot my videos. I shot them there.
No, the founder. It was Mzungu.
But yes.
Yeah, I don't even remember him. But I remember I went for a meeting there. And so I don't know where they had...
brother.
Yeah, it's yes. So I don't know where they had the song. I guess on radio, because it was doing its rounds. Then Shiro Gidongo was program manager. She had it, and she was doing a project on sexuality and safe sex and everything. And those are the themes we were talking about. So basically, the song Virgin was basically there was pressure as teens to be sexually active. So I think Kenya, that was beginning to happen. But we're wondering, why is it I'm off or weird if I've never had sex, if I don't have a girlfriend? So that was the theme of the song. So they loved the song, said we want to use it in our documentary, and I was saying, oh cool man, we're gonna be on TV. Then they said, then here's your contract, and how much do you want to be paid? I said, Then they said, for what? See, for the song rights. Then I said, oh my God,
I remember.
So I went back. So I think we had been offered was it 15,000 or 20,000? So I went back and said, I want 40K. And then I said, I'll give you 40,000, and I gave my list of demands. I said, you can only use it in Kenya. You can now sounding. So I think they realized, yeah, these guys know their stuff. So that's the first amount of money we ever made. It took like a year to be paid.
40,000.
But we were paid 40. It was mind blowing. And that's the time I said, okay, there's something happening here. And I remember when we were paid, I went and bought a keyboard from Guido. Kibukosia, a COG keyboard.
COG Trinity?
Yeah,
the first
I think
COGs.
an N64 or something like that. I went and bought a keyboard, my first now keyboard. So I went and bought. So remember, I'm building a studio.
Yeah.
So I went and bought a keyboard. Now I had a studio grade keyboard now. I went and kept it in the house. Then he didn't have the manual. Or the manual he had was in German. So now I have to look for the English manual. So I just switched it on and play. I didn't know what to do. Then eventually, internet searching, I found the English version, printed it was like 600 pages. So now I had a professional keyboard. So that was my first
I think you're the only guy I know who reads a manual.
Let me tell you, I learned. In fact, it's so terrible till today. I'd never unbox a product until I'm done reading the manual. Me, I read page 1 to 10, then I open. And that's how I learned production. Because I would open a mixer, it comes. I just started, and what many people don't know, manuals are so explicit. They tell you, the reason we've done this is because this. The reason you do this is when you're recording vocals, this happens, so you have this. So that's how I learned to get. So people knew me for, someone would come and use 3-5 features. I'll tell them, no, but you can do
yes,
because that's how I learned. Because there was nowhere to learn. People were winging it. But me used to say no. And remember, my pursuit was always, I want to get that grade of sound.
Yeah.
So that's what started happening. So of course, once started getting around, hey, there are these two young guys born twice. They are doing something.
Because now you're at next level. You've got studio vocals.
Yeah. So I'm at next level and everything.
Beats.
Yeah. So I didn't stay at next level for long, maybe 7-8 months. Then I was introduced to Bruce Odhiambo. So this sometime probably I think in 2000 now. And then when I went to visit Bruce, so this guy John takes me to Bruce.
And now you're not going to Bruce as the kid who was used to see Bruce.
No, really. Actually, this guy John told me, Julian, there's a lot you're doing, but here at next level, you need a bigger studio now. The way Nakuona, you need a place you can really do stuff. So it's like he saw it in me. And even Jack Odongo mentioned and said, Julian, you have a skill. You need to be, I think they're telling me you need to be in a space you can be stretched. Because at next level, mainly that studio was more of a personal studio for Maurice. Because Maurice Oyando himself is a musician.
Yep.
So it was like, I would say, his writing studio. So if he's not doing anything, there's not too much happening.
But there are projects that you worked under.
Yeah, the main project I did there.
Eric
Wainaina, I did there. And it was the first time I ever got a credit, an album credit. So I'm there as one of the recording engineers.
On Sawa.
On Sawa album. So that was major. Then remember when he released it, it became like huge.
Yeah.
And what was happening now, you can imagine, just to give you an example, I'm around 19 now. Eric Wainaina is the hottest thing. And remember, I'd been seeing Eric Wainaina when he was at Five Alive.
Yep.
So me, I followed Five Alive throughout. I was a full group here. Then now that day he pops into the studio. So it was very surreal for me. But more importantly now, when I would go somewhere, what does Eric do? Hey, Jules!
Yeah.
That was major. So Five Alive concerts me used to be backstage.
Ooh.
Yeah. Me backstage, I'd be there watching them from the side. There's an event, Eric says, hey, where are you sitting? Come, no, Don, he's with me. Because we really bonded.
Yes.
Until today, we've always been very close friends. And I think he's the first celebrity who was not a celebrity. He was just a real person and he's been consistent. And that's one thing I've always admired. And Eric will probably call me up on anything. I'll pay, tell me where. I'll be there. Because he really impacted me in terms of how you can be as an artist.
And you're the professional. I mean, vocally and where musically he was doing.
Yeah, what till today that project, even that song Sawa 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 Sawa, till today I hear it and it's unbelievable. Then remember Eric was we would record stuff, email it to him. He would send some stuff back from the States, and I'm like, my God, that's the thing I recorded, but the way it sounds. So you're there like, no, Kwani, what do these guys do, you know? And at that time, I always thought it was something about them, but of course, over the years, you learn what it's about. So from there, what happened is I go to Bruce's studio. So I enter Bruce's studio. Oh my God. So Bruce loved his toys.
I'm more interested in this business side thinking and your approach to how you get funding.
Yeah, for sure. Well, first and foremost, I've got to say it's a God thing, number one. Number two, I think being able to... So number one, what you build has to be vision-based, right? So forget funding. What you build has to be vision-based, and there has to be a very clear outcome, right, that you're hoping for, right? So that has, first of all, that has to be embedded. So it can't be, hey, I need to raise money, so let me create something to go and raise money, right? You've got to search your heart and create something that you'd do without funding, right? And I think that carries through now into your pitching for funding. If I'm so convinced that we need to be in high schools, that I'm going to do it with or without your money, weirdly, I'm more attractive to you. You know what I'm saying? And then, so number one, I think it's, having your vision, what you want to accomplish, very clear.
And let me say, yours always seems to be very others-based.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
We're going to the high schools to impact the high schoolers.
Yeah.
It's not I'm going to the high school so I can become the biggest superstar.
Exactly. It's always others based, for sure. And because and again, like Richie, that's such a good point, because I feel like doing the, all we can do is literally do the best that we can with what God has given us. And so when you look at this concept of how even with our previous conversation of I think our last episode or whatever, when we were talking about what does it mean to make it, what does success look like. So you've got to be able to, first of all, search your heart, number one. Number two, the others based is you realizing that that's literally the best you can do, is do what you can so that others can, right? And so, but that has to be embedded in you. It can't be something it's strategy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
It's got to be something that you truly believe, man. And again, that you would do if no one paid you, if no one gave you a
catch me as I'm doing it.
Yeah, exactly. And so we were having this conversation with Julie's husband, actually, and he was saying he's found that people who come alongside any projects that they're trying to do, most people want to come alongside what's already happening. It's very few people who will come alongside
an idea
when there's nothing. When there's nothing. Yeah. So anyway, so I think that's number one. That's a foundational thing. Then number two, I think then just have the ability to articulate your vision, be able to speak about it clearly, because it might be clear in your heart and in your mind, but you've got to be able to articulate it, right? And you've got to be able to articulate it in a way that moves you first, but also moves people, right? And then number three is then you share it. But with like the Milele strategy, you have to build a network of people that you share with, right?
That's so when you go back to fast.
You have to go back. Yeah, exactly. And so that means even when you're doing it, because some of these things maybe you're doing it, they're altruistic missions, right? So there's no money to be made, right? It's just something that you're doing to impact humanity, right? So I've got to come and tell you, hey, how was impacting humanity? I have to bring you along on the story, because maybe 2 years from now I've got something else that I'll be like, hey, Richie, guess what we're doing now, man? Here's what God has put on my heart, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to that type of funding, which is less business funding and more
grant-based,
grant-based and altruistic stuff, then that's different, right? But the same thinking still applies even in the business world, because I've also, raised, significant money for my businesses, but it's the same thing. You've got to have a vision. It's got to be a vision that you're going to continue doing whether or not someone gives you money. So you've got to be convinced that what you're doing is the right thing. And number two, then you've got to be able to articulate that thing clearly. And number three, you've got to build those relationships and keep on talking with them.
And do you build those relationships to get the thing? Is it okay to do that, or do you build those relationships for building sake?
I think you build them for building sake, because I think it's important. Everyone wants to be treated with dignity. Yeah, and even rich people, man.
Yeah, not as an ATM.
Exactly.
Even God.
Yep. So exactly. So I'm not just coming to you when I want to be able to share these stories. I want to laugh with you and tell you, oh man, look at what happened. Oh man, we're in trouble. I need some advice. Have you ever gone through this? And let's talk about this. Etc. And some of my best mentors have been people who invested in me.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think there's one that you've missed, one point you've missed out. And I think this one, just because we used to always do it, we didn't understand its level of importance.
Yeah.
Documentation.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Like, we've always, have it be Tuvuke Peace Tour, have it be Badiliko.
Yes.
We were always taking photos, sharing, documenting, in an essence, reporting.
Yeah.
But not the conventional reporting way.
Exactly. Yeah, you've got to share. You definitely have to share the stories. Yeah. And people, it's so funny, man. Even guys who are number crunchers are still moved by stories.
Also, it's not just reporting.
Yeah.
It's stories.
It's stories.
Yo.
Yeah. And the thing is, and also because, so everything, even within the business world, right? We came up with this language at Mavuno, and it was, triple bottom line businesses. That's CTA is a triple bottom line business where, you want to make a financial profit, you want to make a kingdom return, and you want to make a societal impact, right? So it's like God, people, profit, right? And so the thing about that thinking is all the biasharas that I've been in have had that mindset. So someone's not just interested in, okay, did the business make money? Yeah, that's cool. But tell me the stories, man. Yeah, tell me the stories. What happened? You guys were going to do 100 high school tours. What happened?
Yes.
Yeah. What happened? Like, what were the stories? What happened to the guys who came on the tour? I remember you guys taking all these new guys through Mizizi. And literally doing discipleship of all these new young artists. You mentioned Kina Kamlesh and all those guys.
Jaya.
Yeah,
Jaya reached out. Hi, Jaya.
Yeah.
She's watching.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. So telling the stories is just as vitally important as sending a financial report.
Yo. That's powerful, especially in this day of social media. It's a thing that everybody is creating the content and putting it out there.
Yeah.
But I don't just do it for the sake of vanity.
Yeah.
But also for the sake of the impact. I like that triple bottom line.
Yeah.
So are you just putting out the content for my reporting sake, or to show the impact that whatever it is that you are doing had?
Exactly.
Okay, one last song in this era before I let you move on to the next one.
Okay.
This one I'm sure you won't remember. Can you remember the song we did in one day? From recording to TV.
Recording to TV?
Recording to TV.
I don't remember.
The Christmas song.
Oh!
Recording to
the Christmas song. Yeah, man. That is so crazy. And you know, it's so funny that you say that, because, I mean, we'll get to where I'm at right now and kind of like what we did in Egypt. But I knew we were going to record a song in Egypt before I went to Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew we were going to record a song and we were going to film a video. I knew that.
Yeah.
I just didn't know what song.
Yeah.
Okay? So it's so funny that you say that, because I was the only one who wasn't surprised that it had happened, because I knew it was going to happen.
Yes.
But then now when you're saying this, I'm like, oh, it's because I've seen it happen. So for me, it's not and for me, I was just like, I was super confident it was going to happen.
Don't worry.
But you're like, oh, we've been doing this for a while. Eh? Wow. That, I remember that Christmas song. We needed something. And that was a cool song.
It was.
Yeah. We needed we were like, man, we need something for, we didn't have any Christmas records. And we're like, man, we need to put together a Christmas song for Mavuno worship. And so we put it together, filmed in the Kijiji. That was filmed in Kijiji.
Went from upstairs where the studio was?
Yep,
downstairs.
Yep. That was cool. That was cool. And the only Christmas song we recorded.
Yeah. Because normally we're doing the musicals.
Exactly. But that was like an original Christmas song. Actually, that's the only original Christmas song I've ever done. Yeah, because the others were remakes. There's the one with Victor Say and Tim Rimbui, and then Aaron and I did the simplified Christmas with Bruce Odhiambo.
Yeah.
But all those were kind of retakes of Christmas songs. They were not, yeah.
Okay, just to bring guys up to speed. So now we are
going to have albums. Simplified.
All of those. In fact,
my God,
in this era, there's another album. Okay, I wouldn't even call it an album, but there's a song you and Aaron released that leads to Simplified. I think Pastor Kiama Shaktan live recording.
Oh, yes.
And that's what led now. That's where I had the Can I Come Lord for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. For context, Mavuno is happening.
Yes.
Kijiji is happening in very many different aspects.
Yes.
There's the youth guys, the hip hops and all that. There's Kanji, the brand. There's Kijiji making jingles and things like that.
Yes. And this is now, I'd call this now, this is Kijiji Corporate now.
Kijiji Corporate, yes.
Yeah.
Then there's Kijiji actually in Kanji, the brand, in corporate events.
Yes.
There's Kijiji interfering, working with corporates now.
Yes.
There's a lot happening.
Yeah.
Your son?
He was born some time ago. He's alive. Benga man. So funny, man. So Benga was born when we were living in South B. And by the time we moved to, because we moved now the studio from South C to, he was just like about a year old, to Navigators. He was just about a year old. So him is a kid of the burbs. He doesn't remember. Stella remembers. She remembers. She used to go to kindergarten in one of the schools in South B. Tembea there, and so she enjoyed that life. Yeah. She actually remembers Benga that he was less than one. Yeah.
Zanu sees a goat and says horse.
Yeah. Daddy, look at this goat. Look at this dog. Yeah. Him, he knows grass.
That's funny. So
yeah.
What triggers the move?
So what triggered the move is it's interesting. Wendy's dad had always told us that you move where your kids go to school.
Wow.
Like your kids force you to move. And at this point, Sela was going to Logos Christian Academy, which was near Yaya Center. And but that commute was killing us. And then also now we are the business now is we're entering our corporate season, right? And we're just like, man, we need to be where the action is. So we moved now from South Sea and moved it to Navigators. But then now us guys were like, hey, even us guys are moving. So we moved all our lives based on Sela's school choice. we moved everything now to that part of Nairobi. So we moved to Valley Arcade. Sela was going to school at Benga soon after at Logos, and now us guys now are in Navigators, and this is now that move was significant because before we were a record label that did extra things, right? Now we were a corporate entity, and in fact I say Kijiji Records kinda tones down and Kijiji Entertainment tones up, right? And even our brand changed from Kijiji Records to Kijiji Entertainment. And
I left at this time.
Yes.
This is where
where
South Seas where I was like, let's go do CTA.
Yeah, exactly. And that's so crazy because the I literally remember the formation of CTA. And so I'll say this a little bit. Richie needs to do a CTA of Richie. We had this storyline of how the media was, just shaping culture, right, in certain ways. And we're like, man, we need media that counters that. And I remember the storyline because in fact I'm reminded by I've been reminded in the past by guys at Mariners Church in the States who came to visit Mavuno, and we did a presentation for them, and we used to use this shock factor thing, and it was like, hey, I was speaking with my daughter Sela the other day, and I asked her, hey, what do you want to be? And she said, I want to be a stripper, like
I see on TV,
artist, artist, whatever, on TV or whatever. And that thing, I remember that thing always used to like rock guys. You're like, oh my God! They're like, hey, she didn't actually say that, but but literally that's what media is showing kids, and you just like took that idea and you're like,
I'm not afraid no more. Nairobi, Groove Awards, Kenya, East Africa, the whole world watching. Let me give you a story. The year is 2020, and I'm chilling with my future daughter. She's 6 years old and it's her first day in school. And I'm excited. You know why? Because she can be anything she wants to be. She can be the president like Obama. She can be a lawyer, doctor, anything. And so I'm excited. So I ask her, hey baby, when you grow up, what do you want to be? Tell me, daddy, when I grow up, mi nataka kukuwa prostitute. Mi nataka kukuwa pole dancer, vile nimeona kwa TV. Mi nataka kukuwa kama Beyonce, nitoe nguo, I remove my clothes, and that way I'll make money. But the reason why we sing this chorus and we say we're not afraid is because in this audience, there are gospel artists who are making such wonderful music, Bible-inspired lyrics that are changing the destiny of my future 6-year-old daughter. We have audio and video producers making non-booty shaking, non-drinking alcohol kind of music videos that are changing the destiny of my 6-year-old daughter. We have sponsors and corporates who are financing this gospel industry and changing the destiny of my future 6-year-old daughter. And that's what cleaning the airwaves is all about. Listen, I wake up in the AM and I switch on the FM. Lies, deceit, fantasy rhymes. Because Ray Charles is in charge of Stevie Wonder. No wonder my generation is going under. Weka shida chini, rusha mikono juu. But when the music stops and then it's hands to the floor, pick up your problems, back to the start, back to the pain. Fiki DJ, I wanna go back before the vodka and dry gin. Back when it was cool to be a virgin. Back before Adam and Eve, before Adam deceived, before beginning of sin. Back before the T was needed in the music. Back before the MC started abusing it. Back before the booty shaking all over the video. CTA, we cleaning up the video, audio print, kila kitu.
This is what I feel called to do.
You even made me performing at the Groove Awards. Because
when I was hosting.
Kijiji didn't just host, you produced the Groove Awards.
Yeah, we produced it. Yeah.
Remember?
Yep.
That's in fact that exact season.
Produced it, and then a reporter wrote a bad review. But later on, I didn't tell you.
No.
Yeah. So this is just like this motion. A quick side story. Where when we hosted that Groove Awards, we produced the Groove Awards, so produced the music, and I mean we leveled it up. Like I mean it was the whatever's were choreographed, the performances, the band, the arrangements, we did you know what the Grammys do, tribute, and we did the tribute. The tribute was a tribute. It was like a tribute section where we did Limitex, Pito Dera, Kasanga, whatnot. You know all of this stuff, and I thought we did a really good job. So, but then the next morning, Banamaze, the Sunday newspaper, you know, the one that the pullout.
Yeah.
It was
buzz.
Buzz. It was a whole story about how rubbish me and Amani were. Because Amani and I hosted.
Yes.
And that was very puzzling. And anyway, I can't remember that name of the reporter. Anyway, his name is not important. But anyway, now years later, we found out that the guy had like beef with me. Like, so it wasn't because it was a bad show.
It was just take it out.
Yeah. I was like, boss, man, I should have just called me, man. Why'd you have to do that, man? Anyway, so now when we moved to Navigators off of Ngong Road, and now we enter our corporate season. Now, that's my first fundraising round I've ever done. Wow. Where I hit, you know, I go and I raise in seed capital.
For Kijiji
Entertainment. That's now when we bought equipment, bought cameras, you know, did this whole thing where now we wanted to level up and be able to do, you know, this, you know, do this, you know, big style productions, so at that time now, so we have equipment, we have.
But you left Kenya to go into.
I fundraised in the States, yeah.
Okay.
And
that your Kenya America relationships, this relationship you have between Kenya and America.
Yeah.
It's really been pivotal for you, huh?
It has, for sure. Like literally from the beginning of my life. Because my first few years were spent in the States.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's a weird relationship, man, between me and the States and me and Kenya. It's interesting.
Wow.
So anyways, so did that.
And what's the vision at this time?
So
for
now
Kijiji Entertainment.
Yeah, so now it's just to become because one of the questions that I always used to ask is, where's the money? Right? Because I've always felt like, man, if you need to find where the money is so that you can do the things that you need to do, right? And the things that you're called to do, but you need to find the economics. The economics need to work, right? So my assessment at this point was like, man, and the same reason I went from distributing CDs, walking around with Jegeman and Stan to let me build a studio and start recording the music. Let's start doing and then not just recording your music, let's start doing events for our artists. So all that thinking was always like asking, where's number one, what's the industry I belong in, and where's the money, right? So now I'm like, okay, I think it looks like the money is in the corporate sector, and so we have to become a service to the corporate world.
Mic one rolling.
Okay. Camera rolling.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am excited. Welcome to another edition of The Playhouse. Yes, you can clap for me. You asked for more women, ladies on the show, and I have adhered to your requests. Ladies and gentlemen, Yani, with me, you're going to hear a lot of music history. I've got the true OG here. Very few people. Actually, I've not interviewed anybody who's been in the industry as long as she has. Listen to this. From everybody from Timbrimbui to Marcus, to Ulopa, from Camp Mula all the way to Masimaira, from the formation of Camp to a whole lot more, Achenga Bura, Nema, name it, the lady has worked with these people. Eric Wainaina, in fact, Eric Wainaina says that he learned how to write songs from her. I mean, I'm not doing her intro justice, but she will do herself justice. There's so much you're about to learn from my guest today. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for none other than Suzanne Gashukia Opembe. Have I said that right?
Kabisa.
I've said that right, eh? Thank you so much, Suzanne, for agreeing to be on the Playhouse.
Thank you for inviting me.
As a musician, I am extremely privileged. Let me tell you why I do the Playhouse. Our history as the Kenyan music industry has not been captured. And because it's not been captured, the musicians of today per se may not know how to go about it. They don't understand the shoulders that they're standing on. Now, anybody watching this in the Kenyan music industry is standing on your shoulders.
Asante.
It's the truth. Asante. Just the truth be told. And what I like doing on the Playhouse is throwing this thing way, way, way back to the very beginning. So take your time. No rush in this. So when did you first fall in love with music?
Wow. I had a toy piano when I was about 6.
Can I ask what year this is? Just for the millennials watching.
This was in the 60s.
Whoa. You had a toy piano then?
I had a toy piano, a blue toy piano.
60s? Yeah. You look nothing like it, man. Hey! I'm serious, I'm shocked. Yeah. That makes you over 50...
That makes me 58.
You're joking. No, but I'm very serious.
I've earned the right to say my age.
Yes. What?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm about to hit the big 60.
You don't look it. You look like you're about to. My partner here is about to start coloring. Anyway, so you got your toy piano. Who bought it for you? Your dad?
Yeah, it must have been my folks. And that's when I really sort of fell in love with music. We used to play a lot. You know, we grew up on a farm, and we played a lot. And there was an old accordion as well, that I guess the previous owners had left. So I mean, that's really committee.
Okay.
You know, near where Musyoka's studio is, somewhere down there.
Oh,
yeah. In those days, those are all rough roads and everything.
Yeah.
You know, so around there.
Okay.
So that's when I started. I remember in Standard 4 writing my first song.
Whoa.
It's gonna rain, girls and boys, it's gonna rain. It's gonna rain, cats and dogs, it's gonna rain. Something like that.
Okay, I've got to say this. The Gashukias are known for the Riara group of schools.
Yeah.
So when you say you're in class 4, where were you? What school were you?
Oh, my dear, that was way before.
That was
pre-Riara schools.
Yeah.
That was in Hospital Hill.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. And Hospital Hill, in those days, city council schools had pianos. I mean, the Hospital Hill had about 3 or 4, 5 pianos. So it was something that we almost took for granted. You know, I was going to do I started late piano lessons,
My folks bought me a piano on my 11th birthday.
Whoa.
And that was, the rest is history. That was it. That was love. It was love at first sight.
That was the beginning of why we're here today.
And that was really late for really, if you're doing music, people actually start earlier. But for it was late for me to start my piano lessons. I think when I was 10, if you're in Europe or somewhere else, you'd have started when you're 5 or whatever. Even now here, kids start when they're much younger.
Okay, but
I was still playing my little toy piano. I was playing, plonking out tunes and doing things. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Who are you listening to? Which musicians are there at the time that you're like?
God, in those days, I was listening to what my brother listened to, my elder brother. So it was James Brown, Wilson Pickett, Aretha Franklin, all those kind of people. Percy Sledge, The Temptations,
Yeah.
When I went to Form 1, I met a girl from Nigeria, Priye, and she gave me my first Carole King album. Okay, and that is, I think, where I learned how to write songs.
From Carole King?
Yes.
Okay, even before, I'm trying to paint a picture, because in my head, I'm trying to say everything that I know, per se, maybe didn't exist there. So when you're talking about all these vinyls, first and foremost, what number in the family are you?
I'm the second born.
Okay.
But
of
I'm the
how
boss.
many? You're the second firstborn.
Of four, 2 boys, 2 girls.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of your brothers ended up in media as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tony Gashukia.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, but again, I'm trying to say, right now, to somebody, I want them to understand it was a privilege or it was not normal for you to have that kind of a collection, because it meant you had to have originals. Were they even tapes, or at the time was it?
No, that was records.
By records, we're talking here phones,
that you go and buy at Asanan's, or is it Melodica? I can't remember the other shop down Tomboya Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you'd go with your however much money. We had a cousin who we called Madai, because he used to go. That was in high school when an album was about 100 bob, and he'd buy an album every week, a new album every weekend. Barry White, whatever. So we used to call him Madai.
What? Okay. So you fall in love. I've understood sort of the foundation. You're listening.
So I start my piano lessons.
There's no locals that you're listening to. There's no.
At that time, no, because we're listening to Miriam Makeba. I remember my parents taking me to see Jane Osborne, who was a Zambian. Apart from the locals that we listened to, because my dad worked in government, he was chief of protocol, was the Kenya Police Band. They were our staff. That was it.
That was the local industry.
That was the local music that I listened to.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
And obviously church choirs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, high school. Where did you go to high school?
Limuru Girls.
Limuru Girls.
And then I moved to Musangari.
Okay, continue the journey.
Okay, so I start my music lessons. I'm late. I play by ear better than I hated sight reading, but I did the whole thing. I did the whole learning classical music, blah blah blah. Go to high school, start composing. We started a band in Form 2 called Syncopated Soul.
Anybody that we know who would be on that band?
Well, Makena Mweraria, who bought African Heritage.
Yes. Ooh.
God, I'm trying to think who else. And then we teamed up with a group from Lenana called Velvet Motion. So we do gigs together.
Wow. And where were you gigging? Now in schools?
Just in school.
In schools, eh?
Just in school.
Okay.
Yeah. So then I chose to do music for my O-levels. In Form 3, a Peace Corps volunteer who was a music teacher came to teach us at LGS. And she took us for our Form 4, whatever, we had to do some traditional music stuff. Oh, and that's when I got into traditional music. Because music festivals and this and that. So learning all these traditional songs from different countries. From different regions in Kenya. So, and I loved that. Okay. But Miss Schwartz took us to Malindi to spend a week learning how to play the Giriama drums. And that for me was just, it's like, how it opens your mind?
Yeah.
Completely opens my mind.
you know, because now you're starting to think, okay, roots, where are we from, you know. Still wasn't writing too much. I was still doing, you know, the sort of R&B kind of pop genre.
Yeah.
Then of course went to Musangari for Form 5, and they didn't have music for A-levels.
Yeah.
So I had to go and be taught my music at the conservatoire.
Okay, I love, man, this is some crazy history. So again, I'll always try and contextualize it in case somebody's from this generation is watching this. There's no 844.
No.
This is pre
This is
before.
standard 7 from 4. When I went to school, okay,
Yeah.
for instance,
Yeah.
Swahili was made compulsory when I was in Form 2 going to Form 3. So I never studied Swahili in school. Okay?
It was a Queen's English.
Yeah. And Swahili was an option for people in my year. So a few people took Swahili.
Yeah.
You know, but me who didn't know anything. Man.
But what I love is that you're saying that the option to do the arts, music was there.
Was there.
Which is not
Music
there
and
now.
art.
Yeah.
No, well, it is
The 844,
kind of.
I mean, it was wiped out of KCP if I was not wrong at the time. I don't know if it was
But
brought back.
844, in high school, you can do music as a subject.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'm not sure about the
Yeah.
curriculum now, but I think it's a bit better than it used to be.
Okay, so you go to Musongari and now you're learning.
Okay, now, first of all, back in LGS, of course, now I'm composing, we're doing whatever, we're doing originals for school choirs. I was the head chorister, you know, in the chapel. I mean, Limuru was a real growth period for me musically. Musangari, we put on a concert with Rachel Omamo, who's now the Minister for Defense. And we fought with the nuns because they thought it was too sexy or too this or too that. But I mean, they still eventually they allowed us to run with it.
Yeah.
So get out of high school, I worked at an advertising agency, you know, just internship kind of thing.
What advertising agency was it?
O&M.
O&M, okay.
Yeah. And then went to then it was Kenyatta College to study music.
Which is not Kenyatta University.
Which is not Kenyatta University. They had a small music department. But Walter Omondi, George Senekazake, I mean, these guys were just amazing people. And then that's where I met, who's this guy of Sukuti who recently passed away?
Ayubo?
Not Ayub. Sukuti, oh God, Mzee Ngosi. Mzee Ngosi used to come and teach us, you know, Sukuti and whatever. I mean, it was just really, again, just an appreciation for talented people and people who know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, it was amazing. However, my time at KU was quite interesting because the first time most of the professors heard me play was during my exam, because I used to go to the conservatoire for lessons because there wasn't anybody with that level of nini. But they kind of had sort of said, well, you know, she's this girl from a well-to-do family. My mom was a member of parliament.
Yeah.
And she's this and she's that, and yeah, well, maybe she can't do it. So the shock when the external examiner came and I played all this classical music, I think a lot of them were very embarrassed, the people who had been Sengenyering. But after that, I convinced my parents to send me to the States to study.
So you at this time, do you know that you're going to do music, or are you?
I was doing music.
I mean, it was. Oh, that was
music. I was doing music.
So I like this. At that time, man, that's crazy. Your parents were truly supportive of whatever it is that you wanted to do,
well,
or was there resistance?
My mom's a PhD in literature. She studied at Nagogi wa Thiongo, Mishere Mugo. I mean, you know, our house, Okotbitek, Tabanlo Leong. This was an artsy house. Okay. It was an artsy house. Yeah.
I get it.
And my dad, I call him the hippie. He's laid back, you know. Everybody, you know, play to the strengths.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. And even before we talk about you going to the States, I'm trying to figure out the scene now, aside, because you're the one who can paint for me a picture of the landscape. Media houses, how is it in terms of the entertainment music scene? What's happening?
I was, you know,
my mother was also very strict. We weren't allowed to go out too much. I mean, there were DJs in those days. We didn't go out to too much live music after high school. We'd go out to clubs, yes, but the DJs were all playing R&B mostly. We didn't go out to like the Lingalas. I mean, I once saw Kina Mangala. Whose wedding? There was a wedding that we went to where I think Mangala Power were playing, and that's the first time I saw, this whole Zaiwa swag, So I didn't really, it was really very insular and very about my own music and what I was doing, Out of high school, again with Rachel, we teamed up, we wrote a musical, Endless Roads. That was in 1980.
You teamed up with who?
Rachel Omamo,
okay.
Again.
1980.
1980. We were just fresh out of high school. Wrote this musical. I was working then because I was, at O&M, so I'd have a friend of mine, Gidi, we called her Gidi. She'd come and help people start rehearse and choreograph and whatever. We had 100 kids here every day in my mom's dining room, garden, whatever. Yeah. Each person trying to rehearse their little part. We didn't even know how we were going to put it together. So in the end, the president was in the musical.
Hold on, are you talking about our president?
I wish there's some things that you could get if you look, and yeah, he was in the musical. He was something, I can't remember, a worker with his friends, with their buddies. So we had people in different tiers, whatever. So we put it up at the National Theatre for I think 2 nights. So I mean, who knew? I mean, I don't know how I would have been so courageous to do something like that, but it was just doing what we loved. And everybody sort of pitched in and did what they did, and So there's a whole bunch of people who even now remember, oh yeah, those days of Endless Roads. I remember some people keep bringing up pictures of the program. Yeah. There was, at the end, we all autographed the programs, and some people have kept them, which is really interesting. Lots of fun.
I'm trying to...
It must have been so chaotic. My mom's dining chairs were broken.
I'm trying to figure out the environment that allowed you to dream like this. I mean, you're talking about writing a musical in 1980, fresh out of high school. Again, I'm trying to figure out, what did you watch? Were you going to watch music? What made you even inspire you?
My parents exposed us a lot.
Okay. Were you traveling to other countries this time?
No. Here, we watched pantomimes, musicals, plays. She was in the Department of Literature. What? Okay. I remember going to watch the trial of Dedan Kimathi. Yes. We watched everything, And then if there were cabaret acts that came in, we were all shipped off to go and watch them. Nice. So we were very, I guess, that maybe that's what it was. It was the exposure to that. Okay. I remember being taken to the drive-in to watch 7 Brides for 7 Brothers or My Fair Lady, and all kinds of things. So different sorts of music, and then of course there was the teen culture. In high school, in boarding school, what do you do, on a Saturday?
Okay. I get it. Okay, so from here, let's now then move the story a bit. Just now you leave Kenya, and where'd you go?
I go to Connecticut, to the States.
Buddy, I can start. Uko ready?
Niko ready, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is happening. Welcome to another session of the Playhouse. This one is big. Excited about the conversation that I'm about to have. This video, first and foremost, share it with, if they're a Kenyan, they need to watch this video. This is going to be one of those conversations that are going to be watched not just today, not just right now, but I believe in generations to come. I'm so glad and privileged and honored to be having this conversation. I can't even call him a friend, because that is degrading the level because of the struggle that this guy has gone. First and foremost, from a professional point, this guy's an author. He has a full book, and we're going to be talking about that. He is a photographer, and I'm not just talking about random photography stories on my Instagram. No, this guy won the CNN Africa Photojournalist Award, not once but twice. But does he say? But I think more importantly, one of the things that we have to say about Boni, he's an entrepreneur. and an advocate for change. He's got a space, Power 254, that he has given to not just creatives, but also to people who want to bring about a positive change within Kenya. But above all that, I was thinking, how am I going to introduce Boni? I would say that Boni is a 2021 Mau Mau. That's one of the best ways that I can describe you. You are a person who is fighting for our country. You are fighting not just for today, but you're also fighting for tomorrow. This intro, Yani, I'm really sorry. I don't want to mention the awards you've won because kuna many, and we're going to be talking about all of them. But most importantly, I want to give you your flowers right now and tell you thank you first and foremost, Boni, what you're doing for this country. I'm excited for the conversation that we have. Hey, very important to say, I've never said this on CTA. The views expressed on this show.
Disclaimer.
Are by the guest.
It's very early to start like that.
Lazima tuanze hivyo. However, there's a lot that I agree with you, there's a lot I disagree with you, but we're going to be having this whole conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for none other than Boniface Mwangi.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. I am so excited.
I'm happy, but suddenly I'm scared.
My wife told me, go for CTA, it's going to be therapy for you.
Nice.
And so I'm here. I don't know what I'm going to say. I have nothing planned to say. So this morning when I woke up, my wife told me, just go, it's your story. And so I'm here. I won't pretend. Because when you become an activist, whatever you do, you have many shells. Unatembenga around kama tortoise. Ukigusa unaingia kwa shell kako, ndio usiumiwe sana. So nimekama hapa bila shell. Hadi venye kabla show yanze ninakoja uoga. I'm scared.
Derek wa here was saying, hey, hii si tuwezi kalia tu hivyo. Iko na mavitu. Anyway, Boni,
yes, sir.
Let's start this thing. First and foremost, you're here with your son, who I'm very excited because he's going to be hearing your journey.
Yes.
But not just him, even his kids are going to be hearing his journey because all this content is going to be available for free for Kenyans to access.
Thank you.
You have an amazing story, but more importantly, I think what you're doing right now is super amazing. I want to understand you, Boni.
Yeah.
I've worked with you a couple of times. We've worked on different projects together.
Yes.
I sometimes understand you, I sometimes don't understand you. The whole reason why you're seated here is because I want to understand you. And I believe in understanding you and the journey that you've taken. I'm going to begin to understand, okay, so this is why he does this. This is why I may need to do this. That's why I want to start this thing at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Your birth. Let's take it that far.
Wow. So I was born in 1983 in Taveta. My mother was a trader. She used to trade between Kenya and Tanzania. She met my dad in a bar. My dad was a district officer in Taveta. His name is Kamanza. So my dad was a DO. My mother was a trader, and they met up. They met in a bar. My dad says that when he heard my mother sing, he thought like angels have come from heaven. My mother was a very good singer, and she even has a recorded song which I've been trying to find. They sang about my mother's beauty, and my mother sang in the 60s. So they met, and my mother got pregnant, and I was conceived.
What is your mom trading?
My mother was just doing trade. She was a all man of trades between the two countries. So in the
Tanzania and Kenya.
Tanzania and Kenya, yes. So she was. So they met there, and I was conceived. Then along the way, they fell out.
Hold on. You were saying something in the 70s?
About my mother.
Yeah.
No, it's not about my mother. It's about me. So my mother was just a trader.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir.
Let me talk about myself.
Okay, sir.
And so yeah, they never got married, and I can go back to that. But first of all, I met my dad for the first time when I was 14, and he was my dad when I was 17.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you the only born from your mother and father?
Yes. So my mother had 7 kids, 6 different fathers.
Yo.
Yes.
Okay.
So what happens in the 80s, my mother, we had another brother born before me, born 79, I think, or 78. And the dad was Tanzanian. And so when my mother was traveling during her trades, the dad's family came and stole that boy. So I actually have a brother who's a Mchaga in Tanzania. When he was taken away, my mother panicked and realized that if I don't move, they're going to steal all my kids. So my mother moves to Nairobi. She moves to Nairobi and becomes a Mokorino.
Yo.
Yes. So my mother becomes a Mokorino. Alikuanga pale, unaona pale Nairobi River hapo kwa hiyo roundabout hapo. So my mother used to go to church there. So my mother Mokorino's church was this side. And then my across kulikuwa na Gonyawa Konya, the living tent of God where Mungiki was born. So across that's where we used to be. We moved to Nairobi. No, we didn't move to Nairobi first. So
how old were you? How old in where?
So I want to remember this confusion. So yeah, first we come to Nairobi. We come to Nairobi, my mother takes me to Shags. But in between, my mother's a Mokorino. So actually, my name is Boniface Mwangi. However, when my mother joined the Korino sect, I was baptized. So I was called Harold.
Okay, wait, hey, Boni, unakimbia. Take me slowly, I want to understand this.
Yes.
So, you're born in Taita Taveta?
Yes.
Is your mama Kuk?
My mother is a Kikuyu, my dad is a Kikuyu.
Okay.
And so my mother runs away from that place.
How old are you at this time? Do you even remember?
When my mother left that side, I was about 5 or 6.
So you remember growing up then in Taita?
I remember I went to school.
Tuanze hapo, usikimbie Nairobi. Nairobi tunakamkam.
Nilianza shule ya Taita Taveta. Nikiwa mtoi. So my first language was Swahili. So in this confusion of my mother becoming a Mokorino, my mother gets spooked that one of her sons has been stolen by the dad. And you see, my mother had many kids. So my mother takes me to Ushago actually. We go first taken to Mokoroine. I go to Mokoroine around 89. When you go to Mokoroine 89, 90 there, that's where they removed me from now schooling in a school that I was learning Swahili. I didn't know Kikuyu or nothing. I go to Gishagi Nyeri, Mokoroine, where I don't know a single word of Kikuyu. I've never spoken Kikuyu. And they dropped me there. So I start schooling now in Mokoroine. And this time now you're about... I'm about... If it's 89 and you're born in 83, so I'm about 6, 7. 6, 7. So I actually go to kindergarten, Nasari 1, Nasari 2 in Mokoroine. I go to class 1 in Nyeri, and then I go to class 2. But now, when they took me to Nyeri, yes, I think we didn't come to Nairobi first, we went to Mokoroine. So in Nyeri now, my grandmother and everyone says nilikuwa nawasumbua sana because I wanted to go to be with my mom. Nilikuwa nawasumbua. I used to run away from home. I get inside gari za kwenda Nairobi. Mtoto kona nani? Nashukishwa narudishwa. Mtoto kona nani? Nashukishwa narudishwa. I gave them so much trouble in Shags, so much trouble. They told my mother, come for your son.
Do you remember how was school in Nyeri?
School was okay. First, I didn't know the language. So now first learn the language. So I learned the language. I sit around with the other boys. Which is Kikuyu? I'm just a Kikuyu now, yeah. Because now I was speaking Swahili. I learned Kikuyu, but Ushago is boring. It's just, I'm not used to this. Because when you live in Taveta, it was rural, but it was a bit urban.
In fact, let's go back to Taveta. Because I want to, you see, by the time you're saying Nyeri is boring, there's an experience that you already had in Taveta. Yeah.
Taveta, I spoke the language. Nilikuwa naongea Kiswahili. I had friends. I was another life. Nilikuwa nishazoea kuishi na watu wengine. Now I'm removed from these people. Taken to my people who I don't know. So here I'm being taught, in Kikuyu, I go to class, it's barefoot, it's just another life. And then I can't see my mother because my mother is traveling and then come.
And what happened to your other siblings?
So we all grew up scattered. My firstborn by that time, our firstborn was already in Nairobi. Our secondborn was in Shags. Our thirdborn was in Shags. Our fourthborn is already disappeared. So we are all scattered. Now, when we moved to Shags, I moved to Shags. Nyeri. That's around...
Central Province.
Yes, around that time. My mother remains in Nairobi, comes back to Nairobi, meets another guy, hooks up, gets 2 more kids.
What?
So 87, she's pregnant with the 6th born, and 90, she has another child. Hey. And now, she's a Mokorino, like straight. My mother was a miniskirt girl, afro hair. Now she's no longer, you can't see any part of her skin. And then, my mother, because she was she lived in the 60s and 70s, it was free love and all that. She even had a tattoo of a lion on her hand. Now, because she's become a Mokorino, she can't wear short sleeves anymore. And she's a short sleeve anaweka namna yadaki tattoo yonekane.
Okay, so let's move. So on CTA, I like going slowly. You'll realize I'll keep on hearing you. Just slow down. And the reason why is because I'm trying to, especially in these foundational years, it's so important to understand because you really understand how much it builds of somebody.
Yes.
So I've understood you've left Taveta. You've been taken to Shags, which is Mukurweini. It's Mukurweini is in Nyeri.
Yes.
Okay. So your mom, however, doesn't stay with you there. She comes to Nairobi. So now you're causing havoc. You're told, hey, come for your kid. She comes for you.
Yes, but so interesting enough, my parents and police. My grandmother one time. So when I was that young before I left up country, it's like one time because I used to run away from home. I just want to come to Nairobi to find my mother. One day she takes me to the police station and I'm around hapo 7 hapo. Akaniambia unataka kuingia kwa ndani? Because then I could see people being taken in by police with guns. So sema hapana. Nikaambia na polisi, wewe usipumbue shosho yako sana. Tutakufunga. So they are very very scared. I'm crying. Shosho starudia. So I remember such incidents.
Yeah. How was your relationship with your shosho?
Later it became great. When I was that time, it wasn't really great.
And was there a Guka? Was there?
My Guka died the year I was born.
Oh, okay, Paula. So Nyeri for you was a no-no.
Nyeri was a no-no for me. It was slow. I was with my grandmother. She was a disciplinarian. And here, I was very curious. I was always been a curious person. I like asking questions. I like knowing things. So even in class, I was smart. I was a smart guy. I think one of the biggest competitors in my class was actually a guy called Steve. And Steve was...
And what school were you in Nyeri? What school is this?
Magajo Primary School.
Huh?
Magajo. It's Magajo Primary School. Now in Kigwe ni Magajo.
Yeah.
So Magajo Primary School. So my competitor actually was a guy who came from the States. Their family was living in the US. And their dad was a driver for the Kenyan embassy in the US. So they moved back.
Okay.
So even him came with the same culture shock. He was speaking English. And then there's another guy speaks Swahili.
That's right. What else do you remember about Magajo Primary School?
No, I remember Safari Rally actually. Watching Safari as a child. Going to the river to fish. It wasn't bad. Actually, it was Bali. You see tourists going to Bali. It was Bali. It was beautiful and all that.
Yeah.
But just the idea that I wanted to see my mother and I wanted to come to Nairobi.
You're not thinking about your dad at this time because your dad was never there.
I didn't even know who my dad was.
Okay.
Actually, this concept of dad and like realizing people have parents and have like both parents, I realized that in my teenage years.
Oh, okay.
Because I grew up, so even growing up, when I was in Shags and even I came to Nairobi, everywhere we lived, it was very hard to see people with two parents. Because even when I was in Shags, my uncle was married. And he had a wife in Shags, but he used to come like once every month. So so even my nephews and my nieces, everyone around me, their dad used to come once. So that thing about dad idea was never in my mind.
I get it.
Yeah.
And siblings, it's so your siblings. I'm hearing of so many siblings, but you really don't have siblings because you're not together.
So yes, so
no, even one. There's not even one sibling who you are pamoja with in Nyeri.
So in Nyeri actually. I had two sisters in Shags, but you see, didn't even know them when I went to Shags. I had my sister born in 74, I think, and another one born in 18 Shags when I went to Shags.
But you don't know that you are...
I didn't know they were my sisters. Because I came from a place where I was just living there. And my brother then was going to high school in Taveta, but he used to come during holidays. So it was me and my mom. Actually, the biggest beef, if you ask my family, if you ask them today, my mother died 21 years ago, they'll say, my mother loved me than any other person. That's what they say. That's what they claim. It's actually a claim. I don't think so. My mother loved me equally. But if you ask them, they'll
say... you say?
No, I think, because they think I am successful and all that, but I was as aggressive as...
Okay. No, I get it. No, it's okay. Be you.
So let me tell you. So we come to Nairobi. So this is actually what happens.
Okay, and now let's transition to Nairobi.
Let's come to Nairobi.
Okay.
So I'm a Mokorino.
No, bro. You've moved fast. When you come to Nairobi, where are you staying?
So I stay in Ngara.
Okay, so you come, the first place you've, and this your first time in Nairobi to live?
Yes, like to live.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So your mom was in Gara?
Gara.
Who is your mom with? Now this guy she's met?
This guy she's met. So now we're in Gara, in a single room. My brother used to come and go. So now, actually it was like a family reunion. So my brother used to come and go. So my brother is not there. We have another sister now in Shags. Alikuwa Primo, alikuwa Mbigi. So now in Gara we are me, my sister Caro, the girl born 87 Maggie, Wangari born 90. So there are four. We are four of us in that room. Yes, four. My brother comes and goes, and then you have the other sister in Shags. So like 6 of us, but 4 of us in the same house, and this guy. So it's a single room, like 6 people in Gara.
But by single room, the whole house is a single room. The whole house is one room.
Yes, one room.
Not a single bedroom.
No, single room, like a single room.
Okay.
Single room. So tunalala kwa kiti huku juu. Outside it's a garage.
Yo.
And mechanics. That's around now 92, around 92.
Uh-huh.
Ahead of the multi-party elections and all that. So we're living here. Now, this is what happens to my mother. My mother has joined a cult. So my mother moves from Mokorino, where I was be called Aaron, where I used to go there and play the drum. Now I'm be tororige, neje so wagi, tororige, neje so wagi, tororige. I used to be the one leading songs. Dahunyo kete gyuma kwa wainga, dahunyo kete gyuma kwa wainga, Jesu ake joya. Kehubaguo yohono kyokoa wainga diga choka. That was me now.
Explain to somebody what a Mokorino is.
A Mokorino is like an African sect that has religious teachings. They have Christianity as well. It's a mixture of both. So you wear a turban in your head. Mm-hmm. And then you can't show your hair. Women wear long dresses, and then.
So do they believe in Jesus, or what is it?
They believe in Jesus.
So it's just an African version of that.
Of Christianity, yes. It's like rundu ya hallelujah. Israeli kudundu. It's like Israeli kudundu. So in this sect, and my mother meets another sect. Leaves this one, and then joins another called African. Gospel of God Church. For those who don't know, it's up next to Desta University. The women wear white clothes, and men don't shave their beard, and then they shave their head bald. That church. So my mother joins that church. She joins that church. That's interesting. So she's doing business in town.
What is she doing?
Selling books. So she's in Nairobi now selling books.
Okay.
First, there's this eviction that happened during Kanjo days, out of Kuzo town, but she's trying to be stable. We moved. She ended up having a stall at Apangara Market and a bookshop at Kariako, that place.
Yes.
So they evicted from town, and she moves to sell books in Gara and Apo Kariako. But now she's in a sect. She has 2 small kids that they're 87 born, 90 born. She has me, she has my sister Caro, and now we are here. She's in this sect. She wants to shave us all our hair. This church believes that, which she did. So I'm no longer Aaron. Luckily, none of those names were put in my birth certificate.
Yes.
So my mother, this is now where things start going downhill. So she's in this sect. She makes money, but the money goes to the church.
Oh.
And then now she decides to hand over her 2 daughters to the church. Because this church has, if you go to that church up, it's a Shona church. They are what called sisters. Kids, when they hand over kids when they're very young to go and serve God for the rest of their life. But when my mother hands over the kids, she's told, no. For them to be given to this church, they must be now prophesied. So these kids are not prophesied to come to this church, to be given to the church. They can attend, but they can't become sisters.
Yo.
And I'm happy they were rejected. Because now I have my sisters and they're doing well. So my mother decides, okay, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to be giving the church my money. So my mother starts giving the church her money. Giving her church her money. We get evicted from Gara, that single house. The man my mother was cohabiting with disappears. And I hope, if you guys know Sebastian Mongai, maybe shame on you. He works for Nakuru County government, but I haven't seen him forever. I think I haven't seen him in over 20 years. He's called Sebastian Mongai. He's an evil man. And I said it, and your daughters are looking for you, so please be a man. Now, because it is true, they just need to know, what did this guy just leave? So this is now early 90s. So my mother is evicted from that house. When she's evicted, what does a woman do? She takes my 2 sisters to Shags. Her other sister goes to live with my auntie. Then I'm the only one remaining with her. Now, among all these people, no one wanted me. Because I was at Sumbua. Shosho alisema hapana, tuwezi kaa naye. Mandy said hapana, tuwezi kaa naye. So the reason why I was left with my mother, the reason why I say,
you're a manga.
No one wanted me. And that guy, so ndio hiyo, and that time I actually, so tukatoka hapo.
Let me ask, even when you came, there's a story that I don't want you to miss out. I want to understand this. Okay, I understand what your mom is doing in terms of joining these cults and being a Mokorino, joining the cults. I want to hear about you. So you, when you come from Nyeri to what do you call this county? Nairobi.
Yeah, Ngara.
Do you go to school?
Yes. Now I go to school.
Okay.
So now I joined Pangani Primary School.
You're like in class 3, 4, what class?
Class
7, 8?
No, class 2. Class 2, 90. I was in class 2. Yeah, class 2.
Okay.
Around class 2.
Okay.
So I joined Pangani Primary School. Boy, I forgot to speak Kiswahili kabisa. I just speak Kikuyu. Another culture shock. So ni kujaribu kulearn language huko. By now nilikuwa nataka kushago, nilikuwa nishaona safari rally. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nimezoea matope ushago, nilikuwa break time. Nilikuwa naenda tena kwa maji. Patrick Njiru ndani ya maji. Wow. Nikajoin Pangani Primary School.
And you met Patrick Njiru?
I met Patrick Njiru. Nikaingia Pangani Primary School. Nikaanza kusoma, nikaingia.
Are you clever? Or has the shags affected?
I've always been smart.
Are you saying that because your son is here?
No, I think I was decent. Okay. I joined Pangani Primary School. My aunt is a teacher there. I met a guy called Mr. Moneki. A fantastic teacher. He was my English teacher. And he had a very nice library. Like that's why I fall in love with books. So my mother's selling books and I have a very good school library. I joined the school, Pangani Primary School. When we were not in school, we were fishing tadpoles. We were going to City Park. City Park was beautiful. There were flowers. We'd walk around. So we'd walk from Ngara all the way to Pangani Primary School. It was very safe. It was just a good life. Like an idyllic childhood.
And I heard you say Sundays. So Sundays you're with your mom at the Mokorino.
No Mokorino.
No, in the beginning.
It was Mokorino now.
Yes.
So it's just Mokorino. Mother changes church. I follow her to the next church, which is now the one that they go on Saturday.
Yeah.
This church now,
Did you enjoy it?
Let me tell you, bro. I think as a child, religion gave me trauma, like bad trauma. So when I joined when my mother joined this cult, me and with my mom. So we had to pray 6 p.m., 9 p.m., midnight, 3 a.m., 6 a.m. We had to pray like every 3 hours you're praying. Yeah. We had to, every Friday, I would be shipped to go to the Valley Road for Masoe prayers. So Friday prayers. So you sleep there, then they wake you at night to pray. And it was cold. I did not even have a sweater. It was just cold. And then I decided becoming sickly because of the cold. And then I was told there's when I'm becoming sickly because I stare at the sisters. You know, those, because I was a child. Because kulikuwa tuna mama tu wanatembea na but I've been staring at them. That's the reason why. So if you go there today and ask them what's it, they used to call me Scout because I was a Boy Scout. So even if you go there today, Upper Valley Road, what is Scout? It is me because I was a Boy Scout. Nilikuwa nashikanga madushi na waletea. Now, so in Ngara, but my mother is taking her money to the church. So she loses
everything.
So we get evicted. When you get evicted, it ends up being now what happens to us. So my mother, all of us are scattered. Some go shags. I'm left with my mother. Me and my mom move. So one of the pastors is called Ndwega. Now he's in Embu. He was a GSU officer, and he was a pastor in that church. He gives us a place to stay. GSU Roraka. So we moved to GSU Roraka.
Stop again. Rewind. I tell you, Bonnie, you know, you there's so much that you are throwing in this story that I've just got questions. So, did you ever help your mom sell the books?
Yes, I'm helping my mother sell the books.
At Ngara,
Kariako. So I'm learning the hustle from my mother.
That's why I was asking that.
So I'm learning the hustle. My mother had a shop.
Because I mean, we're not talking, it was a shop. It was actually a shop.
So she had an open air market in Ngara, in Mwarero. Akauza akasema niaje, let's sell the shop. It's a mabati shop. Hapa penye shindozi zangu hapo ndani, she had a shop there. Ndango Deborah Booksellers. So Deborah Booksellers, nenda nauza vitabu hapo na mother, na msimamia duka yake nauza, napigwa na baridi nauza. As in that's what I was helping my mother. I was learning the hustle even during the holidays when my mother didn't have work to do, had work to do. I was the one doing all her deliveries. I was that guy.
You know why I'm asking this? Because you have a book.
Yes.
And I've seen you hustling that book till today. I'm just trying to see where the roots came.
The hooking came from my mother. You know, my mother used to have a saying actually, learn how to live with people. I think I learned how to live with people from my mom. That I can live anywhere and be with anyone at any given time. That was my mother. So, mimi ndio huyo hapo, we moved to Roraka, GSU camp. We live in the GSU camp.
Have you changed schools?
No, I'm still in Pangani. So in the morning, the trucks for Roraka, the GSU trucks, used to drop people. So they used to take people to schools. They drop you along the way.
Okay.
Then in the evening, you cross over on the other side. The trucks coming back, they drop you. And even if it's an army vehicle and you stop it, they know you're a child of an officer or a soldier, so they carry you.
Okay.
So I'm
dude, so you've been friends with these Karao guys?
My dad,
fuck GSU. They've been your boys.
Uko ndani GSU uko ndani.
Wanakupiga.
Na ndio wananipiga manze. And my dad was a DO. And one of my sisters actually, their dad was a police officer, an inspector. So because busy biashara hatu piga tu unapata watu tofauti. So GSU camp. We stay with this guy, he's a pastor. Then you overstay our stay. You tell us you have to move. We move to Githurai, 45.
So what's your mom doing?
Just selling books. My mom lives in the morning, goes to sell books. Mimi napanda gari za GSU.
Good school.
Zanieka Pango, unatembea all day Pangani Primary School. Johnny narudi. Nangoja the other side, napanda truck ya Army ama ya GSU.
Back home.
Drop, narudi home.
So these guys like, yeah, you guys have overstayed?
We've overstayed. So I used to go, GSU kama kwenda kwa hiyo mess ya. So the guy Ndwiga, who was a pastor, had lost his leg in an accident. So he was in charge of the mess, senior officers. So I'll go to the mess of senior officers seat. Wadosi wakiingia nafukuzwa, natulia tu. So I could say I grew up seeing police up close. Ndio hawa hapa. Wakikimbizwa kwa uwanja. I used to wonder, why do they just get sumbuliwa like this? A story for another day. So nika hapo GSU, tukatoka GSU tukaenda Githurai.
What year is this now by the time you're going to Githurai?
Githurai 93.
Okay, so this time you're in like you're
class 5.
Class 5 there.
93 class 4.
Class 4.
93 class 4 come to Githurai.
Okay.
Tukakaa Githurai.
Who are you staying with in Githurai?
Githurai, my mother found a house.
Okay.
Plot 2. Hizo maploti za
So she's paying rent. Yes.
So niko Githurai holiday nitafuta hustle. Kuna mwadha alikuwa ngana
sure haija change bado you're in Pangani
Primary.
Okay.
Nikaanza kutafuta hustle ya do. Ndio nenda kwenda coach movie, mavida. So I want to watch movies. Hakuna sina do. So tukaanza kuiba vijiko nauza. Niko na pana. Not sustainable, nikaanza kuuza njugu. So nikihuko nikaambia mother fulani kwa zanga manjugu, nipatie njugu niuze pale nje ya video show. Unajua ukiona kuna video, alikuwa anabeba njugu. So
popcorn ya
popcorn ya ghetto ni njugu, so ziko na mautu tu. So nikaanza kuuza manjugu. So nauza manjugu hapo, but the first day nilipatiwa kazi ya kuuza njugu. Tulienda ukakula stock na tukawatch nile ndio tuliza kidogo tukawatch movie nikavutia job. So nilikuwa nina kusoma mado hapo nje video show, napigia story, movie kienda kushaisha na mbingi uone. tuko Githurai. My mother kona Githurai na place naenda shule ni mbali. Akasema let me move to near Pangani. Tuka move Juja Road. Sasa Juja Road is
and it's just you and your mom?
Me and my mom now. See, everyone has been scattered now. It's me and my mom now.
Are they coming some holidays sometimes?
When in Githurai no. So in Juja Road is when they coming.
Okay.
So tuka move to Juja Road. Juja Juja ni mtaa. Actually, no. I've left at a story, man.
Yeah, to Rudy, no problem here. You can always go back.
Yeah, we lived in Majengo. Yeah, my mother moved to GSU.
After
Ngara.
Ngara.
We went to live with a woman called Mama Kasuku in Majengo. And when you live with Mama Kasuku in Majengo, Mama Kasuku alikuwa na sani yake alikuwa kutoka Major, alikuwa deported. He was a big guy. And so this guy said, no, you can't live here. Akaanza kutusumbua. So mimi na madam tunaenda kutafuta hao kije. Sasa zile hao za kije zikijengwa, unaingia kwa hao. Nizama tope kwanza ukiingia, unapata hiyo hao juu ilikuwa imejengwa na hakuna matoleo, mtu amekunia ndani. So first we try to look for a house where there's no shit in that house.
Yeah.
And then that's now kije, tukashikije for a while. I wish my mother was alive to fill in some of the gaps of how long we stayed in Majengo. Kijeni nikaanza kujua kufanya boxing. One of my classmates in Pangani Primary School, his dad was a car thief.
Car thief?
Yes, alikuwa anabanga tu magari. Walikuwa wanaiba magari, wakiba magari uptown, gari inaingizwa kije, inaingizwa tu place fulani hapo, inachangiwa rangi, number plate, inakuwa kitu tofauti. Huko ndio unajua sasa, huko ndio mtaa sasa. Now in Majengo actually, and this is something that was very shocking. So my mother never used to tell me, but my mother every time I come home every day in the evening, she tell me to remove my clothes and inspect my behind. Yes. So there's a lot of sodomy and defilement that day. My mother is not telling me, kitu wantu siende. Ukiende, but when I come home in the evening, when she's saying, kuja, natolewa nguo, unaangaliwa. It was just that, Kije was that tough. Tulikuwa jangu Yahya Muhammad akafunza kupiga boxing huko. It was interesting. So from Kije,
this one you're on GSU.
On to GSU where we got kicked out. Then I went to Githurai.
Now from Githurai you're out again.
Juja.
Hey.
Now Juja is where the formation of my life, my character and my worldview was formed now.
Yeah, dude, it's been formed already. It's been formed now, in all of this, just maybe not as loudly.
So 93 happened to me move. Now, my mother goes and meets an agent. My mother pays rent. And my mother pays rent, and I don't know what happened between him and that guy, but that guy took that money, then gave that house to someone else.
Whoa.
So we moved from Githurai with our things. We come here, and when we move in, hakuna nyumba. So you know it's a nyumba ya goro hivi chini. So downstairs, kulikuwa na, like when you're doing the stairs, there's a hole there.
Yes.
Like under the
stairs, yeah.
We stayed there for 3 months.
What?
Kalala nje kila kitu. As in, I used to be mocked in school. So we're sleeping outside as we wait for someone else to move out. Then we get a house.
That guy disappeared?
No, he was an agent. Alisema atakutofutia tu nyumba nikaenda. So tulikuwa nalala tu nje. Our property, everything was just outside.
How was that for you? Tough?
Bro, it was humiliating. It was like total humiliation. Because now everyone in school knew that I used to sleep outside. Because now we're sleeping outside kwa corridor. Tunapikia hapo nje. When people pass, and then there's nothing valuable for people to steal. It was just poverty. And then I remember that time, one day I'm going to school because now my mother, I don't even have good shoes. I'm going to school, then I find shoes thrown outside. So I pick those shoes and show my mom, hey, angalia hizi viatu ni poa. My mom takes those shoes, goes and put them new soles. Nilikuwa nimeweka tu sole kidogo. So, and then another day I'm walking to school, I feel like I have new shoes. Some guys are laughing, hey, umevaa viatu za sister yangu, hizi ndio tulitupa, hizi viatu za sister yangu. The humiliation, the embarrassment, as in it was just a humiliating experience. One of the things about poverty, it's very dehumanizing. So I was the mockery of the school, nilikuwa nachekwa. But anyway, nilikuwa shule. Mimi bado sasa hapo nikaanza kuwa kichwa ngumu. Join Skao. Scouts.
Oh, Skao. Oh.
Skao. Eventually someone moved out, we got a house, a single room. And then, so it was like a double room. So the first bedroom we shared with another family of 3 boys, one lady. Then the other one, it was me and my mom. And then, like...
At this time, do you, I don't want to even use the word no. Do you feel like you're poor? Or is this all that you know?
I feel like I'm poor because now this leads to where me and Mama started parting ways. So it became very truant. I either go to school, nikakataliwa na walimu wote shule.
You are a menace.
All the teachers apart from Mr. Moneki. Mr. Moneki was my English teacher, and all the teachers said they didn't want to teach me.
What is it about you? What were you doing? You are, when you say kichwa ngumu, explain to me.
Nilikuwa tu mrui, nilikuwa tu na ile uru ya mtatu, ile you just misbehaving. You don't know better. Because my mother, Friday jioni I'm shipped to the church. Pray the entire night and be just the following day. So Friday, so mi nashukua program ya madhangu. Friday church nini. So around 94.
Oh, so it's not your mom hasn't changed. She's still in this same cult.
My mother is in the cult and there's no money.
She's still giving the money to
the church.
Okay.
And then I go to that church. I'm told that there's a prophet tells me, you know, I'm Eli in the Bible. You're Samuel. Like there's a lot of shit in the church, a lot of nonsense in the church.
Yep.
So mimi ndio msee. So hapo around 94
in the cult.
94 I'm around 11 years old. Mimi kaza kuhepa shule, nenda kuzurura na machokora, nenda tao, and then around that 94 things the first time I got arrested. Because what happens, 94, 95. So I ran away from home. I start working huko tao, sweeping buses, Malindi buses, kusweep mabasi tao. Stay kwenda shule. And then I meet this boy, his dad or his parents owned a bar, wherever, I don't remember where it was. He had stolen some money. So he says, niaje niko na don, kama mimi najua twende Mombasa. We are going to Mombasa.
No, dude. You just jump on and go. Who you knew that guy?
I don't know that guy. It was a young boy. It was my age. Yeye amekuja kwenda Mombasa na kona do. Tukaenda naye Mombasa. Kufika Mombasa kanihepa. Sasa kunihepa akaenda juu utapenda akapoteza pesa. And then sasa nikaanza kutafuta kazi ya nini? Kazi ya that's the time natafuta kazi ya houseboy. Natafuta kazi ya houseboy Mombasa.
Hold on.
So around 94 kazi ya houseboy Mombasa with this boy tukapatiwa.
Where you sleeping?
So we got a job in Mombasa Old Town. So this Arab family, wherever it was, tuko kwa roof. So our work was to clean the house and kuchota maji tupeleka kwa nyumba. Tuchota maji tupeleka juu. And I'm very young, I'm very tiny. But our idea was we work in this house. We get a chance, we steal money, we buy tickets.
Come back to Nairobi.
But we don't. So eventually me and him had a fallout. And we fought in public. Tukapigana. Tukashikwa sisi wote wawili. Mombasa Railway Police Station. Tukapatia kwa polisi. Polisi wakauliza wewe ni nani? Tukapiga story. Na wewe ni nani? Mama yako kwa wapi? Akaniambia tu wewe utawarudisha kwenyu. Utaturudisha Nairobi. So the police put us in the old train. Tulikuwa second class ama first class. Ile iko na bed huku juu, bunker bed. So mimi nikalala juu, Karao kalala chini. Karao aliamka asubuhi, nimemkojolea. Nguo zake ziko wet. Leo na kibari. Nimekojolea askari. Nikarudishwa Nairobi. Nifika pale rail station kanambia, unajua nyumbani toka uende. Nikatoka nikaenda.
Your mom this time now?
My mother doesn't know who I am. So now,
and what, she doesn't care? You've been gone for how long this period now?
I don't know, but my mother doesn't.
How long did it feel like you had gone?
There are no phones. No, like a month or weeks. I'd been gone. So I come back to Nairobi. I'm taken back to school.
So you got back to your mom?
Go back to my mom.
She's like, where have you been?
Yeah, but so mama yangu na kanisa. So jua watu wa religion saa zingine wanakuwa watu pambao. So nikarudi shule. I remember in school. So there's a guy called Mr. Nyamu. He's now somewhere big in Teacher Service Commission, who was our headmaster then. So what actually happens, I don't know what happened in our class. It was January 1995. I don't know what really happened in that class. But we were all called to be punished in the teacher's sitting room, in the headmaster's office. And I didn't want to be beaten. So there was a globe this globe, the big globes that teachers used to have for the map of the world. I took that globe and I told them, if you touch me, I'll break it. So I want you to open the door for me, and I want to leave. So I held it. The headmaster opened for me the door. I walked out, put it down.
Out.
And that's the last time I stepped into that class.
No, that school even?
That's, yeah, Pangani Primary School.
Yeah.
I niko class 6 January. Sasa boy wako ndio ametoka kwa sasa nimeenda face life. Nimeacha shule. Nikaingia tao. Kwanza niko nalalanga nje sasa. Nikaingia tao. Kazi yangu ni kuosha mabasi za kwenda Mombasa.
Okay, Boni, let me ask. How do you even know now? So for you, you're like, I need to start making money.
Yes, but you see, because my mother used to sell books, and we used to sell books in the streets. I used to see street kids all over. Machokora kwa kila pahali. So, si machokora naishi. Independence. I want to become independent.
Hi.
So I ran away from home. Nikajoin machokora.
So you left school and you left home?
Yes, I went. So I went, nikaenda kwa barabara, nikaanza kufagia mabasi. And then one time, it was in Feb 1995. I think it was Feb 12, 1995. Nimeshafagia basi imeenda Mombasa. Nimelala hapo nje. Makara wanatembea tu from Kamkunji police station. Kuja kaniuliza, kijana unafanya nini hapa nje? Nini? Nikamwambia sijui nafanya hapa kazi ya kufagia mabasi, they arrested me. Wakaniandikia vagrancy. Mimi ndio nikabukiwa Kamkunji police station. Then the following day nikapelekwa children's court. The court said trace the parents. Nikapelekwa Pangani police station. So on my way to Pangani police station, nimebebwa na gari ya polisi, niko na mama yangu akivuka barabara. Akasema, "Ole mama yangu." Akasimamisha kaambia, "Mama, kuja Pangani." Mama kuja Pangani akaambia, "Sasa mtoto wako ndio huyu. Tunafaa koti na kutaka kuja kotini." My mother came to court and said, "Oh, I've been running away from home." Now me, I defended myself. I said, "No, my mother, there's no food in our house. My mother is always in church. I have no books." And nikamwaga family secrets. My mother remember that I almost got her jailed. When nijitetea. They went and did a children report. Wakatuma a children officer to my school, Pangani Primary School. They did a report.
They found out you're a mess.
They said this man must be committed. So I was jailed for 7 years into approved school.
What?
When I was 11 years.
Recorded the day before yesterday. The love is overwhelming, you see. So when I put out my funds, then that's when now we got a deal. Nonini, Juakali, and myself. You see, we got a deal for White Rose, the dry cleaners. So we did Vile Tafanya. The three of us. We did Vile Tafanya.
What do you mean when you say you got a deal?
We endorsed White Rose. White Rose dry cleaning. So if you remember in that song, there was a place where Nonini says, "White Rose, white maua, White Rose, white maua, Vile Tafanya." You see? So it was product placement. But me, I told them, I'm like, "Hey, me, stataja White Rose kwa ngoma zangu." Because I was the guy with the durags, I was the gangster nini. But you see, kina Nonini were looking at it from the business.
The financial, yeah.
So I told them, how about you guys, because it'll sound monotonous if Juakali says White Rose, I say White Rose, you say White Rose. So let's work it out in an artistic kind of way. Then now, when we were writing our verses, Nonini said, now this is where I'm going to put that White Rose, white maua, you see. Alikuwa nasema something towards the line, unajua hizo shuka zetu zikichafuka, tazipeleka White Rose, white maua. You understand? So we've done this project, we've been paid for it, all three of us, you know. They did some shows as well to promote the White Rose. Then fast forward, we're still with Caliph now. So Juakali also was trying to put out his songs now from Caliph, because Caliph, they pushed Nonini. then Jua Kali was to come after Nonini, and so on and so forth. So we went for Chaguo Latinis. This was now the next one after the Chopper.
Guys are looking in the sky now.
Guys are looking in the sky. You know, you
already did that.
Done that. Bought the T-shirt. I washed it at White Rose and it faded. You know what I'm saying? And you know, one thing in life is that you can never say the same joke twice. The first time it will be funny. The second time, if I pulled the same stunt with the Chopper, ingekuwa imetoka ladha. So anyway, my point is, we go for Chaguo Latinis. Nonini, of course, is blown up. I've blown up, you know. Then we had this song, Ii Vile Tafanya. So we told the staff of Insider, were like, hey, mazee, unajua itabidi tumeperform hii ngoma, cause Nonini was on the playlist. Me pia, I was on the roster, but Jua Kali wasn't put on the roster. So Adam and Insider and the crew, you know, they said, us guys only had a budget for you artists, you see, which is now Prezo and Nonini. So we asked the guys, we're like, what about Jua Kali though? Because Jua Kali also, he's
doing things.
He's doing things and he's stepping on the same stage as us. So there's no way you can pay us and not pay the guy, you know. So tukavutana kando mimi na Nonini, nikamwambia Nonini, wewe unaonaje hii story? Because the only other way out here, excuse me, the only other way out here is whatever you're receiving.
You split.
Whatever you're receiving.
Can I get you some water?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Whatever you're receiving, you chip in kiasi flani na mimi chip in kiasi flani, we give it to Jua Kali. Nonini said, Z, haifai jo, unajua, because at the end of the day, if we carry on like this, then it's going to be a habit, you know. Why should we dip into our own pockets? And yet Jua Kali mazee, he's also a household name. Kwa hiyo, it's either they pay Jua Kali ama we just don't perform na pesa yao tusichukue. That showed some other crazy kind of unity, you know. And we said, you know what, pole mazee, us guys, we got love for you, but we're not performing.
Okay, hold on. I thought this story was for a sec going to go the other way. So these guys only have money for Prezo and Nonini.
And Nonini, yeah.
And they want the three of you on stage to throw down on this song.
Yeah.
So you guys have one option. I mean, two options. One, split your chums and give Jua Kali.
Yeah.
Or two, which is the harder of the two, say, boycott. Forget even mine. My chums, even mine, I'm not even playing.
Yeah, I miss you.
Unless you pay this guy what you're paying us.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Yeah.
Unless you pay this guy.
Yeah.
Had to change some buttons there. Yani, this story in a bamba. We're at like Prezo's fourth song, and we're like 3 hours in, but I love it. So anyway, Prezo, where we left off, there's something. Continue with this story because you said something crazy. Inside, I've called three of you guys to perform.
We were actually on Carnival grounds there.
But they don't have money for Jua Kali. They only have money for
me and Nonini.
Nonini, you've told Nonini that let's chip in for Jua Kali. Nonini like Bella.
Yeah.
We have two options.
Yeah, we have two options.
We either this chipping in story ain't working.
Yeah. How long
so
are
they
we
either
gonna do it
pay
for?
Exactly, because I mean respect. So they either pay this homie.
Yeah.
Or even us.
Yeah.
Let's forfeit what they were going to pay us.
Yeah.
Bro, you know, the reason why I'm sort of dwelling on this statement that you've said is because this is what keeps the industry alive. This is what pushes it. Unity.
Yes, it's the truth. There was mad unity there, and you know, at the same time, you said that we had two options, and you mentioned the first one, which was to chip in ile nyemini konayo na yenye wanalipa Nonini, and then verbatim, your exact words, you said the second option, which was even the harder one, was to say, you know what, atupandi your stage. Kama Jua Kali apati ganji yake, then deuces, man, and we're out, you know.
And there's actually a third option which other artists today would take, which is, hey, sorry, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, Isa, bro. Guys, we need this money. Because
and you know, like at the end of the day, that's how you see even the respect between myself Nonini Juakali, right, will never ever end, because you see, even Juakali at that time, he saw kwamba kweli hawa ni wachizi wangu, kweli hawa yani ni maswaibu wangu. If they're ready to do away with this stash because of me, you know, he even said, is like, fanyeni hivi maze, nyi rukeni stage tu. Tukamwambia zi, kama upati ganji yako jo bro, wacha, you know, to hell with it.
Okay, so what happened now?
So now, Insider, you know, they had to go back to the drawing board.
Because the fans would have eaten them.
You understand? they had to go back to the drawing boards. So, you know, kitu yenye mtu anapata ni siri yako wewe mwenyewe kama mwanaume. So, you know, the Insider team came and said, okay guys, you know, let's talk. We're like, you and Juakali and the team, nyite kile zaini. Jua kisha kama kitupatia noda seme niko fresh, we'll be like, sawa. Akikama seme, siko fresh, basi tuwapatie wink and gun. Tutoke, you know. So, you know, given the situation, maji lizidiunga, whereby, you know, they had to look for that stash for Juakali by hook or crook.
Yo, I love that, man.
So by the time we're on stage saying vile itafanya, tulikuwa tunaisema kutoka kwa roho, because tunajua kila mtu yuko na pake, you know.
Yo.
Yeah.
And okay, and I know guys will kill me if I don't ask this, but how was it recording? Were you all three together at the same time? Nonini shared his perspective how it was a Pilipili song, but I want to hear it from your perspective.
It was a Pilipili song.
So you go to Caliph.
Yeah.
And you're like, because now of course you've recorded my fans, so now you're being boys. Caliph had now become family.
Yeah, family. Yeah. So I remember getting into the studio, because now I was asking myself, I'm like, what beat are we gonna go with? You know? And then at the same time, when you're in a collaboration, hautaki mtu akufunike. You see, so for me, I would have preferred to have the beat. I work on it at home. So nikikam ni one shot, one kill. What's the deal?
One shot, one kill. What's the deal?
So when we got to Caliph, I remember hearing, you know, the setup in Caliph was, the living room was where people would do studies, where the studio would be, and it also would be the home. You see?
It is in Clemo's parents' house.
In Clemo's parents' house, yeah. So when I got to the door, I had that beat for Vile Itafanya. I said, maze, mbona Mungu ananifavour hivi yani? You know why I'm saying that? Because this beat here, like I told you, I'm the kind of person who listens to music from different angles. When Pilipili removed that song, I loved the beat. I really, really loved the beat, you know. Just the whole vibe to it. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. So I find Kina Nonini bumping to that song, to the beat. I'm like, Monas jaskia patia Pilipili jo. So I asked them, like, cheki, kuuliza si ujinga.
Yeah.
Tunarukia hii beat. Wakisema tunarukia hii beat. Nikamwambia lakini siku na mtu mwingine pia alikuwa ameshairukia. So I think there was some friction between in-house. Sasa mimi Pilipili ambayo nisijakula inaniwashia mimi nini? I wasn't trying to find out that, so what happened? So, beat ikaenda hivyo. I said, I love this beat and look at it, it's here on the table now.
Let's do this.
Let's do it, you know. And mimi nilifika pale kama, we all recorded our verses there, if I'm not mistaken. We recorded our verses there. Yeah, because you see, after my fans, that's when even now Nawapenda War became like a slogan. Yeah, because my fans, me Nawapenda War. And in this other song, I started Nawapenda War, te wakitaka wote watapewa mate, you know. So we recorded the song there. I loved everybody's contribution into the song. And keep in mind, I loved that instrumental. I used to hear that song, now the other version, and I feel like, mbona Clemo kunipa hii beat, you know? But then we happened to jump on that track, you know, and then there's no better part, as in we're youngins.
Yep.
We're being followed by corporates. I'm working with one of the best in the industry. That's Nonini Juakali Clemo, you know. So I just felt like, you know, it was a blessing, and I felt kwamba hii destiny wengoja tu utaona pali itakuja kutupeleka.
So song ililipuka mpaka tulikuwa tumetoa chapa, tumepanga script ya kushoot video, kila kitu ilikuwa down, tunataka kushoot video mpaka tumeka date.
Alafu
song ilikuwa imelipuka, tuliachana nayo. Tuliona hii tuna waste time. Imesha explode. Sasa tutaharibu. Mbona tulikaa tu chini tu ikakuwa
serious. Kwa alikuwa na do. Alikuwa na do.
Tutaharibu hii song.
So mliwacha tu mkasema forget it.
Hii audio ishaenda, wacha iende.
Audio ilienda.
Mpo mpaka wale hiyo song. Kila mtu anaijua. So tuliona for what reason?
And so that's how we did that song. And then now, after doing the Viletafanya, I think a few months later is when now we had that issue with Insider, because already there was that chemistry.
Yes. Because now, of course, you drop it in on radio, and I mean, anything that Prezzo is putting out on radio right now, it is hot.
It's hot, bro.
Now let me talk about one that people maybe don't know that much. So me have come back again. My boy who was Jackso is this superstar called Prezzo. I'm not surprised, but I'm like, this guy is Jackson J he's a big. And now I'm religiously listening to radio with a tape to press record. To record the thing. And at that time I'm hearing you're working on an album. Then for me, the song which I wish you was blew up excess. Was this song, You and Talia. Because it has the fast rapping, Mimi na wewe tu hadi bingu ni cloud number 9 hapo atafika tu. Because Talia had done the ni tishi. Talia had done her own songs previously, which were, in fact, Kali is an OG.
Yeah, it's true.
Tell us about this song. I know it was I'm not sure if it was the next song that you released, but I know it was a silent.
Now you see what was happening at this point in time was, everywhere I'd go, you know, I'd have my book of rhymes. We'd travel to Arusha, you know. Actually, let me use Arusha as a good example.
Are you blowing up, by the way, out of Kenya right now?
Of course, bro.
Okay, I think in fact that's where we should start. How has TZ received Let's Get Down? How has TZ received? Kenya is the number one at this time.
Wazimu, because you see, we had Channel 5, East Africa TV, which was just playing nothing but local content. You see, and then when you have a video such as Let's Get Down, you know, they had no choice but to support, you see, because ni jasho yenye wanaona kwamba hao watu, they didn't just wake up and decide to do a video. So Nazizi, being also partly Tanzanian, she had that influence, you know, because Nazizi ruled the airwaves as the female MC for the longest time. Hakuna mtu mwenye alikuwa anampa competition. So the connections that she had in Tanzania, and me being half Tanzanian, they accepted me and they embraced me, you see. And keeping in mind that, you know, I did a song with AY called Nipe Nikupe.
Had you already dropped this by this time?
No.
No, not yet. So
what I was doing was, I used to write music. You know, I used to write music. So my album Naleta Action, I stumbled into the album. Because, you know, I was like, okay, I have Let's Get Down. I have my fans. I have
Viletafanya.
No, Viletafanya wasn't in my album.
Malaika Mama.
Malaika Mama. I had. So by the time I was counting the songs that I had recorded, I already had an album without even knowing. So I said, hapa kitu yenye nitafanya nitaweka interlude 2-3, you know, and my album is complete. You know what I mean? Without me knowing kwamba. Because when you look at it, like, I'm working on this album, it seems like a long process. It's like how when you had, you know, the president dished out, was it 100 million or 200 million for artists? When you hear that, you know, you think kwamba, ama artists wanakula ganji.
Until it trickles down to nothing.
I remember when my lady had that vibe. I'm gonna get back to this topic, but when my lady had that vibe, me maskini mazee nimeenda pale kuogotea nini. So the lady was upbeat. She's like, "Oh, Baba, karibu." I'm like, "Eh?" I'm like, "What's cutting here?" I'm like, "Shikamo." She's like, "Maraba, Baba." She's there removing strings that are not even there. I'm like, okay, is it my birthday or what? She's like, "Apana, wait, leteni ngechu chai." I'm like, "Mimi niko sawa." Juice? I'm like, niko poa. Soda? Kumbe the lady knew kwamba there's that 100 million enye imeingia. Tulipata 3.5, bro. I gave the lady 2K, I back it with 1.5. When I gave the lady, I told the lady, I'm like, kuna kitu nimekutumia kwa simu. Alirukia, bro. Kuangalia hivi.
Like there are few zeros missing.
She looked at me like, what kind of animal are you, Yani nimepatiwa hizo mamilioni alafu unanipatia mimi ngiri mbili, But in reality, it sounds big, but when you start sharing with artists, how many artists are there? Kwa hiyo, it was a story like that one, yani. Yeah, I lost my...
Okay, so then tell us about this song, because it was in the album.
Yeah, this song, like, Talia, Talia had a couple of songs that she had done, and Talia used to touch me with her songs, like, the same way I can remember these songs that we used to do back in the day. I can remember Talia's songs, though I actually in a duo, in a group of two. So I used to bump into her songs and I loved her voice, So there's this song that used to play for Aliyah. It's been too long and I'm lost without you. What am I gonna do? So I said, this song has a good vibe to it. All I need is just Talia's vocals and we'll kill it, So I called Talia. I'm like, "Hey, there's a song that I have. I think, we can work on something." So I started writing it down. I used to write so many times, like whenever I would have my free time. And we went to Hamze's studio.
Yes, Next Level at that time.
Yeah, Next Level. And RK was the producer. Yeah. So RK, I gave him my vision. I was thinking this song should go like this, and that. This is the tempo. I don't want anything upbeat because I already have those upbeat kind of feels. So I want us to work on this. And to be totally honest with you, that's also one of my favorite jams in Naleta Action, in that album. Because when you carve the words, and especially in Swahili, Swahili is such a beautiful language, So Talia does the mimi na wewe tu hadi juu mbingu, cloud number 9 po tafika tu. You see, nobody had done that kind of rap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I was just trying to cover any loopholes. So when somebody says, mazi praise awezi, naambia na hii hapa je. Praise na hii hapa je. Praise, na hii hapa je.
That was a big tune. It is. Do you know, I looked for that tune so much. Let me tell you where I got it. Let me show you how badly I wanted this song. I bought it from Uchumi.
Really?
There was a time Uchumi, you could go with and buy a blank CD, you select music, and you pay like 20 shillings a song. That's where I got that thing from. Because it's like, man, Prezo, stop giving me songs for Kenyan madness. I'm still going pirates.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get it by a hook or crook,
So TZ is showing you love at this time.
TZ, Uganda. Mad love, bro.
And are you touring in those places?
Yes. If you check the records, I'm the one who's done the most shows in Tanzania. The most shows. Back to back, bro. I used to come this weekend, next weekend niko na show nyingine Tanzania. I come back the next weekend, I have another show in Tanzania. So I had a couple of people who would come to me and tell me, "Hey, Mazie, bro, easy shows at Tanzania, Mazie, unazilamba gaje." I'm like, wait a minute, you won't tell me you've never done a show in Tanzania? They're like, sijafanya show, no. I'm like, hey, okay, but again, I was passionate about what I wanted to do, what I was doing, and I had my vision and I had that ruthless focus. So kidogo kidogo nikajipata niko wapi, niko Uganda. Mind you, I've never done a song with a Ugandan artist.
And at this time, had you done any of the TZ? Not yet.
At this time, I think we're done Nipe Nikupe now. And in my album, I also did Leo Ni Leo with TID.
Oh, in fact, yes. Let's first go back to Leo Ni Leo.
Yeah.
Ivy, I've got a rap that I did. It says, kutoka club straight to the car, and you were drunk vibaya. Sure enough, how you can drive drunk, the devil is a liar. It's a song called Angel. I wrote that about having an accident, drunk driving. And it's a miracle that I'm here.
Wow.
I say that because, because you've brought up this element of having an accident.
Drunk driving. Don't drink and drive.
I know it sounds so simple, but just say it again.
It sounds so simple. Don't drink and drive. There's this experiment online. Just regular people, they're given probably maybe a glass or two of wine, and they're given a video to watch of people playing basketball. In the middle of the video, unbeknownst to them, someone is brought in a gorilla suit. Do you know half those people don't see that gorilla? It's a man in a gorilla suit. Please find this video and put it here.
Yeah.
Because it's a test. Half those people don't see that man there in a gorilla suit because they've had, I think, 2 glasses of wine. That's how terrible alcohol is to your judgment. Then with alcohol also, it really shrinks your brain. And I'm not saying I don't drink. I'm just saying, anyway, don't get to, but it really impairs your judgment. That's why you're told not to operate heavy machinery. A car is heavy ass machinery. You have no business being behind that wheel. And can you imagine if I had killed someone, for example?
Okay.
Forget even me. Can you imagine if I killed someone else? I'd be in jail.
Yep.
I'd be in jail.
Yep.
Life gone. So, in fact, that was my biggest lesson. Just I don't do the drink and driving thing. Just don't drink and drive. Get a designated driver. Take a car. But
the Ubers these days.
Ubers are there. Like, it's just, it's not the way to go. It's not the way to go.
Okay. Let's go to the story. You're fired. Okay. They make you resign.
Yeah. I just get to work like it's a normal day. I go straight to the procurement to get the invoices, and my big boss comes and asks me, where have you gotten this from? I'm from the office. He says, give them to me and follow me. And I go to his office. He asks me what happened. I explain. He says, now, we have to let you go. So I'm told, go clear. I was just like, oh my God, that was so terrible. And I go back home with my tail tucked between my legs. And that's, of course, why I told you my dad was just like, next time.
Was he upset?
Imagine, no? Do you know that?
Your dad is cut from a different cloth.
Do you know, both of them, my folks were not upset. I don't remember them being upset. I probably feared that they would be, but I don't remember them being upset at all. So my dad was just like, next time, don't. I think they expected it also. They're like, listen, there's no job she's going to keep. So I think they anticipated it. But he just said, please, make sure you're fired. Don't resign. Make sure you're fired. Okay.
I mean, even the kind of nuggets he's giving you in this mix.
My dad always turned everything into a teaching moment.
Can we explain that to somebody who doesn't understand?
There are certain perks you get if the company lets you go. So on a contract from a company, you're told you'd have to give, let's say, 2 months notice before you leave, blah, blah, blah. But if you're forced to resign, you let go of those perks. So like severance pay, actually it was the pay. So if you're fired suddenly, you're supposed to be paid in lieu of the amount of time that you're supposed to spend there working and serving notice. So because I was forced to resign, it means I resigned those privileges.
Yep.
So my dad was just like, and then the thing is with the law in Kenya, it's always for the employee.
Major.
The law supports the employee.
Major. It's as an entrepreneur, or it's hell.
It's hell.
Call it what it is.
Or good, because you're accountable.
Yep.
And you get good contracts, and you hire good people, and you run a good ship.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no room for shortcuts. I actually think it's a blessing.
It is.
Yeah.
In fact, I like the way you've explained it.
Yeah. Yeah. So what happened after I was fired? Yeah, just chilling. I chilled a bit. Chilled a bit. Reduced to absolutely nothing. Then I was approached by a friend of mine.
You were approached?
No. Please let me take this back.
So Julia at the time was working at, I think she was working at like EABL. And within EABL, she had met a few people, and one of the people had left to start his own agency, Yellow Moon Marketing. And he was looking for employees. And I was like, I don't mind. I can go for an interview. I can go see how it is that it was. And at the time, the offices were around Westlands. And because I had been fired, I had zero expectations. Or like, how much do you want to be paid for this work? And he had known me before because I think we had caught some drinks before, whatever, with Julia. I was like, give me 15K. I was hired on the spot.
Wow.
Like, I just give me 15 Gs. Yeah. It was entry-level marketing agency. So they're just like, okay, so. And they're like, so this chick we see a partying. Can we? I remember he told me they had no faith in me.
Zero.
So he was doing his friend a favor, but they were like, there's no way this chick is going to amount to anything. But I proved them wrong, for sure. Yeah.
So about how long after is this?
This is about, I didn't chill for long, maximum 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, maximum. So I used to chauffeur my brother to and from school. That was my main job.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't chill for long. I've never chilled for long. You know, when you have this mentality of I will, let me go and go. Things come to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is the goal at this time still to get rich?
That one disappeared a little bit because my ego took quite a blow. Because I was the star. Remember, I was the one who enters the club and tells people, throw that wallet away. Ivy is here. Yes. Then Ivy comes back and says Ivy was fired.
Oh.
And you know, at the time, being fired was so scathing. Nowadays, I talk about it proudly because it's a chapter in the book of my story.
Yep.
And I needed to be fired to realize that's now, you know, you keep asking about saving. When I started my agency job, that's when I started saving.
Okay.
Properly. That's when I started saving. Because I realized you can move from 60K fuel, a car, to absolutely nothing.
Zero.
So that's when I started putting money aside properly for me, but without a goal. So I was just saving so I can have money because I was traumatized. Yeah.
And what are you saving at this time? 20%, 10%, 1G, whatever?
Remember, I'm getting 15 Gs. I think maybe I was keeping aside 5 Gs every month.
Yo, that's a lot, though. That's a third of your salary.
My car was still being fueled by my folks. Going to, because I was still picking up and dropping my brother. I was still living at home. I didn't have rent to pay. And this is, of course, before that same gentleman, we decided to live together. What was I doing, man? So I didn't have expenses. So I was putting aside maybe I think like 5 Gs per month.
And just for the record, this, because they're saving for investment, this is just saving. You're parking money.
This is just parking money.
Okay.
Because I have a scarcity mentality. Because I can't stand not to have anything. So it was to park to see. If anything happened today, I have like a 20K. If happened today, I have like a 40K. It wasn't because I'm growing. It wasn't because it was going anywhere. It was because I was so stressed out and panicked from moving from something to nothing. And I was like, this is the Uchumi story all over again. I'm like, I can't. But it does keep happening to me. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay. But that's, even though it was birthed out of trauma, better than nothing, because now once you've saved, you can invest.
Exactly.
But if you have zero savings, you can't even invest.
But I only learned about investing like 5 years ago when I started this journey on social media. Even back then, I didn't know nothing about investing. I knew about insurance. I knew about SACCOs. I didn't know about investing.
Are you still paying your insurance at this time? So once your mom handed it over, she handed it over? Okay.
It was one of my expenses, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're at home. What are you doing at Yellow Moon?
I'm a marketing, what was I called? I think like a marketing associate or something like that. Literally entry level at agency. So the day-to-day duties was writing proposals. The first proposal I ever wrote was to Farmers Trace. Imagine, we went back and I pitched to Farmers Trace. That's how bold and agni I was. And I remember when we went, they didn't give me the job. But I remember when we went, everyone from the gate, the watchman at the gate, people walking in the streets of Farmers Trace, people at the entrance said hi to me. And I remember that one of my bosses seeing something there. So that was that. But I used to write proposals. You go and pitch. You see if you can get back work, right? The marketing budgets, if you get the work, you execute.
What kind of marketing are you doing? Is it digital marketing? Is it above the line? Is it like
experiential marketing? So doing activations in supermarkets or events.
Wow.
I would do a lot of bar activations, things like that. I learned a lot from bar activations. I would do placement of certain people, ushers, whatever, at certain events, launch events. So it was experiential marketing.
I get it.
Yeah, completely.
So give me an example of a client that you worked with at that time.
who did we work with? Let's say in the beginning, or maybe even in the middle. Who are my clients? I remember doing a responsible drinking campaign that I really enjoyed. Oh, here's the thing. I may not remember all the clients or everything, but I remember my winning streak started in that agency because I never lost a pitch. I think I lost a pitch when I was like in year 3 of that job. Like proactive, going to look for work. If you don't get it, fine. But when you're called for a pitch, I never lost a pitch. Ever. So I ended up working with the likes of Coca-Cola. We ended up launching Coke Zero in the country. As I said, we still ended up working with EABL. We ended up working with SAB Miller, which was the guys who were selling Keringet and Miller Draft at the time when it was being launched. I did a fantastic pitch for what's the opposite of Guinness? But from Milk Stout, Castle Milk Stout. We did the official launch for Castle Milk Stout, and I remember I'm the one who did that proposal, and I told them, meet your beer. So the whole strategy was around pairing your beer with nyama. So we ended up selling it across. Meet your beer. And I even see in the newspaper, on billboards, I asked, is this allowed? Like, this was me. I wrote this, you know? And then during the launch, we had a whole bull on a spit. It was a spectacle. Eric Omondi was my MC, and it's the first time I ever paid someone full advance before he stepped on that stage. That guy taught me. He was like, I'm here, yes. He came in time. He was early, but he said, do you want me to start speaking? Where's my money? Where's my money? Why? That man showed me value.
Hey, hold up, wait a minute. Okay, I want us to take this slow. So number 1, what is it about you? I've been in a room when you pitch, so I've been privileged to experience you pitching.
Super.
What is it? And you're good.
Thanks.
You're really good at it, by the way. Like I even see the decks I see. So I want you to explain to somebody, what does it take to win a pitch? What are the people looking for to hear that makes them say, we want to go with this person? And what is it that you're bringing that also makes them be like, we're going with this?
That's a very good question. Okay, so the way my pitching journey started was obviously, I was too young to go for the pitches alone, so I would observe what my bosses used to do. Now the founders of the company, I would observe what it is that they used to do. One of the things they did, and they did very well, was understanding the brief. A lot of the times you go for pitches, you come with an idea that has not answered the client's problem at all. It's just hullabaloo, great ideas, nice to have, but it's not must-haves. So I was taught to understand the brief to the T. So by the time you're done writing, you go back and see, has it answered the brief? What does the client want? So that was something that was very clear for me, from the onset.
Where are you getting the brief from?
The clients normally send out briefs.
So, okay, so as an agency, Coca-Cola would reach out and send you guys.
Yeah, could even send to even 5 agencies, which was another lesson I learned. I used to think we're the only ones who used to exist when you go for these meetings, until you go for a pitch and you're told you're number 11. Of course, that's too much, but I've done something like that before.
Yep.
So you realize you're just a drop in the marketing ocean.
Wow.
A drop. So everybody will come with their own level of expertise. That's the other thing about also accepting briefs. Don't accept from everyone. What are you good at? There are agencies out there that are great with the youth. There are agencies out there that are great at events.
Yep.
Premium events, mass events. Technical, bringing in talent.
Yep.
So what are you good at? Road shows, activations versus events. I realize I don't like activations. Activations is the ones for the supermarkets where you have people pushing a product in supermarkets, because I get bored very easily. So I appreciated events better.
Your speciality was?
Events.
Events. Okay.
Yeah.
So an event brief has hit you guys.
An event brief has hit us.
So first thing first, understand this brief.
Understand the brief. You yourself as the person understand the brief, then call for a brainstorm. Call for a brainstorm. This is the brief. Guys, go through the brief, go through the brief, go through the brief. What do we need to answer? Question 1, question 2, question 3. Who's the target audience? Youth. Where do we find them? What do they want to sell? This product. What do we do about it? X, Y, Z. So once you've understood the brief, understood your target audience, understood your why, is when you can write that creative proposal. What are their budgets? If you have budgets, well and good. Sometimes they don't provide. If you have budgets, well and good. Because that will also help you understand what it is. But one thing that really helped with winning pitches was passion and authenticity. The client can always see that you're talking about something that you genuinely enjoy talking about, and understanding of their product as well. If you go there and you're blind to their product, and this is not written in the brief, you have to be proactive. If Coca-Cola comes in for Coke Zero, do research, what has been done in other markets. Half the time, by the time it's coming to Africa, it's been launched in other markets 2 years prior. Do your research, see how it happened, blah, 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 blah. See how they do other things, understand your politics that way. And then that's how you used to win. And then authenticity. Are you being real where you say, here's the thing, this was a hard one. We are not even sure if this is what's going to work, but this is what we want to try to do. And we want to do this together. We don't want to do this alone. This has to be a collaborative effort.
Okay, let me take you slow again. Client sends the brief. And by the way, guys, if you understand that this is not just about the event, this is still how you do you win your
pitches
influencers,
today. 100%
pitches still today.
Yeah.
So what I'm taking time so that people can extract this value.
Yeah.
So stage 1, client sends out brief.
Yeah.
That's client to agency.
Yeah.
Or client to you. Stage 2, internally. We as a team understand this thing, brainstorm, call different people, get different ideas. We create our
the deck,
our
pitch
proposal,
deck.
our deck.
Yeah.
Stage 3 is now where you've gone into. Now where we are going to stand and present this to clients.
Yeah.
It's the merger of both of us in the room.
Yeah.
There's something that you've said that, oh my God, Yanni, such gold. Nobody would say this. You actually said, this was a hard one for us. We are not sure if this is the best one, but we're asking you to partner with us.
Yes. We're willing to learn.
Okay, now let's
And even at pitch deck, before I forget, what wins is a big idea, is a strategic approach. I know it sounds like corporate nonsense, but they're looking for a big idea to latch onto, something that has legs, something that can evolve. So not something that you're going to, if you're marketing, let's say, a new card from, let's say, MasterCard, something that's going to last 2 months and you disappear. Think of Mr. Marangi, who lasted years and years and years. Everyone is looking for their next Mr. Marangi. Think of the Coca-Cola Christmas truck. In fact, even just Santa Claus himself is a marketing gimmick.
Yep.
So everyone is looking for a big idea. What's this big picture? What's the strategy? And how can I attach tactics to achieving that strategy?
And on top of that, it works for you because it means you get on retainer.
You get on retainer.
You're not just paid for these 2 months.
We're always chasing retainer. And experiential marketing was rarely on retainer. Retainer was always the people above the line. It was always the billboards. It was always the media guys. It was always the newspaper guys. It was always the people on creative. Those are the guys always on retainer. They come to you for event to just launch and they leave you alone. It was always project to project basis. Retainer was rare in experiential marketing in my day. I don't know if it happens today, but retainer was rare.
Hey, Ivy, now you're in the thick of things.
Yeah.
So what are the kind of challenges, or tell me more about the room now when you're presenting to the client. What are some of the things that the client wants to hear? I like the big idea. What else? Or let's talk budgets. Actually, let's talk. I'm throwing in a lot because Yanni, I'm being greedy, trying to extract a lot, and I'll be cognizant about that to reduce.
Yeah.
Because about your life journey, class in session, different conversation.
Yeah.
But again, let me then take it slow and say budgets. Budgets is a big one.
Even before you get to budgets, prior to that, the client will only give you money if you've given them confidence that you can execute. A pitch is one thing, but you have the experience in execution to bring your pitch deck to life. And that experience, because you see at the time, this is a brand new company. They've just started it. So we can't go there and tell them we've done these events before. But they trusted founder 1 and founder 2. They are new to that job, but they're not new to the business of events.
Wow.
So they had to sell their expertise in that way. If a client can't trust that you can execute, they will not give you the budget.
Nothing.
If they trust you can execute, they might even increase the budget for you. That's the thing also I learned. I learned to stretch a budget. So you have this event, you've won it. But guys, before the event, why can't we do an internal launch? Talk to your people first. Get buy-in from your internal customers first. Stretch the budget. After that, guys, we need to do something, some razzmatazz for the public, a big teaser before we do the launch event. Why not fly a chopper somewhere? Stretch the budget. So I found ways to stretch.
This thing worked in Nairobi. Mombasa is calling.
Mombasa is calling. People are calling. Mombasa is calling. We need and the time digital had just started hitting. You need someone on digital. Stretch your budget. Don't get uniforms from funny places. Let's also get a mascot from abroad. Stretch your budget. So I learned to stretch budgets that way. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And this is work.
This is work.
This is first and foremost the creative ideas that you must have had, because what differentiates you from the other? Remember, it's the best pitch wins, of course, more confidence in the people and all of that thing.
And you're right also about creativity.
Yeah. So more about the creativity. What would you say?
You have to. Yeah. I mean, people always ask, Ivy, how do you stay creative? Are you creative? It's what you're what you consume. Literally, you're what you eat. So I was constantly reading fiction, for example. I was constantly watching particular types of movies, watching Super Bowl ads. So you're like, how can I replicate this here, sort of in a sense? And then I've also just always had a wild imagination. But if you consume content around marketing, around creativity, around events, if you constantly watch, I remember, my boss at the time, he came to us and says, if there's anything you need to watch, you need to go and watch Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil is the modern version of circuses. Circuses died years ago, but now Cirque du Soleil, modern circus, was born. You watch Cirque du Soleil, creativity comes to you. So if you want to stay creative, consume creative content around your industry or even outside other industries. And then be bold. The thing about creative people is you have to be bold enough to say, this is what I want. Yeah, and wow them with things that probably they've never seen before, never heard of before. So they at least remain top of mind. And when you're pitching, always go for the first position, at least top 3. Don't pitch after lunch, you go at 4 p.m. No one is going to bother with you.
But guys are.
Be number 1, 2, or 3.
Nice.
Number 1, the better, in the morning. Also, timing matters. There's nothing worse than going after lunch. Nobody cares. So there's things like that as well. So,
first of all, let me big you up on your creativity, because I worked with you.
Yeah.
I remember, and when you speak now, I'm like, oh my God, Landra Croft.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Landra Croft.
Yep.
You brought this movie personality and localized it. So you're not talking about things that people haven't seen.
Yeah.
In fact, insert clip right here.
Yeah. Then you must find there. Make sure you fill all the details.
Okay, that's it. Okay,
that was a fun one.
Yeah. So let's. I've understood this era. Okay, no, let's continue then with the conversation.
Yeah.
I now get what your work like.
Yeah.
Are you moving up the ranks?
Yes.
Okay, sawa. So now you're still a group Nanoma. Are you producing for the group at this time?
Yeah, now once we left Lucas, now I started now producing for the group.
When was the first time you did what was the first production that you did, and when did you start producing?
I mean, I started in 97. The first song we did in Nanoma, I produced it. I mean, I played the keys, I hummed the melodies. Ambrose helped me technically. Just give it, a proper feel and vibe. But the first after that, the first song like I can say of Nanoma that we really started was after we left Ogopa. Then, immediately we left Ogopa, we approached Ted. Because Ted Josiah was Big Mike's cousin. So he gave us a ridiculous quote of an album, 400K, in 2001. Where do you even start? Even today, an album is not 400K. And in first, he said that figure, I thought he was joking. I asked him again, how much? Yeah, he said, just bring 100K, everyone. We'll do the album. I was like, how do I even tell my mom? Where do I even start? How do I even tell her to give me money to do the album? So, I just looked at the other guys. I'm like, this is not our home. But Ted did for us one song called Tafadhali. Waire used to work there. So actually, that song was completely produced and done by Waire. I had no input in it. So after that, that's when now I took over completely as the sole producer.
So what were you producing on that time?
All the songs from Nanoma, most of them never went on air.
Yeah, but where did you produce?
In the bedroom. I closed my bank account, the one my mom had opened for me since I was a kid. I took 14K from it. Went to Lucas and brought Fruity Loops, Samplitude and Waves. Wave Lab. And a few plugins, Sonic Foundry, some compressors here, there. Then I went to a basement at Embassy House. Now it's a Prime Minister's office. There used to be a Japanese exhibition there like once a month. So I went and bought this Akai system. Speakers. I bought 2 Akai speakers and an amplifier. And we already had a computer at home. So I took it to my bedroom, locked myself in, cut stickers of 50 cents, the source, 5 mics, pasted the entire wall.
And that was your introduction?
That was my studio. So nilikuwa na studio. So I started. So that's why I started. So now, and also by that time, Nanoma is disintegrating. Toshi has flown out. Mike has gone to campus. Steve is doing piloting. So basically, it's just me and Mike who I kept in touch. But I mean, we couldn't do much. Like even I have like 3-4 songs with Mike only. The other guys were not available for those sessions. Yeah, but it just got to a point where like, not even now Mike went to campus. So for me, I was like, I need to move on. So now that's it. Now that's when I went to Kalamashaka, to Kofulani.
When was the first time you met Kalamashaka?
2001. That was the end of 2001. Towards the end. So beginning 2002, I started now recording them and doing for them beats. So for like the entire 202, mid 203, I was just working with Kofulani. I did for them almost over 75 tracks. Over 75 tracks. Some are here never recorded. Never recorded.
So you'd make the beats in your room?
Silly. That time was.
So you carried you carried.
No, I would make the beats at home. Then we used to hire a studio in town called Soundscribe. So we'd go to the studio in town and record the vocals. So we would record vocals in different places. Then when Ninka came to do now the Ukofulani project, that Kilio Chahaki, she set up a studio in Doni. So now we started now moving most of the sessions there. But most of those sessions I wasn't there. It was Cheese and Brain who would record. So like the Dandora Banning album, yes, the tracks were all mine, most of them. Most of the tracks I did them. So actually it was me and Cheese and Brain. So they used my tracks. So Chizan was the one who engineered the project. I came later into the project as a mix engineer. So I mixed the project later. But the recording process was handled by Chizan at that point. Yeah.
And at this time, all your production is all self-taught?
Everything. And just observing. But you see, I was lucky because I started in a proper setup. I started in a setup where the foundations were right. So the concepts and the basics was set. You see, right now somebody's getting into production with a laptop. They don't understand signal chain, gain, auxiliaries. They don't know any of that stuff. So when they open these softwares, they're like, I mean, sometimes I used to get sessions for mixing, and somebody has just put reverbs on all the channels. I'm like, dude, who does this? What's the point of an aux channel? I'm like, it's ridiculous. Just because you have plugins, you can just dump them. Because sometimes I tell guys the specs of my machine, they're like, then how do you handle all those? But if you know what the hell you're doing. So for me, I came from that school of thought. You have one reverb unit, you have 3 compressors, you have 8 tracks to work with. Manage them. Make a song out of 8 tracks. I'm seeing a guy recording a hi-hat on its own track. I'm like, dude, you're wasting. So they don't learn to comp sounds. They don't learn to play with sounds to utilize the resources they have. For me, I had done music for 4 years, way before I ever saw a wave file. I would splice by ear, Scrabble on the edit machine. You lock, you hear the transient. You know it's called a transient because it's a transient tab button. So I mean, I got the right foundation. I would say that is what squarely saved me. I just came into the industry before the digital phase went full blown. And a lot of guys now don't have that kind of training. So I was just lucky.
Tell me a few songs.
So what that taught me is, so that taught me to listen to music in a very, guys look at wave files. For me, 4 years, like over 10 songs, not a single wave. I didn't even know how my kick looks like. I had to set it by ear, completely.
Oh. Let's move a bit like this.
Okay.
Okay, it's cool. Okay, so I don't want to run over these Kalamashaka production things that you work, because there's some big songs there. Like, tell us, how was it recording them, and what songs did you record?
So the first time we went to the studio with the Kofulani guys, the first song we did was Dandora Love. Dandora Love, then a song for Giuliani that I don't even remember the song. That was the first time Giuliani went to a studio. The studio was called FIBA. It was in Hurlingham. I remember they didn't even have bus fare. So I went and begged my mom for 2 sock. That time 2 sock is a lot of money. I'm like, Mom, I'm taking these guys to the studio. Can you just give us some money? My mom, she was a bit supportive, but she was like, you have to still go to campus. So I would use my allowance, then pay for the transport and everything for the session. We contributed like 3 Gs. We did about 6 songs. So some of those songs, that's where Dandora Love came out. Then DC Nasisi was recorded by a friend of mine called Edinari, who had a studio in town. Then,
Edu G?
Yeah, not Edu G. Oh. Edu G had a friend called Edinari. Even that song that you've had, that name Sound Scribes, that's Edu G.
Edu G of Black Star.
Yes, that's Edu G. So Edu G had a friend called Edinari. He used to be in Calabash. So
the chances of me saying Edu G and it's Edu G was a friend called Edu G.
Yeah.
Okay, that's crazy.
So he gave us the studio where we recorded now Dandora. I mean, DC Nasisi. So, but the Punchline Kibao, Angalia Sal, those were recorded at that studio in Donholm.
And those are songs you produced?
I did the tracks. Chizan recorded them, I mixed them later. Yeah, so Kina Bouncing, Mizani, all those. Now, that time, those guys had gotten a studio. But also that time, I had moved to Homeboys. Yes.
They had moved to Homeboys?
I had gone to Homeboys, I had joined Homeboys.
Okay, tell us about, just before you tell us about the introduction into Homeboys, what did you say that there's anything that you learned from the Kalamashaka experience?
Yeah, that being a radical and hard stance doesn't help. So you see, I mean, now staying with them now, I was like, yo, I don't see where this is gonna go. So that's like after 1 year. Because I started, the whole of 2002 I was with them. So beginning 2003, because I met Issa like 2 weeks before he died. And I'd already now started feeling like, my music, where I want to go. Yeah, well, this is not. So I met him, we had chicken and chips, we chatted in length. He was just about to finish his album. I think he had even finished it, but it wasn't released. Yeah, so we just chatted. I mean, we had a lengthy chat. Yeah, so I mean, I just told him misunderstanding, you know. I was being radical. I mean, I didn't understand where the music was going. But he had no problem with us. And 2 weeks later, I went to his funeral. I mean, I was in disbelief. I was like, yo, I could talk to this guy and next minute. Because I remember I talked to Hisa, then I went to Mombasa. I traveled to Coast. I got the information. I learned about the accident when I was having lunch in Mtwande on my way back that Sunday. So I had on the news like mwanamuziki mashuhuri Samari alifariki jana usiku. So I was on my way back to Nairobi. So on Monday I went to their place. So his body, they took him to Kariako. Yeah, and for me now there I went full blown commercial. I left hip hop. I didn't leave hip hop, but as in my philosophy just changed. I was like, you know what? If you still want to achieve what you want to achieve, I mean, you have to you have to create new opportunities.
Content yangu ni heavy sana. I have a lot to say still.
In fact, let's talk about the third album. Maybe not as big as the... Okay, first of all, let's talk about Utawala. Because that came back and again, in a space where when you were going down, came and brought you and propelled you again. It became the biggest song in the country.
Yeah, even now.
Like you could sing it anywhere. Across
Garissa. I performed it in Garissa. I performed it anywhere, everywhere. The good thing about Utawala is that it was commissioned by KTN.
KTN?
Yeah, they paid for it because that time was election period and they wanted something to play on the background. So John Alanamu approached and said, hey, Niaji, can we do something? So in their mind, they were just they didn't tell me, they wanted just something simple. So me nikona, hey, Buddha. So I decided, I called Deal in my house. I had the equipment. After doing the music summit, I had the studio equipment there. But you know, I didn't even need to, as long as I got the verses right, the chorus was already there. So I dreamt the chorus somewhere, 2 days or something before that. I dreamt the melody.
Yeah.
But I didn't have the words. And that's when I dream melodies, I always forget. But this one I remembered. So I mean, it's called Deal in my house, set up. I wrote the verses there and then 20 minutes I sent to John Alanamu. Ziko sawa, uko poa. John Alanamu, I think they still
didn't
understand because they just wanted a montage. Something to run at the back when the election things are going. I did the chorus up faster, got the words right, sent it to them while it's cheesy. And then what was happening? Kumbe, they were playing it every night.
Wow.
So people didn't know I was the one singing, but they used to laugh the chorus.
Yes.
So the verse were not even
yes,
playing.
Yeah. Oh yes, they only used to play the chorus.
They just only used to play the chorus. What? So me, I didn't know. Kumbe, they were playing the chorus. I didn't watch TV as much. So kumbe, they used to play. Uwe hai, shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yake. Buddha, I got that one right.
You got it right.
That one I hit it. Hey, that one I got it, bro.
You came back. Like, you know, that was a good one because it made a lot of people shut up. And a lot of guys were like, okay, yes, all these new guys were coming. Yes, gospel is not as big as it used to be. And yes, all the new artists are coming. But that just came and...
Because me, even if I'm not producing, I'm always writing.
Till today?
Yeah, I'd even say if I sit down, if you look at my phone, I write every day. I write articles, I read. So I'm consistently doing something. So,
in fact, talking about writing articles. Hold on. Let me change this battery. Hapa tumebonga. Change the battery. We'll be back.
Jowa raise funds, itabidi raise hands. Growing concern, breakfast za croissant. Ataki punguze bei ya bidhaa. Tunataka opportunities ndio tu afford hizo bidhaa. Walisema kutembea kwingi ndio kuona mengi. Nimeshinda nikitembea na sijaiona kazi.
siwezi cheza golf venye Tiger Wood. Mambo si barabara chingu, naomba jani masis, chakula fike tumboni ikitoka kwa sahani. Policeman mwalimu daktari ananushia tear gas, na mtoto wake anarudishwa nyumbani ana school fees.
Niko njaa hata siwezi karanga, ohe hae shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura wataki kuuza sera, undugu ni kufa.
Sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
Mavoko kutoka kaunti ya Mavoko.
Exactly. So okay, Juliani. Yani, you're one artist I can talk to for 4 hours. You then went and released a third album. You've done a song, I don't know, with Diamond, with all the biggest artists in Africa. You get. In fact, let's talk about that collabo. It's part of when you were doing your NGO stuff.
I was invited to do with the Bono organization to do a song, part of the Agric. So I was getting into agriculture, climate change things that back then. So, and that's the first time I met actually Gilad, is when they had me speak at a youth event. And then the boss and him approached me on the side and say, hey, wow. So Gilad, he had some kasuta hapo looking a certain way. He told me, hey, before you know it, we're having a deal with them. I'm doing a tour, agriculture.
Farming is cool.
Farming is cool tour. So I did 6 counties. They were not as successful, but we did some stuff. Later, the ripple effect was really powerful. And Gilad, I understand why he's big now, because the guy really is good at his PR. Actually, even opened up the first time Nani came, Chronics came, I opened up for him.
Yeah.
I opened up at KICC.
That's insane.
So, but this NGO stuff, because my music was, people also assumed in their mind that I'm that kind of a person. So because of 1 or 2 songs. But if you listen to my catalog, it's not, it's realistic, but it's never political as such.
Yes.
I have political issues around, but it's always issue-based, social or something.
Exactly.
With a taste of faith. So now they got me.
In fact, yours, that's perfectly explained. You're about how do I make my faith known to bring about change where there is, what's the word? Where people have less. Have it be poverty, have it be mind space thinking.
Yeah, because people, every individual everybody needs answers. So that's why people follow. The reason why people follow politicians and all these big people is because it's convenient for them not to think. So they delegate their thinking to other people. So that's why they leave politicians, celebrities, and whatever. So they delegate their thinking. You don't want to think. It's too hard. Thinking is hard. It's difficult. Or taking responsibility for your life is difficult. That's why you rather have a politician take that for you, or somebody else.
That's insane.
So our responsibility is to break that chain. The same way it was broken from me, because for me, I was a victim all through. Me, I was a victim of circumstances. I knew I was stuck in this hole and I will never come back. And then one day I realized,
afanya nini huku? Exponential potential.
I realized, kumbe, I have something to offer, bro. Kumbe, everything that I ever went through is perfectly right for this moment. So me, I'm not a victim. I have something to offer. So when I'm on the table, I have something to offer. I might be quiet or listening, but when it's necessary for me to speak, I'll speak. So most of the every human being want to delegate that responsibility. That's why people like things easy. And it's scientifically proven every day. Humans, like even in advertising, they use the seven deadly sins to advertise.
Yeah.
They use since people are envy, they use envy to advertise to you. So they tell you, you look better, that person will like you, or I mean that ule jamaa atashikwa na wivu akikuona umevaa hivi. So that's why you see the ads the way they nini. Or you will see they use anger to advertise. So it's they use sloth. So always all the advertisement is about. You
don't have to work too hard.
You don't need to work. You just need to sit and reach it, and you will get it. So because people have delegated their responsibility to other people. So it's our responsibility to break those chains, man. That's the power of music, and that's why we are doing all these things. We can do it in our lifetime or not. We will die probably, but at least we will have done something. But at least you can trace that I've tried at least. So when I released Exponential Potential, I had already had ideas. I was a little bit confused after Exponential Potential because I tried all these things, and that's what so every time I'm always on a transition. So after Pulpit Kwa Street, of course I'm big, I'm Giuliani and everything, but of course I go for meetings and I only get 20,000 or 500,000 for a project that will cost us
5 million.
5 million. They are willing to give 5,000 or 5, or we are not understanding each other. So Mini Giuliani, because I'm in your Mini Giuliani, why is it that it doesn't resonate? It doesn't get that value of your company or whatever. And then I understood why.
So you enter the partnership value.
You are coming for sponsorship. You're not coming for partnership. Because kwa partnership, you're presenting something on the table, and they are presenting something on the table, and then you align. And then they will be willing to give something. So my partnership with Kenya Association of Manufacturers right now is the same. It's partnership. It's not sponsorship. You have something, I have something. So that's a different level of relationship. So I was a little bit frustrated with things then, because I could go to the office, I could have meetings with people, but we never went forward. But at the same time, I look at myself and I'm like, okay, I realized that kumbe I wasn't answering their questions.
You're coming to take.
I was just coming to thinking that I have the answers. Kumbe I wasn't answering their questions. I didn't even know what question they were asking. So I just came with a solution that didn't fit. Because it was a good idea doesn't mean they like it, or it will make sense to them, or it will contribute to their bottom line, or to contribute to their philosophy or whatever, or vision for the company. So I got confused kidogo, and then before I realized it. So that happening, I'm not in the relationship again with my girlfriend. I have a baby, I'm confused. I'm Giuliani at the same time, so there's standards and expectations. I'm in a relationship that I'm not fully in, or I'm disturbed because I'm still confused and I have issues. And of course, people don't get it, or it's not an excuse. You are a man. You're a man, bro. So you're the person people are looking at. Everywhere you go, everybody's looking at you. Who do you run to? Who do you cry to? Because your family thinks you figured it out. So you can't go back to Dandora to cry.
Exactly. You're the one who's left here.
And then your peers, you can't talk to them a certain way. You can't. And you yourself don't know where it is. So things went well, uzuri. I released Exponential Potential. I think it's one of my best works. But the reason why I didn't promote it is because I had an idea. My ideology was release it. I had 7 videos done with Enos. Release every month. Don't tell anybody, just release it. It's to measure how watu wanakubeba. So I released. Didn't go promo, whatever, which I don't think was a good decision. I would have gone all out on it. But also I was not meeting people. I didn't want to have meetings.
In a different space.
But I didn't want to have meetings with anybody. I didn't want to promote something. I didn't want to talk to people. I didn't want. And when that happens, I'm in a transition. So now I've figured out that when I'm always in transition, God is about to do something. So I have figured out, that's when I launched my Msanii. And I hate explaining myself, so I do things so that you'll figure it later. I did my Msanii, I have these amazing ideas, I have customer bora. Now I've figured it out that, oh, now I'm creating value so that I can come now for partnerships. So I won't come for sponsorship.
What's customer bora? Explain to me.
Customer bora is we're just leveraging on community organizing and technology to promote proper waste management, create employment for young people in informal settlements, and reward responsible consumers. So we are setting up trash ATMs in different parts of the city where people can come and deposit trash, convert into points, and the points they can use on our website to buy stuff. And then the trash, once it's at the Taka Bank, the recyclers come and buy, and then we pay back the youth group.
That's sharp.
So
that's sharp.
That made sense to me. Now that's value. So when I have a conversation with Kenya Association of Manufacturers, it's a partnership. They see the value in it. I see value in partnering with them. So we don't ask them for money.
I get.
We ask them for something else. Now things started making sense. My Msanii, when I launched it, it was supposed to be revolutionizing the industry, the entertainment industry. Because I was telling people in the industry, I don't care your name, I don't care if you're being played on TV or radio. We've been there, we've done that.
Yeah.
We've been played. So always in MBT, being played on radio doesn't change anything. It's good, of course, but it needs to lead to something. Are you selling CDs?
I remember.
Are you selling CDs? Are you getting shows? Are you getting downloads? It has to, it's like marketing, it needs to lead to something. Are you getting impact? Are you getting influence? So, and what are you working towards? So hizo ndio vitu zinaanza ku make sense later now after release. I launched my Msanii. Unaona? Now just now creating value that I can exchange for partnerships. Now it started making sense. So I started getting into my senses. I started mingling with people because I don't mingle a lot with people. I wasn't tight with people sana. I only have 1 or 2 friends. I'm good. Unaona? So I wasn't anywhere. You couldn't see me anywhere. I used to be invited for stuff. I never went.
So then now let's lead into the actually 2 questions. One real one. So again, what blows my mind is how a guy from Dandora who used to struggle to get 20 bob can be friends with Bob Colimo, who has to declare his wealth. In the beginning, I was like, yo, what's this about? Then I realized later on, this is an authentic friendship. It's pure. Do you get what I mean? How did that come out? How did you guys even meet?
I don't know, me. I can't even trace it. But exactly what I'm saying, like it's Mseka Bob and all these people that we're friends, is authentic. It's not, and this was, of course, Bob has helped me 1 or 2 times when I needed, like a personal, not the company.
Or not even, yes, as him as an individual.
As a friend, as somebody who is my godfather to my daughter and stuff, as a friend. Niaje Buddha. That as a friend.
The way Georgie, my business partner, can help me.
Exactly. And the wife the same. It's never because you're Bob Colimo. So my relationship with them is authentic. There's no give and take. It's authentic. It's not, because when we have relationship with these people, and I think it's the same. People always want things from them. Everybody wants something. No. So for me, I don't want anything. I don't want. If I need help, I'll say, but I don't need.
That's not where you're there.
And I'm not there because, and also he understands also that. No.
Exactly, and he can understand that because he's the one who's with you.
Yeah.
So despite what comes out from the other side, you know.
Yeah. No. So it's people, because it's a person. It's an individual that is an individual who wants to connect with other individuals.
The only reason why I asked that is because in Nairobi City, chums, it's amazing what people will do for chums. Guys will sell their souls for that thing, for the Kenyatta, for the money, for the things. I've been shocked what people can be able to do to get that thing.
And we have done it also. We also done it, but value, like I wrote something, the next blog maybe next week or something. I'm writing about, I wrote about why I don't kill mosquitoes and why I don't kill digriris, ants. Why I understand why Muslims have to do halal. And halal simply is because somebody prays before they kill the thing. I understand why. Because the same life form that is in me is the same life form that is in that thing.
And it has a purpose.
And it has a purpose. So in Amanisha, I can't just take its life.
Because it's disturbing you.
Because it's easy man is nanisumbuanga. Me, I don't kill. Why? It's because it's the same life form iko hapo ndani atakani ndogo aje. So I try as my level best to treat people as such. So Mimi, I'm trying. I'm not saying I'm perfect in it, but that's the understanding that I have. So when I'm with you, how can I connect with you more? You know, I'll listen more. I'll understand more. I don't hate as much people. I'm the softest guy ever. No, I don't hate on people because, like, when I used to drive, and I'm driving and I have extra 3 seats, and I see somebody on the road, I stop, and they are alone on the road walking, I stop, give them a lift to wherever they're going. Not because hey, mimi nimsempoa sana, because I understand.
You know what it is. You know what it is kutembea usiku bila fare. Kwa sababu una fare.
So the humanity Buddha in that. So even the money is a byproduct of something. Is a byproduct of relationships, is a byproduct of it. But we didn't understand that, of course. We thought money is how you hustle or how you do your deals.
It's true.
But it's never a byproduct of something, of relationships, of value exchange. So am I creating value enough to exchange with your money?
In fact, I say everybody has money in them. But then sometimes it takes you meeting somebody to extract that money. You get what I mean? So I come to Giuliani right now and maybe I interview him, not because I want money of him, but I want people to hear his story. And through that, somebody watches this story and they love it and they then give you get whatever it is, and it's not money, money is a product. It's where they give you whatever it is that you need, maybe beans and all of these other things. Second last question. Because again, if it's just about music, we'll be here forever. But let's talk about your third album. I mean, yeah, your third album. One Day, is it? Yes, let's talk about it. It wasn't as big as all your other albums in terms of mainstream airplay and all those other things. But why did you do it? So, what was your next song then?
So after that we did Vita. Hini Vita, Hini Fire, Hini Vita, Topiga Shetani. Me and SK Blue.
Yes.
The song was so big. And it was so weird because that track, SK Blue is the one who made the track.
He produced it.
Yeah. And even for me, I was like, I don't think this song will go far. Because I came up with the chorus, but I was like, this song, I don't think this song will go far. The song was so big. In the churches, the song was big. In crusades, the song was big. I'm like, it's so weird. Because the song, I remember SK Blue just came with the track. And then those days we used to practice. It's not like nowadays that you go to studio and write a song. Because you have to practice before you go. Because you're given 1 hour in studio.
Because you're renting.
Where you're going to do the vocals. So you must practice at home, kabisa. Because that 1 hour is too small to record a song. So we used to rehearse. Go to the studio. We just rehearsed for one day. The next day we were in the studio to record. I was like, they're just those songs that you just do to feed the album. So after that is when I did now Shilingi Kenya.
At this time we just shoot video.
I did Yesu.
We did with
Yesu. Yesu. Yeah, that's when I did Yesu. Yesu was really... RK at that time was working at
this was now done by RK.
RK. He was working at Homeboys. RK was working at Homeboys. They were there with Musioka, and Kev was like a DJ or Sijui alikuwa lecturer ama DJ or something.
You're teaching. Ama alikuwa a lecturer.
Yeah, kitu kama hiyo. I don't know.
Because Homeboys wako na hiyo Homeboys Academy.
Yeah,
alikuwa
so
anafundisha.
I think Kev alikuwa anafundisha ama alikuwa student. I can't remember. But I remember Kev, I used to find Kev there every now and then. So that's when I did Yesu. And after Yesu is when I did Shilingi ya Kenya.
At this time umeshoot video yote?
Yesu ndio ilikuwa my first video.
Okay. So you shot Yesu. Who was the lady who you shot? Who the chick who sang the
chick she's called
chorus?
Sheila.
Or Sheila?
Sheila, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Sheila.
So ulimpata tu hapo church?
No. Sheila, I met her through RK. I met her, I think, I'm not sure. Ama tulikondoka tu mtaa moja, I think. But what I can't remember is who did my video.
For Yesu.
Oh my goodness.
You've kumbuka?
Yeah. Who? I can't remember his name, but he was a guy who used to work at KBC. He shot the video, but he didn't edit to. Hey, I remember. Hey, let me tell you the story now. After the guy gave me the video, I was super excited. I'm like, I have my first video. So at that time, it's just when the storm, it may shock out twice.
Yeah.
Storm was
still
NTV. Yeah, it was still very new. So Athake was like, every artist who has content, but make sure you bring nice content. So with me, nikaona hii video ni matata. Nikapelekea Athake. So while we were there, so you know, your production room uko na screens mingi hapo. So while we were there, nikapatia Athake video. Akawatch, ikaisha. By the time video imeisha, Athake akaniambia, I want to play this video again. And I'm going to the loo, and I'll leave you here to watch this video on all these screens. Kindly watch this video and tell me if you think this video is worth to be played on the storm. I'm like, si nimetoka na home, mimi nimeona home najua iko wapi. The guy left. You know, these other guys are there, wale ma directors, wako tu hapo pia wana watch kwa hizo screens. So I'm like, is this a test? So when he came, you know those questions mtu anakuuliza unashindwa, yes is correct ama no no correct. Anakuuliza, so do you think this song can be played on the storm? Ukuziza. No. Akaniambia, very good. Go back home with it. Pelekea mtu I edit na I shoot vizuri. What? Tell me I don't have the money. So akanipea namba ya nitafute Lucas. That's when I look for Lucas. Nikapelekea Lucas. Lucas tried to put color and everything just to, you know, a video is very complicated because the moment you shoot,
it's very difficult to change.
Yeah, there's nothing much inaweza fanywa after that. If the lighting was wrong, the editing was, and it's really hard. Kwanza considering now footage ni ishakuwa tampered with na vitu hizo. So nikapeleka Lucas akaweka kala, akajaribu kunini, but eventually ikakubalika kuchezwa. So hiyo nilichezwa NTV.
And that was your first ever
That was my first ever video.
So after that, is that when, what came next? Haijalishi video?
No, after that we did Shilingi ya Kenya video.
But Shilingi ya Kenya and Haijalishi are together.
So
see, you're under there?
Yes.
And the Haijalishi remix?
Yes. You know those days is when now videos used to have like a teaser of the next song. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was a teaser for the next song, but I didn't do the video.
Oh, you didn't do the video, but then you did the innovator go make you.
Yeah. So the plan was, after I do Shilingi ya Kenya, Haijalishi remix was meant to be the video. So that part was like a teaser for the next video. But I didn't do the next video. I didn't do.
Okay, let's talk about Shilingi ya Kenya.
Shilingi ya Kenya is just an amazing song because I remember writing that song. Everyone was like, this song is not full of the word. This song is just talking about common mwananchi. It's not talking about the word of God. But for me, I was like, let me talk about what I'm going through. Understand? I want you guys to understand what I'm going through, man. Because sometimes it's good to write what you're going through. I didn't struggle writing that song. I didn't struggle at all. Because it was just like writing
your day to day. My day with you. Remember your show, my day with you. It's like you're writing a script for my day with you. So I was like, this is so easy. So I went and recorded the song with them. Mike is the one who did the track, but I recorded with RK. Because Mike had all this, but he never, by that time he didn't have a studio. So the vocals we did at RK's. That's how I did Shilinga Kenya. It was so interesting because it's one of my songs that everyone, like most of the fans, think that was my first song. Amazingly, everyone today, even when they write, if you go to YouTube comments, when they want to write something about me, they're like, I've been your fan since your first song, Shilinga Kenya. I'm like, oh, I wish you knew, but that time I had like how many songs. So everyone thinks that was my first song. But I understand because I think that is the first song that people outside the gospel industry
connected.
Or
outside that place where you are more in the churches. And
now that's when people started knowing who Daddy Owen is. It was not just the gospel industry alone, but like everyone started paying attention to who is Daddy Owen.
And now at this time you're like, I'm a musician.
At that time I'm a musician. But at the same time, music was not paying. So what did I do? I decided to go look for work. But I was like, I'll only go look for work for something that I have passion to. Like, I went to a place called 2M. 2M is it was like a garage whereby wanatanga matatus when they come, inakujanga tu kichwa peke yake. It doesn't have the body. That's what so many people don't understand. So when watu wengi wanapitanga Mombasa ndio wanauliza magari hapo chini kitu kinakaa kama transformer. That's how matatus come. Zikikutoka kama juzi zinakanga hivyo. So they used to wakileta kwa workshop ziko zinakaa hivyo. So for us is to create the body. And then tunazipaint, tunazipata design and all that.
Also ulikuwa na paint, sasa ukaanza kufanya art.
So nikaanza kufanya art.
Nice.
So nikaanza kufanya graffiti. So nikaanza kujifunza kutumia mashini and all that. Nowadays I see in Moha, we used to work with Moha graphics there. We used to work with Moha there. But the best thing at that time, that place ilikuwa kina Cousin Boneless. Cousin Boneless was a dancer. So kupiga madance mbaya. So ilikuwa place yao. So nikamwambia Cousin Boneless ni aje ni hook up na job nini, akasema sawa twende. Because I love art. So I worked there for like 2 years. But I had to resign because ilifika mahali ikaanza kukua
taken away from the first love.
It's not the fun anymore. Ilifika mahali ikaanza kuwa ni job.
Okay.
Because for me art is something I always want to like right now I do paintings. But my paintings, I would love you to come and look at my painting and start asking yourself so many questions. You're like, what was Owen thinking? You understand? All those things. I want you to have like different explanation to my painting. I want different people to have different explanation to my painting. So every time I want to do a masterpiece. But these guys now, because of money and all that, they want matatu kwa barabara. Sasa chora tu utoa. So it got a point I was like, I used to go home, natoka job nenda home, na ma 3 ni design na nipita. I'm like, I'm not impressed with that. I'm not. Because now imefika mahali, it's about the money and it's not about the masterpiece.
Yani Owen, I'm understanding you so well because that's the same way you are musically.
Yes.
And we'll come to songs that you've never released. People today will hear about videos you've shot that you've never released. But now I'm understanding it when you say it's not a perfectionist, but you are a perfectionist. But
yeah,
there's something
I like doing something, and I want everyone to have a different understanding about it. I want you to express yourself. By the time you look at it, you're like, I think Owen was trying to say this. And to the other person, they're like, oh, I think Owen was trying to. You understand? Those are things I love doing. For me, that is satisfaction. That is when I go home and sleep and I'm like, I did my best and I'm satisfied. And I know at the end of the day, I feel empty about it. I don't feel like, why didn't I fill this glass?
Yes, I get. You had the choice and you gave your
yes. all. I want to pour my heart in this glass. Like
everything.
Kila kitu. Yes, that's how I am.
Okay, sir. Tuendelee na hii story. This is a good interview. I feel. I'm loving it. Okay, so now shilingi ya Kenya, you do this ma3 job, unatoka. During this time, why had you recorded any more songs?
Yeah.
What's next?
I recorded like after that. Now I recorded like a full album.
Basically, this is you working on your first album, Haijalishi.
Yes.
What
because I started recording Haijalishi from 2002 to 2004.
2004 is when you released it.
That's when I launched it.
Wow.
At Kenya Polytechnic.
Tell us some of the songs which were there.
Can I even remember? I remember Haijalishi, Hii ni Vita, Haijalishi Remix,
Shilingi ya
Kenya. Oh my goodness, can I even remember?
Hapo ndio najua kuna ngoma mob.
Amen. I think I had a song called Amen. I done with Sheila. Yeah, I think I had a song called Amen.
At this time, you've done nothing with Fat Mode.
Not yet.
Bado, so they come later. Eh?
Not yet.
Okay, sawa. So, Bado, are you still in that same house?
Yeah.
Yo, Kambi Kristo headquarters.
Kambi Kristo. Because Kambi Kristo, I think now, the success of everyone
is what made their separation.
Yes. Because now, Mike akapata nyumba yake, wakahama na SK Blue.
Na Kev.
You understand?
Yes.
And after kuhama, that's when Porcupine akahama, Hariji akahama, tukabaki na Ambassador. Eventually,
na Rafton?
Tuko mimi Rafton, Ambassador.
Okay.
And then Ringtone came.
Ringtone ameingia hii story.
Ringtone came. Now Ringtone was still in high school. But wakifunga shule ni kama anakuja kwa buda yake sasa. Anakuja vacation pale Kambi Kristo. So Ringtone came.
What?
So we lived in Ringtone for like 4 years.
What?
Yeah.
And even him, this were now the influence of music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ringtone, we lived in Ringtone for like 4 years.
Boss, so these guys that you see, you on stage, unacheka too, you've been together. That's the whole gospel industry.
Yeah.
Too.
That
was the industry. Okay, sir, you launch your album in Kenya Polytechnic. You're next to
Kenya Poly too hapo.
That road.
Yeah. And amazingly those days,
Railways. I wanted to say next to Railways. Yes.
Amazingly those days, tuko na charge, I can remember paka poster venye nilikuwa nakaa. Nilikuwa na charge 150 per head. Na nakumbuka, you know those days hauna gari, pia unatumia matatu. So nakumbuka nikitoka kushuka ma3 hapo Railways na kuja kuingia Kenya Poly. Nimeshuka ma3 hivi. You know, hapo kwa roundabout. Nikaanza kutembea hivi. Naona queue.
2004, eh?
Can you imagine?
This 2004.
Yeah. Naona queue kutoka hapo Railways. Na kuja nao. Nikitembea wananishangilia. Na shinda hii queue ni ya nini? Hii queue nilitembea nao na kuja nao hivi nikapiga hiyo kona, nikiingia paka kwa
unapitia hiyo flyover
na kuja nao paka kwa compound na aya, hii event out na kuja event yangu. Hawa wote. You know those days si kama sasa kuna social media. Hakukuwa na hizo vitu.
Yes. Postability, church announcements.
Yeah.
Now if you're lucky radio.
Yeah. And I can assure you the hall was so packed. Paka kulikuwa na overflow. My first album launch. At that time at CTA nilikuwa na video moja tu kwa nakumbuka shilingi ya Kenya ni release after. So nilikuwa na video moja tu.
Which is yes.
You can imagine at that time my first launch. And those days paka I remember kina Longombas came, kina Philip Moniki, they was like, what is the buzz about this young gospel musicians? I can never forget. Walikuja to watch. My first album launch, 2004. Hakukuwa na social media.
Yes, it's true.
Hakukuwa na radio thematic. Hakukuwa na hizi TV stations zote ziko na. Hakukuwa na station mob, and then apart from that, hakukuwa na shows the gospel in those TV stations. There was only Storm
on Saturday.
Kuna ingine KBC or something. There's another show on KBC. So you can imagine.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So we'll say it was a super success.
Oh, at that time that was a super success because I remember even the MC was Nani. MC was Moz. Moz was the MC. It was super success because you can imagine you're only 2 years in the industry, and
it's your first album.
It's your first album, and those days guys used to buy.
Hey guys,
I remember like everyone had a copy after the event, like everyone. In fact, there are others who came just to buy and go, just to buy the album and go. And I think that's where now my life started now changing a bit now. Tukahama kutoka pale tulikuwa tukaenda, because we used to live in L. We used to live in K.
Moja K.
K. Then we moved now to L. Now we moved to like a 1-bedroom house, 2-bedroom house with RAF. Now life ikaanza kuchange. That's where now things ikaanza kuchange, because now you can go to a concert, given 3,000, you can go to a concert.
Ukaanza kulipwa.
Nikaanza you understand? But the most shocking part is I always tell my brother, my younger bro, this part na haminigi. After that, nilikula deep. I don't know what happened to my career. Till today, I never understand. But it helps me to understand. Anytime I have a dip, I know
you're about to shoot up.
I'm about to shoot up. So, nilikula deep. Because from 2005, it's like I disappeared in the industry. Kabisa? 2005, when I went 2004, paka nikawin Groove Award ya kwanza. I won Album of the Year and Video of the Year, I think.
You know, that's a, let me tell you why I agree and disagree slightly, both of them. Because I did now when I entered. I entered at beginning of 2005 or mid 2005. But you're right, Daddy Owen wasn't as big. In fact, how I knew now properly Daddy Owen was Fatmod were doing an album launch. First time coming to Buru. Mr. Googs hapo wako na party. I'm confused because Mr. Googs alikuwa mkubwa. What's he doing thingy? And then there was a song that you did with Fatmod.
Hallelujah.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
But Daddy Owen was there, but it wasn't as big as Chacha or SK Blue.
Yes. I disappeared.
But you were still dropping music.
I was still dropping music. I had an album by then.
Now ukaendelea tena to now did you start
I did an album in between. I launched another album in 2007.
In fact, let's talk about some of those songs. So for me, that album was very huge in terms of the kind of music and songs that it had.
Yeah. And
DJ.
For me, I'm like, that was a very good album. It's one of my favorite albums, but it didn't do well.
What's the name of the album?
Son of Man.
What songs are on Son of Man? Let's talk about Son of Man.
Son of Man?
Okay, let me ask, because you've mentioned Sakata. Sakata then did the next hottest song that became the next biggest song in the country. In fact, across the board, not just the country, even crossed over. That again had you, and which was, I want to sort of move into collab. We'll play around, we'll move everywhere. But we cannot not talk about Saluti.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, first of all, your Kambua's second album is also available. Click on the link below. Nyumbani. Get that. There's see the different song samples. Buy one song, buy the full album.
Yeah.
So let's talk about now this Saluti.
Yes. So Saluti, here is Daddy Owen. Now, who introduced me to Daddy Owen years ago? Like before I even went to college. Peter Kaberere. Yeah, so Kabs was my friend. This guy was my friend for real. And he was my friend so much so that I appeared as a dancer on their music video.
Which one?
Don't go look for it, Esther.
Okay, just tell me which one. I want to put a cutaway.
Umeokoka, ndio. You won't recognize me, let's say. Even if you look for it, you won't recognize me. I was super chubby, pararad, like it was just, but I was there. My heart and soul was there. So,
and though you said you didn't used to dance, but you appeared as a dancer.
I danced that video. So, Kaberere had introduced me to Daddy Owen around that time. Daddy Owen, was like, mimi to Daddy Owen nataka tufanye song. I was like, who is this guy? Like, no, I don't feel like, what do you mean we record a song? Like, it was still such a foreign thing. I was happy to sing at Parklands Baptist at that time. And
at that time,
yeah, it was
the time of Umeokoka.
Yes,
that's when Daddy Owen was working on his first album.
Yes,
Ajalishi.
Yes, it was those days. It's those days. It's not as polished as he is now. We appreciate how far the Lord has brought him. So I've met him, and they're introducing me to yet another different world. I'm sort of reluctant, not sure, not fully understanding it. He ended up doing that song, the song that he wanted us to do. He ended up doing with a beautiful singer called Sheila Kanja. And the song was Yesu Ndiye Mwokozi wangu. That song, yeah?
Boy, you're an OG. And I mean it in a good way. Like, you've been in the industry for a while. That's one of the Dion's first songs.
Yes. So I was there, but I was not there. I was there saying no, like I said no to your interview.
So that was supposed to be you on the chorus.
Yes. So but we didn't work on it. So he got Sheila, and he continued to do other songs. So now we fast forward to all these years have gone, Daddy Owen resurfaces again in my life. And he resurfaced in a very smart way, because he came through somebody who was my friend and I respected and had worked with, called Robert Kamanzi.
Hold on, what had you done with RK?
So RK on Nishikilia produced, I have a chorus of medleys, a medley of choruses called Nimkimbilie Nani. RK produced that. I had also done a lot of BVs for people in RK studio.
Give us examples of people you've done BVs for, if you can remember.
Oh, okay. Mbuvi was one of them. So I did BVs for him.
Is that where
also
you and
at
Mbuvi
Chris
met?
Adwar.
What?
No, we met at Parklands Baptist Church.
Okay.
So that's how I met Chris Adwar as well, was when I was doing BVs for Mbuvi. I did BVs at RKs for Still This Girl, Bahati Gatere. Who else? I don't know.
Just many songs.
Yeah, just many songs. I remember being at RK studio a lot. So
your career really did start as a background vocalist.
Yeah.
The other voices people hear on the choruses and other voices on people's songs.
Which are very important.
Yeah, which are very important.
Background vocals are so important.
Yep.
And I usually I encourage artists to get good background vocalists. Imagine it's okay to even get BGVs who sing better than you, because it's like very beautiful.
Yep.
You know, it's like a beautiful bridesmaids. They make the bride shine.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I had seen artists like Kelly Price, who have most of her career, she was a BV for Kina Mariah, and who else?
Yep. And even Mariah was a BV.
Even Mariah was a BV. And Kelly Price is just a brilliant musician. Anyway, so I had got my experience had come as a background vocalist, and I loved it. I enjoyed it. I learned how to, the dynamics, how to play around with my voice, how to make it sound different. And on that note, when we did Nishikilie, I remember after we released Nishikilie and people got to know me, people would say to me, the children who sang on your song Nishikilie, you should have credited them. I'm like, which children? It was me and Jonah. The dynamics of your voice.
Yes.
We played around with it. You know, when you're singing, hey, we made it sound like kids. Very young.
Hold on, you really didn't get kids to come and sing, it was you?
No, it was just me. And Jonah taught me that. He taught me, like, no, make it sound like, make it airy, make it heavy. So, because that time I didn't know, you know, even resources to hire BVs and whatever. But so we learned dynamics of what to do with your voice. So
that's so cool. Okay, so we are all of this talking about Daddy Owen, the whole story.
Okay, so we are back to Daddy. So RK has brought Daddy Owen to me. So the other person I'd done BVs for at RK is his name is Philip, Evangelist Philip Kyoko, was part of Shama. Used to be in RK, Susan. So I had done BVs for him as well at RKs and other people. So RK calls me and tells me, here's a project. You know, Daddy Owen is like, yeah, I want you guys, I'm thinking of you, Esther Home, you know, Emi Koske, all these people, Masha Mapenzi. And then I got to meet at that time Caroline and Jackie Kotira. And this time I said yes. Yeah, I was in a different headspace, I also wanted the opportunity. So I said yes, and we did this thing. What was interesting about doing Saluti, I remember going to studio because we were given the track that had the chorus that Daddy Owen had sung, and then also RK said, Kambua, you'll start. This bar to this bar is yours. Go and write, Esther, then you'll follow the... So I went and I wrote my verse, and we met in studio.
All of you guys together? Or just you?
Some of us.
Okay.
Some of us. I think others came at different times. But I remember being in studio with Esther. And what was so crazy was when RK said, okay, sing, let me hear what you have. And I sang. Esther goes like, I have the very same thing in Kikuyu. It was the same. We literally say the same thing in a different language.
What?
And it was not planned or anything. And just the chemistry between all of us was so amazing. We didn't all get to meet until the very end. There's that last shot where we are like on the streets of Nairobi.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys dropped first of all, foremost it's vocals.
Yes.
So you record the thing.
Yes.
You're happy.
Yes.
At this time, are you like, oh my God, this is going to be a big song? Could you tell?
Not like, to the extent that it became.
Okay. Or you're just like, oh, this is a nice song. I
really
enjoyed
like, it's a nice song. This is a good project.
Okay.
You know.
So then now Daddy Owen calls and says, guys, I'm doing a video.
Yes. And he was very, Owen was very, he used to know where he wants to go with his project. There was no for slicking. He's like, okay, we finished the song, imeisha, sasa to shoot video. He's like, Kambua, we're taking it to Magadi. I'm like, oh, okay.
Saluti, I think the concept of the video was, the concept of the song and the concept of the video. Because I remember even when we were in the studio recording the song, all these ladies were like, what? How did he come up with this song? How did he even think about it? How did he even... And for me, I was like, I wanted to do a song that is the Owen song, but I don't want to be all over the song. You get it? That's funny. So, when I wrote the chorus, I told RK, I want us to pick ladies across the country.
You thought.
And that lineup, we made it with RK.
Both of you in the studio together?
Yes. So we just called them ladies, they came, and everyone executed, man.
Yeah. I remember you introduced me to Masha Mapenzi on that video.
Everyone executed. And it was amazing. And now, after that, I decided to
also mention the video.
The video now, it was a long process because I had to travel to all these regions doing the video. It was very expensive, the video. Very, very expensive. Considering it was 2010, I think. It was 2010. But it was very expensive. Remember, at that time, it costed me more than 500,000.
Then.
But
but that's also good. You've really done some good, well taken care of a budget.
Yes.
Because you shot everywhere.
And you see, the budget by them mostly was on logistics. Yeah. Because taking these ladies there, accommodating them, transport, now the crew, and all these things. It was very expensive. Very expensive.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. That was 2010. It was about between 500 to 700,000.
I got the worst sunburn of my life. Let me just say this. But we went to Magadi with Sakata, the ones who were shooting the video, and we shot it and came back. Then the other people, it took a while to get other people to go to Coast, Kericho, and they did all of that.
Saluti, man. Saluti took everything. Saluti, we threw yourself all in, and Owen as well. Owen used literally everything he had, wiped out, to do Saluti.
When we're seeing this video, we're thinking you guys are ballers. At that time, because you're seeing every video is cut on TV, you're thinking...
Exactly, because, video after video, song after song, it was just Sakata. And, Saluti, man, Saluti, yani, everything. So, that's the time now, we went sat down with Film Studio. Told Film Studio, if you support us in this, we'll pay, but give us a discounted price. If you support us, all our work, we'll bring it here.
I shot the video, I shot my parts and I left. I had gone, what was I doing in the US? I think I was doing those summer things that I was doing. Yeah.
So that's the thing that you've continued to do over the years?
I continued to do it until when I finally moved back, like for real.
Okay.
Yeah, so for a couple of years after that, I would do every summer, I'd be in the US doing summer camp with Passport.
Okay.
So
so now it's the day for all of you to shoot together.
Yeah, so we get together and we shoot the video, and Owen releases the song. And then I remember at some point thinking, oh my goodness, it's actually a really big song.
It's over.
Could it be that this song is like, it was everywhere, you know?
It was
everywhere. I was hosting a show on TV at this point.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. We're going to get. Okay, and you're going to just say you had started.
I was hosting a show on TV at this point. Everyone is requesting for Saluti, and it's such a catch-22 because you're like, you're the host. You don't want to look like you're just playing your own songs, but you can't ignore it. It was the kind of song you could not ignore.
You couldn't.
It was actually a really, really good project.
Yeah, I remember the time the beat was huge. It was beat of the week, and it played twice. It was a bit of the week for like 2 weeks, but what was mind-blowing is that I remember the time it played twice in the show. That I'd never seen that happen before.
Yeah.
The song goes up. Let's talk about your Groove Award performance of that song, because that was now just epic.
Is that the year that you won everything?
He won everything. Those are the years.
Those are the years. Used to be like, okay, you know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and in the process, he releases that album. Let me say this. For me, one of my favorite Daddy Owen songs is a song that a lot of people don't know.
Okay.
It's called Sweet and Sour, featuring you.
Okay.
And I have begged him for years to release a video for that song. Let's talk, because now what people don't know is that you went to record another song with Daddy Owen.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So Daddy Owen told me.
But was there anything more you want to say about Saluti?
No, it was a great song.
Okay.
It was a great song, and it won the awards. You know, it was well deserving. He had put in a lot of time.
Did it do anything for your career?
It did, for sure. I think, first of all, the thing about collaborations is they open you up to each other's audiences. So people who appreciate Masha Mapenzi were listening to me. People who appreciate Esther listening to me. So it did a lot for each one of us, actually.
Okay, I get that.
So
now Daddy Owen calls you again into the studio.
To do another project, says I want us to do another song. So he plays for me this track. It's like his song in it was Sweet and Sour. And so I'm like, okay. Why? And so a lot of people hear Sweet and Sour think it's sweetened S-O-U-R, but it was sweet and S-A-W-A.
Oh, me, I thought it was sour.
There you go. No, it was sweet and sour. That because God's love is not sour, S-O-U-R.
That's so crazy. I've been singing the wrong thing.
Exactly, yeah. So we did the song, Your Love is Sweet and Sour. We didn't know
who produced it? Can you remember?
Man, Esther.
Sorry.
Please
I'll find
dig
out.
For me.
It is on the screen right now.
Yeah. Why do I feel like, let's say it's baby brain. I just have a blur of a lot of things.
It's allowed.
So we did this song, but we didn't really know what to do with it. It was a kind of song that people either really liked it or they really disliked it. There were no gray, there was no people in the in-between. There are people who are like, you guys have just lost it, this song is not spiri, what is this?
Oh, yes.
You know?
Yes, I hear it from the perspective of...
Yeah. Also, what are you trying to say? Then the other guys are like, I love this song, I love this song. It was one of those, so we were not sure what to do.
It was a risk taker to shoot the video for that one.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like that.
Okay.
And then I think we were both like, none of us was super crazy about it, so it kind of just it didn't go beyond that, but beyond the audio recording.
Okay. I like this place that we are in about collabos. Let's also now talk about the one now. Is like, okay, I like this Kambua. When you come on with that get the bass DNA.
Yes.
Mtoto wa Sonko and not Sonko the guy.
Yeah,
please.
And after Hardstone, then people started seeing the effect that you could have using your gift, just music. Kalamashaka came knocking on the door.
How did the Kalamashaka connection happen?
Kalamashaka, I was in Florida 2000. I had been invited for a talent search by DJ Mo, Mose, and he said, come, we're doing this talent search, you might find some talent here and stuff. I saw Kalamashaka, I saw Giddy, I saw Maji, I saw Darling P. I saw a couple of other guys, but they were nondescript. But I took those 3. I was supposed to take 1. I said, no, I'll take all these 3 guys. And I told Giddy and Maji, the only way I'm going to work with you guys is if you guys combine effort. Because it's pointless to work with one jungle guy and another jungle guy who are competing. So you guys have to become something. So figure yourselves out. Kalamashaka, I just took as the package that they were.
They were already a group.
They were already a group. They had already gone through the motions of, they had already now formed themselves. Yeah. And they have a different story of how they gelled. But they had already gelled by the time they were coming to Florida. Darling P was booed off stage. Again, I saw, even through the booing, I said, I wish people saw potential. Yeah, I wish people saw potential and not where the person is. And
like what did you see now, like in Darling P? Because that's, I mean, what you're saying is insane. Somebody was booed off stage, but you're like, yo, that guy needs to, I need to record this guy.
You know, out of Kalamashaka, Hardstone, Giddy Giddy, Darling P had the biggest impact, and people still actually don't get it. Darling P did have the biggest impact because Darling P was speaking not to the young urban guy, he was speaking to everyone. The guy of Mjengo could understand Darling P, and that's what people didn't understand. And I was like, you know what? I want that guy of Mjengo to be like, Darling P is my guy. Mboof mbaf, yo. Yes, yo, with that Kamba accent. And you know what? He was the first guy to cross onto Swahili service. Now, Swahili service was the biggest station at that particular point. It was KBC's biggest, outlet. If you're on Swahili service, you must be playing Benga, or you must be Leswanyika and all of those guys. Darling P was right in there with them. So he had a huge impact. And that's what I had seen. I had seen that this guy was actually opening up the golden market. He was opening up the River Road market for us and all of that, and nobody was seeing it. Everybody was thinking, no, we have to really just, our music has to be for the young guys and stuff. And I'm like, no, let's make music for everyone. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
So at this time, you're still at Sync Sound.
I'm still at Sync.
You've recorded Shades of Blackness.
Yeah.
I mean, if we break down, all your artists will be here for 4 hours, which were 4 days.
I've recorded Shades of Black. Shades of Black CD has gone to number 4 on the Spanish charts.
Hold on, that's not Africa.
On the Spanish charts.
What song in particular?
Serengeti Groove.
Oh, that was huge.
Serengeti Groove has become so big that CNN has used it for a Tanzania travel show. CNN don't even know that it's a Kenyan group. And because they've used it for Tanzania travel group, what's happened is Master J, P-Funk, Kwanzaa Unit, the biggest hip-hop groups and producers in Tanzania, have come knocking on Sync Sound's door. They've come all the way from TZ to ask us, can you show us how you're doing this? Because we can't believe it. And this music that you're doing is actually breaking into our market. And then at that point, what's happened is it's become so big that I can't now just work with just one artist. I need to work with a group of artists. So I did Kenyan the First Chapter. Kenyan the First Chapter had 13 songs from 13 different artists.
Give us an example.
Kalamashaka, Nikki, Sheila Mwanyiga, Peter Dare with Heart, Jimmy Gadu, and Maina Kageni, myself and Maina Kageni. It had, who's the saxophone player called?
Chris Bitok?
Yes, Chris Bitok as background vocal. It had a mixture of people. And what happened was that ended up in TZ alongside the Shades of Black stuff on Clouds FM. Clouds FM is the biggest FM station at that time with
this
the biggest DJs.
95, 96
Yeah, 95, 96. they've come and said, we need you to come to TZ and just, you know, do some workshops and help us understand how you're doing this, because we can't believe that you're doing this. Nikki has become the biggest female artist out of East Africa with Mapenzi Tele. And Nikki is actually the reason why you have the female artists in TZ. Because TZ said, hold on a minute, we can't not have female artists, and there's this girl who we're giving all the airtime from Kenya. So we influenced the TZ sound. It's not the other way around.
It's not like what's happening now.
No, we influenced the TZ sound. And I'm in TZ thinking, my God, how is this happening? How is it that we're influencing a whole nation? And at that particular point, I'm going through a transition as well. I'm like, I don't want to do radio commercials and TV commercials and all this jingle stuff that Sync Sound want to do. They're loving it because it's paying them hundreds of thousands of shillings at that particular point every time we bring in commercials. I'm hating it because I really want to focus on the music. So there's that struggle. And I'm like, and also they don't want to increase my salo. In fact, they become clever. They've negotiated percentage down because I'm making a lot more money than everybody else. And I thought to myself, I've got all this equipment in there. 60% of the equipment in there is mine. Let me pull it out. And one day I just said, you know what, guys? For me, this is the end of the road. You've trained me, you've taught me well. I'm really happy and everything, but I need to go solo from now on. And I hooked up forces with David Moredi, who was the manager of a lot of these artists, and myself was the producer, and Mike Rabah, who had some equipment, and we went and set up in State House Road.
Dennis Pritt.
And people then knew us as Audio Vault / Blue Zebra, because
the transition.
Audio Vault lasted all of as long as Mike Rabah was there, and Mike then realized he wanted to do his own thing, and as soon as Mike walked out, we just said, you know what, let's keep on going because we still want to do what we want to do. At this point, we've released Kenyan the second chapter.
Okay. Man, Ted, you know, the thing about you, you're an archive. there's so much wisdom, even as you're talking, there's so much wisdom that you're sharing. I want to understand the Kalamashaka link, because that was huge. I remember that song, the impact it had to me that time at the age that I was just mind-blowing. How did you take these guys from, again, Dandora, and commercialize them? And why did you put Nikki? Why was you, what process did you used to go through while you're creating your sound? Because I feel like we've sort of lost an African sound. But when I would hear your music, it was the first time I was like, this is local, but this is urban, and this I like. What process did you go through, and how was it working in Kalamashaka?
For me, it always had been not just Kalamashaka, but the process of the mindset for me was, all of us have been in high school, we speak English, we like listening to the general service, the FM stations have come in, they're playing all this urban music from all over the place. We like the urban beats, but kuna vile sisi ufanya vitu zetu tofauti. Sio? We like Sheng. And I thought, what we need to do is take our street culture, our Kenyan street culture, our Kenyan street vibe, you know, the Mathrees, and I used to look at Mathrees a lot and look at that street vibe and say, it's not available anywhere else in the world. This is something that's really Kenyan. The way we speak when we're in high school.
Manze.
Yeah, all of those. Yeah, exactly. And we need to put this on that urban beat. So I was walking home one day, and I remember we had gone with Kalamashaka to Kisumu. They had gotten booed off stage because Kalamashaka was just a copy-paste of Lost Boys. They were doing all their hip-hop in English. And Kama had actually just broken down and said, you know what, I've had it, man, I'm not doing it.
Kalamashaka were doing all their raps in English?
In English.
in English.
How many people know that?
And I was like, I think we're really missing the formula. These guys are from D. And I was like, these guys are from D. People don't understand. People need to understand this. And I remember in my head, I play it back a lot. People need to understand this. Tafsiri. I'm like, boom. And the next day I go in and I take this old Mary J sample, I add a beat to it, and I tell Johnny, just trust me. Go into the studio and just say, Tafsiri hi maisha kule D. And I got stuck there. And they said, ni mazi, ni na rap, nikitumia MIC. And I was like, kaboom. We got it made. We got it made. We have the solution. Tafsiri hi. And the young urban guys at that particular point were like, actually, yeah, nobody understands us. So it's time for you, unielewe. So they started writing their lines about their struggles. You know, I've got a degree and I can't find a job. I don't want to be a thug, but if you push me, I'll be a thug because man, life where I come from.
Nikubaya.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, yeah, keep it real. And we kept it real. And then we thought, you know what, it's a bit too real. There are certain guys who might be, you know, the uptown guys might be like, yo, yeah, this
keep
is
away
a bit
from
hard.
this side, man.
Yeah, these guys are hardcore, you know what I mean? Because they were hardcore, they're coming from the ghetto. And then we did songs like Songa Hapa, which was actually not Nikki, it was Natasha Gatabaki. Most people think it's Nikki. And Natasha came in and she was with Atemi Oyungo at the time, doing their thing in two as a group. And in the middle of writing a song, and she says, "Oh, I can sing on that." And her and Mudhoni Buika did the chorus.
No way.
And Mudhoni Buika was a presenter at Capital FM. So you know, doors are just opening up for us at that time. That's how that was the reason why I changed my mind. I said, look, we need to get this urban culture in. As we moved and became David Morady and I, Audiovol / Blue Zebra. Then we moved into Kenyan the Second Chapter.
Tell us about Kenyan the Second Chapter.
Kenyan the Second.
Now we're back in the music industry. Now we need a date for the album. Kanji says he's listened to all the songs and he's deleted, of all the songs he has, he's keeping 3. He's deleted all the others. You have to write new songs like this one. And you're going to work, I've removed you from this other producer, and I'm going to work with this producer, David Mudhambi, David Blackman Mudhambi.
A.K.A. Blackman, yes.
Now David and I have been yoked together. And we are unbelievers. Men don't like hip hop.
He doesn't like.
The guy that like any Afro smooth things, attack kusikia.
That day was called Afro fusion.
Those days was a fusion. He doesn't like that. Now me, I'm coming to this thing with a very heavy soulful singing with an African bass. David is coming to this thing
with hip hop.
Dark Child, hip hop. We're meeting in the studio. Every damn session is a fight. There's no session we had that was smooth. We fought through the whole record. We fought. He made a track. I was like, your track is nonsense. He's like, I don't care. Come sing nonsense lyrics. I'll just live with them. Then we go. So we actually power through the album like that. We used to fight and then continue working, then fight, then continue working.
Okay, for me, there's a song in that album that I want you to tell us about. Because that song is the reason I joined Kijiji. Let me tell you why I joined Kijiji. Me, I'm huku running everywhere looking for a studio. And then on December 4th, December 31st was TSO at Bapo. Yes. I've just gotten saved maybe 2 weeks ago or whatever. I come there for the first time. I'm not clubbing. I'm coming to something called TSO.
Yes.
At TSO, I'm like, this gospel thing may actually be the way.
Yes.
4 days later, I come to donate my only clothes or the little rubbish clothes I had to to give them. And there's a concert, and that concert is by Milele.
Correct. At Nairobi Baptist
At
Church.
Nairobi Baptist Church. And there I'm listening to musicians, and then this guy comes on, and this lady comes on, and they sing a song called Songa Songa. And from that day, I walked from Kenya Science to Thingy here, to Ngumo.
Yeah.
Every single day. And from December 5th to April 30th.
Wow.
When I finally got allowed to record.
Wow.
And I would walk to that studio because I was like, I told God, first of all, these guys are saved and we can be friends for that reason. Because all my other friends are not saved.
Yeah.
But secondly, these guys have music quality because of that song.
Wow.
And I thought the producer of that thing was Aaron.
Producer David Mudhami.
Yes, because so that's why I went. It's later on when I found that Aaron didn't even touch it. Wasn't Aaron who did it?
Never touched it.
So let's talk about Songa featuring Nema.
Yes.
That was
Nema.
Huge.
It was an unbelievable song. So that's the second song that gets released on the record. But it's also the product of a fight. Because at the time I had a girlfriend who was trying to convince her. I initially wrote the song for her. I tried to convince her. It was not going to be a song. It was like I was just talking to her, and I was sort of these lines are kind of showing up in the conversation we were having.
And like, give us an example of the lines.
No, like just that's like the first open line. Ukweli tu waziwazi nitasema. It's stuff like that. Because I had a manner those days. I don't think I have it. I had a manner those days of just breaking into the prose of the songs. Because I was writing so much. I had all these lines written in my speech. So I'd be talking to you in the middle. I'll just start talking about the topic we are, but in poetry and almost like with rhyme and scheme. So I was doing this a lot. It's very popular with the girls. So, so I was doing this, and then we're having this situation. And actually, the way that the production of Songa starts is I wanted to work with Monica Obaga.
Because Monica was an artist under Kijiji.
Monica was an artist under Kijiji, so I wanted to work with her. So we were like, okay, let's write a song that I can work with Monica on. So Devi is working on some, I don't know, I don't remember being involved in the writing of the progression. But there's a progression, I think we lifted it from one of our Rose things that he was doing, I don't know. But I remember by the time I come to the studio, the groove of Songa existed. The progression. The progression existed. And then I started to jam and then ended up writing this song. And the thing about Songa is that from the first line to the last line was written in one day, in one sitting. It just came out fully. So after I'd sung the verses and the choruses to build it, we said Monica should sing the verses. By this time,
the chicks part now.
Yes. By this time, Makuyu and the crew and others have already come to the studio and said the next track they want is this one. Now we have a finished recording.
They're like, this is going out to radio next.
Yeah, they're like, So we're trying to get the song finished. So Monica then, the day we're supposed to, is like deadline, this thing has to go. Monica can't sing, she's got the homa. Her voice is gone. She's like, can't sing. So now we need somebody to sing. I hear that Nema, who was singing with
Tim
Rimbui, no, they've been coming to the studio with Tim. At the time, there was some collabo projects between Kanji's studio and Tim's studio and Eric's studio that were happening. So Tim has been coming around to the studio. So I've seen them working around, and Tim will just pass by and go to his place, whatever. So now Nema is here. So we've met Juju, but Devi and Nema were in college together at Daystar. So it's like, actually I'll ask her. So Blackman asks her, would you be willing to? So she's like, okay, cool, yeah. So she comes to the studio, and then I tell her, okay, this is the music. And she says, me, I don't sing Kiswahili. I don't sing it well. Me, I'm like, listen, it's in Kiswahili. It's not going to be translated. So sing the song. So Nema walks in the studio and learns the parts and then sings a song. And it's one of the most beautifully ever sang songs in the history of song singing.
For sure.
So then the song is released and we have another smash hit. Like the song is going everywhere. Chaos, chaotic. Just, I can't believe how much drama is happening in my life because I've released 2 songs. Whoa. My life is upside down.
Sana Sana and now Songa.
And we have not released the one with Eric. So we're just wondering what's going to happen when that song comes out.
Okay, in fact, wait up there. We'll be back. And when we're back now, you now take us on from now the release of what you were saying.
Yeah.
You get that thing, it's too cool. Welcome back to CTA. We're going to stop for a few minutes, but then after that we decided to just put some food into our stomachs and just continue with the amazing story. Hey, behind the scenes to me, hey, this man is intelligent. This man is wise. This man he's gone through a lot and he's doing a lot. Let me say that.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about this next, I don't know if it's half, 3/4 or a quarter. I'm excited for this next era that we're going to go into. But before we do that, Mr. T, I want to touch into some of your music.
Okay.
Because I don't want to ignore some of the songs. So first and foremost, tell me a little bit about the song you did with Kevo Youth.
Kevo Youth, Ghetto Prophecy. I think it was a counter of something Tupac did. There's something Tupac did about ghetto.
Oh, yes.
Also called Ghetto Prophecy.
Yes.
So we were just trying to counter declaring life. Because anyone born in the ghetto, it looks like there's a timeline. And it looks like you can't go beyond the concepts of life. Then we felt because when you do rap music joint with the raga, it's something that is listened a lot to the people in the ghetto. So it was kind of also an awareness towards crime and all that, leading them to Jesus. It was an intentional sound to a specific crowd of people and trying to reach them and pointing them back to the cross.
How did you end up on Sunday Christian Remix?
Izo, Mad Love Lounge. I think, Izo was a go-getter.
Yeah.
There's a time Izo sold my brother a t-shirt. Bro yangu ni ule mzoezi muzia kitu. Ukimletea red anauliza hakuna ya yellow. Akwambia ngoja. So, alibuitia t-shirt ya brown akamtolea. Bro akaniambia umse napenda attitude yake. So he bought. And so Izo was very aggressive. And so he came and said, you know what, I'm doing a remix on this song. And that was immediately we had done Finje Finje. So now people got now the vibe and the concept of I can do a single, then after that niite jeshi, kuja to dandie track, then we do a remix. So that's how we landed there.
Yeah, okay. So, okay, then now let's enter your songs with Samukat.
Yes.
Does that come at this period of time? That one comes later?
For Samukat now,
Yes.
I was employed. And then I meet Samukat. And man, personally I love dancehall. There's a saying wanasemanga kuna watu wanapenda mziki na mziki wapendi. So mi napenda dancehall but nika dancehall haipendi.
Mi na R&B hivyo.
Yeah, so I love dancehall. And then I heard Samukat sing. I said, what? We are so blessed. I think this guy is above the ordinary rad of mediocrity. And I was so excited when I heard what he was doing. Then his passion for prayer, his passion for ministry, his understanding of scripture and all that. So I said, Samukat, you know what? We can do something. I'll still stick to my line, you stick to your line. But we try to bring a fusion of something that has not been done before. So I knew he's called more in the prophetic and he was called more in the apostolic. So now this was the convergence of the apostle meets the prophet. So we did a mixtape.
When you say you're called more in the apostle, what does that mean?
We have fivefold ministries. When you are called, you either fall under an apostle, a prophet, a teacher, a pastor, or an evangelist. Those are, we call them the 5 graces, according to Ephesians chapter number 4. The kingdom is very much structured, and all of them have specific things that they do. Many times the prophetic carries the intelligence dimension of God, and that's where the safety is. That's where the voice of God, direction, and instructions come from. and also governmental, because prophets bear a certain level of government. Amos says, you know, by the voice of a prophet, Israel was delivered, and by the voice of a prophet, Israel was established. So a man spoke by the name of Moses. His voice delivered Israel, his voice established Israel. So prophetic is very governmental. It's beyond telling you your name and your phone number, but it's a governmental grace. Apostolic...
No, hold on, let me ask a question. In fact,
yes.
Let me start with my difficult question asking. Can I?
Yes.
So, every Christian,
yes,
shouldn't they be prophetic within the life that they live? So, for example, in CTA,
yes,
if I inquire of the Lord, shouldn't
yes,
he be able to tell me, interview this person or this person or this person? Maybe I don't have the prophetic gift to start talking to random people.
Yes, yes.
But within my calling and what I've been asked to do, shouldn't I then have that full fivefold ministry for what it is that the gifting of God has called me to do?
When we come to the Christian, what we call is the Christian knowing the voice of the master. The sheep know my voice. That knowing the voice becomes very powerful in terms of the navigation of day to day. The voice of God should not be strange. When we come now to, you can also be a Christian who is prophetic, but you're not a prophet. You're apostolic, but you're not an apostle. You're evangelistic, but you're not an evangelist. It's only that you touch that dimension of grace. So hearing the voice of God is mandatory for any believer, because you can't have a relationship with a God whose voice you've never heard. You know, it kills the protocol of conversation. And that's why now the concept of yielding and the concept of cultivating personal fellowship becomes very important, because the greatest asset a believer can have is to know the voice of God, because destiny is personal and he who holds your destiny is God. He's the only one who can navigate you even in areas that we don't know. So when it comes to the fivefold, it's more on the governmental and managerial aspect of the kingdom.
Oh, you're talking about like the church being one of the pillars.
Yes.
So within this church, there's the...
Yeah, you have ushers, praise and worship and all that. So when we look at the fivefold, they have different roles they play in the body of Christ. The apostolic is more territorial and more doctrinal. That's why the Bible says the church was laid upon the foundations of the apostles and the prophets. So when you carry apostolic grace, you tend to lean more towards biblical interpretation. Not you want to know what did Paul mean, or what was Paul saying, without what we call in technical theology allegory, giving an external meaning to a certain scripture, like saying Yesu alipanda, maisha yako inaweza kuwa inapanda, leo utapanda. You know, that's allegory. Maybe alikuwa tu anaenda kwa mlima. So now we have to look at the context, the content, grounding the church in truth. And the prophetic also, now it's more of the direction. The teaching is more of breaking that truth into palatable portions, because there's what an ordinary believer can consume. Still the same truth, but possibly 7 things you need to know about God. Of course, they are not 7, they could be more.
Yes.
But when you package them in 7, someone is able to understand. The pastoral grace is more of the care. You know, someone will call you, get to see you in a hospital, get to know about your welfare, are you praying, how's your growth in the Lord. The evangelistic carries a burden of calling men into the kingdom. And that's why many evangelists kind of have some dimension of anxiety. Because, you know, an evangelist, I might put him outside there like a marketer. When you see people marketing, there are many things they won't tell you. They will make you believe this product is what you need. Now, when you come to an apostle, he will begin to tell you, by the way, before you benefit from this product, this is how you behave. It's the same way. The bank will tell you, come for a loan. By the time you apply that loan is 3 months down the line. Oh, we need security. Oh, we need signature. How is your account? But the marketer makes it look like money is here. You come and pick it. But now when you go through the process, for me, I compare that as the apostolic, where we tell you it's okay, you are born again, you are going to heaven, but these are we live in the kingdom. So when I discover that's the grace I carry, it directs your conversation, your operation, your passions, and even how you view the scripture.
Okay.
Because your assignment controls interpretation of scripture. Yes, so for me, my burden basically is to bring forth and tell you, this is why Jesus entered Jerusalem in a donkey and possibly did not come, riding on a horse. because now you try to get the context and do a lot of scripture exposition. That's very apostolic.
I love. Okay, to be honest, you've broken it down really well. But from a layman's perspective,
yes,
what you're saying is this fivefold ministry is there to empower the church.
Yes, in fact,
and these are the different roles.
Yes.
However, the curtain tore. It doesn't mean that these guys, because what happens sometimes is, if I want prophecy, I need to get my prophecy through the man of God and not God.
Yes, yes. In fact, the fivefold, a healthy church needs to be exposed to the fivefold. Even in a healthy pastoral team, you need to have a prophet, an apostle, a teacher, because the Bible calls it for the equipping of the saints.
I get it.
So when unajua zile majim za kitambo nye mawe ilikuwa nzito one time. So some people are more prophetic and they pray a lot, but they don't have the word. Because it takes an apostle now to ground you on the word. And some people have a lot of word, but they don't pray.
Or they're not pastoral.
Yeah, they are not.
There's no care.
There's no care, nothing. And I think we've seen it in church. So a healthy church needs to be exposed to the 5 graces.
Okay.
And sometimes God might even facilitate that. A man of God touches the 5, but he will have strength on one.
Yes.
You realize he leans towards a certain area.
He's an amazing teacher, but he doesn't have per se the grace for the pastoral.
And again now, the same thing begins to dictate what we carry. You'll find that a man will go to a church and say, "Mina napenda vile mse preach." What they don't know, they have that apostolic DNA in them. So they tend to connect more to the apostolic.
I get it.
That's why
like begets like.
Members are wired differently. Someone will go in a place where they pray and they say, "Huku teach sana, huku ndio sasa mimi nataka, huku tunapiga prayer." It doesn't mean those ones are wrong. It just means that God has wired you in a prophetic system. And because of your mandate, purpose, and assignment, the prophetic is an advantage in your life. Yes.
And also, in some situations, some different apostolic graces have been elevated over the others.
Yes, yes.
So, for example, I really like this guy because he's prophetic, but you've neglected the one who offers care.
Yeah, yes. What happens is, sometimes you might find a certain grace dominating in a certain season. Like when we look at the mutation of the church in Kenya, there is a time everyone was an evangelist. Even some of the pastors today changed from evangelists. You look at the apostles in the 80s and 90s, they were evangelists because it was a radical stage of soul winning. Now later, after many evangelists did their job, churches began to pop up. So some of those evangelists became pastors. And now they changed from evangelist to pastor. Now slowly, it's like Kenya, we are moving into an apostolic age and a prophetic. Now it looks like everyone wants to be an apostle. And sometimes you might want to enter an office that you are not qualified for and end up misrepresenting that office. So kuna time unakutanga certain grace is popular because of the assignment of God in that time. But that does not mean the other graces are not relevant.
Okay.
All graces, all time and all day have something they do to the body of Christ.
Okay.
If one misses, we'll never grow.
Ah, man, I love that. And every individual should aspire to do one of these things. Of course, within yourself as a Christian, some things may come out to be much stronger.
Yeah.
But you have elements of each one within you.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, this is so powerful. I like the way you've broken that down. Okay, so you and Samukat now unite.
So we unite. And I discovered this guy is very prophetic and very apostolic. I can't say that I'm an apostle. The apostolic office, you get it after your works are tested. Like people will look and say, surely these are the works of an apostle. So this man is an apostle.
Yeah, but there's several versions which have been done without our permission. If you may allow me to just share. The Belgian Army, Air Force, has done Jambo Bwana for their march band, but they asked for permission. There are several other groups. Bonnie M, they stole that song from us.
What?
When we were in Germany. We were looking, trying to get opportunities. We met, a guy took us to Frank Farian, the owner of Bonnie M. All right. And we told him, look, we have 1 week to go back to Kenya. We'd like to do a new recording, and this is some of our music, and we gave them a copy of that. he knew hao Afrika hawatarudi tena hapa. So akatuchenga. We come back home after 2 months. Our friend in Germany came for a holiday in Kenya, and he comes with Jambo Bwana done by Bonnie M.
Guy.
So you see, that's another one. Barbara Froja, France has done Jambo Bwana. In Kenya, even Mzengala has done Jambo Bwana. There's a guy in Nigeria, Afrobeat, has just done Jambo Bwana. So it's on and on. And this song, by God's grace, is evergreen.
But they are taking your intellectual property.
Yes.
Without your, you said that
some with permission, some, and it's difficult to know because unless somebody sends it to us, hey, from Russia, for example, these guys have done your song, we would never know.
It's the way somebody, I get it.
It's so easy for a song to be infringed nowadays.
What do you do when somebody does that to a song like that?
We reach out through our lawyer.
Oh, okay.
We reach out. And then, it's always a very long thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, this copyright thing is, is there any way you can copyright us? Okay, when a song is copyrighted, it's copyrighted globally.
Yeah.
This is not a T4, it's just for the
you don't have to register.
It's not locked to Kenya.
Yeah.
It's not locked to Kenya.
Yeah. And more so within the reciprocal agreements between CMOs.
Yeah.
You should be getting your
royalties.
Your royalties, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask now. In this time, this is, by the time we're entering 1990, you've been together from 72. Have members started transitioning in and out?
Yes, like the drummer I told you about. The keyboardist. I used to be a singer. I graduated from a backup
vocalist
singer to a lead singer.
So now you and your brother.
So yeah, so Teddy was a lead singer, I was a lead singer, even the others were doing lead singing. And then when we started using keyboards in the band, we got a guy who left us the same way the drummer did. He also got a job in the UAE, and he told us his brother had been involved in an accident in the UAE. So he left. Okay. And we went and met him there. And he said sorry. Because he used to live in our house.
Yeah.
For the time he was our keyboardist. So that's when now I realized there's a gap here. This is the second keyboardist who was left. Then I started teaching myself the keyboards. Luckily, my sister, elder sister, just second born, she had learned playing the piano when she was at Alliance School. She started teaching me how to play the
keyboard.
Yeah.
So now you took it.
So I took it over. Nikaanza kununua vitabu nini. Nafuatia the guys who are the big names in bands, and there was one guy. I'll have to mention this guy. He's late, Mohammed Tonka. This guy is the one who taught me. Yeah, I say it, he's gone, but this guy blessed me. God used him to bless me in a very big way.
With those
whatever I can do on the keyboards, Mohammed Tonka, I'll never forget this.
God bless him.
Yeah.
So, because you've mentioned keyboard, I have to go back to studio. Opening up a studio is a huge thing. It's not nothing to pass over. Yeah. First and foremost, at that time, you're making that much revenue to be able to open up a studio. Like, this music thing is working. I'm not even talking about the places you're traveling to and the impact that you're having. But now that you open up the studio, who becomes a producer?
I was the producer.
So that role comes in now.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I've been drawn throughout to
the technical.
Yeah. So not mechanical but technical, yeah, upande wa ninio music, and I learned, and then I was trained, and then became the band's studio and live performances engineer. I've been that to date. Unless there's a place where we go, there's outsourced services, then I just talk to the sound man. But that's what I've been doing all along in the band. I produce, arrange, not all, but nearly all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's pause a bit on this. Let's have a financial conversation. Money has been known to break up bands. Money has been known to be squandered by bands, especially when it begins coming in. The city I've just had before you with DNA, it's talked about wasting a lot of money. How did the financial structure within your band work? Were all of you on a salary? How did it work when money came in? Of course, I'm not asking about the amounts. I'm just trying to figure out how is it that till today the company still exists? You're telling me you're still living and eating off this music?
Yeah.
How haven't you, like, please break that down.
Okay. We've had a quasi-structure when we had a quasi-structure when we started. And like I said, Teddy was the overall and admin, he was the finance manager. But as we came of age, the younger siblings, then Billy took over. In fact, we call him our Minister of Finance. You know, he does all that. And then we started engaging people to do our books and the little investment we have. And it's been like that ever since.
So as a
we have been lucky. I'll still go back to the iron fist control of our late mother, because she wanted to know how we spent each and every penny. Na mujiwekea akiba, msifikire mtapiga ngoma kila siku.
She used to tell you that?
Yeah. Msifikire mtapiga ngoma kila siku.
So from every month salary, from every residency, from every payment, there was saving happening.
Yeah.
An investment happening into your own gear.
We have something. We have something. You know, in Kenya, if you're a musician and you're living in your own house.
Do you live in your own house?
Yes, I do.
That is nothing small. I've interviewed many people here. But no, it's not easy to live in your own house.
Yeah.
From music.
From music.
Okay. That's
one thing, Sindio. And of course, I won't go into details, but
yeah, of course,
God has been gracious to us.
And are royalties still coming in till today?
Some
past,
not like before.
Oh, not like
music trends have changed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually,
but then you know the beauty of it is that there are so many platforms distributing music, whereby you're doing self-licensing. If you know the business, and if you're music that has some element of being popular, utalalanja.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did any of the by the time 1990 was hitting, had any of the founding members been like, me by then nimechoka na hii ilikuwa kitu ya young game, sasa nataka kuoa, kuna vitu zingine that are more serious that I need to do?
We've been through that, but not in the 90s.
Okay.
We've been through that. Our late brother George left the band.
Oh, he did, yeah?
Yeah, for a couple of years, and then he came back.
Oh, he left and came back?
Yeah.
That must have hurt.
Of course. George was a genius, and replacing him was almost impossible.
When you say he was a genius, explain.
Very gifted and very creative. You know, you can be a good guitarist, but you just copy. But George, whatever he does on any given song, will give it life. Life. He had that gift. He would play the keyboards, play the guitar, play the flute, play the saxophone.
What? That's something.
You know, and proficiently.
That is something.
Yeah. So it was a big loss, and replacing him was not easy.
And he's a genius, so you can already see I need more stimulation to my mind than just I feel like I've maxed out here. When you started the studio, were you producing for other people?
Yes.
You started as a business now?
Yeah, it was a business.
So the Mushroom Studios, which is a business?
Mushroom Sound Lab was a business. We got artists coming in from Uganda, Tanzania, recording at our studio. We produced some of the big names then. Either recorded or produced or composed for. From Uganda, Sami Kasule did 2 of his albums at our studio. I was on the keys. Shaka from Uganda. From Tanzania, many artists used to come. Within Kenya, Esther Wahome, the late Chibo Lonza, I can name so many. And they went on to get, massive hits. Recorded at our studio. Some I produced, some I just performed on their songs. I remember the late Queen Jane. She came to record at our studio. And when I listened to her music, I said, Queen Jane, unaweza kunipatia nafasi tufanyie album yako vingine? And she was open-minded. He said, why not? Nikamwambia, umepiga music River Road. Ndio, music yote River Road ndio Kenya inauziwa huko. Lakini, wouldn't you want your music to be appreciated beyond Kenyan borders? And she was open-minded. And I worked on her album, which was titled Dorogonya. I brought in my brother Billy to play the bass. George was on the guitar. I played a bit of keys and rearranged some of the music. And when she took it to River Road, they rejected that album. They said, kwa nini umevunja ile culture umeenda kupigiwa na hao wanapigia music kizungu? Ama the feel is not right for River Road. She came back to me and said, wewe uliniadvise vipi? Nikamwambia, that is what I wanted because I don't want you to remain a River Road artist. After 1 year, she came back to me. She said, this is the biggest selling album I've done. Because non-Kikuyus were buying it now. So we've had such experiences.
That's a powerful one. That's a powerful one. At this time of the 90s, who are your industry peers? Who is there?
Mostly from Mombasa.
Yeah.
I would mention Mombasa Roots. Yeah. Safari Sounds. The Spartans were still there. From Nairobi, there was a Goan band, Seshora band, I've forgotten the name. There were about 2-3 other bands. Vundumuna was there. Sami Kasule. When we came in, Sami Kasule and Stefano, a Greek guy, were riding high with their fusion of this European Afro music. They were riding high. And then there was Jack Odongo, what's the name?
African Heritage.
African Heritage.
Yeah.
Kina Guido.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was the time, man.
Susan Matiba, Susan Gashukia, and Joyce, no, Mboya.
Joy Mboya.
Joy Mboya, yes.
Yeah.
Musically speaking.
Yeah.
So you not only knew her from a place of how you began to know as an employee.
Musically speaking, I recorded them and mixed and mastered their album in my sitting room. Not the album.
Yes.
Jamriambo.
Oh, that was
the biggest hit. I'm the one who recorded that song.
What are the chances
That's
of that?
how I got to know Joy and Susan Matiba.
Yes.
Yeah. I have a copy of that single.
That is crazy.
They recorded it at our studio, but by then we had not moved into Madaraka, where we had taken a whole floor. We were recording from home. So they recorded in our living room in Langata, Southlands Estate. Jogoa jirani akifanya koko, you stop the recording.
That is crazy.
So you see, God has used us and me to record, produce so many artists. Some we've written songs for, like Princess Farida, who used to be our dancer. I wrote one song for her, and Teddy wrote one song for her, and we made a compilation and recorded her, produced her. That was her first album. Today she's a great singer.
Can I ask a very sad question?
Please do.
Why don't I know any of these people? What I mean by that is, me even who's in the industry, if you name some names, at least I can picture faces. But as an avid, obsessed consumer of music, who should have an understanding of all this music and have it at my fingertips, and it even be the foundation in which I started with music, why was I then looking to Asha Raymond and boys? Like, why do people come here and sit on this seat, and when they're talking about music, they start with Tejosaya? One of the reasons why I wanted you to talk for so long was because 99% of everybody who comes to sit here and they're talking about music, they all start from, and then when Kenyan music started, Tejosaya, and I'm like, hold on. I've had it so many times, I'm like, why doesn't anybody ever say the Mushrooms, Safari Sounds?
A very good question.